Chapter 1 Indulgence. I am villain. This story features psychovillains, with no memory exposure involved. Female protagonist embodies both righteous and wicked identities, a cutthroat leader. After 10 chapters, the narrative takes a thrilling turn of sycophancy or idealization is present. The initial 10 chapters are immer fakedies. Those who hotis like this premise should take heed and refrain from entering, lest they provoke a backlash. Note in their listages, female protagonist regards the beautiful master as a senior, while she harbors ulterior motive estortion from the outset. In the beginning, female protagonist protects his master's your sister mere for his own gain, devoid of fan of flattery. Those who hoken attack sept such as to parry advice said to withdraw. At divine transformation sect, atop the 7th peak. Caw. 100 Azure Phoenix escridu tenunison, soaring across the horizon. A harmonious cacophony of phoenixes. These was the signal summoned Bethepi Akmaster. Up and hearing the sound. Atop the clouds. Befereth the main hall, Thagathir Disciples were momentarily stunned. Looking up, they beheld a demonic phoenix, exuding gay fierce and Dominasora, descending slowly, its vast wings casting shadows across Hesky. Upon the back of Tephonik stu de Ungmankladnazir robes. His figure a sastre toss sword, and Ishan Sameva seju a to perfection, resembling Themos exquisite sculpture if these world. His expression was serene, and his black hair shimmered with a captivating, profound luster under the sunlight, while his starlike Heisher bore an fathomable Mistian sharpness. His gaze was indifferent to Sheska Ned Thecrode below. Her resembled desolitary galinthanite, Perdandaluf, emanating gonerad hat seemed to verlunithi heaven to earth. Is the tour senior brother returning? It's in been 3 months Shast celestial prison released to Mallory? Didn't they say had been prison for at least 3 years? Why va share released in just 3 months? What are you thinking celestial prison? However, as the disciples recognized them in's face, their expressions drastically changed, with many hastily lowering their heads and retreating a few steps. A theory off the crowd. A stunning maiden dressed in white, resembling gay celestial being, arrived last. Upon recognizing the figure in Thesky, Herdelicati facet turned cold, her eyes fled with profound disdain and contempt. Mushima Salsacombe? Itra didn't understand what senior brother was thinking back then. Mushimisthemist gift te disciplio for 7th peak in a century. If senior brother likes her, why not purse Harapin Lyrather than resorting to, Thicabex, almost ruining her reputation under the pretensio of delivering medicine? He was never like this before back then. He was gently and approachable, regarded as he perfect partner by so many younger sister Sand brothers. We hash a change ed sodristically? Sigh, senior brother, heist no longer the person once sec knew. The disciples murmured mongst themselves, their face set shed with disappointment. Once, had been their floor flaw senior brother. But now, had become a hypocritical charlatan. Their disappointment was na their salon. Event the peak Mr. Ho had raised him from childhood Borealukov disillusionment in her eyes. Dressed in no widowrobes, by Kingsuin stepped out from the main hall. Asked the peak master off 7th peak. Her authority was unquestionable, her frost-bitten beauty lift Ted slightly, Harrisagaziel soderek Tedawards Thesky. Moments later, the demonic phoenix stuck head down. The young man dismounted, Cladinager, with strikingly handsome fetchers. His gaze swept across the gathered disciples, finally resting in by King's Wambu Forthel. A slight smile curled out the corner softest lips, an enigmatic smirk playing gone his face, exuding gasons of funtimeter agots. Disciple suming. Ipe my respect to me, master. Hecla speditions, speaking with an oncalan tone. By King Suin fixed her gaze upon him. After a long silence, her crimson lip parted, her frigid voice resonating through Hesky. It did not consent. Holo dudo return. Suming grazed Affinger, pointing towards the heavens with a languid smile. E have withstood 19 any of in light tribulations, thus the Havenorius and to keep me imprisoned. Athis words. The disciples collective lie and haled sharply. 19 any of in light tribulations, I fitwary any of them, they would lie cliffle to revna against a singion. Their senior brother Ray, actually endured 19 in? They felt a mixture of fie and resentment towards him. How cold Hebus reckless. Why must thee commit such disgraceful acts against Mushimi? As senior brother, did he lack the most basic principles of honor and decency? Did he not realize that the immense harm he had inflicted on Mushimi? The insolently answerful Mushimi had become a taciturn since the fate incident. Their innocent, radiant smile had vanished from sight. By King Shunin hold softly. Then, with a cold tone, she spoke it is a disgrace that, as me senior brother off 7th peak, ya would commits chaktatravokthrathof heaven and humanity. I shall send ye out to celestial prison for punishment, hoping a maim in doorways and become a better person. Now thought you have been punished, I ask you doy to acknowledge our wrongdoing regarding your actions towards our your junior sister? Her expression wastern, her voice see. From the depths of his master's gaze, Suming discerned profound disappointment. Heshukishe Dan smiled disappointment wasmer lit disappointment through his indifferent toit. After all, he was destined to disappoint his master. Because he was Savalin. A villain who could never escape his villainous identity. If memory serves, this should be his 6th reincarnation. 6th life to me soft cyclical existence. The 6th life of traversing, also the 6th life of repetition. In the 1st life, he realized he had traversed into a fantastical novel world, becoming the villainous senior brother within its pages. Regrettably, he had not awakened das system more possessed any golden fingers. Even with knowledge of Teplot, he could no talteris fata savalin, forever becoming gas stepping stone, for the protagonist's growth, ultimately facing a humiliating defeat at the protagonist's chance. Common liar furid to scan and fodder. Such an ending was meresta flingto him, the transmigrator, thanany thingels. Thus, he had certainly contemplate altering the plot, transforming from Ashada Wyvalin into Rever Dandad admired senior brother. Alas! Perhaps the celestial rules of this novel world conspired against them nomataries, forts to care for and cherish his junior disciples, Hekud note escape a thilibalophalin, culminating in a painful demisithi hands-off te protagonist. In the 1st life, the future empress, Muchingyan, became his junior sister. He distinct lie remembered the tin he's fort stovoy davalin ascending, Heschhauerder with affection, sincerely embodying thoroughly o fake hinds in your brother. Yet in fiend, he peered to her as nothing more than a pitiful zakafint. Her recalled an incident when she encountered danger during her training, nearly succumbing to theperal soft her cultivation. He disregarded his own safety, then touring into a forbidden realm to retrieve his peritherb for her, ultimately losing Gonarmint the process. However, after Mukinjian's breakthrough, she met the protagonist, and thought she felt gratitude towards her own armed senior brother. It would have overshadowed be here increasing distance from him. Hebika Mimra Jester. In Thessicon life, refusing to accept his fate, he endeavored to maintain a balance of carry and distance with his junior disciples, neither ever stepping is bouncner smothering them, treating them warmly and amicably. Went the sect faced Chris. Heber the responsibility is befitting ga senior brother, wielding iswardina blood-soaked battle against and demonic lords, ultimately Zafi guarding the disciples. Yet, he was grievously injured in the fray, leaving him with a lifelong affliction, unable to advance sane cultivation. After Thegriat battle, his internal elixir shattered, and as subsequent, Lilas to the protagonist during the sect's grand competition, causing the protagonist to be object of admiration for all disciples, while he, the senior brother, faded into obscurity. He had intended to drone his arouse with Muchingyan, seeking her company to see Shiar Tach, only to be said with the protagonistikov colluding with the demonic forces and seducing in your sister, earning the villainous title. In the 3rd life, Healy armed from experience, still adhering to his righteous pathy. The 7th junior sister, hailing from the Taishian sect, had a frail constitutions in secaldhood, yet possessed exceptional talent for cultivation. During Gona training session, a nun mishap severely injured her, destroying her spiritual veins, rendering hearing capable of further cultivation. Unable to bear her sorrow, his secret lie transplanted on Navia's own spiritual veins to her, stealthily guarding her during her training. However, Hues eventually discovered the protagonist, cementing his reputation as a peeping Tom, no matter how he explained himself. Everyone believed the protagonist said his words. Then Chemothy forthand 5th lives. Until now, the 6th life. Hishiarthadron Wiralonga Joe. What nonsense sayst herighteous pathy? it is sutter lawlifable. Sensiveri individualinia clifion libelividence, a colored protagonist, despising high mass the villainous senior brother, why should he continue to live in such a stifled manner? Born as Savalin. Hesh who drevlin his existence. In this life, he had comederms with it, content to follow the plot, and Devon enjoy these insations soft being gavillo and bullying junior disciples, teasing junior sisters, and defying the beautiful master action she had never red countered the previous 5 lives. Yet now, in the 6th life, he had near lied nethimal. This shas led to the notorietyoft, he savinth peaks near brother, whose a reputation within the sectus almost universally recognized. When encountered being of Theather 6 speaks, is theory and yo new hodo as not look upon him with disdain? Contemplating this, under the watchfulia soft tech road, suming turna this gazi towards the exquisitefigrio fe and gladia the back of the assembly, ought smile curling at the corner sophist lips. Mistake? My little junior sister nearly fell in to demonic deviation during her training. Asher's senior brother, Idisonly natural formato a sister. What fault is there in that? Hethan shifted his tone, however, tosby candidly, my little junior sister's figure is, forget about after just a glance. Ash's words echoed, a profound salin seemed leped the multitude of disciples. Then, Anya proer ensued. Is this truly Thesany or brother they have revered? Yet, unbeknownst to them, following those atwo statements, a cold, mechanical voici sudden liar sonate ditzaming's mind. Ding! The protagonist Mukinjian's favorability towards the host has hif ted from disdain to profound loathing. The host's action salign with the characteristics of favelin, rewarded with 1,000 villain points. 1,000 villain points? Suming scafedenwardly, feeling the word was rotherpoultry. Nevertheless, it is better than a thing. In his 6th life, Themamintha resolved to embrace thoroughly a favelin, keen counter moment toff demonic deviation during training, which unexpected lie awakened the villain's estemptha remainderment throughout its previous 5 lives. This I stem po cessus a singular function at grants villain points upon the completion of villain story arcs, which can be exchanged for any desiredums within the villain's marketplace. Once has traversed the villain exploder the narrative of this world reaches its conclusion, the system claims it will transport them away from this realm, either ascending to the divine realm or returning to Blue Star. At this juncture, Suming finally found a measure of solace. Since was to be villain, have out to become the most formidable and powerful villain in existence, one thought would instill fear and trepidation in all protagonists until they kneel before him. Chapter 2 The Rebellious Disciple. After the initial uproar among the disciples, disbelief fetched on their faces, their hearts were ruinable to escape it his soft disappointment. Their senior brother was beyond redemption. Before their master, he'd read to brazen lightest the junior sister. Did not fear that their master would strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect? By Kingsuan ways evidently incensed be Su Ming's remarks. Hair white spiritual energy surged forth like Kirajinktérant, hurtle a Katefingers glenched tightly, and she immediately struck out to Unning without an tough mercy. The fire says spiritual force ses Lameden to Su Ming, sending him stick-jarring back several dozen meters. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet steadied himself and wiped away the crimson streak. With calm, deep black ease, hair guarded by Kingsuan's stunning Lamachareva's age, shaking his shade dan non-calent, lie brushing off non-existent dust from ishist. Recalling the original plot, after female protagonist joined the sect, he had continuous lie flaunted disprowess, drawing the attention of numerous female leads, including his own master, Baiching Xuan. However, the Fataveus beautiful master was for from favorable the foolish mole protagonist that exploit her throughout, using her to approach the secret soft Shinuan sect, and tragically, Shultimate Liparashida the hand soft his enemies, still concerned for that female protagonist. Suming Vividla remembered. In his 3rd life, after Bai King Xuan's demise, thought foolish mole protagonist did no Tevin cast the raglance. Itwashu harekta day tombstone for his master and buried here in Thirur mountain soft Shinuan sect. Then, with a sword in hand, Hester met demon sect. That battle was a bloodbath. In the end, avenged by Kingsuan beslaying her mortarer, Yethido was captured by the demon sect, and during 100 days softerment before being Jexican in public. Evidently, under the so-called heaven Larialus off this fantastical world, each life he lived, regardless of his forts, those Malalid swood never born fondness for him. Meanwhile, the foolish mole protagonist, Under the Hey Luft being the main character, effortlessly won their hearts. Each Lifkin clue dead predictably. Huud become the villa indisch besed be female leads, and no mount of effort to alter thys outcome. Thus, in this lifetime, had entirely given up. As she's internal energy surged, Suming maintained a languid demeanor. Stretching, Hesmold faintly, it seems that after a few months apart, Master's cultivation has regressed instead of progressed. Clearly, Master has been quite concerned for her disciple during this time. This remark instant liest off a storm of astonishment among the disciples. They were wary of Suming's audacity, but they had never anticipated his boldness could reach such heights. Even if Master had favored him in the past, no faith hattered, Henatonli showed Normersville to provoke her. Had Hellos Thismond? By King's one glared at them, her chest rising gone falling slightly. Yet, just as Schranger was about to erupt, from the back of the crowd, Ayugerlin White stepped forward. Her head bowed as he spoke softly. Master, senior brother has just returned from celestial prison. Anna was not truly violated behem. Given the hassle ready faced punishment, let us sputh his matter tryst. Thoffer heart brimmed with disgust and a tread towards Suming. She recognized that, Asha stated, he had not genuine her med her, and he hadel ready faced the consequence he served. If she continued to dwell in these incident, it wouldn't lie service fodder for ridicule from theathers. Asanukamer toshin you insect, she did not wish to disrupt the tranquility of these event peak duetto hirongari avances. King Swan regarded Mooching Yen, recognizing Theosai expression on her face. She understood that Mukinji Yan was considering the reputation of these event peak. For something minnow, these event peak had become a topic of fiesta among theater six peaks, and by Kingsuan had been too embarrassed to attend the secta assembly. Sighing with relief, Kingsuan was about to instruct Su Ming to reflect upon his actions in solitude. However, just as Mukinjian finished speaking, Su Ming turned to hair with a broad grin. Gazing at the breathtaking beauty of his little junior sister, he mischievously inquired, as for the 7 absolute temporal veins, I wonder if my little junior sister rasic tivated her vein? At this, Mukinjian momentarily froze. Then her mind wandered in confusion. How did heck know? It was impossible Noonie else should have known about their activating the 3rd vein. She was originalized 7 absolute temporal body, possessing 7 absolute temporal veins. Upon breaking through to a majorium, she needed to activate an impair vein. If she failed to do so, her cultivation would stagnate for eternity. A few months prior, she had reached abital neck and intended to activate her dimper vein in onego. Yet for reasons sunk known, no ton did she fail to activate the impair vein, but she also caused chaos within your spiritual veins. A chaotic spiritual vein could spell death for a cultivator. At that moment, she thought her demise was certain, until in her final moments of consciousness, she glimpsed a handsome face, sparsely obscured by a mask, with a pair of starry eyes gazing gather with concern. Then, she fell into a warm brace, losing gal awareness. When she woke once more, her body was unharmed, and remarkably, her dimperor vein had been successfully activated, her cultivation advancing rapidly. Shesupto fin the person ho hey dated her, Butilas, despite his earching high and low throughout, he shinu insect, she found us. Now, upon hearing Suming mention her emperor vein, her mind inevitably drifted o thought benefactor, and seeing Suming's wicked smile, she shook her head vehemently, resolute liar, fusing to believe a thought the person who had helped her, the critical senior brother. He must have a discovered themeter while less spying on her. This speepington was sutter lie, worthy of being her senior brother. On the other hand, seeing Theshif tinge expressions in Mukinjian's face, Suminjin wardly scoffed. Mentioning the emperor vein wasmerl yaploy to tease her, to observe her reaction. As she anticipated, Mukinjian lifted her gaze, her cold eyes locking onto him his hair plied icily. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but regarding the emperor vein, Master Hastate didest remain confidential. The implication was clear. In her heart, Suming was akin to an outsider. No, perhaps a vinlist hand that after all, Shwood nother born warrant had disdain for a stranger. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming loathing for him. Suming had Javinya Pintai. Regarding Mukinjian's attitude, he displayed nonchalant indifference. Thus, after Mukinjian spoke, Hesmeldan nodded, then waved to Shand, enveloping her de la cateformanagastof wind and pulling her close. He gazed at her in paralleled beauty. Grinning widely, he said, "In that case, will my little junior sister truly let thmiteroft hat debelaterist?" Mu Kinjiankeln shed her small hand slightly, gritting her teeth in frustration, before slowly nodding in acquiescence. Suming chuckled, gently tucking Gastrand off her hair behind her, and amidst Hestonish expression soft he her disciples, shamelessly declared, "Since that is the case, I suppose I shall not return my little junior sister's personal belongings." Mu Kinjian's face darkened. By King Suin ways Aqualion sensed, purchase thieving with her. She could never have imagined that the discipline she had taken instance second who'd would grow into some unashamed character, brazenly admitting to stealing her junior sister's personal items while speaking so apologetically. Scheffel timber acid for him. Rebellious disciple, getteth thee spiritual punishment halitants. Within 10 days, without my permission, you are not tossed about scythe hal off spiritual punishment. She commanded with an authoritative tone, her formidable spiritual nerve erupting like Herodian trainbow, effectively severing the distance between Iming and Muchingyan. Suming non-calent Li Shukisht. Casting a fleeting Linseat Muchingyan, he turned away, presenting his bacto by King Suin and the visiples. Here I Zedishandan snapped his fingers, prompting the enormous demon ponix, which had been quiet lie lingering nearby, talatau tapir sing theski. It then transformed into ammonitrophenix enveloped violet flames, perching gracefully upon his shoulder. Onaman and Donophoenix. Thestrodian to Thesan set, their figures elongate infinite libeth erasoff sunlight streaming behind them. Chapter 3. The grand performance is about to commence at the Spirit Punishment Hall, 9th Prison Peak. Atop the summit, enveloped by a barrier of spiritual energy, Su Ming donned a pristine white robe and sat before a chessboard. With one hand holding a white piece, he furrowed his brow in contemplation before finally placing it down. "I have triumphed." A faint smile graced his lips as he lifted a cup of fragrant tea and savored a sip. "Su Xiaohuang, you have gone to great lengths to summon me from the celestial prison merely to engage in a game of chess." Across from him, a youth clad in black attire wore an expression of resignation. "I am not as leisurely as you. The prisoners in my jurisdiction are quite unruly and require constant supervision." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. When I next visit the celestial prison, I shall certainly take it upon myself to discipline them." "Next time?" The black-clad youth's gaze sharpened with alarm as he hurriedly chuckled. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from going. I fear that your presence might lead to the celestial prison's very dismantling." Su Ming smirked slightly. "To be honest, the so-called Heavenly Tribulation Emperor of your celestial prison is rather underwhelming. His Heavenly Tribulation Dragon array still has much room for improvement." The youth's lips twitched at it seemed that only Su Xiaohuang from the entire Northern Spirit Domain would dare utter such words about their Heavenly Tribulation Emperor. "Indeed. I comprehend." He nodded earnestly, mentally vowing to keep this sentiment to himself at all costs. Revealing it would surely jeopardize his life. Yu Ming cast a disinterested glance at him. Then, with a swift motion, he overturned the chessboard before him. Countless pieces levitated in midair, intertwining to form an intricate and obscure ancient spiritual array. He reached into the array with his fingers, gently adjusting 2 pieces. As the pieces shifted, the entire array collapsed instantaneously, revealing a colossal character for forest that slowly emerged at its center. "Assist me in locating someone," Su Ming stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, the black-clad youth's expression turned serious, and he quickly clasped his fists. "Please, do tell." A slight grin appeared at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. "The Lin family of North City." "Lin Chongfeng? North City? The Lin family?" The youth's eyes filled with confusion. "As far as I am aware, they are merely an inconsequential family. The Lin family perhaps held some renown a few centuries ago, but they have since fallen into decline. Lin Chongfeng seems to be the son of the family head, having been betrothed in childhood to the daughter of the Tai Xian sect's leader. I am unsure why Su Xiaohuang seeks him. I have heard that recently, the Tai Xian sect sent someone to annul Lin Chongfeng's engagement. I cannot vouch for the truth of that rumor. If you wish to meet him, I can bring him here." Yu Ming appeared contemplative, tapping his fingers lightly against the chessboard. Then, he broke into a smile. "No need. Simply eliminate him and eradicate the Lin family entirely." The youth was momentarily taken aback. Hu Ming's indifferent gaze swept over him, and in the next instant, an overwhelming aura bore down upon him, causing his body to tremble. Hu Ming's cold voice resonated clearly in his ears. "Do not question my decisions. Act tonight. If you fail to kill him, then obliterate the Lin family. Afterwards, return directly to the celestial prison. There is no need to return to my side." The youth was drenched in cold sweat, his heart trembling. Truly, he was a terrifying presence, having breached the celestial prison's divine demon zone in just a month. He had spent centuries in the celestial prison to reach his current level. Yet before him, Su Xiaohuang had accomplished this feat in merely a month. The sheer force of his aura was enough to crush 10 of him. It was hard to believe that this was merely a young man in his early 20s. It seemed the warden had spoken true. If he desired, Su Xiaohuang could easily dominate all the talents on the Northern Spirit Domain's heavenly rankings, as you command. He respectfully clasped his fists, not daring to disobey. He then prepared to rise and depart. However, at that moment, a spatial rift was suddenly torn open in the heavens, and a somewhat aged figure, beaming with joy, descended. "Forgive my lack of formal greeting, I am Du Songhai, the current sect leader of the Divine Transformation sect, and I am honored to meet you," left Envoy Han. Upon the old man's arrival, his wrinkled visage radiated warmth as he did not even glance at Su Ming. His fervent gaze instead fixed upon the black-clad youth. He then bowed respectfully to the youth. The left envoy of the celestial prison held a status far superior to that of the sect leader, not only in rank but also in strength, many times over. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such deference. Given the recent events regarding the Seventh Peak's eldest disciple, Su Ming, being sent to the celestial prison for punishment, coupled with his early return today, Du Songhai naturally drew numerous conclusions. He cast a stern glance at Su Ming and admonished, "Have you committed some transgression in the celestial prison that necessitated left envoy Han's long journey to find you? Su Ming, your actions within our sect have long been sufficient grounds for expulsion. Were it not for your master's intercession, do you believe you would still remain in my divine transformation sect?" As his stern reprimands fell, Su Ming remained unfazed, casually sipping his tea. Han Imo, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Goodness, even Su Xiaohuang dares to reprimand him. This old man possesses quite the audacity. At the very least, I would not dare to speak to Su Ming in such a manner. Otherwise, it would not require Su Ming's intervention. Our warden would likely tear him apart. He could never forget the stunning scene he had once stumbled upon, where the petite figure of their warden lay curled up at the end of the celestial prison's divine demon zone, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, shyly nestled in Su Ming's embrace. Looking up and pressing a kiss upon him, he could hardly fathom that the fiery-tempered and capricious warden would engage in such an act with Su Ming. Once, a top talent from the demon sect had pursued her, only to be sent into the abyss with a single slap, his fate unknown. He had once believed that the warden might end her days in solitude, unable to find a companion. Who would have thought to witness such a shocking scene? His admiration for Su Ming was boundless. Yet, Du Songhai's demeanor towards Su Ming puzzled him. Su Xiaohuang's talents were incomparably superior to those so-called prodigies on the Northern Spirit Domain's rankings. Yet, this disciple was treated with such casual reprimands. Observing Su Ming's calm expression, he felt a deep sense of respect. If it were him, he certainly could not endure such treatment. "Your courtesy is noted, sect leader Du I in light of Su Ming's influence." Han Imo smiled slightly, offering a perfunctory compliment to Du Songhai, and continued, "I am merely passing through today, catching up with a friend, and shall not impose further on sect leader Du Songhai was taken aback. "Why are you leaving so soon? Surely it must be Su Ming's inadequate hospitality that has offended you. This disciple truly does not understand why Bai Qinxian keeps him around. If he were to be expelled sooner, there would be far fewer complications." He knew the envoys of the celestial prison were resolute in their words, and upon hearing Han Mo's statement, he did not dare to retain him, only expressing his regret. "Then I shall not hinder left envoy Han's affairs. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I hope you will visit my divine transformation sect again, and we will ensure that you are treated with the utmost respect." Han Imo smiled lightly. he stepped forward and gently patted Du Songhai's shoulder, speaking enigmatically, "In due time. Opportunities will arise." Du Songhai was taken aback, unable to believe that Hanamo would speak to him so amicably. This was entirely uncharacteristic of the left envoy's demeanor. Could it be that he had taken an interest in the divine transformation sect, perhaps in one of its disciples? Most certainly. He had heard that the seventh peak had recently accepted a female disciple, possessing an imperial lineage and the potential to ascend to the throne. Could it be that left envoy Han had his sights set on her? By the time Du Songhai returned to his senses, Hanamo had vanished like a streak of divine light, disappearing into the horizon. He wore a look of regret, lamenting the lost opportunity to ally with Hanamo, turning his gaze towards Su Ming, who sat quietly sipping tea. He felt a surge of anger and slammed his palm down, shattering the stone table before him into dust. As fragments flew through the air, Su Ming set down his teacup and regarded Du Songhai with an unfathomably calm gaze. "From this day forth, should you continue to harass the female disciples of our sect, I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect, if Bai Qinxian pleads for your case. I will also revoke her position as peak master." His frosty words reverberated in Su Ming's ears. Upon hearing this, Su Ming offered a faint smile, nodding gently. "Humph." Seeing him so compliant, Du Songhai snorted coldly, his spiritual energy surging as he departed from the scene. Once he had left, Su Ming tidied up the shattered stone table. He then crouched down to pick up a fragment of the chessboard. However, at the moment he stood up, the previously gentle and warm depths of his eyes revealed a glimmer of profound and fierce intent. The grand performance is indeed about to commence. Chapter 4. Younger Martial Sister. Mu Qingyin. Beneath the night sky, the bright moon hung in the heavens. A graceful young man arrived at the 9th prison peak, gliding on a flying sword. "Elder brother," the young man gazed at Su Ming, who was seated on the stone platform amidst the peaks, eyes closed in meditation. His palms clenched tightly, teeth gritted as he spoke through clenched jaws. "You are fully aware of junior sister Qingyin's character, yet you committed such beastly acts against her. How are the other disciples of the sect supposed to regard her from now on? How is she to conduct herself? Today, I demand justice for her." His eyes glimmered like cold stars, the sharp tip of his long sword aimed directly at Su Ming. Alas! A soft sigh escaped into the night. Su Ming opened his eyes and regarded the furious disciple before him. Shaking his head, "I find your attitude quite unsatisfactory." Enraged, the youth retorted, "You are unworthy of being the senior brother of the 7th peak." Su Ming chuckled. This disciple, named Lu Xiaolin, possessed a natural sword body and was also a brother to the future male protagonist. However, during their entrance into the divine realm and the unlocking of the hidden secrets of the Zhangtian, he was manipulated by the protagonist and met his demise within the mysteries, tragically believing until his last breath that the protagonist had been sincere towards him. In the next moment, Su Ming lightly flicked a finger. With a resounding clang, Lu Xiaolin's sword slipped from his grasp. His face reddening as he stumbled and fell to the ground, Lu Xiaolin was taken aback. He knew his senior brother was formidable, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Despite being at the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, before his senior brother, he felt like a helpless child. When Lu Xiaolin raised his gaze, Su Ming's cold silhouette stood before him, a slender, fair hand reaching out towards him. With a disdainful snort, Lu Xiaolin turned his head away. Su Ming merely smiled, unfazed, turning his back. "You should concern yourself less with my affairs with junior sister." With reddened eyes, Lu Xiaolin replied, "Senior brother, you were never like this before." Su Ming gave a light scoff. "I will grant you 3 seconds to vacate my sight. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to cripple your cultivation and cast you aside." Lu Xiaolin gritted his teeth fiercely, casting one last resentful glance at Su Ming's back before retrieving his fallen sword and fleeing. Disappointment toward his senior brother filled his heart. Su Ming, hands clasped behind him, did not look back as he calmly addressed the 2 guards below the peak of captivity. "Fetch me 2 jars of the finest peach blossom wine." In the moonlit night, the guards, faces darkened, retorted, "We can get the wine, but who will bear the cost of the spirit stones?" Su Ming smirked. "Whoever summoned me here, let them account for it, if it comes to that." Ask my master. Truly, the most renowned senior brother of the ninth peak possessed an audacious lack of shame. At this moment, Mu Qingyin had long returned to her abode atop the ninth peak. Just the thought of the incident from 3 months prior set her heart ablaze with frustration, her eyes brimming with loathing and disdain. Upon first entering the Divine Yin sect, she had believed Su Ming to be a refined and graceful senior brother, a paragon of virtue akin to a celestial gentleman. In those early days, a flicker of affection had sparked within her heart. However, as she grew more acquainted with him, she came to realize that the notions of refinement and virtue were mere facades. That senior brother was nothing but a despicable rogue. The memory of having once felt a flutter for such a villain made her stomach churn with revulsion. Why does such a scoundrel not perish within the celestial prison? Mu Qingyin cursed in a fury, her disdain intensifying to the point where even her desire to cultivate dwindled. How could she focus when her mind was in turmoil? She opened her door and stepped outside. Finding solace beside the purple bamboo grove, inhaling the crisp night air deeply, which alleviated her state somewhat. Yet, a lingering sense of frustration and suffocation remained. Su Ming would only be confined for 10 days due to his master's punishment. Once those 10 days elapsed, he would return to the ninth peak, continuing to cultivate alongside them, remaining the same despicable rogue. She could not help but envision the possibility of him committing even more shameless acts against her. The mere thought made her wish to plunge a sword into his heart, ending his life on the spot. Had she known, she would never have joined the Divine Yin sect. She would have simply followed her family's arrangements and gone to that so-called Taichu holy land to cultivate, eventually becoming the holy maiden of that place, avoiding conflicts with her parents and never encountering such a shameless scoundrel as Su Ming. Yet, she felt an unwillingness to surrender to fate. She resented the idea of her destiny being controlled by others. Once she joined the Taichu holy land, her fate would be entirely in the hands of the sect, and that so-called holy maiden was merely a pawn for political marriages with other powers. That was not the conclusion she desired, hence her rebellion against her family. Leading her to the Divine Yin sect, Mu Qingyin raised her delicate hand, sweeping aside a swath of the purple bamboo grove. Though it did little to quell her pent-up resentment, her gaze turned toward the towering peak of captivity, where the one she loathed, though imprisoned at its summit, appeared to thrive in a carefree manner. Further stoking her anger. Su, once I break through to the condensation pill realm and ascend to the nirvana stage, I will surely settle the score with you. Just wait. In this world, martial artists held dominion. With formidable cultivation, one could act with impunity. However, Mu Qingyin knew that her senior brother was merely at the pinnacle of the condensation pill realm, having yet to step into nirvana. While he might seem impressive within the confines of the Divine Yin sect, compared to the disciples of the celestial dynasties and sacred lands throughout the northern spirit domain, he was nothing. The hierarchy of cultivators in this world was strictly defined, with the chasm between each realm akin to a vast gulf. From lowest to highest, there are 9 major realms: Qi refining, returning to origin, condensation pill, nirvana, spirit sovereign, divine emperor, holy realm, emperor realm, and divine sovereign. Mu Qingyin had already opened her 3rd imperial vein, placing her at the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm. Once she opened her 4th imperial vein, it would not be long before she advanced to nirvana. Nirvana cultivators could move mountains and seas, soar through the skies, and in the mundane world, they were unrivaled. Capable of establishing their own sects, Mu Qingyin was confident that, with her innate talent, she would surpass Su Ming and reach nirvana first. At that time, she would no longer endure humiliation. Alas, your senior brother's actions are the fault of the master. Suddenly, a soft sigh echoed, and Bai Qingxian, unbeknownst to her, had appeared behind Mu Qingyin. Clad in azure robes, her 3,000 strands of hair elegantly coiled atop her head, her exquisite and flawless visage radiated a mature allure far beyond that of a mere girl like Mu Qingyin. Master, Mu Qingyin greeted respectfully. Bai Qingxian regarded her, speaking softly, "Do you still harbor resentment towards me for not punishing your senior brother more severely?" Mu Qingyin lowered her head, reluctant to delve into the topic. "The disciple dares not." Bai Qingxian shook her head with a smile. "Since you wish to avoid the subject, I shall refrain from discussing it. I have come to speak with you about another matter. Please, master, go ahead. Bai Qingxian hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few days ago, your parents sought me out. Your Mu family in South City is considered a top-tier clan, and their intentions were clear. They wish for me to persuade you to leave the Divine Yin sect and go to the Taichu Holy Land. Mu Qingyin froze momentarily before shaking her head vehemently. I will not go. That may no longer be your decision, Bai Qingxian replied. Your parents have informed me that the Taichu Holy Land is already aware of the imperial veins, and without the consent of the Mu family, they have betrothed you to the holy son of the sect. They will not allow you to cultivate alone outside. Therefore, after the sect competition, if you do not return, the Taichu Holy Land will dispatch powerful individuals to retrieve you, and your Mu family will be powerless against them. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyin's delicate face turned pale, her pearly teeth biting into her red lips. I do not wish to go. Can they truly force me? Bai Qingxian shook her head. Isn't this world dictated by the strong? Even our Divine Yin sect is but a minor force before the Taichu Holy Land, and I, as your master, lack the power to protect you. Mu Qingyin's eyes reddened. Master, I will not go. Even when faced with the senior brother's previous disrespect, she had never felt such humiliation. Why could she not have control over her own destiny? Bai Qingxian sighed softly. I have said all I can. The rest is for you to contemplate. There is still a month until the sect competition, so use this time wisely. Regardless of what occurs, until the competition ends, you remain my disciple. 10 days later marked Su Ming's departure from the 9th peak of captivity. Before leaving, he received a secret letter. To Prince Su, I have been ordered to proceed to the Lin family in North City. Initially, I intended to follow your command and behead all 99 members of the Lin family. However, the legitimate son of the Lin family, Lin Changfeng, has a mysterious powerful ally protecting him, allowing him to escape my pursuit. He ultimately vanished into the northern wilderness mountains, presumably heading towards the Divine Yin sect. I have returned to the celestial prison, and should this individual harbor a grudge against you, I will promptly dispatch the celestial prison's spirit slayer to ambush him, ensuring he has no avenue of escape. Additionally, the lord of the prison has learned of your return to the sect and expressed her desire to seek you out. The preceding news was rather ordinary. Yet upon reading the last line, Su Ming's expression turned peculiar. Damn it, that sickly Lu Hanyin is coming? He rubbed his forehead in exasperation and sent a message to Hanimo. Simply 2 words, no need. There is no need to resort to the assassination of Lin Changfeng. Annihilating his entire family would suffice. This foolish male protagonist still wishes to prolong his torment. How else could he vent the frustrations accumulated over 5 lifetimes if he is not driven to his demise? As for Lu Hanyin, this woman was once celebrated as the most beautiful maiden of the Northern Spirit Domain, and is also the heir to the throne of the Lu clan, one of the 3 great celestial dynasties of the Northern Spirit Domain. However, she later relinquished her claim to the title of Empress and chose to oversee the celestial prison, becoming a figure of immense dread in the eyes of all within the Northern Spirit Domain. Su Ming, however, is aware that Lu Hanyin is destined to become a villainess in the future. She kills without a second thought and possesses an overwhelming possessiveness, akin to a lovesick maiden, in the original narrative. She is in direct opposition to the male lead and ultimately meets her end at his hands. Yet, what troubles him is that, for reasons unknown in this lifetime, this lovesick maiden has harbored a profound curiosity towards him since their first encounter. Eventually, in a fit of passion, she confesses her feelings and even seizes him for a fervent kiss. Being the object of affection for a lovesick maiden is hardly a blessing. Su Ming shakes his head and departs from the 9th prison peak. At the base of the mountain, 2 guards observe his graceful retreat, too intimidated to intervene. The Divine Transformation sect, situated at the edge of the Northern Wilderness mountain range, is one of the 5 major sects within the Northern Wilderness. The sect comprises 9 peaks, stretching over thousands of miles, with the first 7 peaks serving as the primary summits, while the 7th peak, where Su Ming resides, is positioned at the far end. The remaining 2 peaks, the 8th peak, a secondary summit for elders and sect leaders to cultivate or convene sect meetings, and the 9th peak, a place of confinement, are where disciples guilty of significant transgressions are imprisoned. Unlike those other wayward disciples, Su Ming enjoys a carefree existence atop his peak. Upon leaving the 9th prison peak, Su Ming heads directly towards the steep summit of the 7th peak, where his enchanting master, Bai Qingqian, resides. The pinnacle is considered a forbidden zone for the disciples of the other 7 peaks. Without Bai Qingqian's permission, no one is allowed to approach. However, Su Ming has never adhered to these restrictions imposed by his beautiful master. Within a small bamboo grove at the summit, a delicate and silky grand formation lies inverted, refracting a gentle rainbow glow, while visible streams of purple spiritual energy waft from within. Beside it flows a cascading waterfall, where countless celestial birds and spirit fish frolicked. The center of this grand formation stands Bai Qingqian's pavilion. Su Ming muses that such a spiritually rich place would be delightful to inhabit for a few nights, although he wonders if his beautiful master would permit it. Shaking his head, Su Ming effortlessly traverses the barrier of the grand formation and arrives before the pavilion. Raising his gaze to the exquisitely crafted chamber ahead, Bai Qingqian is likely inside, engaged in her cultivation. Su Ming has already sensed her presence and gently pushes open the door. The wooden door creaks open, and an incredibly soothing fragrance envelopes him, filling the dimly lit room with a serene chill. His eyes fall upon his beautiful master, who sits on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Her delicate face pale, beads of fragrant sweat adorning her forehead, and her aura notably unstable as spiritual energy trembles around her. Su Ming's gaze lingers on Bai Qingqian's mature and alluring visage, gradually descending, and he cannot help but smirk mischievously. Upon entering, he closes the door behind him. The light within the room dims even further. Bai Qingqian suddenly senses Su Ming's presence and slowly opens her eyes, only to find the disciple she had punished with confinement in the prison peak leisurely approaching her bedside, his eyes glinting with mischief. Panic seizes Bai Qingqian, and she exclaims sharply, "Su Ming, what are you planning?" "I am your master." Her flustered demeanor does not escape Su Ming's notice. With a smirk, he muses that Bai Qingqian truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the divine transformation sect. The aura of sophistication surrounding her is incomparable to that of the inexperienced junior sisters. It is no wonder that she is regarded as the goddess in the hearts of countless male disciples within the sect. With this thought, he lowers his gaze slightly, his eyes playfully fixed on Bai Qingqian as he leisurely states, "Master, feel free to call out for help, but if the junior sisters and brothers discover that we, a man and a woman, are alone together in this chamber, I wonder what thoughts might cross their minds." Fuming, Bai Qingqian grits her teeth and retorts, "How did you breach my spiritual formation? Have you tampered with my formation's core?" Su Ming shakes his head, dismissing her concerns. "There's no need for alarm. A mere spiritual formation is easily dismantled by me. You?" Bai Qingqian's fury surges within her, and she becomes acutely aware of her own vulnerability. Having donned only a thin garment, the feeling of shame floods her being as she commands, "Get out," pointing towards the door, suppressing her anger as she speaks coldly. Unfazed, Su Ming smiles and replies, "I assure you, my intentions are entirely innocent. I merely recognize that the spiritual cold toxin within you periodically flares up, so I came to offer you warmth." Bai Qingqian clenches her delicate hands into fists. If it weren't for the chaotic state of her spiritual energy, a result of the cold toxin's influence, she would have easily subdued Su Ming. However, in her current state, she can only harbor thoughts of expelling this audacious disciple who has dared to disrespect her. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she spits out a mouthful of blood, her energy dwindling in an instant, her complexion paling drastically. The cold toxin ravages her, and the backlash of spiritual energy causes her to sway unsteadily. Nearly fainting, quick to react, Su Ming seizes her soft body, pulling her into his embrace, allowing her to rest against him as she struggles to catch her breath. The warmth of his masculine presence envelopes Bai Qingqian, and her formerly pale cheeks begin to flush with a tempting hue, her weak hands pushing against Su Ming. But she finds herself unable to budge him. Su Ming grasps one of her delicate hands, his gaze dark and intent as he gently warns, "If you persist in resisting, your spiritual veins will be irreparably damaged. Do you wish to forfeit your cultivation? I assure you, I have no intention of harming you." Chapter 6. Truly irresistible. The cold toxin plaguing Bai Qin Xian is a backlash from the heavenly grade technique, the 10,000 spirits cold art, which he has cultivated. On this day each month, the cold toxin erupts within her, rendering her utterly powerless and at her most vulnerable. The cold toxin is an embodiment of extreme coldness, and only a spiritual object of pure yang can suppress it. Yet, in the northern wilderness mountain range, such spiritual objects are scarce, let alone those of pure yang. Bai Qin Xian has searched for months without success. However, Su Ming is aware that the upcoming protagonist, Lin Changfeng, possesses a pure yang physique and carries numerous pure yang spiritual objects. It is precisely due to his protagonist aura, coupled with his awareness of Bai Qin Xuan's condition, that he has been able to draw closer to her. With this thought in mind, Su Ming gazes down at Bai Qin Xuan's soft, weakened body, his eyes fixating on her delicately lowered eyelashes and her stunningly rosy face. After a moment of silence, he softly murmurs, "One misstep leads to another. The path you tread in your past 5 lifetimes was fraught with errors. Were it not for your potential usefulness and the fact that you raised me from childhood, I would not concern myself with your fate in this lifetime." With no qualms about taking advantage of his beautiful master, Su Ming figures that if he is to assist her in suppressing the cold toxin, he might as well collect some interest. Bai Qin Xuan's forehead glistens with beads of sweat as an overwhelming chill surges from within her, her entire being becoming frigid to the core as the cold toxin fully erupts. Her consciousness begins to blur, and in her haze, she can only vaguely hear Su Ming's voice beside her. Su Ming gently lays her trembling, icy body back on the bed and, with a swift motion, produces a sharp dagger. "Once our blood mingles, master, I trust you will be most grateful to me in the future." His eyes glimmer as he contemplates the surprise he will present to Bai Qin Xian once the foolish male protagonist arrives on the mountain. With that, he draws the dagger across his wrist. A crimson line appearing as blood flows forth. The color of his blood is an eerily striking shade of crimson gold, and as it spills, an immense surge of spiritual energy floods forth, instantly dissipating the cold atmosphere in the room. Bai Qin Xian reacts instinctively, her hazy consciousness driving her to open her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixated fervently on the wound on Su Ming's wrist. As she observes the blood flowing from the wound, an unexpected thirst arises within her. In the next moment, as the cold toxin threatens to erupt once more, she disregards all caution, swiftly pulling Su Ming towards her. With a sudden twist, her alabaster form pins him beneath her, and she leans down to bite his wrist, eagerly drinking in the spiritual energy from his blood. Ouch! Su Ming winces slightly. However, his dark eyes remain locked onto Bai Qin Xuan's face, which is gradually becoming more flushed. A smirk curls at the corner of his mouth as he murmurs, "Having tasted my blood, master, there will be no turning back for you. Just wait and see how I will bring that foolish male protagonist to his demise before your very eyes." Within her body, the formidable energy of the 9-yang absolute physique could at least assist Bai Qin Xian in suppressing the cold poison for a duration of 3 months. By then, she should be able to discover alternative methods to control the affliction. After the passage of a mere incense stick's worth of time, the cold poison within Bai Qin Xian had been subdued significantly. She swallowed the last remnants of the 9-yang energy, finally releasing Su Ming. Her delicate lips slightly flushed as she breathed heavily, the haze and confusion in her eyes gradually dissipating. Then, she beheld Su Ming beneath her, their gazes locking. As Bai Qin Xuan's consciousness returned, she struggled to recall what Su Ming had just done to her. However, an unexpected wave of shame and anger surged within her. This rebellious disciple dared to be so audacious with her, truly incorrigible. Sensing the energy within her body could be summoned, she wasted no time and directly unleashed her power, sending Su Ming tumbling off the bed. Bang! Su Ming swiftly turned to confront her, his eyes glinting with mischief. Bai Qin Xian hastily rose from the bed, draping herself in a nearby outer garment, her charming face flushed with indignation as she glared at Su Ming. "How dare he humiliate even his master?" she remarked coldly, her gaze somewhat indifferent, though deep within her eyes flickered a hint of emotion that Su Ming could not perceive. Su Ming, however, fixated on the elegant, snow-white legs of his beautiful master, then smiled gently, smirking as he said, "Master, it was you who suffered a cold poison episode and nearly harmed your disciple. Have you forgotten all that?" Bai Qingxian retorted angrily. "You defied the Seven Peaks prohibition and intruded into my chamber. Do you take me for blind?" Su Ming coughed lightly. "I am unaware of what Master is referring to. Today marks the day of my release from confinement, and I intended to pay my respects. Yet, Master fell victim to her cold poison and sought to harm me. If word of this act of killing a disciple were to spread, it would not trouble me. But your reputation, Master, would suffer." He shook his head with a tsk. Bai Qingxian, taken aback, gazed at him with a piercing look. "Get out." Su Ming nodded, smiling. "Master, do not forget to send 20 spirit stones to the 9th prison peak. I have enjoyed quite a bit of their peach blossom brew these past few days." Bai Qingxian clenched her delicate hand, observing the teasing smile adorning Su Ming's handsome face. She found it hard to comprehend how her once obedient disciple had transformed into this audacious figure. Ultimately, all her disappointment morphed into a soft sigh, and she couldn't help but ponder why her cold poison had been suppressed so swiftly this time, and why the energy within her was now several times more abundant than before. With these thoughts, she could surmise a few things about Su Ming's earlier actions, stirring her heart further. As her words escaped her lips, Bai Qingxian immediately regretted them. Before she could speak again, Su Ming raised his hand, gently sniffing his finger that had just touched her body. The alluring fragrance lingered. The scent of his master was not something just anyone could experience. "How fragrant," he remarked with a smile. Bai Qingxuan's face darkened suddenly, her heart swelling with shame and anger, her feelings fluttering unexpectedly. Unbeknownst to herself, her cheeks turned a rare shade of crimson, and not wishing Su Ming to witness her flustered state, she deliberately clapped her hands to shoo him away. In her chamber, Bai Qingxian patted her slightly heated cheeks, the scent of Su Ming's cool masculine aura still lingering in her nostrils, her face becoming exceedingly rosy. Then, recalling how Su Ming had also been audacious with Mu Qingyan, a trace of resentment flickered in her beautiful eyes. This fickle-hearted scoundrel. Outside the room, Su Ming appeared quite at ease. Ding. The host's actions aligned with the villain's narrative, defying his master. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Not easy, Su Ming mused. He turned to glance back at the now closed door, a smile tugging at his lips. Had it been another man acting so brazenly towards Bai Qingxian, she would have surely drawn her sword against him. However, he couldn't deny that seeing his beautiful master blush held a unique charm, and indeed, her scent was quite delightful. With a shake of his head, Su Ming turned and departed from the scene. Chapter 7. Who dares to covet the one my senior brother has set his sights on? At the main peak, in the Taifan Hall. This is a place where disciples of the Shenyanzong can undertake minor tasks to earn spirit stones. Naturally, considering the relatively low cultivation levels of these disciples, most tasks involve mundane chores within the sect. For instance, when an elder feels fatigued from training, they may spend a certain amount of spirit stones to post a task, seeking a strong male disciple for a massage. The disciple earns spirit stones, and the elder's weary body is relieved. Perhaps, in their delight, the elder might even offer guidance to the disciple. Such tasks are highly sought after, with many vying for them. Additionally, there are occasionally female elders who practice unique techniques and prefer cleanliness, posting tasks for disciples to clean their chambers, offering 1 spirit stone per cleaning. If the service meets their satisfaction, these female elders may even treat the disciples to spirit delicacies to nourish them, and they can even arrange for monthly services. In summary, even disciples can post tasks here, as long as they possess spirit stones to pay the rewards. Although the Shenyanzong is one of the 5 major sects in the Western Wilderness domain, it primarily recruits disciples from impoverished families in the mountain ranges and from ordinary families nearby, allowing only those with some aptitude to join the sect for cultivation. Nonetheless, these disciples hail from humble beginnings, and spirit stones are indispensable in their cultivation journey, as they contain vast amounts of spiritual energy. During cultivation, one must absorb this energy. However, due to the scarcity of natural spiritual energy, it's exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to reach higher realms without spirit stones. This is why most disciples in Shenyanzong strive diligently to earn spirit stones, because they are impoverished. Aspiring to alter their fates through cultivation, how can they achieve their goals without spirit stones? Spirit stones also come in various grades. In the Western Wilderness domain, the most common is the low-grade spirit stone, with higher-grade spirit stones and the legendary celestial spirit stones existing as well. 1 celestial spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone equals 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the sect, 80% of the disciples cannot even produce a single low-grade spirit stone, underscoring the allure of tasks at the Taifan Hall for them. Easy and trivial tasks that yield spirit stones without risk. Who wouldn't be drawn to that? At this moment, within the Taifan Hall, a beautiful junior sister from one of the peaks was responsible for task registration, while another female disciple managed the posting of tasks on the spiritual screens beside each stone pillar. The Taifan Hall was overseen by a blind elder, yet few disciples ever encountered this elder, who primarily employed female disciples with spirit stones to manage the hall's affairs. This junior sister was quite lovely. With bright eyes, delicate brows, and soft, rosy lips, her charming ears glistening slightly. Thus, despite there being several registration points, hers attracted the most visitors. However, these were merely the spoiled children of the sect, relying on their modest spirit stones. Loitering about to seek amusement from the junior sisters. Yao Yao, I am Ling Jianren, the third-ranked disciple of the 5th peak. You may call me Brother Ling. I wish to register a task. A rather handsomely dressed male disciple approached, smiling at the junior sister behind the spiritual platform, producing 2 spirit stones and placing them before her with an air of arrogance. 2 spirit stones was no trifling amount, drawing numerous gazes towards them. The junior sister, peering up from behind the crystal-crafted spiritual platform, revealed her exquisitely beautiful face. Yet upon seeing the man before her, her brows furrowed slightly. Brother Ling, what task do you wish to register? Ling Jianren grinned. Actually, I would like to invite Yao Yao to accompany me to the peak to enjoy the scenery. For an afternoon, these 2 spirit stones are yours, enough to cover your wages for 10 days. What do you think, junior sister? Consider it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao Yao, though of humble origin and lacking any background, adhered to her principles and was far from the sort of girl who would easily yield. Having witnessed many dark dealings since her arrival, she felt a twinge of anger towards Ling Jianren. Brother, if you have a task, please state it. I'm quite busy. Her expression remained impassive as she reminded him. This cold demeanor only served to invigorate Ling Jianren's interest. He found it amusing to watch such a frigid little sister as she descended into darkness for a mere handful of spirit stones. Bang! He boldly produced a handful of spirit stones, slamming them down before Zhou Yao Yao, tauntingly declaring, 10 spirit stones, are you in or not? Zhou Yao Yao could only wonder, what sort of person is this? Behind Ling Jianren, 2 of his loyal followers shook their heads in exasperation. One of them gazed enviously at the 10 spirit stones, murmuring, if only senior brother Ling were to grant me these 10 spirit stones, I would willingly do anything for him. It would be utterly unreasonable to refuse. Upon hearing this, the other follower wore a peculiar expression. Nearby, several disciples from different peaks also shook their heads in disbelief. 10 spirit stones. Although the junior sister was quite beautiful, 10 stones were not a trivial sum. It was indeed a lavish display of generosity. Zhou Yao Yao exhaled softly, Senior Brother Ling, please maintain your dignity. 10 spirit stones would make anyone's heart race, herself included, yet she understood the importance of maintaining one's principles. She had come here to cultivate and alter her fate, not to become a mere plaything. Subject to the whims of others, Ling Jianren narrowed his eyes, a flicker of menace crossing his gaze. Junior sister, is it that you disregard my authority so? Do you truly believe that these 10 spirit stones are insufficient to sway you? As he spoke, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, exerting a powerful pressure directly upon Zhou Yao Yao. She trembled slightly, her delicate face flushing crimson. Ling Jianren scoffed, having never encountered a woman so dismissive of him. My family, the Ling clan, holds a certain standing in the desolate city. Zhou Yao Yao clenched her fists, harboring a fierce desire to land a punch on his face. Unfortunately, despite her decent cultivation talent, she hailed from an ordinary family. Her parents both common folk. She had only begun her cultivation at the age of 15, and after 2 years, she had barely managed to break through to the qi refining stage, entering the returning origin realm. In stark contrast, Ling Jianren, as a direct disciple of the Ling clan, merely sought to experience life in the Xinyuan sect. Although lacking in innate talent, he had amassed considerable resources, now boasting mid-level returning origin realm cultivation, rendering her no match for him. Noticing Zhou Yaoyao biting her lip in silence, her demeanor a mix of anger and helplessness, Ling Jianren smiled slyly. 10 spirit stones? I shall raise the stakes. An afternoon is hardly sufficient. Zhou Yaoyao was thoroughly incensed. This scoundrel. Just as she was about to retort, a mocking laughter echoed from a distance, infused with robust spiritual energy, compelling everyone to glance in that direction. There, beside a colossal white stone pillar, stood a young man in green attire, arms crossed, leaning lazily against the pillar, a smirk adorning his face as he looked their way. He appraised Zhou Yaoyao from head to toe, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. My apologies, but the time today belongs to me, junior sister. This declaration was directed at Ling Jianren, whose expression darkened instantly. Just as he prepared to erupt in anger, he saw two peaked disciples of the returning origin realm approaching, infamous bullies within the sect, their family power surpassing even that of the Ling clan in the desolate city. Ling Jianren stood frozen. One of the disciples seized his collar, cackling. You think you can covet the junior sister that my senior brother has set his sights on? Do you believe you can act recklessly here? On the other side, Su Ming waved dismissively. Throw him out. We shall place a sign in front of the Taifan Hall. Vile individuals and dogs are not permitted. The two disciples giggled maliciously. Senior brother speaks wisely. Junior sister Yaoyao, hasn't he even considered this dog yet? In the next moment, cries of distress resounded as Ling Jianren was hurled away, receiving a thorough beating in the process. Su Ming sported a signature mischievous grin, while the surrounding disciples hastily parted to clear a path for him. With a leisurely demeanor, he approached the spirit platform, propping himself up with one hand while the other glided across Zhou Yaoyao's delicate, radiant face. So soft, he remarked. The crowd fell silent, all faces displaying incredulity. Was this truly the infamous senior brother of the Seven Peaks? How shameless! Zhou Yaoyao dug her nails into her flesh, glaring fiercely at Su Ming. This man was even more despicable than Ling Jianren. Ding. The host's actions align with the villain's archetype. Zhou Yaoyao's disdain for the host increases by 10, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Current villain points have reached 10,000, allowing for one epic sign-in, which will yield substantial rewards. Would you like to sign in? Chapter 8. Is the senior brother in trouble? Signing in is another function of the system, activated when villain points reach 10,000. Of course, each sign-in resets the villain points. However, the rewards for signing in are indeed remarkably generous. For instance, the supreme physique he is currently cultivating, the 9 Young Absolute Body, was obtained during the last sign-in. The more concentrated the spiritual energy at the sign-in location, the more substantial the rewards. Last time, he signed in at the main peak. This time at the Taifan Hall, though, it seemed somewhat lacking. Would you like to sign in at the Taifan Hall? The system inquired again. Let us hold off for now. Ding. Understood. As he concluded his mental dialogue with the system, Su Ming gazed at the exquisite and enchanting face of his junior sister, shaking his head in wonder. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware that within her body lay the seal of a terrifying ancient beast, a descendant of the primordial Dark Ages Chaos Dragon Demon, known for its ferocity and bloodlust. Not long after, the male protagonist ascends the mountain, and Zhou Yaoyao unexpectedly encounters him. Unbeknownst to her, this is all part of the male protagonist's scheme, merely to awaken the beast within her, capturing and refining it to become his formidable trump card. Naively, Zhou Yaoyao places her complete trust in the male protagonist, ultimately leading to the release of the beast within her, resulting in a catastrophe for the Xinyuan sect. Even though the male protagonist's halo shines forth, allowing him to subdue the Chaos Dragon Demon, it leaves the Xinyuan sect in ruins and costs Zhou Yaoyao her life, as she suffers a painful demise, betrayed by her deep trust in him. The beast was originally Zhou Yaoyao's opportunity, ultimately seized by the male protagonist, who conveniently shifts the blame for its release entirely onto her, becoming the hero who saves the Xinyuan sect, worshipped by countless disciples. In his past 5 lives, Su Ming sought to expose the male protagonist's true nature, but regrettably, No one believed him at that time. He lacked a system, a background, and in terms of strength, he was no match for the male protagonist. Forced to watch as his junior sister was reviled and scorned by all disciples, destined to rest forever in the mountains. Her dying breath, she would never realize she had been manipulated by the male protagonist. Reflecting on the past, Su Ming smirked. The Chaos Dragon Demon? Huh? That old fellow dude Songhai loves to put on a show. Once I summon the Chaos Dragon Demon, I'll flatten the main peak of the Xinyuan sect and eliminate that old coot who colludes with the protagonist. What a peaceful thought that would be, given the influence of the heavenly path rules in this world. These female leads would harbor no affection for him. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to him. After all, once the Chaos Dragon Demon is released, Zhou Yaoyao's physique would likely be rendered useless, yet it mattered little to him. Returning to the present, Su Ming picked up the 10 spirit stones left behind by Ling Jianren, weighing them in his hand before disdainfully remarking, "What a world we live in, still resorting to such mundane tactics. Why, dear junior sister Yao Yao would never stoop so low for a mere 10 spirit stones." With that, he pointed to a nearby junior brother, who appeared youthful and dressed quite simply, beckoning him over with a casual gesture. The young disciple hesitated, incredulously taking a couple of steps forward. Su Ming shook his head and tossed the coveted spirit stones, which had ignited envy in countless onlookers, directly in front of the bewildered junior brother. "They're all yours," he said with a lazy smile. The junior brother stood in stunned amazement, his eyes wide as he stared at the gleaming spirit stones on the ground, nearly bowing in gratitude to Su Ming. Now, that was what it meant to be a true big shot. Many were instantly envious. Zhou Yaoyao, however, gritted her teeth and spoke up. "What can you people do? Besides bullying newcomers like us, relying on your status?" Su Ming pondered. "She's right. What else can I do with my junior sister? Ah, I've got it. My bed is large and soft, perfect for discussing life with my junior sister. Of course, if she is scared, we could always switch things up." Initially, Zhou Yaoyao was taken aback by Su Ming's teasing remarks, her chest rising and falling with indignation, barely able to contain her fury. However, upon hearing Su Ming's last words, she paused in confusion. "Switch things up? Discuss life? You mean, switch things up?" Zhou Yaoyao was utterly enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Ming, shouting, "You shameless scoundrel!" Su Ming felt no shame. Instead, he gazed at her with a smile, taking in the full form of his junior sister, with her well-proportioned slender legs and delicate waist. The white moonlit dress she wore accentuated her enchanting curves perfectly. Her skin as fair as snow, and her flowing hair like a cascade of silk. Truly a rare beauty. He straightened his posture, casting a languid glance at the surrounding disciples before addressing Zhou Yaoyao with undeniable authority. "Come to my place tonight. If you don't, I cannot guarantee what the consequences will be." Zhou Yaoyao retorted angrily, "In your dreams. You think you can expel me from the sect?" Su Ming chuckled nonchalantly and turned to leave. "Don't blame your senior brother for not giving you a heads up. You can certainly try not coming." Zhou Yaoyao glared at Su Ming's retreating figure, resolute that she would never set foot in the place that scoundrel resided. Little did she know, as she mentally cursed Su Ming to trip and fall outside, an old man, dressed in tattered garments and hunched over, with his eyes bound by a black cloth, limped into the grand hall. Upon seeing the old man, Zhou Yaoyao's face brightened. He was the master of the Tai Fan Hall. Since her arrival, she hadn't seen him for quite some time, and now, it felt as if she had found a lifeline. She immediately contemplated how to report Su Ming's behavior to the master and hoped he would administer a proper reprimand to that scoundrel. The other disciples in the hall also shifted their gazes slightly upon seeing the old man, especially as he limped directly into the hall and blocked Su Ming's path. They were startled, wondering if he was there to settle scores with Su Ming. Serves him right, countless disciples thought to themselves. The senior brother from the Seven Peaks had always been arrogant. Now that the master of the Tai Fan Hall had appeared, they were eager to see how he would respond after bullying a disciple of theirs. He was bound to receive a thorough lesson. The two bullies that followed Su Ming were also cautious, watching the imposing old man with trepidation. It was said that the master of the Tai Fan Hall was someone even the sect leader dared not provoke. Surely, their senior brother was in for a rough time. Yet Su Ming remained as calm as ever, his expression serene as he regarded the old man. The atmosphere grew momentarily tense, just as everyone expected the old man to erupt in anger. He unexpectedly nodded gently at Su Ming, then stepped aside, gesturing for him to pass, his voice raspy yet respectful. "Young Master Su, please take your leave." In that instant, Zhou Yaoyao's expression froze in disbelief. The other disciples were equally stunned. Yu Ming cast a meaningful glance at the old man and remarked, "Elder Ghost, it seems some disciples in the Taifan Hall are rather unruly and require proper discipline." The old man nodded in understanding. Though his eyes were covered, Zhou Yaoyao felt a shiver run down her spine, as if a pair of cold, indifferent eyes swept over her and settled on her, leaving her devoid of any rebellious spirit. Once Su Ming departed, the old man stepped into the grand hall, walking over to Zhou Yaoyao while conveying through sound transmission, since it is young Master Su's command. "You should pay him a visit tonight." Zhou Yaoyao's complexion paled. She could hardly believe such words came from the master. Was Su Ming's influence truly so formidable that even the usually enigmatic master felt compelled to obey him? Chapter 9. The Wicked Cultivator Woman. Hongyu. In the main peak's training ground, countless disciples were engrossed in their arduous training. As Su Ming passed through, he donned a robe of azure, exuding an ethereal aura with a devil-may-care grin. Many female disciples, upon catching sight of him, hurriedly took a detour. Observing their flustered expressions, Su Ming's two lackeys rushed forward, blocking a rather beautiful female disciple, snarling, "Why are you running? Don't you know this is our senior brother from the Seven Peaks? Not only do you fail to greet him, but you also display such rudeness. Don't think we won't act just because you're a woman." The female disciple was taken aback. Being an ordinary disciple, she had never encountered such intimidation. In her panic, she glanced at Su Ming, whose playful expression nearly brought her to tears. "He, senior brother, those junior sisters from the first peak are quite lovely, though they cannot compare to our Mu junior sister from the Seven Peaks. If you fancy one, shall we have her accompany you for a drink?" One of the lackeys suggested. "Indeed, senior brother, that Mu junior sister has become quite ungrateful, though be favored by you is her fortune. How dare she resist? Next time, we won't even need you to intervene. We can teach her a lesson ourselves." Su Ming approached, patting his lackeys on the shoulders. "You've worked hard." They were taken aback, responding, "It's no trouble at all. Serving senior brother is our duty." Yu Ming chuckled softly. It seemed that his reputation outside the Seven Peaks had been tarnished by these two clods, who were nothing short of imbeciles. No wonder they later became stepping stones for the protagonist's rise. "No need for a junior sister to accompany me for drinks. You two should return to the Seven Peaks and each copy the sect's female virtues scripture 10 times. I'll check tomorrow. If you miss even one, you shall experience the feeling of being a junior sister instead." Su Ming's smile remained gentle. The two lackeys froze momentarily. "Isn't that junior sister from the first peak?" Su Ming then approached the junior sister, casually initiating conversation. "By the way, I am friends with your first peak senior sister. Her junior sister is also my junior sister. Don't worry, if you encounter any issues, your senior brother will look out for you." The female disciple hurriedly called out "senior brother," and upon seeing Su Ming's lack of restraint, she quickly bowed her head and fled, anxious to avoid lingering any longer. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples, witnessing Su Ming's playful demeanor towards the junior sister, felt a surge of resentment, yearning to confront him. Yet none dared to offend the senior brother from the Seven Peaks. Su Ming, feeling bored, was about to leave when he caught sight of a tall figure draped in red. Her skin as fair as snow, languidly leaning against a willow tree at the end of the path. Her alluring eyes rested on him, brimming with curiosity. It was Elder Hongyu from the 9th peak. "What brought her here? Did you not know?" It is said that Elder Hongyu recently emerged from seclusion, aiming to break through to the spirit sovereign realm. If successful, our sect would boast a third spirit sovereign. Just think, apart from the sect leader and the Grand Elder, Elder Hongyu would also ascend to the spirit sovereign realm. She's not even 30 yet. The disciples around were momentarily stunned by the sight of the red-clad woman under the willow tree, their eyes widening with astonishment. In the North Wilderness, a spirit sovereign was a force to be reckoned with. Their sect, ranking among the top 5 in the North Wilderness, had previously only 2 spirit sovereigns. If Elder Hongyu truly broke through, their sect would possess the strength to vie for a position among the top 3, potentially securing more cultivation resources from the royal family of the North Wilderness. Beneath the willow tree, Elder Hongyu's enchanting eyes fluttered, and a playful smile graced her lips as she gazed at the extraordinary figure not far away. Sunlight filtered through the willow branches, casting a gentle halo upon Su Ming's handsome face, enhancing his charm. Their eyes met, and with a serene smile, Hongyu silently mouthed a message, "Ninth Peak, Hong Shuang Pavilion, I shall await you." Having spoken, she cast one last enticing glance at Su Ming before turning away, her captivating silhouette drawing the attention of countless disciples. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving many disciples feeling a sense of loss. Yu Ming smacked his lips, glancing back at his still astonished lackeys. Kicking both of them lightly, "Hurry back to the 7 Peaks. If you continue to misuse my name outside, you will experience the methods of the immortal prison." The 2 lackeys, faces pale, scurried away, avoiding his wrath. Su Ming stroked his chin, pondering, eating people and not spitting out bones. One remains uncertain as to who preys upon whom. The subordinates of the Elder Hongyu boast another young lady blessed with the fortune of an imperial lineage. However, the mere thought of the hardships endured by this protagonist evokes a sympathetic shake of the head from Su Ming. After all, Hongyu is a practitioner of the dark arts, straying from the righteous path, and her treatment of her disciples is notably cruel. The 9 Peaks, nestled amidst the crimson maple trees on a mountainside, stands an exquisite pink wooden pavilion, its 2 stories adorned with pink decor on the first floor, suggesting the youthful heart of its owner. In stark contrast, the second floor is cloaked in a dim, eerie atmosphere. In a room on the upper level, several flickering candle flames cast shadows in the gloom. On the cold floor, a petite, fragile figure kneels timidly, her head bowed low. Clad in tattered garments, her body bears the cruel marks of blood-red whip scars, and she trembles gently, too fearful to move an inch. This girl, around 15 years of age, displays distinct crimson lash marks on her delicate neck, arms, and ankles, her once pristine skin now a shade of deep red. Tears of grievance and pain glisten in her clear, watery eyes as she gazes at the languid figure of the woman in red reclining on the bed not far from her. In a weak voice, she sobs, "Master, it was not I who knocked over the candles upstairs." Crack! A fiery red whip lashes across her leg. The impact sends a jolt of pain deep into her bones, and she dares not explain further, instead pleading in desperation, "Master, I was wrong." At this moment, the woman in red finally opens her eyes, languidly beckoning the girl with a finger. The girl swiftly approaches, still kneeling by the bedside. Hongyu, her beautiful eyes shimmering, lifts the girl's chin with her jade-like finger. Gazing upon her youthful, lovely visage and softly inquires, "Linger, how long have you been by my side?" The girl, taken aback, hesitates not and quickly responds, reporting to Master, "I have followed you since childhood, for 16 years now." "Already 16? Hongyu releases the girl's chin, her gaze sweeping over the girl's frail form as she murmurs, "You are no longer a child. There are certain matters you are now capable of handling." As she speaks, Hongyu retrieves a gown of icy silk from beside her, along with a pair of matching icy silk stockings, tossing them before the girl with an indifferent command, "Tonight, a guest will arrive. Change into this and attend to him on my behalf." A guest? The girl stares at the items before her, struck into a state of utter shock, a wave of unprecedented panic washing over her heart. In this fantastical realm, countless individuals tread the path of dark cultivation, not only within the divine transformation sect but also among the elite sects of the northern spirit realm. Many hidden practitioners of the dark arts lurk. Hongyu's dark cultivation follows the path of the heavenly nightmare, one of the 4 ancient dark arts of this world. To practice this path, one must consume the heart's blood of children from a young age, a process known as blood nightmare. Subsequently, every 109 days, another child is required. Once, she was not a disciple of the divine transformation sect but belonged to a powerful family. It was only after her dark practices were revealed and she was pursued by righteous cultivators that she sought refuge within the sect. Ultimately, however, She was exposed due to the protagonist's aura and subsequently slain by the protagonist and two other powerful beings of the Divine Transformation sect. As Su Ming arrived at the Crimson Frost Forest. He beheld the pavilion interwoven with shades of pink and darkness, he noticed, atop a distant peak, a snow-white spirit fox gazing intently at him. The fox, while observing him, licked its 9 tails with a pink tongue. Its violet-blue eyes reflecting his image, a 9-tailed fox. Within the Divine Transformation sect, it was said that centuries ago, a 9-tailed fox that wreaked havoc upon the world was indeed suppressed. However, Su Ming found it curious that he had not encountered this particular fox in his previous 4 lives, only meeting it in his 5th life, where he witnessed it breaking free from its seal amidst a tribulation. That time, having suffered grave injuries during a battle with the protagonist, he lay in despair. Abandoned by his master and fellow disciples, awaiting death, was then he witnessed the 9-tailed fox emerging from its seal, enduring the tribulation, as a dying man. The sight of the fox's anguished cries during the tribulation stirred something profound within him. Though a creature of darkness, its unwavering spirit amidst suffering resonated deeply with him. In a moment of ultimate sacrifice, he bore the brunt of the most terrifying tribulation for the fox, ultimately turning to dust himself. Though uncertain if the fox could withstand the tribulation, Su Ming felt a sense of liberation. Yet, he did not expect that at this juncture in this new life, it was not yet the time for the 9-tailed fox to emerge from its tribulation. The fox was confined within the sect's forbidden area, a place inaccessible even to elders and peak masters. Su Ming's thoughts swirled as he looked up again, only to find the fox no longer in sight. Instead, a single strand of white fox fur gently floated down from the sky, landing in his outstretched palm. As he clasped the fur, Su Ming realized that the 9-tailed fox had inadvertently reminded him of the forbidden area of the sect. An excellent location for signing in. What may be deemed a forbidden zone by others posed no threat to him now, as the guardians at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm were hardly a concern. Curiously, he contemplated the matter of the 9-tailed fox, suspecting that what he had perceived earlier was merely an illusory projection. In the next moment, the white fox fur dissipated into motes of spiritual energy. Vanishing from his grasp, with a gentle breath, he scattered the luminous points of energy. Why not venture inside, now that he had arrived? At that moment, a soft, alluring voice wafted from the pavilion ahead, and with a soft creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a pair of elegantly long, fragrant legs and delicate, snow-white feet entering his line of sight. He raised his gaze calmly, smiling. I fear that once I enter, I may not find my way back out. Reflected in his eyes was Hong Yu's supple, alabaster figure. She had donned a flowing purple gown, her hair elegantly pinned up, her eyes shimmering like waves. The very essence of maturity and beauty, her figure carried a hint of youthful innocence. An irresistible allure that would leave most utterly captivated. I would not devour you. Hong Yu shot him a teasing glance. Su Ming stretched languidly, his gaze sweeping past her to peer into the pavilion. Is my little junior sister present? Hong Yu arched her back slightly, casting a resentful glare at him. Is there only your little junior sister in your eyes? Clearing his throat, Su Ming replied, Sister, there is an undeniable generational gap between us. Hong Yu paused, narrowing her eyes slightly, a flicker of danger crossing her gaze. Are you implying that I am old? Su Ming, with utmost sincerity, replied, How could that be? Who would dare say you are old? I would be the first to silence them. Sister Hong Yu, you are enchantingly beautiful, more captivating than an 18-year-old maiden. Who could resist your charm? Hong Yu rolled her eyes. Flattery will get you nowhere. Tell me, how many times have you turned me down? Su Ming retorted, Sister, I am still young. We are truly not suited for one another. Seeing his expression, Hong Yu huffed coldly and turned to enter the room, her graceful form leaving Su Ming with endless fantasies. Come up, she beckoned. Su Ming touched his nose, contemplating that sometimes a view from behind could be even more exhilarating. The rich, enticing fragrance of Hong Yu lingered in his nostrils, and he recalled the last time he delivered the heavenly nightmare decision to her. Nearly losing himself entirely, a hint of worry crept into his heart. While words were easy, the reality of such actions was daunting. He wasn't afraid. Rather, he couldn't bear to imagine the wrath of Lu Hanyin, that delicate yet terrifying woman, should she discover his entanglements with another. If jealousy were to arise, it could spell catastrophe. The influence of the immortal prison could easily flatten the entire northern wilderness without breaking a sweat. He remembered when he returned from the immortal prison, Lu Hanyin had mentioned that their next meeting would involve taking him to her family to meet her parents, the emperor and empress of the Lu immortal dynasty. Before his transmigration, he would have been petrified at the thought of facing his future in-laws, let alone now. He felt a twinge of helplessness. According to Han Mo's message, Lu Hanyin might come to the Divine Transformation sect in search of him, and being pursued by such a formidable, delicate woman was enough to leave anyone feeling cornered. As he ascended to the dimly lit second floor, he spotted a petite, delicate figure. The girl knelt by the incense table, head bowed in deference, beside her a purple wooden table adorned with fragrant wine cups. Sensing Su Ming's presence, she hurriedly poured him a cup of wine. Su Ming's expression shifted as he observed the girl's attire, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward to her translucent icy silk stockings and dainty, lustrous feet. Was she attempting to tempt him? Su Shixiang. The girl spoke softly, her voice reminiscent of a fledgling bird's first chirp, sweet yet tinged with timidity and fear, evoking a sense of empathy. However, Su Ming's attention was drawn to the vivid, cruel whip scars adorning her body. Watching her endure pain while serving him, he fell into silence. "Where is your master?" Su Ming inquired softly. A fleeting expression of anguish crossed the young girl's delicate face as she lowered her head and replied weakly, "Reporting to you, senior brother, master is resting and has asked me to entertain you." Su Ming's gaze darkened considerably. In that moment, he found himself reluctant to bully this little girl before him. Although such actions would yield him villain points, his heart was inexplicably stirred by this junior sister. He was hardly a malevolent individual. He had been driven to this point by circumstances. Moreover, this little sister, despite being the favored child of fate, had no connection to him in her previous 5 lives. With a soft sigh, Su Ming approached and sat beside her, looking at her with warmth and sympathy, gently saying, "Please rise. Let me see the injury on your leg." His soothing and tender voice flowed into Feng Qingling's ears like the gentlest breeze, refreshing her spirit, and in that instant, she was utterly stunned. She weakly lifted her gaze, revealing a strikingly handsome face before her. Chapter 11. Even if senior brother is a villain, Linger is willing at that moment. A string within Feng Qingling's heart seemed to be struck with a powerful force. No one had ever spoken to her with such gentleness. Since she became aware, for over a decade, she had lived under the shadow of her master. Regardless of whether she had erred, as soon as her master summoned her, it was either a beating or scolding. Sometimes, she would be struck to the point of unconsciousness before her master would relent. She understood that her master despised her, considering her a useless child with no talent for cultivation, and after years of living in a gloomy environment, even the senior brothers and sisters outside held her in disdain. She thought she had long grown accustomed to this dreary existence. Her timid nature prevented her from rebelling. However, now, as her senior brother shone upon her like the brightest sun, she realized that she, too, could feel wronged and distressed. Tears of deep grievance and sadness welled in her large, watery eyes, prompting her to quickly lower her head, unwilling to meet Su Ming's gaze. Like a wounded kitten, she curled tightly into her corner. Evoking deep sympathy, Su Ming had intended to reach out and stroke her little head, but his hand hovered in the air, stopping short. His expression grew complicated. The wounds she bore in her heart were likely not so easily healed. "Does it hurt?" he asked, striving to adopt the gentlest tone possible. The bright red lash marks on her delicate feet were painful merely to behold. How could she claim they did not hurt? Feng Qingling bit her lip and slowly shook her head. "It doesn't hurt," Su Ming exhaled softly and commanded. "Come here, sit beside me, and do not kneel on the ground." Feng Qingling's delicate body trembled slightly. She dared not resist, gritting her teeth as she rose and adjusted her skirt, kneeling beside Su Ming. The movement tugged at her injury, forcing her to stifle her cries, though her face paled further. She intended to pour wine for Su Ming, but he seized her small hand. "Senior brother," Feng Qingling's voice trembled with a hint of fear, for she thought he meant to bully her. Yu Ming grasped her wrist. Chuckling, "What are you afraid of? A little girl like you does not pique my interest. Furthermore, your pulse is so weak. Did you sustain an injury while cultivating? Doesn't your master teach you how to cultivate?" At this, Feng Qingling dared not respond, knowing that whether she spoke or remained silent, she would inevitably face her master's wrath. Indeed, as soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a cold snort echoed from behind the screen in the bedroom. Hong Yu, with her stunningly mature figure, lay languidly upon the bed, glancing at Su Ming with disdain. "With your discerning eye, you cannot fail to see that this girl has a congenital blockage in her spiritual meridians. If it weren't for her mother's connection to me, I wouldn't have raised her. Even after raising her, she remains a useless child." Feng Qingling clenched her teeth, unwilling to speak. Su Ming shook his head, taking a sip from his wine glass, musing that if someone were willing to teach her to cultivate, she might surprise them in the end. Hong Yu scoffed. "Reaching the nirvana realm is the pinnacle. It would be better to raise her only to offer her to those demonic cultivators outside as a furnace, which could exchange resources for me." "What a pity," Yu Ming sighed. Yet, Feng Qingling instantly fell into a daze, her face losing the last traces of color, her body trembling uncontrollably as she knelt on the ground. Even though her master struck and scolded her, she had never imagined that one day, her master would consider giving her to those wicked people outside. Her eyes reddened, tears shimmering within them. Upon witnessing her pitiful state, Hong Yu paid her no mind, teasing Su Ming, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry now that you've heard I plan to give her away?" Su Ming shrugged, merely feeling it was a shame that such a obedient little junior sister would be given to those ruffians. Hong Yu reclined on the bed, propping her head with one hand, casting a lazy glance at Su Ming behind the screen, and said with a smirk, "Then I'll give her to you. Do you want her?" Feng Qingling froze, and she herself did not understand why. But upon hearing her master's words, her mind filled with the gentle image of this senior brother and his tender, concerned voice. If her master were to send her to those outside, she would wish for death immediately. Yet, if it were senior brother Su, a faint sense of anticipation and yearning stirred within her. Miss Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure in his mind. The system's voice predictably chimed in, "Ding! The current actions of the host do not align with the villain's character. The host should not harbor feelings of pity for the favored child of fate. This system recommends the host to refuse. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences may occur." Su Ming sighed softly. The tragic endings of his previous 5 lives had long since exhausted him, and in this life, he wished to maintain control over all things. Feng Qingling, however, was evidently shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he gently shook his head and smiled lightly at Hong Yu behind the screen. "Do not jest with me. Having raised her since childhood, would you truly part with her? If those outside do not offer something enticing, I might truly feel reluctant. However, for you, as long as you agree to a small condition, I shall give her to you freely," Hong Yu replied. Yu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head in refusal. Feng Qingling clenched her small hand, a chilling despair flooding her heart, her palm digging deep into her flesh, but she felt no pain. All she knew was that the only person who had ever treated her kindly and made her feel warmth in her heart was also dismissive of her. Unwilling to accept her, Hong Yu sneered, retorting, "Are you not interested in her?" Su Ming set down his wine glass, rising with indifference, brushing the dust from his clothing, and then extended his hand towards the kneeling junior sister. Gently smiling, "Please rise." Feng Qingling glanced up at him momentarily before turning her head away. Refusing to let him touch her, Su Ming was taken aback, amused by her apparent annoyance. This little sister was indeed upset with him. How delightfully spirited and endearing. Subsequently, disregarding Feng Qingling's resistance, he lifted her from the ground. Her fragrant, soft form struggled gently in his embrace, nearly causing him to lose his restraint, but he eventually placed her on a nearby chair. As she remained dazed, he half squatted, patting her little head. "Foolish girl, being passed around like an object makes one an item. To me, you have never been anything of the sort." The air seemed to still at that moment. The candlelight flickered nearby, mirroring the rapid beating of Feng Qingling's heart. Her spirit quivered as she gazed at the extraordinarily gentle face before her. Suddenly, some inexplicable force compelled her, and with reddened eyes, she threw herself into his embrace, burying her head against Su Ming's warm chest, her silent tears soaking his clothing. Even Su Ming was momentarily stunned by Feng Qingling's boldness, then gently patted her fragrant shoulder. Chuckling helplessly, his final words had yet to be spoken. In his eyes, Feng Qingling was not an object, but rather his little junior sister, a living, breathing person. However, it seemed that the little sister had misunderstood. She could not possibly think that his words were a confession, could she? In the next moment, a crimson whip, ignited with ghostly flames, cleaved the screen in the room in half and lashed violently towards Feng Qingling's back. The ferocious force was such that not only Feng Qingling, but even some powerful Nirvana realm cultivators would be reduced to mere remnants in an instant. Holding Feng Qingling's delicate form, Su Ming raised his head indifferently, his deep-set eyes flashing with a cold, dark purple glimmer. He then lifted his hand, firmly grasping the crimson whip, and the terrifying gust of wind radiated from his palm, sending nearby wooden tables flying, yet leaving Feng Qingling unharmed. Hongyu rose from her bed, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Su Ming. "Didn't you say you didn't want her? If I discipline my own disciple." "Mind your own business." Feng Qingling, trembling with fear, nestled tightly in Su Ming's embrace. Not daring to raise her head even slightly, Su Ming gently released the long whip in his hand and spoke calmly to Hongyu. "She has suffered so many injuries. As her senior brother, I cannot turn a blind eye. For the time being, let her stay with me to recover." Hongyu clenched her teeth, but when she suddenly caught sight of the cold indifference in Su Ming's eyes, her heart quivered violently. She recalled how terrifyingly brutal this man could be when provoked, and ultimately could only huff, "Following you is permissible, but when I come to find you later, you must not refuse." Su Ming replied, "There are certain things I truly cannot do." Outside the red frost forest, Su Ming gazed at the towering Tianfeng in the distance, sensing the seal's power emanating from it, and momentarily lost in thought. Behind him, a series of soft, melodious voices floated gently through the air. "Senior brother, from now on, I will strive to cultivate diligently and will not hold you back," Feng Qingling declared. She had changed out of the ice silk attire that Hongyu had made her wear and was now clad in a thin blue garment, exuding an air of delicate beauty that was both enchanting and fragile. Cautiously, she followed Su Ming, her large, watery eyes filtering out everything but the silhouette of the man before her. Su Ming turned to her, his gaze calm and his voice cool. "Let me make it clear. If you follow me to cultivate, I may be even stricter than your master. If you cannot bear it, I will send you back." Feng Qingling's small face grew serious as she nodded earnestly. "As long as senior brother does not abandon me, I am willing to do anything. Are you not afraid that I might be a bad person?" Feng Qingling's face flushed, and she replied softly, "Even if senior brother is a bad person, I would still be willing." Su Ming rubbed his forehead and playfully flicked her forehead. "Stop overthinking. I am your senior brother. To me, you are merely a little sister." Feng Qingling responded with a gentle but her large eyes remained fixed on Su Ming, lost in thought for a while before she bit her lip, her cheeks reddening considerably. Perhaps Su Ming only regarded her as a sister, but in that moment, to her, he was much more than that. Chapter 12. Above Tianfeng, the black and white divine monarch as night fell upon the mountainside of the Seven Peaks. Amid towering ancient trees, a wooden building stood tall. Deep within the wood house, rife with spiritual energy, Feng Qingling's face was nearly crimson as she sat on the bed imbued with Su Ming's essence. Her back turned to her senior brother, her garments having slipped down significantly to reveal her delicate, glistening skin. To a certain moment, she gently bit her lip. Su Ming frowned. "At first, it might hurt a bit. Just endure. It will subside shortly." As he spoke, he applied healing ointment to her back. Though his tone carried a hint of admonishment, Feng Qingling had never felt such warmth in the past decade. From Su Ming's tone, she could sense his concern for her, which filled her heart with joy. "If only I could stay by senior brother's side forever." "Senior brother, it doesn't hurt." She turned back, smiling sweetly. Su Ming replied, "Why are you smiling so sweetly for no reason?" he felt somewhat at a loss. Previously, he had lived alone, but now, with Feng Qingling back and her injuries making it impractical for her to stay elsewhere, his bed had naturally become hers. The key was that Feng Qingling innocently asked him whether they would sleep together. Xu Ming, irritated, flicked her forehead, bewildered by what thoughts were occupying her mind. Did he strike her as that kind of senior brother? He simply felt pity for his junior sister, bringing her back to prevent her from being accidentally harmed by Hong Yu's whip. Once the ointment had been applied, Feng Qingling bashfully adjusted her garments before turning to face him. Her large, dark eyes sneaked a glance at Xu Ming, her cheeks flushed, resembling a tender cherry, yet exuding an enticing innocence. Xu Ming tossed her the medicine bottle, his tone indifferent. Apply the remaining ointment yourself. Then hurry and rest. By tomorrow, your wounds should heal. Recalling the lessons from his previous 5 lives, he felt that he might have acted impulsively today. In his past lives, he had not been without junior sisters who grew close to him. Yet ultimately, for various reasons, those who had formed such bonds would always betray him. He had a premonition that bringing Feng Qingling back from Hongyu and nurturing her might lead to a similar fate as that of his past junior sister. Mu Qingyin, who had coldly turned against him, viewing his genuine concern as nothing more than the pitiful image of a sycophant. With a soft sigh, Xu Ming turned away, leaving the room. Feng Qingling clutched the healing ointment. Watching Xu Ming's indifferent figure disappear, a pang of sadness struck her heart. Why had he suddenly grown so cold? It was as if she had said something wrong to upset him, as the door closed completely. Xu Ming's silhouette vanished from her sight. She bit her silver teeth, her gaze dimming momentarily. Being sensitive as she was, she couldn't help but wonder if her senior brother had realized her lack of talent for cultivation. Just like her master, beginning to disdain her as a useless burden. Outside the wooden building, a miniature magic phoenix, ablaze with violet flames, quietly perched in the courtyard. Upon seeing Xu Ming emerge, its eyes brightened, and with a gentle chirp, it leaped onto Xu Ming's shoulder, enveloped in flames. Xu Ming smiled faintly, ruffling its head. I have something to attend to. No one is allowed in the back room. The magic phoenix nodded. Xu Ming took a step forward, his form gradually fading into the darkness. The Shenyanzong. Within the forbidden area of Tianfeng, clouds and mist enveloped the peak. Numerous hidden protectors and elders of Shenyanzong suddenly sensed an overwhelming, abyss-like aura descending from the heavens, causing their expressions to change dramatically as they hurriedly emerged, gazing up at the sky with complex emotions. In the eyes of the protectors and elders, a figure dressed in white, radiating an icy demeanor akin to a celestial being, descended slowly from the sky. He wore a black and white mask, the left side black and the right side white, obscuring his features. Yet the extraordinary aura and chilling presence exuding from him compelled everyone present to treat him with utmost respect. May I inquire who you are, visiting our Shenyanzong's forbidden grounds for what purpose? One elder inquired solemnly. The white-clad figure, however, paid him no mind, his gaze fixated on the dark sword tower behind the elders. In his mind, he murmured, "Sign in, Tianfeng Tower." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Shenyanzong, Tianfeng Tower. Congratulations to the host for receiving Breakthrough Pills 10, usable below the Spirit Sovereign Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaotic Sacred Fruit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Chaotic Sword Demon Body. Congratulations to the host for receiving the low-level Divine Technique, Chaotic Dragon Demon Finger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoning opportunity for the Ancient White Dragon Guard, Sword Godling Shi. The sign-in is complete. When the host's villain points reach 10,000, the epic sign-in can be reopened. Seeing the rewards he had obtained, Xu Ming felt a stir within him. Indeed, signing in at locations rich in spiritual energy yielded greater rewards. This time, he had even acquired a summoning opportunity for an Ancient White Dragon Guard, Sword Godling Shi. An ancient supreme white dragon guard. Beneath its sword, countless ancient dragon clans have met their demise. Currently at the pinnacle of Spirit's sovereign realm, conditions met, can advance to Divine Emperor. This was a being on the verge of becoming a Divine Emperor. In the northern wilderness, it could dominate effortlessly. Meanwhile, among the protectors and elders of Shenyanzong, One elder at the peak of the Nirvana realm fixed his gaze on Su Ming hovering in midair. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and he instinctively took a step back, his face filled with shock as he stammered, "The black and white mask. I know now. He is the black and white divine monarch who single-handedly annihilated the Yi family of the Eastern Xuanyu months ago. Dozens of spirit sovereigns from the Yi family were ruthlessly slain by him, and even their half-step divine emperor ancestor is said to have perished at his hands. He was a true divine emperor-level powerhouse. A terrifying existence on par with those legendary celestial dynasty emperors. Why would such a person come to our Xinyanzong?" As the elders' words fell, the other elders were equally stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the figure before them, each feeling a profound chill spreading through them. Within Xinyanzong, their most powerful sect leader was merely at the spirit's sovereign realm. Compared to these half-step divine emperors and divine emperors, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Such a figure could easily trample upon even the most revered celestial dynasties. Why would he come to their humble Xinyanzong? If he were to take offense, it was likely that Xinyanzong would meet the same fate as the Yi family of the Eastern Xuanyu, vanishing into oblivion overnight. Countless elders trembled, and under the overwhelming spiritual pressure akin to an abyss, they felt no inclination to resist. In the next moment, all the elders hastily clasped their fists and bowed their heads. Addressing the figure in the air with reverence, "We, the protectors and elders of Xinyanzong, pay our respects to the divine monarch." The voices were harmonious, devoid of any trace of disrespect. Yet, in the vast expanse above, no one responded to them. Minutes passed, and only then did someone muster the courage to glance upward. What met their eyes was a cold, desolate sky, devoid of any figures, save for a veil of mist drifting by. How terrifying! As all the elders sighed in relief, they hastily wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, feeling both grateful and apprehensive, marveling at their fortune to have survived an encounter with a merciless divine emperor. Truly, they were thankful that the deity harbored no murderous intent towards them. Otherwise, a mere glance would have likely sealed their fates in an instant. Chapter 13. The Truth in the Dead of Night. At Mu Qingyan's residence. Within her chamber, Mu Qingyan found it impossible to focus on her cultivation. The thought that today marked Su Ming's release from confinement filled her with an unsettling dread. The following day, at the training grounds, her senior brother would undoubtedly come to bother her once more. This had been the pattern in the past, causing her endless vexation. Although she was uncertain why Su Ming had not sought her out that afternoon, she remained unconvinced that a mere confinement would alter his inherent nature. That scoundrel was nothing but a rogue. A personal belonging of hers still lingered in Su Ming's possession, inciting a furious desire to pierce him with a sword. Mu Qingyan forced herself to regain her composure, banishing the image of Su Ming's wicked grin from her mind, and clenched her teeth as she began her cultivation. However, it was not long before she sensed something amiss. Before her technique had even begun to operate, spiritual energy had already begun to gather around her, all the elemental forces of heaven and earth converging at the crown of her head. This bizarre occurrence filled Mu Qingyan with alarm, yet, the moment she opened her eyes, she found herself face to face with a pristine, snow-white nine-tailed fox, stood gracefully in midair, licking its plush tail while quietly observing her with its striking bicolored eyes of purple and azure. Mu Qingyan's expression shifted. A monster. The nine-tailed fox cast a glance in her direction and declared with a chillingly calm voice echoing in her mind, "I am no mere creature." That moment, a blinding white light erupted before her, and when the dazzling radiance subsided, a bewitchingly beautiful face appeared before her. "Who are you, daring to be so audacious within my divine yin sect?" Mu Qingyan demanded coldly, fixated on the enchanting visage. A trifling divine yin sect I could obliterate with a mere flick of my finger. However, I come to you tonight with no malicious intent, the nine-tailed fox replied nonchalantly. Mu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. The fox continued, "I am here to reveal to you the hidden truths concerning a certain individual." "Truths?" Mu Qingyan was skeptical. The fox smiled faintly. "Do you truly believe your senior brother is an unlearned bully preying on the weak? What if I told you that all of this is merely an act?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyan scoffed. I see now. You must be sent by Su Ming. Does he truly think such tricks will deceive me? Tell him to come find me himself if he has the courage, instead of resorting to these sneaky tactics. Ah, since you do not believe, then allow me to show you firsthand, the fox retorted. What do you mean? Before Mu Qingyan could react, she suddenly lost control of her body. The fox's spirit swiftly entered her, sealing her consciousness deep within her mind, and Mu Qingyan could see everything happening around her. Yet she could not control her body, nor could she utter a sound. The nine-tailed fox was manipulating her every movement. On the bed, the nine-tailed fox opened Mu Qingyan's eyes and gazed into the void outside the room. Softly laughing, now that you are here, won't you come down to greet me, Brother Su? Mu Qingyan's heart raced. Su Ming had come as well? In the next instant, a figure clad in flowing white appeared in the room. Masked in black and white, exuding an aura of cold nobility. Given his mysterious and formidable presence, Mu Qingyan could hardly believe that this individual could be Su Ming. The nine-tailed fox, controlling Mu Qingyan's body, took a couple of steps forward, reaching out to gently caress his face, and smiled seductively. Did you think that donning a mask would conceal your identity from me? Su Ming's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes upon her. What do you intend to do? The fox rolled her eyes at him. It seems you are the one with intentions. I was peacefully cultivating in the heavenly peak tower, and you suddenly intrude? Scaring me, do you not have any ulterior motives? Su Ming brushed her hand away, his expression calm. This body does not belong to you. Release her, and I may spare your life. The fox chuckled mischievously. So concerned for your little sister, are you? If I were to devour her soul, she would become a fool the moment I leave. Her imperial pulse is beyond your grasp. How would you know unless you tried? She might very well perish, Su Ming smiled indifferently. I have no concern for her fate. The fox, manipulating Mu Qingyan's body, suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in close, whispering sweetly, Do you really not care? Can you bear to lose your little sister? You sacrificed a portion of your own spiritual pulse to awaken hers. If you truly care, you could just end her life with a single strike. In the depths of her consciousness, Mu Qingyan was stunned by the fox's words. What did she mean by saying that the man before her had sacrificed his own spiritual pulse for her? How could this person possibly be Su Ming, the very senior brother she despised? The fox smirked. Moreover, the Mu family and the primordial sacred land have sent numerous individuals to retrieve your little sister. Yet all have mysteriously vanished. Can you claim this is not your doing? Su Ming gazed intently at Mu Qingyan's exquisite face, inhaling the alluring fragrance of youth emanating from her. He reached out, grasped her wrist and frowned. You think too much. I spare her life only because she still holds some value. Tiomi, her body is of slight worth. So what do you intend to do? Her life is still useful to me. The fox smiled sweetly at him and removed her mask. Let me reveal to you what I intend to do. Su Ming sighed. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hand and flowed into Mu Qingyan's body. The nine-tailed fox frowned and transmitted a cold message to him. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Su Ming replied indifferently, regardless of how you discovered this, my affairs are none of your concern. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to erase your existence from this realm. The fox gazed at him with a look of deep resentment. You foolish one, she has harmed you so, yet you still protect her. If it were not for the desire to unveil the truth, I would have long since devoured her soul. Hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The fox claimed Mu Qingyan had harmed him, but that was a tale from a past life. In this life, the male lead had yet to ascend the mountain, and the events she spoke of had not yet transpired. How could she possibly know? There was only one explanation. This nine-tailed fox, like him, possessed memories of her past life. For otherwise, today's events could not be explained. Realizing this, Su Ming's gaze shifted, and he gradually released Mu Qingyan's hand, looking at her with a complicated expression. He understood that at this moment, a nine-tailed fox's spirit resided within her body. And this fox was likely the one that had once shielded her from heavenly tribulations in his past life. The fox gently rubbed her wrist and pouted. Since you have said so, I have already sealed her consciousness. Now, can you remove your mask? In her consciousness, Mu Qingyin was bewildered. Sealing consciousness? Then why could she still see everything happening in the room? This fox was deceiving the man before her. Su Ming sighed softly. I have my own plans. It is not yet time for her to learn my identity. Speaking softly, he gently raised his palm and placed it upon the mask. Mu Qingyin felt a tightness in her breath. Chapter 14. The True Him, the Divine Judgment. In the next moment, Mu Qingyin was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of vertigo. She had never before experienced such an unprecedented feeling of panic deep within her heart. She could not possibly believe that the enigmatic and cool man before her was her elder brother, the very one she had desperately sought for months, the one who had aided her in awakening the imperial vein. However, as the next moment approached, Mu Qingyin was rendered completely stunned. The world in her eyes seemed to transition from a dim space filled with cracks to one of stark black and white, where all colors were instantaneously encapsulated within the figure of the man before her. The mask was removed, revealing Su Ming, whose face bore no trace of the familiar frivolity she had known. Instead, it was marked by an icy indifference. His deep, dark eyes no longer reflected the lust he once held for her, but appeared rather pure and clear. Dressed in white, he resembled the celestial figure she often dreamt of. No matter how much she resisted or disbelieved, this man was Su Ming, her long-despised elder brother. Impossible. This cannot be true. Impossible? A sneer echoed in her mind. Do you truly think that possessing an imperial vein would allow you to live in peace until now? It is not mere luck. Had it not been for him, you would have perished countless times by now. The voice of the demon fox resonated within her consciousness. Mu Qingyin's thoughts were in complete disarray. And finally, she spoke defiantly. If this is true, then why did he do such things to me back then? Do you genuinely believe he harbored feelings for a naive little girl like you? Even if you had not resisted, he would not have acted upon you. Do you not realize that since that incident, all those petty individuals who coveted your talents and beauty have vanished? Mu Qingyin was left speechless. Indeed, since her entry into the Divine Yin sect and her apprenticeship under by Qing Xian at the seventh peak, her exceptional talent and beauty had attracted the attention of numerous disciples from other peaks, with many persistently pursuing her under the guise of noble intentions. During that period, her cultivation was constantly interrupted. It was not until 3 months ago that her elder brother Su Ming barged into her room under the pretext of delivering medicine, teasing her with his words. After that, none of the other disciples dared approach her again. When one earnestly recalls the memories they once resisted, they often uncover many previously overlooked details, and Mu Qingyin was no exception. Upon careful reflection, she realized that after Su Ming had entered her room, he had merely teased her verbally, without even touching her, while she, having just emerged from a bath, had been overwhelmed with shame and anger, mistakenly believing her pure body had been spied upon by Su Ming, thus neglecting countless truths. If you still do not believe me, shall I prove it to you? The demon fox teased. Before Mu Qingyin could respond, within the room, the demon fox cast a seductive glance at Su Ming, removing the ribbon from her head. Instantly, Mu Qingyin's long, thick hair cascaded down like a waterfall, falling in disarray behind her. Her garments slipped gently, revealing a pure, translucent dress beneath, while the hem revealed her long, snow-white legs. Subsequently, she gracefully climbed onto Su Ming, her striking black and white eyes fixed upon him, her soft, moist lips inching closer. Yet, throughout it all, Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever, devoid of any turbulence. He pushed the girl, who was mere inches away, aside and coldly stated, "If you are done playing, do come out." The demon fox, having been pushed away, angrily punched his chest. "Must you be so indifferent? Your little junior sister, whom you long for day and night, stands right before you, and you can still maintain your composure? Long for?" Su Ming shook his head. "You are mistaken. She is my junior sister. From the very beginning, I have treated her as a younger sister." "A younger sister? How thrilling!" The demon fox smirked. Su Ming sighed. "Her imperial vein, once fully awakened, will encounter many tribulations. The extent of my help can only reach this point. From here on, we shall be like strangers, entirely unrelated. In her heart, she has never regarded me as her elder brother. then harming her serves no purpose. The demon fox pouted. So, your goal has been achieved, and you intend to sever ties with her? Su Ming remained silent. The demon fox huffed, naive, this is what you have stated, to only regard her as a sister. And in the future, I too shall treat her as a sister. You? Su Ming responded, glancing at her. I have no interest in foxes. The demon fox froze, glaring at him fiercely, her gaze dropping. Do you dare to challenge me? Challenge? Clarify what you mean by that. Su Ming retorted, his curiosity piqued. The demon fox's cheeks flushed, glaring at him, before her spirit departed from Mu Qingyin's body, transforming back into her fox form and soaring into the air. With her fluffy tail raised, she gently brushed Su Ming's face, declaring, as a member of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, I shall recognize only one person in my lifetime. You may give your life for me, and I shall be yours forever. However, I cannot leave the Tianfeng Tower just yet. Perhaps you are unaware, but after I withstood the heavenly tribulation, countless divine beings descended upon this realm, their sole objective being the body that has already perished in the tribulation. They do not negotiate. Having failed to find your corpse, they obliterated the northern spirit realm in an instant. To them, any celestial dynasty or sacred ground is less than an insect. I suspect they may originate from the legendary immortal domain, a place even more mysterious and terrifying than any divine realm beyond the northern spirit realm, and their purpose for descending is singular. You? Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow slowly, unaware that such events had transpired after his death. Mysterious and powerful beings from the immortal domain seeking his corpse. For what purpose? Were they enemies? Whether they are enemies or not, I cannot say. But they refer to you as the abandoned child of the imperial clan, each of them wielding a divine judgment order. Would you like to know whose name is inscribed upon the judgment order? Su Ming raised his gaze to lock eyes with the nine-tailed demon fox. Is it me? The divine judgment order, a decree that determines life and death. It can be said that once a person is inscribed upon the judgment order, none survived. Su Ming's heart trembled slightly. He had thought that possessing a system would allow him to easily control everything and alter the tragic fates of his past 5 lives. Yet now he realized he had already been marked by the divine judgment order. Even if he were to command the entire northern spirit realm, it would not suffice against the arrival of those powerful beings from the divine realm. Those are true divine beings, transcending the existence of emperors. I know only this much. Once I emerge from the Tianfeng Tower, if you wish, you may accompany me back to the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. There is an ancestor there who has lived for thousands of years. Perhaps she may know something about the judgment order. I can break the seal now, Su Ming said. No need. Your name may already be on the judgment order. It would be safer for me to break the seal myself. The demon fox replied, casting a lingering glance at Su Ming before turning to fly away, transforming into a colorful beam of spiritual light that quietly entered the Tianfeng Tower. Su Ming withdrew his gaze. Before him, Mu Qingyin's delicate figure swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yu Ming stepped forward, catching her and gently laying her upon the bed. Although the alluring whiteness of her skin was fully visible, his gaze remained clear, starkly contrasting with the elder brother she once knew. Though Mu Qingyin had fainted, her consciousness remained alert, and she could still sense everything around her. She struggled to open her eyes, and through the faint light, she saw Su Ming tucking her in before turning to leave with an air of cold detachment. Elder brother. In that moment, she desperately wished to call out, to retain him, but her parched throat could produce no sound, and she could only watch him depart without a trace of reluctance. Chapter 15. Today, my elder brother seems a bit handsome. In the night, beneath the maple grove, a young girl stood gracefully, holding a black long sword. Her gaze was fixed upon the blade, her expression slightly dazed, but ultimately, she nodded resolutely. If he dares to bully me, I will fight him. Whom do you wish to fight? A clear, melodious voice came from behind. Zhou Yaoyao was startled, quickly turning around to hide the sword behind her back, glaring fiercely at the man who had suddenly appeared before her. Why are you staring at me? Su Ming, hands behind his back, looked at her with amusement. Zhou Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, taking a small step back to distance herself from Su Ming. It's all your fault. The sect master deducted all my spirit stones this month because of you. You are nothing but a troublemaker. Her heart simmered with anger, indifferent to how much more powerful Su Ming was than her. She simply wanted to retort. Spreading falsehoods, are we? Zhou Yaoyao's delicate visage flushed crimson as she exclaimed. You shameless wretch! It is precisely because of you that I have been penalized by the hall master today. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the long sword she clutched behind her. Zhou Yaoyao's gaze faltered, and she instinctively took a step back. I am not a villain. Why are you so afraid of me? Su Ming stepped forward. You are indeed a villain, Zhou Yaoyao retorted angrily. Everyone in the sect speaks ill of you, and today, in front of so many people, you dared to touch my face. As she spoke, her own embarrassment began to surface. Su Ming suddenly understood. Ah, so you dislike crowded places. Had you mentioned it sooner, tonight, under the dark moon and howling winds, no one would be here. It would be perfect for us to do something. Zhou Yaoyao glared at him, infuriated by his audacity. You shall not touch me, nor lay a hand on my face again. She brandished her long sword, delivering a cold warning. Su Ming, however, found himself stifling a laugh. This little girl possessed a peculiar blend of fierceness and innocence. I assure you, I shall not touch your face, he declared with a tone of righteous indignation, though his gaze subtly shifted downward, skirting Zhou Yaoyao's exquisite collarbone to sneak a glance at her modest curves. Before she could fully register his gaze, he exclaimed in surprise, Why does it seem like you are underdeveloped? Have your parents been neglectful at home? Zhou Yaoyao's face turned a deeper shade of red, nearly striking him down with her sword. You are the one who has been neglected. My parents treat me exceedingly well. Su Ming nodded in mock enlightenment. Then it must be a matter of development. At this rate, when you leave the Divine Yin sect and encounter those female disciples from the various celestial sects, you will surely feel inferior. Come here, let your senior brother see if there is a way to remedy this. Zhou Yaoyao scoffed softly, now fully realizing that this fellow was nothing short of a lecher, utterly devoid of shame. How could such a person hold the position of senior brother? She had heard that the noble and aloof leader of the Seven Peaks treated him well. Could it be that he had taken advantage of her goodwill? Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she fixed a stoic gaze upon Su Ming. I have completed the hall master's commission. If senior brother Su has no further matters, I shall take my leave. She wished to linger not a moment longer. Su Ming did not impede her, merely remarked, Are you truly willing to forego a month's worth of spirit stones? Zhou Yaoyao gritted her teeth. I shall consider it as feeding the dogs. Su Ming shook his head, amused. This girl, though small in stature, possessed a fiery temperament. He snapped his fingers, and the spirit ring on his right hand shimmered momentarily. Conjuring a storage pouch that appeared in his palm, he weighed it in his hand, the sound of spirit stones clinking within. Zhou Yaoyao stole a glance, astonished to find it was a storage pouch. It was said that such pouches contained their own spatial realms, crafted from otherworldly stones. Though it was a tier below the storage rings, it was still a luxury that countless individuals could not afford. Given her background, unless it was granted by the sect, she might never have the opportunity to use a storage pouch in her lifetime. Faced with such temptation, who could remain unmoved? Zhou Yaoyao turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Su Ming's gaze. What do you intend to do? Su Ming smiled slightly, thinking to himself that this girl was still too naive. Even if he wished to, he could not bring himself to do it. Did you not say the spirit stones were taken from me? I shall return them to you. Zhou Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly intend to return them to me? But unfortunately, someone just said she did not want them. When did I ever say that? I never said such a thing. Zhou Yaoyao's cheeks flushed, unable to admit it. Su Ming gently reminded her. Did you not say to feed them to the dogs? Call out a few times for me to hear, and I shall return them. You are bullying me. Zhou Yaoyao's eyes reddened, nearly brought to tears by his teasing. Su Ming chuckled, sidestepping her, storage pouch in hand, as he leisurely strolled deeper into the forest. Zhou Yaoyao gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a pang of regret over losing her spirit stones for an entire month. Although this fellow had only touched her face at the outset, he had not truly bullied her otherwise. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, she puffed out her cheeks in indignation and decided to follow him. Su Ming looked back, Are you not afraid of me anymore? Zhou Yaoyao bit her lip. The grand sect competition is imminent. Those spirit stones are crucial to me. I do not wish to be disappointed, nor do I want to let my parents down. Su Ming fell silent, intrigued by this earnest side of her. He halted and pointed toward a wooden cabin nestled in the forest. Zhou Yaoyao followed his gesture, catching sight of the room where Su Ming resided. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, and she quickly shook her head, blushing as she refused. I will not engage in such activities. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Such activities? He fixed her with a serious gaze and said earnestly, Yao Yao, as your senior brother, I must speak to you frankly. Your thoughts are quite perilous, you know? While I may not be the best of individuals, do you truly believe I would take advantage of you? Zhou Yaoyao timidly lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at him before nodding earnestly. Do you still wish for the spirit stones? He pressed, if so, call me good brother for me to hear. I cannot bring myself to say it. Su Ming sighed. Can you not show a little sincerity? And when I pointed to that house, it was not to suggest such matters. If you were to strip and climb into my bed, I would kick you out without hesitation. Today, I merely helped you fend off the bad guys. Do you understand? You are new to the sect, and it is inevitable that others will have their eyes on you. As for inviting you to find me at night, it was merely a jest. Such a simple concept, and yet you fail to comprehend it? If you wish to cultivate, return home and be a good child for your parents. Su Ming spoke in a single breath, exuding a tone tinged with disappointment. As for Zhou Yaoyao, upon hearing his words, she truly became lost in thought. His remarks echoed in her mind, and in the end, she could not help but gaze deeply into Su Ming's clear, innocent eyes. Her heart trembled. Indeed, before encountering Su Ming that morning, she had been hounded daily by others. Yet since that morning, all those who had previously pursued her had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that senior brother Su was actually helping her, rather than intending to bully her? But what of her spirit stones? Su Ming tossed the storage pouch into her hands, waving her off as he said, The spirit stones are yours. There should be enough for you to cultivate until the sect competition. During this time, refrain from visiting the Taifan Hall and focus on your training. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Zhou Yaoyao stared blankly at Su Ming, belatedly realizing the implications of his words. Hold on, do not rush to thank me, and my assistance comes with conditions, Su Ming stated matter-of-factly. From now on, every afternoon, dedicate an hour to come here and clean. Remember, not a speck of dust must be seen, or else I shall reclaim the spirit stones. Zhou Yaoyao gazed at him in bemusement. In that moment, a voice deep within her seemed to whisper that perhaps this senior brother Su was not so intolerable after all. In fact, he was rather handsome. Chapter 16. The young girl's spirit the following day. As dawn broke, the Pure Yuan Hall atop the Seven Peaks came into view. This was a secluded hall situated at the pinnacle of the Seven Peaks, where the concentration of spiritual energy was markedly higher than in other areas. It served as a training ground for the core disciples of the Seven Peaks. Every day, an elder of the Nirvana realm would come to instruct the disciples in their cultivation, whether it be spiritual or physical training. For the ordinary disciples of the Seven Peaks, gaining entry to the Pure Yuan Hall was no simple feat each day. Only 20 spots were available. Aside from core disciples like Su Ming, ordinary disciples could only secure a position by defeating a core disciple who had already earned a spot. At that moment, within the spacious and brightly lit hall, a series of wooden tables were neatly arranged. In front of these tables, numerous young men and women sat in silent reverence, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. In the rightmost seat of the first row, Mu Qingyan stared blankly at the ground, her face awash with a dazed expression. Her long hair was carelessly tied back, and she occasionally glanced at the empty seat beside her. Exuding an air of delicate fragility in the past, she would silently wish that the owner of that seat would not arrive, yet now, she found herself inexplicably yearning for his sudden appearance, longing to see him. To have him sit beside her once more as they cultivated together. The elder at the front was teaching the method of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. All the disciples were learning diligently. Save for her, who found herself unable to focus even a fraction. Mu Junior sister? In her daze, A rather handsome senior brother called out to her from behind. Yu Qingyin snapped back to reality, only to find that all the senior brothers and sisters in the hall were gazing at her, while the elder at the front sighed heavily. If you do not wish to learn my method of inhaling spiritual energy, you may go to the training ground and allow your spot to go to another disciple in need. Mu junior sister, are you still thinking about senior brother? Do not worry. He has only just been confined by the master and should not be coming to the Pure Yuan Hall in the next few days. Even if he does come, he would not dare to bully you again. A senior brother comforted her from behind. A senior sister, adorned in a vibrant long dress, softly reassured, Mu Shimi, it is best for you to remain as lively and cheerful as before. Since that matter is now behind us, there is no need to dwell on it. If the Shixiang dares to bully you again, master, and we will not let him off easily. Yu Qingyin forced a smile. But a sudden pang of anguish pierced her heart as she thought of her senior brothers and sisters' misunderstandings regarding Su Ming. It was all because of her. Her foolishness that clouded her vision, preventing her from seeing De Shixiang's true nature. De Shixiang was supposed to be the person who treated her the best in the world. Yet, because of her, he was punished to the immortal prison and endured 99 heavenly tribulations. The elder shook his head, casting a glance at the empty seat beside Mu Qingyin, and admonished softly, I am gratified to see you all arrive here punctually for your training, unlike certain disciples who occupy spots yet fail to show up. Such children are beyond redemption. Since you are present, you must take your studies seriously. Suddenly, Mu Qingyin raised her head, her cold gaze locking onto the elder as she retorted loudly, My De Shixiang has been punished in the immortal prison during this time. Upon his return, he has been confined by master. How can he possibly come? What right do you have to speak of him like that? The elder, infuriated, puffed his cheeks. How dare you defy me? Do you still wish to continue your studies here? The other disciples were equally astonished, unable to believe that the usually obedient Mu Shimi would dare to confront Elder Yuan, especially for the De Shixiang who had once bullied her and whom she despised. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingyin resolutely stood up, ignoring the pleas of her senior brothers and sisters, and turned to leave. I do not wish to stay in a place where De Shixiang is absent. With that parting statement, her cold and determined figure left the multitude of disciples in the hall speechless with shock. However, just as she was about to exit the grand hall, her steps abruptly halted. As if sensing something, she quickly lifted her gaze towards the entrance in her line of sight. A man in white was leisurely approaching from the sunlight outside the hall, his demeanor relaxed. He twirled a spirit ink brush in his hand, glancing in her direction with a smirk that held an air of mockery. His lips curved into a strangely familiar smile, his expression teasing, yet it drew frowns of disdain from the disciples who beheld him. Yet upon seeing this figure, Mu Qingyin's expression tightened, her heart suddenly gripped by panic. The icy facade she had just worn melted away, revealing a flicker of surprise deep within De Shixiang, despite their reluctance. When Su Ming appeared at the grand hall's entrance, the other disciples bowed their heads slightly in respect. After all, Su Ming was still nominally the De Shixiang of the Seven Peaks, akin to an elder brother among them. Regardless of their feelings, the customary respect had to be upheld. As Su Ming approached, Mu Qingyin lifted her chin, calling out softly, De Shixiang. But in the next instant, she froze, her eyes reddening slightly as she watched him pass right by her without even a glance. His familiar mischievousness replaced by an overwhelming sense of distance and indifference. She recalled what De Shixiang had said the previous night, that his most challenging imperial vein had awakened, and from now on, they would be like strangers, not to interfere with one another. She had thought he was jesting. She had hoped that today, he would tease her as usual. Yet, De Shixiang truly intended to sever their ties. Shixiang. Just then, a gentle voice broke the silence from behind Su Ming. Mu Qingyin turned in disbelief to see a petite girl with a timid expression trailing closely behind him. Upon entering the hall and seeing so many people, the girl's face visibly paled with anxiety as she called out to Su Ming in a soft voice. Her rosy lips pressed together, she dared not glance around, her white training attire accentuating her well-developed figure. Her skin is fair as snow, with delicate brows and bright eyes, her long hair tied into a simple ponytail. She stood there, both graceful and remarkably innocent. The girl's appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the hall. Her delicate demeanor complemented by a faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye, adding a touch of alluring charm. At such a young age, she was already a rare beauty. One could only imagine how stunning she would become in the future. The atmosphere in the grand hall fell silent. Xu Ming glanced at the vacant seat in the front row and beckoned to Feng Qingling behind him, saying, "See that spot? Go there to train. After the noon session, we can head to the spirit dining hall, and I'll treat you to some delicious food." Feng Qingling nervously clutched at his sleeve, hesitant to move. Xu Ming gently tousled her hair, his previously roguish demeanor softening considerably as he spoke kindly. "There is no need to be afraid. No one here dares to bully you. You are just beginning your training and need to systematically learn the methods of spirit gathering. When I have time, I will personally teach you." Feng Qingling looked up, stealing a glance at the spot ahead, but she seemed hesitant to speak. "What is it?" Xu Ming asked patiently. "I don't know the way," she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ever since she had come to the Shenyangzong with her master, she had scarcely been allowed to leave the Hongshuang forest and was unfamiliar with the sect. "Shall I come to guide you?" Xu Ming offered tentatively. In truth, Feng Qingling longed for Xu Ming to accompany her during her training, even to personally teach her. She wished to spend more time with him. But then she thought of her current weakness. If she did not strive to improve, what if Xiang was taken away by someone else? Her resolve suddenly strengthened. She nodded gently. "Mim, Linger will listen to Xiang." Her obedient demeanor brought a smile to Xu Ming's face. The other disciples were equally astonished. Many did not recognize the girl brought by Hongyu, and thus did not know Feng Qingling. They could not help but wonder when Xiang had acquired another little sister. Moreover, was this truly the same Xiang they knew? The man before them, gentle and approachable like a friendly neighbor, was indeed the same one who would casually bully his junior brothers and tease his junior sisters? Mu Qingyan clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with jealousy as she stared at Feng Qingling. If she had not misunderstood Xiang in the past, would he not also show her such tenderness? The elder at the front of the hall furrowed his brows, glaring at Xu Ming before casting a glance at Feng Qingling, and coldly rebuked, "As the Xiang of the Seven Peaks, you should set an example. Have you forgotten the rules of the pure Yuan Hall? Ordinary disciples do not have training quotas." Xu Ming placed the spirit ink brush into Feng Qingling's small hand and patted her shoulder, instructing her to sit at the designated spot. Feng Qingling only listened to him. One could say that in this world, she only heeded Xu Ming's words. Thus, after Xu Ming finished speaking, she took the brush and dashed to the front row, mimicking the other senior brothers and sisters as she knelt down to sit. The elder's expression darkened. Xu Ming, resembling a father sending his daughter to school, earnestly reminded Feng Qingling a few times before turning his attention back to the elder. His face filled with confusion as he said, "Last night during our spar, I was defeated by this little sister. According to the rules, I am giving her my quota. Does Elder Yuan have any objections?" "Elder Yuan, the surrounding disciples, Xiang, are you not embarrassed to boast? With your peak Dan condensation realm, on the verge of entering the Nirvana realm, you would lose to this little sister who barely possesses any spiritual power? The sun must be rising from the west." With Xu Ming having said this, the elder could find no counterargument, yet he was so infuriated that he had no desire to teach anymore. He stood up, flung his sleeves, and entered the inner chambers, declaring, "Continue your training for half an hour." The elder stormed off in a fit of rage. Many disciples wore peculiar expressions. Meanwhile, Xu Ming remained leisurely, casting a glance at Mu Qingyan, who stood at the entrance of the grand hall watching him, before indifferent eyes turned away as he hummed a tune and walked out. "Xiang," Mu Qingyan called out to him. Xu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Mu Shimi, is there something you need?" "I?" The words hovered on her lips, but Mu Qingyan could not bring herself to speak. She wished to apologize to Xu Ming, but upon seeing the coldness in his eyes, she felt a sudden lump in her throat. Moreover, recalling his tender demeanor towards Feng Qingling only deepened her discomfort, stirring a profound jealousy within her. He was clearly her Xiang. Xu Ming glanced at her sideways. "Rest assured, Mu Shimi, I will no longer disturb you in the future. As for your personal belongings, I accidentally misplaced them, so I am unable to return them to you, if you don't mind." I can compensate you with spirit stones. As soon as the words left his lips, Mu Qingyan blurted out, I don't want them. Su Ming. She lifted her delicate face, her jade-like hand gathering the stray strands of hair that had fallen before her eyes. Her gaze fixated intently on her elder brother. The once frosty pallor of her cheeks now bore a rare flush, and in a soft voice, she said, If you like it, brother, I shall gift it to you. Su Ming pondered. Is this a ploy of deception or a beauty trap? Has this girl lost her wits? He shook his head dismissively, gesturing indifferently as he walked away. Mu Qingyan watched his retreating figure. A pang of sorrow gripping her heart. It was she who had caused her elder brother to be imprisoned in the celestial prison for 3 long months, enduring the torment of the heavenly thunder every day. Surely, he must be greatly disappointed in her, perhaps even harboring feelings of disdain. No. I cannot bear the thought of my brother disliking me. I must strive to cultivate, to stand by his side, and accompany him in whatever endeavors he pursues. A determination ignited in Mu Qingyan's eyes. She returned to the grand hall, kneeling beside Feng Qingling. Feng Qingling, curious, was using the spirit ink brush that Su Ming had given her, diligently drawing spirit seals on the table before her. Her small face etched with seriousness. Although Hong Yu did not instruct her in cultivation, she had perused many books brought back by Hong Yu in the Hong Shuang Pavilion, which contained numerous records on basic spirit seals, all of which she had memorized. The 2 senior brothers in the second row regarded Feng Qingling's petite and adorable figure with curious expressions. One of them, noticing her mistake in drawing a spirit seal, couldn't help but chuckle. Junior sister, you've made an error here. The essence of spirit seals lies in the continuity of the strokes. If they cannot connect, they are rendered useless. Upon hearing this, many disciples turned their attention to Feng Qingling, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Feng Qingling ignored him entirely, erasing the incorrect seal and beginning anew. The brother who had spoken felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose. Another senior brother then remarked pointedly, We saw you just now with the elder brother. Though you know that our elder brother is quite hypocritical and enjoys bullying junior sisters? Bang! Before he could finish, a blood spirit seal materialized and transformed into a torrent of crimson liquid, drenching him and staining his garments a vivid red. The brother was taken aback, by the time he regained his composure. He was struck again, a frigid gust of force sending him sprawling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Astonishment filled the hall, leaving everyone speechless. Feng Qingling turned around, her previously feeble demeanor evaporating. Her deep, enchanting eyes now coldly fixed on the brother. Beside her, Mu Qingyan's gaze mirrored a hint of murderous intent as she too focused on him. One had anticipated that these 2 junior sisters would act in concert to defend their elder brother. Chapter 18. The Ancient Celestial Demon, the Golden Dragon's fortune. The North Wilderness Domain lies at the northernmost edge of the North Spirit Realm. Yet, unbeknownst to many, deep within the North Wilderness mountain range, in a void space, stands an ancient stone palace that has endured for over a millennium. Inside the palace is a realm wholly distinct from the outside world, a paradise adorned with antiquated and exquisite spirit formations, each emanating vibrant life force, creating its own space, this moment, by a crystal-clear stream formed of pure spirit energy. Beneath the tree bearing the red spirit holy fruit, 2 figures sat cross-legged, with a black and white chessboard placed between them. The chess pieces clashed, a subtle sense of combat lingering in the air. On the left sat a man clad in white as snow, casually playing black pieces, each move appearing remarkably nonchalant. In contrast, opposite him was a middle-aged man in purple, his long hair tied back, exuding an air of refined elegance and simplicity. As the white piece fell, a smile crept onto the face of the middle-aged man in purple. What do you think of my move? The chessboard had reached a stalemate. The white-clad man, none other than Su Ming, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger at his defeat. He merely lifted the teacup beside him and took a sip. Shaking his head slightly, it would indeed be strange if the renowned chess sage of a millennium ago were to lose. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in purple paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. We've played our game. Now let us discuss your business. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Ming transformed the chessboard into shimmering dots of spirit energy, vanishing from sight, he set down his teacup and spoke meaningfully. With the onset of the North Wilderness calamity and the emergence of the Chaos Blue Lotus, I will need you to open the celestial demon's secret realm above the ruined city. Oh? The middle-aged man's expression shifted. Are you certain? He inquired seriously. If we release those 10 ancient celestial demons, and no one can subdue them, the entire North Wilderness domain will descend into chaos. Chaos? Su Ming scoffed. Did you not have your eye on someone with the surname Lin, intending to impart your life's knowledge to him? Do you truly believe he can tame those 10 celestial demons? Ji Wujie shook his head. What I value is the great fortune he possesses. This person is intertwined with the golden dragon's fortune. Should he not meet an untimely end, he will surely ascend to the pinnacle of greatness in the future. His name is Lin Changfeng, correct? Ji Wujie stroked his chin, pondering, however. I have sensed a significant weakening of his golden dragon fortune lately. It seems he is encountering some perilous situation. Yu Ming changed the subject. Besides you, are there others keeping an eye on him? Certainly. Those who possess the golden dragon's fortune will inevitably attract the attention of many ancient beings from the divine realm. Some may intervene when he faces life-threatening dangers, aiding him through his tribulations. After finishing his tea, Su Ming stood to leave. He had gleaned the information he sought. Ji Wujie watched as Su Ming plucked 2 red spirit holy fruits from the ancient tree nearby. His expression darkening. I only harvest 1 fruit every 100 years, and now you've taken 2? Don't be so stingy. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Next time I visit, I'll bring you some fine treasures. With that, he transformed into a flicker of spirit light and vanished from sight. Ji Wujie nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had suspected that Su Ming's sudden visit was not solely about the celestial demon's secret realm, but also his covetous desire for the holy fruits. However, Ji Wujie sighed softly, recognizing that with such a prodigy emerging from the North Wilderness domain, he had a premonition that Su Ming might surpass Lin Changfeng, the one entwined with the golden dragon's fortune. In sheer power, he had no doubt about Su Ming's current strength. The question remained as to whom the ancient Chaos Blue Lotus would ultimately belong to. In any case, he would not dare offend Su Ming for Lin Changfeng's sake. The close ties between the Celestial Prison and Su Ming meant that the Liu clan's celestial dynasty would likely side with him. The beings from the divine realm should beware of stepping on their own toes. If not, the outcome would surely be entertaining. Upon returning to the Xinyanzong, Su Ming found his junior brother, Lu Xiaolin, whom he had previously chastised, attempting to contract a spirit beast in the forest behind the main peak. It was a late-stage Qi Feng wolf, typically raised on the 7 Peaks back mountain for disciples to contract upon reaching a certain cultivation level. Unfortunately, this Qi Feng wolf had a notoriously fierce temperament, and despite Lu Xiaolin's relentless attempts to bind it with spirit seals, he found himself thoroughly outmatched and in a rather pitiful state. Many disciples gathered around, observing Lu Xiaolin's struggle. A few female disciples stifled their giggles and chimed in. Junior brother Lu, this Qi Feng wolf is notoriously proud. Recently, senior brother Feiyu from the first peak attempted to tame it, but he too failed. If you can succeed, you will surpass even him. Other male disciples joined in the laughter, reveling in Lu Xiaolin's misfortune. Senior brother Feiyu was a renowned figure, now on the cusp of the half-step nirvana realm, and if he could not tame this little wolf, junior brother Lu would surely find it challenging. In the clearing of the forest, the Qi Feng wolf broke free from the spirit seals once more, letting out a fierce howl and charging straight at Lu Xiaolin, sending him flying through the air. Ha ha ha! Lu Xiaolin fell clumsily to the ground, rolling over in the process, his clothes now riddled with several tears. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding senior brothers and sisters burst into hearty laughter at his comical appearance. Hastily, Lu Xiaolin scrambled to his feet, and upon hearing their laughter, his face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling utterly humiliated, he cast a quick glance at the Crimson Fang wolf ahead and, gritting his teeth, lowered his head and turned away, eager to escape the awkwardness of the situation. However, after just 2 steps, he suddenly froze, as if sensing something. He looked up dully to see a figure clad in cool white, leaning casually against a nearby tree, arms crossed, lazily gazing at him. His senior brother, coming back to his senses, Lu Xiaolin felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him. Not only had he embarrassed himself, but he had also disgraced the reputation of chiefing. The thought of his earlier pitiful display being witnessed by his senior brother made him want to find a hole to hide in, utterly mortified at the prospect of facing him. With his head hung low, he dared not look at Su Ming, hastily turning away to leave. Yet, distracted, he found himself back at the very spot he had just vacated. Once again caught off guard, the Crimson Fang wolf knocked him aside, crashing him into a massive tree trunk, leaving his back stinging with pain as he collapsed to the ground, eliciting uproarious laughter from those around him. This fool still hasn't given up? Doesn't he realize we were speaking in jest? Even Fei Yu, the senior brother from Yifeng, couldn't tame that spirit wolf. Liu Xiaolin may have some talent, but can he truly surpass Fei Yu? Ha! This is too hilarious. The way he was sent flying was particularly amusing. Hearing their laughter, Liu Xiaolin gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he couldn't resist stealing a glance in a certain direction. There, his senior brother continued to observe him with a languid calmness. Is that the senior brother from Chifeng? Someone murmured. I heard he was confined by the Peak Master after returning from the immortal prison. Who would have thought he was released? Surely he doesn't intend to attempt taming that Crimson Fang wolf. Does he? It's said that his cultivation matches that of Fei Yu from Yifeng, both at the threshold of nirvana. If Fei Yu failed, how could he possibly succeed? A few people noticed Su Ming's presence and began to murmur among themselves. Shaking their heads in disbelief, Fei Yu, whose full name is Long Fei Yu, is not only the senior brother of Yifeng but also the next black armored guard of Huangqing. Ever since he advanced to the threshold of nirvana, he has spent most of his time in Huangqing, rarely returning to the sect. Being selected as part of the Black Armored Guard is a dream come true for countless disciples, underscoring how extraordinary Fei Yu's talent must be. In their eyes, Su Ming's exclusion from Huangqing implied that his aptitude and strength were inferior to Long Fei Yu's. If Fei Yu had failed, then Su Ming's attempt would likely end as a farce. As their laughter reached Liu Xiaolin's ears, his face grew even redder. Grasping the sword beside him, he rose to his feet. Despite Su Ming's previous teasing of junior sisters and his defiance against their master, he remained the senior brother of Chifeng, representing all its disciples. While these individuals might mock Liu Xiaolin, they dared not ridicule Su Ming. Such an act would be tantamount to belittling Chifeng and all its disciples. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Liu Xiaolin fixed his gaze upon the Crimson Fang wolf. Spirit beasts possess formidable physiques, typically outclassing human cultivators of the same realm by several folds. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Since he could not tame it, Liu Xiaolin resolved to slay it instead. One would succeed in taming it. Infusing his sword with spiritual energy, he vanished from sight, appearing in midair as he swung his sword down ferociously towards the wolf's head. Is this kid out of his mind? Attempting to kill the Crimson Fang wolf? Should we stop him? One disciple whispered. Why bother? Even though the Crimson Fang wolf is mid-stage returning origin, it could easily dispatch Fei Yu. This kid is simply inviting suffering. Let us see how he gets trounced. It'll teach him a lesson. On the open ground, Liu Xiaolin's strike indeed met nothing but air. The Crimson Fang wolf moved with the swiftness of lightning, its silvery white form deftly evading his attack. Frustrated, Liu Xiaolin turned and swung again. With a resounding clash, the wolf, with an icy glare, withstood his blow and swiftly bit down on his arm, tearing away a large chunk of flesh before darting aside. Hiss! Liu Xiaolin inhaled sharply, the pain shooting through him. The Crimson Fang wolf, emboldened by the scent of blood, showed no mercy. With a single paw, it sent him flying once more. Overcome by a primal fear of death, Liu Xiaolin beheld the wolf's bloodied fangs. He saw the mocking faces of the disciples around him, and then his gaze fell upon Su Ming's disappointed shake of the head. I am not afraid of death, he roared, spurred on by indignation. Grasping his sword, he charged at the Crimson Fang wolf, ready to fight to the end. However, in the next instant, an inexplicable surge of powerful energy enveloped him, rendering him immobile, as though bound by invisible chains. The Crimson Fang wolf, sensing the shift, crouched low to the ground, howling in fear. The surrounding disciples froze, quickly turning to see the source of the sudden shift in power. Was it Su Ming who intervened? In this place, no one other than Su Ming would come to Liu Xiaolin's aid. But how could Su Ming, with only half a step into nirvana, possibly subdue the Crimson Fang wolf so effortlessly? The crowd was filled with astonishment as they searched for any elder among them who might be assisting Lu Xiaolin. Yet, they were met with the sight of Su Ming, leisurely lowering his arms and raising a solitary finger. Lu Xiaolin, still in place, lifted his sword in response. Yu Ming's fingertip lightly touched the air, and in an instant, Lu Xiaolin's sword transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting forth. Swoosh! The sword pierced the ground before the Crimson Fang wolf, sending vibrations through the earth. A long gash appeared on the wolf's left cheek, a testament to Su Ming's power. In that moment, the Crimson Fang wolf stared in terror at the sword before it. Cowering on the ground, too afraid to move, Lu Xiaolin, equally stunned, turned back in disbelief. The disciples around him mirrored his shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. Remote spirit control? It was indeed remote spirit control, a formidable technique that could only be wielded by those in the Nirvana realm. This senior brother from Qifeng could manipulate spirits from a distance. Had he truly advanced into Nirvana? How was that even possible? He was still under 20 years of age. A Nirvana cultivator under 20. Such a rarity not only in their sect but throughout the entire northern wilderness. They could hardly believe Su Ming could be a Nirvana expert. Yet, as they witnessed this spectacle, they had no choice but to accept the truth, unless there was an elder secretly aiding Lu Xiaolin. It was impossible for him to achieve this feat alone. Dazed, Lu Xiaolin spoke, his gaze filled with admiration for Su Ming. Under the maple tree, Su Ming glanced at him, then lightly mocked, "If you can't handle such a minor setback, perhaps you shouldn't call me senior brother. It's embarrassing." Lu Xiaolin's face turned an even deeper shade of red. He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Su Ming, observing the blood still trickling from Lu Xiaolin's arm, shook his head and said coldly, "If you contract such a useless beast, your future will be limited to this. If you wish to be a useless one, then go ahead and contract it." Gritting his teeth, Lu Xiaolin stared at the cowering Crimson Fang wolf. Something within him stirred, as if provoked. A spirit beast that could only know fear when faced with pressure was unworthy of being his contracted companion. He had never wanted to disappoint his senior brother. He refused to remain the perpetual disappointment in Su Ming's eyes. With determination, Lu Xiaolin rushed forward, drawing his sword, his gaze icy as he focused on the Crimson Fang wolf. "One day, I shall, by my own strength, make you kneel before me, just as you do now." Having uttered his resolve, he turned away, feeling no attachment to the Crimson Fang wolf that had once seemed so desirable. Moments ago, he had been desperate to contract it. Now it appeared laughable. As he approached Su Ming, he bowed respectfully. "Senior brother." Su Ming glanced at him, offering no response, before turning indifferently to leave the area. Lu Xiaolin wished to follow but hesitated, ultimately gritting his teeth. He would strive to cultivate diligently, to showcase his true strength at the sect's grand competition, proving that he was no mere waste. Gazing at the retreating figure of Su Ming, the disciples who had been mocking Lu Xiaolin moments ago wore expressions of astonishment. All the female disciples fixed their eyes on the spot where Su Ming had vanished, their lovely eyes reflecting his slender and aloof silhouette. Many of the young women felt their hearts tremble fiercely. A Nirvana realm powerhouse not yet 20 years old. Once this news spreads, it is likely to shake the entire sect. Although he had committed some misdeeds in the past, those transgressions belonged to a bygone era. Moreover, this esteemed senior brother of the Seven Peaks is not only handsome but possesses a captivating charm and an enigmatic background. His current cultivation level is sufficient for him to become an elder of the Xinyan Zone. As they pondered, the cheeks of some female disciples flushed slightly, their gazes lingering vacantly on the place where Su Ming had departed. With strength, talent, exquisite looks, and a noble and cold demeanor, even if he had some minor quirks in the past, they could be understood. Chapter 20. Qin Ro. If you won't give it to me, I'll pursue it myself. At the waist of the Seven Peaks, within her chamber, Bai Qingxian sat upon her bed, her frosty and regal beauty marred by a layer of coldness. Not far from her right hand sat a woman clad in a snow-white gown, exuding an air of elegance and breathtaking beauty. "Qin Ro, considering our 2 decades of friendship, I shall not hold this matter against you. However, should you bring it up again in the future, Do not blame me for becoming unforgiving. Bai Qingxian spoke icily. The woman before her in the snow-white gown was Qin Ro, her sister with whom she shared over 20 years of camaraderie, and the sect leader of the Xiling sect in the North Wilderness. The Xiling sect, while not particularly powerful, had gained fame in the North Wilderness for exclusively recruiting female disciples, ranking only below the 5 major sects in terms of strength. Yet today, Qin Ro had come to find her, claiming that the Xiling sect had recently accepted a female disciple who required a marriage ceremony to awaken her unique constitution. Knowing that her disciple Su Ming possessed considerable talent and cultivation, she sought to borrow him for the Xiling sect. Bai Qingxian was not a naive novice. She fully understood the implications of a marriage ceremony. It was a form of malevolent practice, using the union of a couple as a sacrificial offering to channel spiritual power. On the wedding night, the pure primordial spiritual energy within the male would be used to unlock the female's exceptional in spiritual vein. If successful, it would greatly benefit the female, potentially granting her astonishing cultivation talent. The higher the male's cultivation talent, the greater the benefits for the female. Bai Qingxian understood that Qin Ro was unwilling to let the Xiling sect remain beneath the 5 major sects. But the consequences of such a method were far too grave. Should the awakening fail, both parties would lose their cultivation, becoming unable to practice ever again. Even though Su Ming had deeply disappointed her, he was still a disciple she had nurtured herself, and she would not allow him to take such a risk. Furthermore, this method only benefited the female, providing no advantage to the male, whose greatest gain might simply be marrying a wife without any emotional foundation. Thus, Bai Qingxian resolutely refused Qin Ro as the leader of a sect. Qin Ro possessed not only an elegant and stunning demeanor, but also an air of subtle authority. Her long hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, her skin smooth and fair, even more so than that of a girl in her teens. With her slender brows slightly arched and enchanting phoenix eyes glinting beneath delicate lashes, her rosy lips curved into a slight smirk as she spoke in a calm tone. I offer your disciple a bride, so why the hasty refusal? Are you afraid he might fall for me? Bai Qingxian recognized her character. Once Qin Ro set her sights on something, she would not rest until she obtained it. However, she could not possibly yield Su Ming to her. Outside the Shenyanzong, there were countless talented young men. Why did she specifically target her disciple? Qin Ro pouted, her captivating eyes fixed on Bai Qingxian. Come now, Xiao Xianxian. Are we not like sisters? My little apprentice possesses a rare purine body and is still unblemished. How can I trust her to marry those men outside? Marrying your disciple would make us family. Wouldn't it be wonderful for us sisters to join forces? Bai Qingxian's expression remained frosty. That is not an option. Qin Ro let out an exasperated huff, sitting down in frustration. Her delicate waist arched, long, fair legs crossed, and she kicked the nearby chair in annoyance. What kind of sister are you? This is not a bad thing for your disciple. Given his talent, there's at least a 90% chance of a successful awakening. You wicked woman, do you not want to see me succeed? Bai Qingxian shot a glance at Qin Ro's impeccably smooth legs, her gaze traveling upward. This girl had a figure even more alluring than her own. Standing slightly taller, with deep and alluring curves, just her long, snow-white legs could captivate countless men. Sighing inwardly, Bai Qingxian softened her icy demeanor somewhat, speaking with resignation. Miss, Su Ming is the eldest disciple of the 7 Peaks and the highest in cultivation among all disciples. I am counting on him to secure first place in the sect's grand competition and bring me some face. If you take him away, what am I to do? Qin Ro pouted, her eyes shimmering with mischief. Suddenly recalling something, she fixed Bai Qingxian with an inquisitive gaze. Come clean. Are you hoping to keep him for yourself? Bai Qingxian's face darkened. Can you be serious for once? He is my disciple. I shouldn't have to discuss such matters with you. You're blushing. Bai Qingxian hastily covered her cheeks. Qin Ro smiled mysteriously. You're giving yourself away. I've seen Su Ming before. Gentle as jade. A true gentleman. I knew you couldn't resist him. Let me have him instead. Bai Qingxian glared at her. You're infuriating me. Qin Ro waved her hand dismissively. I'll ask you just one question. Will you give him to me or not? No. That's what you said. Bai Qingxian bit her lip, cautioning. I advise you to steer clear of malevolent practices. If the celestial prison discovers this, I won't be able to save you. Qinro inhaled sharply, her ample bosom rising and falling slightly. With her enchanting gaze locked onto by Qing Xian, she inquired, if one day I'm captured by the celestial prison, will you truly remain indifferent? Bai Qing Xian nodded. That's what you deserve. Completely heartbroken. I've been thinking about you in everything I do. If you don't give me Su Ming, you'll never heal this wounded heart of mine. Bai Qing Xian was speechless. How had the conversation shifted back to Su Ming? Qinro lightly swung her fair legs, her delicate toes tapping rhythmically against the nearby chair, then, with a haughty tone befitting a queen, she declared, I've been single since birth, and among all the men I've seen, only your Su Ming feels extraordinary to me. If it weren't for the need to awaken my little apprentice's constitution, I might have already made my move on him. Bai Qing Xian sighed. It was indeed the Qinro she knew. You old hag, dare to lay a finger on my disciple, and I'll break your legs. Qinro scoffed. Just tell me if you'll give him to me. If not, starting tomorrow, I'll come here every day and pursue him in various ways. If you want to let him marry my apprentice, I'll elevate his status and drive you mad. Bai Qing Xian was truly exasperated. She shot her a glare. Do you have no shame? I only want a man, not dignity. Choose another. I'll consider any disciple apart from Su Ming. No exchange. I want Su Ming. Negotiations are over. If negotiations are off, I'll pursue him myself. Bai Qing Xian was so furious she wanted to bite her. Did she not realize how troublesome Su Ming had become? Forcing him to marry that girl would be a disaster. Chapter 21. Not wanting to be his sister. Before the pure Yuan Hall, the bell tolled. Having concluded their morning cultivation, the elders departed first. The tense atmosphere within the great hall relaxed slightly, as numerous disciples huddled together, many gazing upward at the two beautiful figures still kneeling on the ground. Tidying up their belongings, Mu Qingyan finished organizing the table and looked at Feng Qingling, who cherished the spirit pattern brush Su Ming had given her as if it were a treasure, holding it close to her chest. With a cold snort, she spoke disdainfully. You haven't even truly opened your spiritual veins. What use is it to learn the method of absorbing spirits? Moreover, we have strict rules in the 7 peaks. If Master finds out about your presence, even the eldest disciple will face punishment. Feng Qingling turned her head to glance at Mu Qingyan, feeling inexplicably antagonistic toward her, which puzzled her since they were strangers. Remembering Su Ming's advice to hurry out to find him after her lessons and to avoid casual interactions with unfamiliar seniors, she withdrew her gaze and ignored Mu Qingyan. After tidying up the table, she quickly rose and obediently walked toward the hall's exit under the watchful eyes of her seniors. Mu Qingyan observed Feng Qingling's fragile and vulnerable silhouette, her expression tranquil and her gaze indifferent. After finishing her tasks, she followed suit and left the great hall. Upon exiting, Feng Qingling turned around, her brow slightly furrowed as she warily asked, What are you following me for? As the words fell, Mu Qingyan's bright eyes swept past her, gazing towards the small path outside the hall. On that path, a figure leaned against a tree trunk, displaying an air of boredom, while a pair of ebony eyes quietly lifted. Observing them, upon seeing him, Mu Qingyan's gaze involuntarily became entranced, her delicate face betraying a hint of nervousness. In that moment of her stupor, Feng Qingling had already jogged over, her exquisite face adorned with a gentle smile. Hands cradling a spiritual ink brush in front of her petite chest, sweetly addressing Su Ming as senior brother. Su Ming smiled faintly, his interest piqued as he focused on Feng Qingling. Although the young girl was still quite small in stature, her figure was graceful and soft, her skin as fair as snow, with her hair lightly tied back. Clad in simple cultivation attire, it accentuated her alluring curves. Her features were exquisitely delicate, imbued with a pure charm laced with a hint of subtle seduction. Resembling an enchanting little fairy, especially when gazing at him, her eyes sparkled with clarity, so pristine and clean that one felt an overwhelming urge to shield her from the world. Yet, Su Ming was aware that beneath those clear, innocent eyes lay the shadows of past suffering, and perhaps one day, when those shadows could no longer be suppressed, Feng Qingling would transform into a completely different person. Such a sweet call, Su Ming remarked, playfully ruffling her hair. Unfazed by the astonished expressions of the disciples behind them, he continued, "Let me hear you call me good brother and see if it's as sweet as it sounds." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Feng Qingling's face flushed crimson, rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Her heart raced as she lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Observing her blushing visage, Su Ming found her both adorable and beautiful. Yet he couldn't quite comprehend why the girl was so bashful. Shaking his head, he teased, "I was just joking." "Are you hungry?" "No," Feng Qingling replied, shaking her head. "Senior brother, what do you want to eat? Linger can prepare it for you." Su Ming pondered for a moment. "How about we discuss something, mm?" Feng Qingling nodded without hesitation, readily agreeing to anything Su Ming suggested. Su Ming's eyes glinted mischievously, agreeing so quickly? "Aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" "Linger is not afraid," she replied confidently. "Foolish girl," Su Ming chuckled, releasing her head and instead wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulder. As Feng Qingling's cheeks flushed anew, he began to lead her away. "From now on, don't call me senior brother. You can call me brother. I will treat you as my own sister." Feng Qingling paused, her steps faltering. "Brother? Real sister?" She gazed at Su Ming, feeling a mix of shyness and delight at his previous affectionate gesture, only to feel as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Su Ming playfully tapped her forehead. "What are you daydreaming about? Does acknowledging me as your brother embarrass you, little one?" His affectionate demeanor towards Feng Qingling was merely that of an elder brother towards a younger sister. Su Ming envisioned teaching Feng Qingling cultivation, providing her with the finest resources and ensuring that when she matured, she would at least be an emperor-level figure, capable of contending with the female emperors of the divine realm. Surely, she wouldn't turn against her brother once she grew up. Feng Qingling fell silent, lowering her head, a hint of sadness creeping into her heart. Did that mean from the very beginning his kindness was merely because he viewed her as a sister? Yet, what she truly desired was not to be his sister. "Senior brother," Su Ming frowned. "Still calling me senior brother?" Feng Qingling gritted her teeth, her usually gentle eyes now displaying a hint of defiance. "Master once said that Linger must not recklessly acknowledge any older brothers outside. If Master were to find out, she would punish me severely." Su Ming. "That excuse seems rather flimsy." "Then if you don't want to acknowledge me, then don't," he replied, not expecting Feng Qingling to resist this matter so fervently. He merely regarded her as a child who had yet to mature, never considering other implications. Seeing her discomfort, he swiftly changed the subject. "Since your master has said so, I won't push you. How's your injury? Still painful?" Feng Qingling obediently shook her head. "It no longer hurts." Beneath the dappled sunlight, a gentle breeze lifted a strand of her hair, and as Su Ming turned his gaze towards her, he noticed an ancient, mysterious pattern gradually manifesting between her fair brows. Su Ming paused, his eyes fixated on the ancient symbol on her forehead. In the next moment, his vision seemed drawn into a dark, ancient space, where a breathtaking ethereal figure draped in a green gown stood, resembling a celestial being. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her tranquil presence rendered the world around her dull in comparison. She emanated an unparalleled, otherworldly aura, subtly revealing a demeanor that looked down upon the world. Chapter 22. Enchantress Su Ming found himself momentarily dazed. The scene before him shifted, and once more, Feng Qingling's delicate face appeared, along with the ancient mark on her forehead that was slowly fading. He quickly reached out to touch her brow. Feng Qingling, feeling somewhat anxious, clutched his garment. "System, what was that mark just now?" "Beep. That is the mark of the Nine Heavens Xianhou." The main character, Feng Qingling, possesses the bloodline of the Nine Heavens Xianhou and is destined to become the future Nine Heavens goddess. Upon ascending to the imperial throne, she will become the Nine Heavens Empress. Su Ming exhaled deeply. The Nine Heavens Xianhou was a tyrannical empress who ruled thousands of years ago, a figure renowned alongside legendary beings like the immortal Divine King, Abyssal Void Emperor, and the Celestial Evil Emperor. Throughout his past 5 lives, Su Ming had never witnessed these main characters ascend to empress status, for he had invariably been killed by the protagonists in the early to mid stages of the narrative. According to the system, the future of these main characters was to become sacrifices on the male protagonist's path to greatness, leading to Feng Qingling's demise at the hands of the male lead on the day she ascended to the throne. As he sought her imperial heart to validate his own path, Xu Ming couldn't help but lament. What kind of absurd fantasy world is this, and who wrote it? The early plot was filled with harmless interactions, where the male lead flirted with the female lead, yet never even touched her hand due to his pure yang constitution. However, Xu Ming's real grievance was the subsequent plot, where all the female leads met their demise at the hands of the male lead. He couldn't help but wonder if the author simply gave up on the story, which was utterly ridiculous. Returning to his senses, Xu Ming tucked a strand of Feng Qingling's hair behind her ear, observing her nervous expression. "What did you feel just now?" "Ah." Feng Qingling's face instantly flushed, and she found it hard to meet Xu Ming's gaze. Turning her head, she shyly murmured, "It felt a bit ticklish." Xu Ming chuckled. This girl has such a peculiar understanding. Yet, it made sense. She likely didn't realize that the ancient mark would appear on her forehead and thought he was merely asking about touching her brow. "A bit ticklish? That girl is quite daring," he teased, pinching her fair little face. "What about now? How does it feel?" "A little painful." Unable to suppress a laugh, Xu Ming inquired, "How long until you come of age?" Feng Qingling pondered for a moment, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes as she looked up at Xu Ming and replied cheerfully, "1 more year. 1 year." Xu Ming nodded. This meant that in just a year, the ancient mark of the 9 heavens Xianhou on her forehead would fully awaken, marking the time when she would accept the Xuanhou's inheritance. His inquiry, however, led Feng Qingling to misunderstand. Her previously dim eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. She believed that Xu Ming was merely concerned about her youth and wished to acknowledge her as his sister. But in a year, she would no longer be a child. Xu Ming wrapped his arm around Feng Qingling's delicate shoulder, leading her away without a care for the world around them. To his surprise, the young girl displayed no resistance. Instead, her face was flushed with shyness as she obediently followed him, akin to a well-behaved little wife. As they walked, countless disciples were left astonished by the sight of Xu Ming and Feng Qingling's affectionate demeanor, along with her obedient expression. Many felt a jolt in their hearts, suspecting that their esteemed senior brother had somehow deceived this young girl into following him. Several disciples, feeling a sense of injustice, huffed and turned to rush back to the main peak to report Xu Ming's actions to Bai Qing. They could not allow their senior brother to harm the innocent girl. What if her elders came looking for her? They would be the ones to suffer embarrassment, and their master might face repercussions from the sect. This senior brother was truly incorrigible. "Mu Shimi, are you heading to the Lingshan Hall? We can go together." In the pristine courtyard of the Pure Element Hall, a female disciple approached Mu Qingyin, who was dazedly gazing at the spot where Xu Ming and Feng Qingling had just departed. Despite the gentle call of the disciple, Mu Qingyin seemed oblivious to her presence, her eyes fixated vacantly on the receding figures. In that moment, a sharp pang pierced her heart, as if something had cruelly stabbed at it, causing an unbearable ache. The memory of Xu Ming's indifferent gaze, coupled with his starkly contrasting demeanor towards Feng Qingling and herself, made her eyes betray her, turning a shade of red. "Senior brother, you were never like this before," she murmured, consumed by a longing for the days when he would cling to her daily, seeking her out for trivial matters. She lamented the fact that she had failed to recognize his kindness sooner and had not reciprocated his feelings in time. All of this, she felt, was her own fault. Mu Shimi. The female disciple gently tapped Mu Qingyin's shoulder, but as she turned to look, she could only see Mu Qingyin slowly lifting her head, her frosty eyes casting a fleeting glance her way before she turned away, departing in silence. The very air around her seemed to chill as she passed. The disciple stood momentarily stunned, pondering Mu Shimi's peculiar behavior since morning. Could it be related to senior brother? Yet today, he had not even troubled her. Another female disciple approached, scoffing. Perhaps she was reminded of senior brother and that incident from 3 months ago. Sigh. Today he brought back a little girl from who knows where. If master finds out, he will surely reprimand him. Doesn't he deserve it? Mu Shimi used to be so vivacious, and now she's been reduced to this. I believe master's punishment for him is far too lenient. Several female disciples gathered, casting scornful glances at Xu Ming's retreating figure. At that moment, a group of disciples suddenly sprinted down the nearby path, their faces flushed and breathless, shouting fervently to the disciples of the 7 peaks. Quickly, send word to Master. News has come from the back mountain of the main peak. The red flame wolf, a creature of the Guiyuan realm that no one could successfully contract, has been subdued by our senior brother with a single sword strike. Disciples from other peaks witnessed it firsthand. Senior brother commanded the spirit from afar, showcasing extraordinary skill. This is the realm of Nirvana. Senior brother has ascended to the Nirvana realm. He is the first among all young disciples of our Xinyan sect to achieve this. During the sect competition, the 7 peaks will undoubtedly claim the top position. The news spread like wildfire among the disciples, igniting a wave of astonishment. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyin, still within earshot, turned her back to everyone. Her lips curling into a cold smile, her heart filled with disdain. What do you know? She thought. The Nirvana realm is merely the tip of the iceberg for senior brother. The disciples who had just condemned Su Ming were now rendered speechless. Their expressions shifting drastically. If memory served correctly, senior brother was still under 20 years of age. Even a 20-year-old Nirvana realm cultivator was an extraordinary presence in the entire northern wilderness. Chapter 23. The threat of Du Songhai and the corrupted physique senior brother. You've given me your room, and now I have nowhere to sleep at night. How about this? Why don't I just kick you out and reclaim my room? Feng Qingling pouted lightly, gazing at the back of Su Ming. Feeling a twinge of frustration. Doesn't he understand what I mean? Humph. Master had once told her that sharing a bed was the closest form of intimacy between a man and a woman. Su Ming, deep in thought ahead, murmured to himself, the rules of heaven, after all, may merely reflect the will of the strong and are not unbreakable. Will my little junior sisters still forsake their own for the male lead this time? He dismissed the notion. What nonsense, I have no faith in heaven. Dare to issue my divine judgment order? A bunch of fools. What does it matter if they are gods? I will have a legion of 100,000 Azuras under my command. Anyone who defies me will face the consequences. As they approached the 7 Peaks dining hall, many disciples covertly observed him and Feng Qingling. Their gazes a mixture of complexity and shock. Feeling their scrutiny, Feng Qingling grew anxious and hurriedly clutched Su Ming's sleeve. He glanced back at her. Her cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Taking in her adorable demeanor, Su Ming mused that her character seemed too gentle. Having learned no resistance from her previous mistreatment by Hongyu, he wondered if she could ever revive the fearsome reputation of the 9 Heavens Xianhou in this soft, vulnerable state. Just as they neared the dining hall, a sudden wave of potent spiritual energy swept toward them, forming a barrier that entrapped both him and Feng Qingling. Master! The disciples of the 7 Peaks gasped in surprise as an aged figure appeared at the end of the path. Quickly kneeling to pay their respects, Du Songhai approached, hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze first fixed on Su Ming, then briefly on Feng Qingling. Nirvana realm? You certainly know how to keep your secrets. He remarked with a faint smile before commanding, from now on, you shall leave the 7 Peaks and train at my main peak. I require a direct disciple. He found it astonishing. He had always known that Su Ming possessed some talent. Yet he had not anticipated such rapid advancement to the Nirvana realm. When he was of Su Ming's age, he had barely reached half a step into Nirvana and only succeeded years later. Such a prodigious talent could hardly be allowed to fall into the hands of that woman, by Qingxian. Regardless of where he was, he belonged to the Xinyan sect, and it would be better to have him under his direct guidance. Du Songhai's words confirmed the rumors surrounding Su Ming, and the surrounding disciples were left in shock, all eyes now on him. Meanwhile, Su Ming, encased in the spiritual barrier, appeared relaxed, casting a casual glance at the elder. Master Du, I am a disciple of the 7 Peaks. To go to the main peak without permission would violate the rules in the Xinyan sect. I am the rule, Du Songhai replied dismissively. I will inform your master. And she is no longer your master from this day forth, Yu Ming chuckled, amused by the elder's overconfidence. Du Songhai narrowed his eyes, glancing coldly at Feng Qingling behind Su Ming, and spoke indifferently. Hongyu once stated that her disciple possesses a corrupted physique. One of the conditions for her entry into the sect was that her disciple must not cultivate within the Xinyan sect. Should I catch her doing so, I will cripple her spiritual veins and cast her into the prison peak, condemning her to a life of servitude. His words, Feng Qingling's face turned ghostly pale. her grip tightening on Su Ming's clothing, instinctively retreating behind him. Dude, Songhai smirked, proclaiming loudly, the Shenyan sect has been a righteous sect for hundreds of years. How could we allow one person to tarnish our reputation? Su Ming, I recognize your talent. Consider it an honor. However, if you conspire with a corrupted individual, do not blame me for being unyielding if you refuse to hand her over. Dude Songhai's statement was an overt threat. The disciples nearby, hearing the term corrupted, swiftly altered their gazes toward Feng Qingling, their expressions morphing into disdain and aversion. Some bolder ones cried out in indignation, Master, this girl has no ties to the Seven Peaks. She is someone's senior brother brought back. Corrupted beings bring chaos to the world and deserve to be eradicated. Our sect cannot tolerate her presence. Please, Master, take action to cleanse our ranks. Instantly, the disciples united in righteous fury, their vehement condemnation causing Feng Qingling's eyes to brim with grievance and pain. She hid behind Su Ming, unable to bear the stares of the crowd. In that moment, her heart trembled incessantly. She cared little for how others perceived her. But Su Ming, standing before her, had become the last anchor in her dark life. Should he regard her with the same disdain as the others, her heart would shatter. Tears welled in her eyes, and she clutched Su Ming's clothing tightly, fearing he might cast her aside and surrender her to those who opposed her. Su Ming sensed her anxiety and fear, glancing around at the disciples who, upon hearing Du Songhai label Feng Qingling as corrupted, had instantly categorized her as an adversary. It seemed unlikely that even if she remained, she would endure the cold stares of all the sect's disciples. Hong Yu was truly cruel. She had effectively condemned Feng Qingling to a lifetime of suffering. With a heavy sigh, he grasped Feng Qingling's small hand, gently prying her fingers away from his sleeve. As tears of grievance spilled from her eyes, she stared blankly at Su Ming, her heart plummeting into despair. Confused, Su Ming wiped away her tears, asking, Why are you crying? It is better left unsaid. However, once the words escaped her lips, tears brimmed even more in Feng Qingling's eyes. She choked softly, Do you no longer want me? Su Ming, bemused by her words, felt as though he were being cast in the role of a scoundrel. He pinched her cheek with a hint of annoyance, forbidding her from crying. Feng Qingling sniffled, her heart heavy with discomfort and grievance. Amused, Su Ming ruffled her delicate little head, surprised to discover her propensity for tears. Stubbornly, Feng Qingling clenched her teeth. Before Hong Yu, she rarely shed tears, no matter the torment she endured. Yet, in Su Ming's presence, she could not fathom why she felt so wronged, why tears welled up uncontrollably. Chapter 24. Collecting some interest. First update, Su Ming had not anticipated that Feng Qingling would display such vulnerability before him. Moreover, her reddened eyes possessed an endearing quality that tugged at his heartstrings. Playfully, he caressed her smooth cheek. Feng Qingling paused, gazing up at Su Ming with a dazed expression. His gentle smile remained, as he wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes before tousling her hair and turning to face Du Songhai, who stood opposite them. In Su Ming's gaze, Feng Qingling did not perceive the disdain typical of other disciples. Instead, she found only compassion, stirring something deeply tender within her heart. In that moment, his figure eclipsed all else in her vision. Across from them, Du Songhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composed authority. I can offer you an opportunity, he proclaimed. Return Hong Yu's disciple to her, and accompany me to the main peak for registration. You will thereafter be the senior brother of the main peak, my direct disciple. You shall have unfettered access to the library of the Shenyanzong, an endless supply of spirit stones each month, and the freedom to select any techniques or secrets you desire. His gaze was intense. Su Ming's innate talent was undeniable, yet remaining among the Seven Peaks meant he would not receive his personal guidance, inevitably creating a rift with the sect. Moreover, he had extended this grand opportunity to Su Ming, hoping to see him rise and make a mark on the Northern Spirit Realm's list of prodigies. Bringing glory to the sect. The Northern Spirit Prodigy list included nearly every top talent aged 20 to 30 from the 4 domains of the Northern Spirit Realm. Only the strongest among them, based on talent and cultivation, could hope to be ranked within the top 100. Each individual on that list was a prodigious entity, with the weakest among them possessing at least the cultivation of spirit sovereign. Even if Su Ming had recently ascended to Nirvana realm, he still lagged behind those top talents from outside the northern wilderness who had trained for a longer duration. Du Songhai recognized Su Ming's potential and was willing to humble himself to recruit him. Believing that Su Ming could potentially break into the top 100 of the Northern Spirit Prodigy list. Achieving a spot on that list would bring immense honor to the sect. As he understood, the Northern Wilderness domain languished at the bottom among the 4 domains, with no one from its vast expanse managing to secure a ranking, drawing ridicule from the other 3 domains. Du Songhai was an ambitious man, and Su Ming's talent ignited a flicker of hope within him. Unbeknownst to him, however, the Su Ming before him was capable of instilling fear so profound that it could reduce him to his knees with just a glimpse of his hidden prowess. The promises Du Songhai made to Su Ming held little weight in the latter's eyes. Seeing Su Ming silent, Du Songhai assumed he was still contemplating the offer and smiled faintly at "As for your past actions, I shall overlook them from this moment onward." Yu Ming shook his head and raised his palm, gently squeezing. Buzz! The surrounding space gradually solidified, and in the next moment, the spatial barrier Du Songhai had conjured shattered with a resounding crash. Du Songhai's expression shifted, realizing Su Ming indeed possessed the Nirvana realm strength to break through the makeshift spatial barrier he had created. It appeared that he was nearing the mid-stage of Nirvana realm. His eyes blazed with fervor. Su Ming, your talent should not be wasted among the 7 peaks. Under my guidance, your future position is assured, and you will carve out your place on the Northern Spirit Prodigy list. Bai Qingxian cannot teach you. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples were taken aback. Yet, Su Ming merely scoffed softly, thinking, old man, your vision is rather limited. If he desired, he could suppress everyone on that list alone. But his ambitions reached far beyond a mere prodigy ranking. He aimed for dominion over the entire Northern Spirit realm. The Northern Wilderness domain held no allure for him. Had he not feared the hidden ancient monsters lurking within the celestial realms of the Northern Spirit realm? Requiring the Xinyanzong identity as a guise, he would have long since crushed Du Songhai with a single blow. Nevertheless, with the male protagonist nearing the mountain, the old man's time was drawing short. Today, he would collect some interest. A smile graced Su Ming's face as he flicked his fingers. A wisp of spirit power, exceedingly subtle, shot into the void. Buzz! In an instant, dark thunderclouds gathered ominously in the previously clear sky, and a colossal vortex of spirit power abruptly manifested, brimming with violent thunder. Within this swirling tempest, terrifying waves of spirit pressure began to emanate. Du Songhai's face paled, and the surrounding disciples froze in shock. Quickly assuming defensive postures, their expressions tense. Controlling spatial power was a formidable ability reserved for those above the spirit's sovereign realm. They were oblivious to the reason behind the sudden appearance of such a massive spatial vortex. The aura emanating from it so formidable that it compelled them all to the brink of kneeling. No one had anticipated the sudden arrival of a powerful spirit sovereign from another faction at their Xinyanzong. Du Songhai's expression grew grave. Within the Xinyanzong, figures imbued with powerful auras surged from the peaks, gathering in the air, gazing up at the sky with complex expressions. From Peak 1 to Peak 9, every peak master arrived, along with dozens of elders. Even the Grand Elder, who had reached the spirit's sovereign realm like Du Songhai, silently appeared beside him, his face etched with deep concern. Each peak master of the Xinyanzong had achieved the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, and the remaining elders mostly held early or mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivation. However, with Hong Yu having also ascended to the spirit's sovereign realm, her enchanting figure instantly captivated the attention of numerous elders and disciples. Even Grand Elder Hong Yu has come? The Grand Elder in white robes cast a meaningful glance at Hong Yu hovering in the air. Hong Yu pouted, her exquisite face glowing with unparalleled beauty as she replied coolly, as a fellow elder of the sect, it is only natural for me to be here when the sect may face a threat. Du Songhai interrupted their exchange, his focus now entirely on the looming presence. He floated above the gathered peak masters and elders, his gaze fixed on the sky as he coldly declared, I am unaware of which powerful entity has descended upon my Xinyanzong. If I have offended you in any way, I implore you to enlighten me. Silence enveloped the space. Du Songhai's expression darkened. Among the peak masters, Bai Qingxian was the first to glance at Su Ming below, noticing he remained in a relaxed demeanor. Anger surged within her. This mischievous boy had entangled himself with someone like Hong Yu without her knowledge. Did he not realize that Hong Yu's disciple was a natural-born evil cultivator? If he pursued cultivation, he would inevitably tread the path of darkness, jeopardizing his entire future. Chapter 25. Half-Step Divine Emperor, Mysterious Woman, Second Update. Bai Qingxian felt a surge of exasperation. Despite her profound disappointment with Su Ming's reckless actions, he remained her treasured disciple, nurtured with care and intention. Though she harbored somewhat shameful motives in his upbringing, she could not stand idly by and watch him be destroyed. Yet, the next moment, Bai Qingxian found herself momentarily dazed. Below, Su Ming sensed her gaze and smiled languidly. He reclined beneath a willow tree, leaning against the trunk, plucking a stray blade of grass and chewing on it, then grinning at Feng Qingling and beckoning her closer. Feng Qingling approached him, her voice bright and clear. Su Ming looked up, and since she was clad in her training attire, white above and a flowing skirt below, his eyes were immediately drawn to her long, fair, and smooth legs, evoking an irresistible urge to touch them. Senior brother, Feng Qingling noticed Su Ming's gaze and her cheeks flushed crimson. With a mischievous grin, Su Ming rested his hands behind his head, his eyes gleaming as he regarded her captivating features. Xiao Linger, senior brother is feeling a bit weary. Come and massage my legs. Feng Qingling's face turned even redder, and she stammered, but senior brother, the sect master and master. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Be obedient. Feng Qingling obediently nodded, then knelt on the grass beside Su Ming. From the moment Su Ming shielded her from Master S whip, she realized that her senior brother was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Even someone as powerful as their master would heed his words. Thus, no matter the circumstances, as long as she remained by Su Ming's side, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her heart. With her delicate, porcelain-like hands gently resting on Su Ming's thigh, she tenderly kneaded it, an intoxicating sensation swelling within her, causing her charming face to blush with a delightful hue. The surrounding disciples were left dumbfounded. Almost everyone who witnessed this scene wore expressions of disbelief. This fellow is incredibly infuriating. A mysterious powerhouse descends during a time of great peril for the sect, yet Su Ming, the esteemed senior brother, appears utterly relaxed and at ease, engaging in flirtations with the lovely maiden beside him. It was simply absurd. Many disciples seethed with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Bai Qingxian momentarily stared in a daze at Feng Qingling's delicate and fragile demeanor. Observing this young girl behaving so obediently before Su Ming stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within her heart. She inhaled deeply at that moment. She had experienced a similar feeling before, particularly when she heard that Su Ming had bullied Mu Qingyan. Bai Qingxian was not a woman devoid of understanding. She comprehended the implications of this situation and recognized the reasons behind her feelings. More importantly, she understood that from the very beginning, Su Ming viewed her merely as a mentor. His affections lay with girls like Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling, not with an older woman like her, who was significantly his senior in age. This realization explained her cold and unfeeling demeanor towards Su Ming over the past few days. She wished to avoid seeing him smile tenderly at her every day, for it would be unbearable. Thus, she deliberately distanced herself from him, feigning indifference. Perhaps even she was unaware that when she punished Su Ming, her heart ached more than anyone else's, yet she had to maintain a facade of aloofness. After all, she was his mentor. Bai Qingxian gently squeezed her jade-like hand, silently averting her gaze. At that moment, in the sky, dark clouds churned ominously, under the astonished gazes of all the elders and peak masters. A beam of white sword light descended from a vortex in the heavens, seemingly accompanied by the phantom of a colossal white dragon. Clang! The sword light sliced through the air like lightning. The towering main peak of the Shenyanzong was abruptly cleaved in two from its summit. A profound silence enveloped everyone present. Du Songhai's face turned ashen. He abruptly raised his gaze, and as the thunderclouds above dissipated somewhat, he beheld three figures descending slowly beneath the chaotic black lightning. akin to deities. Two men and one woman. The woman stood at the forefront, clad in a flowing white gown, her long silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes cold and ethereal, with an air of otherworldliness. Behind her, she bore a gleaming white long sword. This was a woman of breathtaking beauty, radiating an aura of icy sanctity that left onlookers in awe. Behind her were two young men clad in black, their countenances handsome yet adorned with wicked smiles, their deep, dark eyes fixated on the gathered crowd. The aura emanating from the trio was so formidable that even Du Songhai felt a sense of dread. They were three peak-level spirit sovereigns. No, the woman in the white gown might even be a half-step divine sovereign. Her presence was more powerful than that of the two men flanking her. Du Songhai's heart sank into sheer panic. Within the Shenyanzong, he himself was only at the mid-level of spirit sovereign, while the Grand Elder and Hong Yu were at the initial level, with just one of them capable of action. Today could spell doom for the entire Shenyanzong. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. He quickly bowed to the woman in the white gown hovering above. His tone no longer icy but tinged with anxiety. "I am Du Songhai, the sect master of Shenyanzong. May I inquire about the esteemed purpose of your visit?" The atmosphere hung heavy with silence. Half a minute later, the black-clad man on the left sneered, his wicked gaze scanning the anxious disciples of the sect below, before settling on a languid figure beneath a willow tree. "Wow, our boss really is at ease. Did he bring us all the way from the central continent just to watch him flaunt his affection with that little beauty?" He communicated to the man on his right in response. The man on the right shrugged. "It's tough for heroes when it comes to matters of the heart. It's rare to see our boss so leisurely. Let us not forget how ruthless he was when he led us to annihilate those sects in the central continent. He seems like a different person now." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the woman in the white gown beside them. "Cold sister, what's our boss's intention? Should we destroy this sect? Or just eliminate everyone down there?" The woman in the white gown's frosty gaze was piercing, emanating a true aura of do not approach. She remained silent, merely casting a brief glance downward, her eyes reflecting the figures of Su Ming and Feng Qingling. Upon witnessing their intimate interaction, a fleeting ripple passed through her eyes before she withdrew her gaze. With a delicate motion, she lifted her hand, grasping the hilt of her sword behind her. Clang! The sword was drawn. Its brilliance swept across the sky, creating a deep fissure in the fabric of space itself. Pft! Blood sprayed into the heavens. In the next moment, Du Songhai's arms were severed cleanly. Chapter 26. Central Continent Domain. Demon Cultivation Spirit Sect. In a single stroke, he severed both arms. The peak masters and elders were left in profound shock, particularly the Grand Elder, whose complexion turned ghastly pale, trembling as he instinctively took 2 steps back. A spirit sovereign was nearly the pinnacle of their sect's combat power, yet that woman had effortlessly disarmed him. Even if he could procure heavenly treasures to restore his limbs, he would be rendered powerless. Unable to advance further in cultivation and likely to regress swiftly. Their sect's top-tier combat strength had diminished by 30% in that instant. "Master!" The elders cried out in alarm. Du Songhai snapped back to reality. His face drained of color, disbelief and profound fear flickering in his eyes. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, causing dizziness. Swish! The sword's aura surged forth. The sharp white blade hovered at his throat. A wave of mortal terror washed over him, leaving Du Songhai pale, his blood surging within him. That moment, he truly felt the threat of death. After dominating the North Wilderness for decades, today marked his closest encounter with demise. He channeled his spiritual energy to staunch the blood flowing from his wounds. Feeling the emotionless gaze of the woman in the white gown upon him, he hastily stammered, "I am unaware of any offense I have committed against you. I implore you to enlighten me." In the presence of such overwhelming power, Du Songhai never considered resisting. Rather, he was a man who valued his life, fully aware that the disparity in strength left him with no choice but to submit, lest he bring ruin to the Shenyanzong itself. Across from him, the woman in the white gown flicked her sword, retracting it, yet the sharp wind still carved a long gash across Du Songhai's neck. Then, Her melodious yet indifferent voice resonated in the ears of all present. Today, I shall spare your life. Dude Songhai's complexion suddenly flushed crimson. I bear no grievances against you, boom. Before his words could fully escape, a shadow appeared before him like a specter, delivering a punch infused with violent spiritual power straight to his face, sending him crashing down, buried within a mountainside and kicking up clouds of dust. The black-clad man on the right casually brushed off his knuckles, muttering, I said I'd spare your life. Why so much nonsense? With that punch, Dude Songhai was left bruised and bloodied, his face a mess, even slightly caved in. Subsequently, the man on the left glanced at the terrified disciples of the Xinyanzong below, chuckling lightly as his gaze landed on the Grand Elder and Hongyu. Apologies, but my spirit sect operates without reason. He shot a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder. Old man, do you have a problem with that? The Grand Elder's face turned a sullen shade, his heart shaken. Spirit sect? Wasn't he that the demon cultivation sect that had recently risen to power in the North Spirit realm? It was said that this sect, with its 3 emperors, had trampled upon the corpses of countless sect disciples to rise to prominence. In just a few short months, it had annihilated numerous sects and slaughtered countless lives. The master of their sect, as the rumors suggest, once single-handedly engaged in a fierce battle against the 3 ancient divine emperors of the Emerald Valley, the foremost power in the central continent. In the end, despite the Emerald Valley's 3 divine emperors exhausting all their means, they could not prevail against him, and he left with countless treasures from the valley, departing with an air of nonchalance. After that battle, the reputation of the spiritual sect truly spread throughout the northern spirit realm, reaching even the remote northern wilderness, millions of miles away from the central continent, where everyone became aware of the spiritual sect's existence. One can only imagine the magnitude of such a reputation. Aside from the 3 divine emperors of the Emerald Valley, no one from the outside world had ever laid eyes on the true visage of the spiritual sect's master. All they knew was that he was a ruthless, bloodthirsty fiend. The disciples of the spiritual sect were mostly fierce and brutal individuals, yet each one was exceptionally gifted, possessing talents that set them apart from ordinary people. It was said that a certain genius ranked among the top 50 on the Northern Spirit Realm's genius list was brutally slain by an unknown ordinary disciple of the spiritual sect. And that was merely an ordinary disciple. One can only imagine the strength of the core disciples. At this moment, the Grand Elder felt a suffocating sensation in his heart. When did their divine Yin sect offend the spiritual sect? Who in the world does not know that the disciples of the spiritual sect are a terrifying lot, known for their cruelty and unruliness? To offend such a sect is akin to digging one's own grave. Gazing at Dude Songhai, lying in a pit of blood, the Grand Elder's eyelids twitched violently. Could it be that this sect master had privately offended a disciple of the spiritual sect, leading to today's calamity? He found it hard to believe. With Dude Songhai's temperament, he would never have proactively sought to offend the spiritual sect, especially since it was located in the central continent, a place exceedingly far from here. Dude Songhai would have to be quite foolish to venture so far and provoke such a terrifying enemy. At that moment, the ghostly elder from the main peak of the tied-in hall quietly appeared behind everyone. His eyes remained bound with cloth, his figure hunched, accompanied by Zhou Yaoyao. Zhou Yaoyao looked at Dude Songhai, who lay in the blood pit, his life uncertain, her small face slightly pale, and trembled as she spoke to the ghost elder. Is the sect master? The ghost elder raised a hand, interrupting her words. Mind your own business. Oh? Zhou Yaoyao nodded lightly, suddenly noticing Su Ming and Feng Qingling beneath the willow tree. She stared at Feng Qingling for a while in a daze. At this moment, the ghost elder solemnly said, You should go to Su Ming. If the sect truly encounters misfortune today, only he can protect you. Zhou Yaoyao was taken aback. The ghost elder continued, Your talent is not inferior to anyone else's. On the contrary, you possess a spiritual cultivation constitution that everyone envies. Remaining in the divine Yin sect will only hinder your future path, while staying by Su Shixiang's side will grant you the broadest opportunities. Listening to the ghost elder's commanding tone, Zhou Yaoyao fell silent for a moment. She did not understand why, ever since leaving Su Ming's side last night, The ghost elder's attitude towards her had changed so significantly, even approaching her to express a desire to take her as a disciple and impart his lifelong knowledge to her, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Now she realized that aside from her cultivation talent, it must also be due to Su Shixiang that the ghost elder's attitude shifted. Zhou Yaoyao hesitated. But what if I go now, will I disturb Su Shixiang? Her large, dark, and watery eyes stared curiously at Su Ming. Others were enjoying a romantic moment, and as an outsider, wouldn't it be inappropriate for her to intrude? Chapter 27. Can we be a bit more discreet? The ghost elder scoffed. Some things you need to learn to strive for. Understand? Zhou Yaoyao was taken aback. Upon realizing the implication behind the ghost elder's words, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly explained, Hall Master, I only regard him as my senior brother. Where are your thoughts wandering? Really? Zhou Yaoyao nodded fervently. Su Shixiang and I. It's impossible. The ghost elder sighed. He ceased speaking and no longer pressured Zhou Yaoyao to seek out Su Ming. Instead, he lifted his gaze, his eyes bound by cloth. Surveying the heavens above, the Grand Elder stood before numerous peak masters and elders, perspiration beading on his forehead. He glanced at the calm-faced Hongyu beside him, and the memory of Du Songhai's demise sent tremors through his heart. His cultivation was even slightly inferior to that of Du Songhai. If Du Songhai could be effortlessly slain with a single stroke, he would likely meet his end instantly. Hongyu, what should we do? The Grand Elder secretly transmitted. Hearing this, Hongyu shot him a glance. You're the Grand Elder. Why are you asking me what to do? If you ask me, I'd say it's better to wait for death in peace since we can't fight back. The Grand Elder felt somewhat awkward. He then feigned composure. Raising his head, though this day, he still could not understand why these powerful figures from the spiritual sect had suddenly descended upon the divine Yin sect and incapacitated Du Songhai with a single sword stroke. Logically, he was familiar with all those who bore a grudge against Du Songhai, yet none of them possessed the capability to summon such formidable people from the spiritual sect. Thus, it was highly probable that these three individuals had merely passed over the divine Yin sect and happened to notice the sect below, coincidentally finding Du Songhai displeasing. After all, given the brutal nature of the disciples from the spiritual sect, they would likely act on a whim. The Grand Elder nodded internally, recognizing the logic in this. He then lowered his posture significantly, addressing the woman in the snow-white dress in the air with utmost respect. Our divine Yin sect holds a certain reputation in the northern wilderness. If the three of you do not mind, might you honor us with a visit to our sect? If we have offended in any way, we shall amend it. After all, they were unable to fight back. The Grand Elder remained vigilant. Should the situation turn dire, he would flee immediately. The divine Yin sect could be rebuilt, but if his life were lost, that would truly be the end. The two men in black scoffed, a garbage sect. The Grand Elder's face flushed red, but he dared not retort. The woman in the snow-white dress stood in the air, her cold and indifferent gaze sweeping over the elders and peak masters below. Then she turned away with indifference. Let us go. The two men were taken aback. Cold sister, aren't you going to say goodbye to the boss? No need. He still wants to play. What is so entertaining about this place? The two men sneered. Then suddenly thought of the enchanting beauty beside Su Ming, exchanging knowing glances before turning to the retreating figure of the woman in the snow-white dress, chuckling, Cold sister, are you jealous? Only that little beauty beside the boss could keep him in such a trashy sect. Indeed, that delicate and soft girl evoked a strong sense of protectiveness. No wonder the boss was so smitten, neglecting even the affairs of the sect. As they finished speaking, the woman in the snow-white dress paused, then slightly tilted her head, her cold gaze landing on the two men. Stop the nonsense. As she spoke, her icy eyes inadvertently glanced at a certain spot below, her expression placid, yet her heart let out a soft huff. Subsequently, before the astonished expressions of every disciple in the divine Yin sect, the three figures gradually merged into the surrounding space, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the blood-soaked Du Songhai in the pit and the chilling aura of spiritual energy lingering in the air as proof of their presence. All the elders swallowed hard, staring blankly at the spot where the three had departed. One elder quickly reacted, rushing down to check on Du Songhai's injuries. Beneath the willow tree, Su Ming stretched comfortably, watching as the elders carried Du Songhai back to the main peak for healing. He chuckled as he stroked Feng Qingling's smooth little face, teasing, "I wonder if you will still be as obedient in the future." Feng Qingling looked up, her large, dark, and watery eyes fixated on him. Su Ming rose. "Let us go. It seems that the sect master likely has no intention of attending to my matters anymore." Just as he turned, he spotted Bai Qingxian standing not far behind him, her beautiful eyes gazing coldly at him. "Master." Su Ming smiled slightly. Bai Qingxian glanced at Feng Qingling beside him and coldly inquired, "Do you know whose disciple she is?" Su Ming shook his head. "Whose disciple it is doesn't matter to me." Bai Qingxian was incensed. "What did I tell you before? Master's teachings, I dare not forget." Su Ming shrugged. "But as a senior brother, it's only right to help my junior sister. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." He took Feng Qingling and departed. Bai Qingxian stared blankly at his retreating figure. Su Ming's indifferent attitude left her feeling somewhat stifled, and deep within her heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness wash over her in that moment. Behind Bai Qingxian, Hong Yu watched Su Ming and Feng Qingling leave with keen interest, then glanced at Bai Qingxian's cold and beautiful face, before smirking. "Does the Peak Master have an issue with my disciple, or is it with your disciple?" Bai Qingxian shot her a cold glare. "Your disciple has a naturally blocked spiritual vein. To cultivate, she must tread the path of evil cultivation. I don't know what your intentions are in letting her get close to Su Ming, but my disciple shall not be allowed to stray onto the wrong path." Hong Yu chuckled coldly. "The wrong path? Do not hold yourself in too high regard. Perhaps in Su Ming's heart, you, as her master, are nothing at all." Having spoken, she disregarded the shifting expressions on Bai Qingxuan's delicate face and turned away, leaving the place. Bai Qingxian bit her red lips gently. She is Su Ming's master, and she will never allow Su Ming to be with that Feng Qingling. On the other side, Hong Yu departed from the mountainside of the Seven Peaks. Half an hour later, she arrived at Su Ming's residence. There, she spotted the petite figure of Feng Qingling not far ahead, holding a spirit pattern brush, her small face etched with utmost seriousness as she seemingly studied an obscure spirit pattern, one that Su Ming had presumably taught her. After casting a glance at the house behind her, sensing Su Ming's presence within, Hong Yu smiled seductively. Inside the quiet room, Su Ming sat by a wooden table, sipping the tea he had brewed, not turning his head, and softly exhaled. "Is there something you need?" Hong Yu, with her slender and alluring figure, quietly appeared behind him, her delicate hands gently resting on his shoulders, tenderly kneading them. "I know your secret," she said, her eyes fixated on Su Ming, her tone laced with temptation. "As long as you behave, I will help you keep it," Su Ming replied. "Your disciple is still outside." Hong Yu pouted, casting him a sultry glance. Her perfectly proportioned legs, beneath an alluring black dress, were accentuated by matching stockings. Extending upward to her shapely calves, the enchanting curve of her body, accentuated by the dress, showcased a sensual yet alluringly delicate waist, and her captivating red lips and beguiling gaze rendered her irresistibly charming. Su Ming lowered his eyes and remarked, "Could you not be so reckless?" In the dimly lit room, Hong Yu's eyes sparkled with desire as she gazed at Su Ming, her long lashes fluttering. She blinked, her slender fingers caressing his hair, her fragrant lips drawing closer to his. Her soft, red lips were nearly touching Su Ming's when he turned his head, avoiding her kiss. Hong Yu was momentarily stunned, her enchanting gaze fixed on him. "You won't let me kiss you?" Su Ming wrapped his arms around her waist, gently caressing her. "Not now. Feng Qingling is outside." Hong Yu's eyes turned cold. "Then I shall kill her. And there will be no one in the way," Su Ming cautioned. "Do not act impulsively." He sighed inwardly, pulling Hong Yu's alluring form into a firm embrace, acknowledging her value to him. "Do you like her?" "Not at all." "Then do you like me?" "I do." Hong Yu playfully nudged his chest with her head and then looked up at him with a wounded expression. "You deceiver. You haven't come to find me for several months. Do you wish to abandon me after having stirred my feelings?" Su Ming found himself at a loss for words, as it was indeed he who had initially pursued Hong Yu during his past missions, seeking to enhance his cultivation through the ancient dual cultivation technique provided by the system, at that time. Hong Yu's unique physique had been the perfect choice for him in his previous 5 lives. He had minimal interactions with her, only knowing that she eventually fell victim to the male lead due to her dark practices. Yet, he never anticipated that this woman would prove to be not only exceedingly alluring but also exceptionally clingy. After their encounters through a special cultivation technique, she had become a constant presence in his life. Su Ming had contemplated disposing of her after utilizing her, but he found himself unable to do so. Even if he did not harbor feelings for her, she had undeniably been a significant asset on his path to rising power. Though he had resolved to be a villain in this life, he could not bring himself to harm her. Primarily, he was focused on researching new techniques and refining his physique, not allowing distractions to cloud his mind. With a calm demeanor, Su Ming spoke as he casually fabricated a tale. Hong Yu, with her delicate fingers, gently massaged his brow. I never imagined I would fall for a younger man in this lifetime. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. I'll give you a chance. Think carefully before you speak. Hong Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. I speak the truth. I am indeed older than you. Be why how much? She bit her lip and shot him an annoyed glance. You know perfectly well with that. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Su Ming quickly halted her. Do not act rashly. I concede. Dear sister, please rise. Kiss me, and I shall get up, Hong Yu said, her gaze smoldering. I'm afraid if I do, neither of us will be able to get up, he replied. Hong Yu giggled, playfully pinching his chin. Trust in my self-control, little Su Su. Little Su Su? What on earth is that? Su Ming sighed, as Hong Yu had a knack for giving him various nicknames. Su Gij, Ming Gij, Su Baby, and now, Little Su Su. Originally a stunningly beautiful yet aloof and alluring woman, she transformed into a charming and enticing little girl in his presence. Su Ming lowered his gaze to her luscious red lips and slowly leaned down, gently tasting the vibrant hue. Hong Yu's eyes sparkled with emotion as her hands tightly wrapped around his head, passionately returning his kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted. Hong Yu's face flushed deeply, and she lingered, reluctant to rise. I still want, she said, gazing at him with a smile. Su Ming teased. What happened to your self-control? Believe me, trusting a woman's words is foolish, she retorted. Enough of this, he said, gently patting her smooth shoulder before pouring himself a cup of tea. Hong Yu, displeased, stood before him with her hands on her hips, her alluring curves accentuated by the captivating black dress, revealing a pair of enticing long legs beneath. Are you still in that seductive black ensemble today? Su Ming offered her a cup of tea. Would you care for some? Hong Yu pouted. I do not drink tea. Then how about some wine? I do not drink that either. Su Ming's expression turned peculiar. Are you suggesting? Hong Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Don't be ridiculous. Last time, my knees were sore for 3 days, and you vanished without a trace. Not even caring about me, yet you claim to like me. What a deceiver. Su Ming smiled slightly. Shall I massage them for you? Hong Yu, with a haughty demeanor, approached Su Ming's bed and sat comfortably on the soft mattress. Scoffing, what good does that do now, considering how much time has passed? Su Ming reclined in his chair with a look of contentment. I could always make your knees sore again. Hong Yu playfully scoffed, about to retort, when she suddenly caught a whiff of something from the piled blankets on the bed. Su Ming chuckled. You're acting like a little puppy. How can you still laugh? Hong Yu glared at him. Why does your bed carry Feng Qingling's scent? Su Ming calmly replied. Did you not already gift her to me? Hong Yu gritted her teeth. That's a different matter. I've known all along you're a fickle-hearted rascal, not even sparing my disciple, and who knows how many other women you have on the outside. Su Ming felt helpless. Women were indeed unreasonable beings. Just yesterday, she had wanted to bestow Feng Qingling upon him. Yet today, she was consumed by jealousy. It was utterly incomprehensible. I'm not at the point of desperation, and besides, Feng Qingling still holds value for me, so I will not make a move on her in the near future. In truth, he regarded Feng Qingling as a younger sister, finding her far too juvenile in his eyes. Even if she matured later, he doubted he would harbor any interest. And once you've used her, what do you plan to do next? I'm not sure yet, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. Once her physique awakens completely, her thirst for blood will be magnified infinitely. At that point, She could become exceedingly dangerous, perhaps even a match for me, causing hidden old monsters in the North Spirit Realm considerable trouble. Are you planning to use her to conquer the North Spirit Realm? Su Ming smiled mysteriously. A potential killing machine of immense capability. Why not take advantage of it? Hong Yu pouted. I knew you had ulterior motives. Regardless of how you choose to use her, you must not develop feelings for her. Do not be so jealous. I'm not jealous. Such a contradictory woman. You are precisely what that phrase describes. Chapter 29. Do you not know what type of woman I like? Second update. Furthermore, do not allow her into your room in the future. Should I learn of it even once, I will break her legs. Could you not treat her kindly? You claim not to like her, yet you seem to care. Su Ming approached the bed, gently pinching Hong Yu's charming face. I have said she still holds value. Don't damage her. Su Ming tenderly stroked Hong Yu's soft hair and spoke gently. You know very well what type of woman I prefer. That little girl pales in comparison to you. Hong Yu gazed at him with a smile. You always know how to placate me with words, yet there's never any action behind it. Was that incident today you're doing? After a moment of warmth, Hong Yu suddenly inquired. What incident? Do not play coy. Dude Songhai happened to seek trouble with you and ended up having both arms severed. Do not tell me that was not your doing. Su Ming smiled, remarking that a woman's beauty sufficed. There was no need for her to be so clever, merely to teach that old fool a lesson. After some time, he could eliminate him. Hong Yu's delicate brows relaxed, with Dude Songhai incapacitated. Only the elder Qi Yuan posed any significant threat within the Shan Yin sect. Once she took control of Tianfeng, she would assist him in locating the coveted item he sought. There was no rush, Su Ming advised. Focus on your cultivation. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Understood. Hong Yu nodded obediently. Su Ming spread his palm, revealing a vibrant red spirit fruit emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. A surge of potent energy flowed from his hand, compressing the fruit into a concentrated essence of spiritual power, which he then directed towards Hong Yu. Here, take this good thing. Hong Yu glanced at him, feigning annoyance. Last time, you deceived me in this manner, claiming to possess something extraordinary. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Perplexed, he grasped her chin gently, and despite her reproachful gaze, he delicately introduced the pure spiritual energy into her mouth. What is this? Hong Yu felt a warm current surge through her body, causing the spiritual energy within her meridians to swell uncontrollably, elevating her cultivation to the mid-stage of spirit sovereign in mere moments. Su Ming chuckled mysteriously. Of course it's something good. Do you think I would poison you? Hong Yu clung to him tightly, nestling against his chest, and murmured playfully, You can never tell. Perhaps one day, if you lose interest in me, you might heartlessly cast me aside and run off with another woman, leaving me here to wallow in sorrow, or worse, you might even silence me. Su Ming playfully tapped her nose. A splendid idea. I shall consider it for the future. You dare? Hong Yu glared at him. If you abandon me, I will certainly seek out another man. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. I grant you one more chance. Think carefully before you speak. In her glistening eyes, Hong Yu reflected Su Ming's handsome visage, her gaze filled with a mix of longing and reproach as she resolutely declared, Regardless, you must not abandon me. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of the Shan Yin sect's main peak, the atmosphere was exceptionally somber. Dude Songhai lay on a bed at the rear, his severed arms rendering him weak. His face, cleansed of blood, bore an expression of agony, his eyes filled with boundless resentment and hatred. He still could not comprehend why the powerful beings from the central continent's Lingmen would seek him out. From the outset, he had never considered Su Ming in this context, for in his eyes, Su Ming was merely a junior disciple of the Nirvana realm, hardly worthy of such grandiose attention from the Lingmen. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, the blood surging to his head, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of congealed blood. In the hall, Elder Qi Yuan occupied the highest seat, his expression equally grim. With Dude Songhai in such dire straits, their Shenyan sect, which once boasted 3 spirit sovereign experts, had now lost a top-tier combatant. There was fear that other factions, harboring grievances against the Shan Yin sect and having been offended by Dude Songhai in the past, would learn of this misfortune and come seeking vengeance. Sighing heavily, Qi Yuan reflected on the fact that the assailants hailed from the notorious Lingmen of the central continent. As a demonic cultivation sect, their disciples acted according to their whims. Given the current strength of the Shan Yin sect, seeking revenge for Du Songhai was a fanciful notion. They could only swallow their grievances in silence. Surveying the room, he noted that nearly all elders and peak masters had gathered, save for by Qing Xian of the Seven Peaks and Elder Hongyu. Qi Yuan took a deep breath and stated solemnly, "The sect master is gravely injured. All must ensure this news remains sealed. We cannot afford any leaks, especially with the Wanling festival approaching. Should other factions discover the sect master's predicament, our Shan Yin sect could find itself in a precarious position, potentially losing our standing among the five great sects." The expressions of those present turned complex. The Wanling festival, held once every decade, was a paramount event where resources and territories were redistributed among all factions in the North Wilderness, also serving as a competitive opportunity to rank all sects anew. If they were stripped of their title among the five great sects this time, the Shun Yin sect would be left in a state of utter decline, and reclaiming their status would be a distant dream, only possible a decade later. Qi Yuan's voice turned icy. "We have gathered here to discuss significant matters concerning the sect. Why has Elder Hongyu not arrived?" The elders exchanged glances. Several younger male elders hurriedly spoke up in defense of Hongyu, suggesting she might have pressing matters to attend to and would arrive shortly. Yes, their voices faded. A graceful figure appeared at the entrance. Hongyu had donned a flowing red gown, her hair elegantly styled, her exquisite features appearing even more radiant than usual. Yet, her eyes remained cold and indifferent as she surveyed the assembly before taking her seat. "Did you summon me for something, Elder?" Qi Yuan's expression darkened as he replied, "Elder Hongyu, the sect master is injured. I will be overseeing all matters henceforth and may require your assistance in guarding Tianfeng." Hongyu remained silent. Around her, several young elders and male peak masters covertly gazed at her, their eyes tracing the contours of her alluring form, their gazes filled with desire. Hongyu's beauty was renowned. Her physique was flawless, and she emanated a mysterious allure within the Shan Yin sect, seldom making appearances. Apart from the sect master and a few elders, most had rarely seen her. When she first joined the sect, many self-proclaimed outstanding elders and peak masters sought to pursue her, but she rarely showed herself, denying them any opportunity. Naturally, a talent like hers, having reached the spirit sovereign realm at such a young age, far surpassed many prodigies of the North Wilderness, leading her to hold exceedingly high standards. The elders and peak masters of the Shan Yin sect were hardly worthy of her attention, save for that unreasonable little rascal. Chapter 30. Xian Tian Sword Sect, Chief Disciple, First Update. Qi Yuan and several elders began deliberating the defense of the sect's barrier. Previously, Du Songhai had managed the sect's grand array. But now, with him incapacitated, a new individual would need to take over. The matters of the grand array were not closely tied to the peak masters, and Hongyu appeared disinterested. Qi Yuan dared not press her further, for she was now the only one besides him and the incapacitated Du Songhai to have reached the spirit sovereign realm. The peak master of Peak 1, Jiang Ting, noticed that Qi Yuan and the others were not paying attention to him. He quietly stood up, poured a cup of spirit tea, and approached Hongyu. "Elder Hongyu, this is a rare spirit tea from my Jiang family. It nourishes spiritual energy and offers numerous benefits to the body. Please try it. If you like it, I can bring you more later." Pursuing a woman requires a certain boldness. Jiang Ting had admired Hongyu since her arrival at the sect. At 29 years old, he had reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm and was on the verge of advancing to spirit sovereign. His talent was certainly not lacking, and although his status in the Jiang family was modest, he commanded respect within the Shan Yin sect. With a gentle smile, Jiang Ting thought to himself, "Every man desires to present his best self while courting a lady." He extended the crystal teacup towards Hongyu. Despite the odd looks from the other peak masters, believing that, given his family background, he held the highest status among the elders and peak masters, making him the most qualified suitor, Hongyu glanced up at him. Yet instead of reaching for the cup, she turned her attention to Qi Yuan and calmly stated, "The sect master is injured, and Elder Qi Yuan bears a heavy burden. You should offer the tea to him." "I have no interest." Upon hearing this, The other peak masters silently scoffed at Jiang Ting. Although they had not interacted much with Hong Yu, they could already surmise that she was not an easy woman to win over. Jiang Ting felt a bit embarrassed but suddenly recalled something and continued. You've just advanced to Spirit Sovereign. Your cultivation must still be unstable. When the Dragon Phoenix Tower opens in a few days, my Jiang family holds some influence there. I could accompany you to bid on items that stabilize cultivation. Hong Yu had intended to ignore him, but upon witnessing his persistent pursuit, her gaze turned icy, and a formidable aura of spiritual power surged forth from her. Crack! Jiang Ting's expression shifted dramatically as the crystal teacup in his hand shattered explosively, splattering tea all over him. Elder Hong Yu. Qi Yuan, noticing the commotion, turned and admonished. Jiang Ting awkwardly stepped back, wiping the liquid from his clothes, his eyes fixated on Hong Yu's face as he offered a soft apology. Yet, deep within, a wave of resentment brewed. Damn it, when the day comes that you fall into my hands, just wait and see how I make you suffer. In the aftermath of the interlude, Qi Yuan reassigned the sect's tasks. The responsibilities of the peak masters remained unchanged, still focused on managing the disciples of each peak and soothing their emotions. As for the elders, they too had their own assignments. This time, Qi Yuan relished the experience of being the sect leader. However, at that moment, above the peak of the Shenin sect, a young man clad in green robes, with a long sword slung across his back, broke through the spiritual formation barrier surrounding the sect, slowly descending from the sky to stand outside the Grand Hall. I, Jian Yang, the chief disciple of the Xintian sword sect, have come to pay my respects. His resounding voice, imbued with spiritual energy, echoed through the hall. The handsome youth, bearing the sword on his back, entered the hall with an air of arrogance gracing his features. Jian Yang. For a moment, the elders and peak masters within the hall were taken aback. Upon regaining their composure, they gazed at the proud youth. After a brief pause, one elder murmured, "He is the most talented chief disciple of the Xintian sword sect in nearly a century. It is said that he has already attained the Spirit Lord realm before the age of 30. While he may not rival the true prodigies of the Northern Spirit realm, he is indeed a top-tier genius in our Northern Wilderness domain." The Xintian sword sect, like the Shenin sect, was one of the 5 major sects of the Northern Wilderness domain. One was situated in the north, while the other resided in the south. Qi Yuan was naturally acquainted with this chief disciple of the sword sect. Initially, there were only 3 Spirit Lord realm experts within the Xintian sword sect, but since Jian Yang had broken through to the Spirit Lord realm, the sword sect's top combat power had nearly eclipsed that of the Shenin sect. As Jian Yang stepped into the Grand Hall, Qi Yuan lifted his gaze towards him, inquiring about the purpose of his visit to the Shenin sect. He had once shared a cordial relationship with the sect leader of the Xintian sword sect, Jian Yang's master, hence he addressed him as nephew with ease. Jian Yang swept his gaze across the hall, his eyes briefly lingering on the languidly beautiful face of Hong Yu, before he shifted his focus back to Qi Yuan. My master sensed the emergence of several powerful auras here at the Shenin sect through the Xintian mirror, hence I have come to investigate. His tone grew grave as he noted the anxious expressions of the disciples upon entering. Clearly shaken. Is something amiss at the Shenin sect? Where is sect leader do? Qi Yuan shook his head, reassuring his nephew, "You need not worry. Nothing has occurred at the Shenin sect. With the sect competition approaching, it is only natural for the disciples to feel anxious. As for our sect leader, he is currently in seclusion at the Heavenly Peak, and it won't be long before he breaks through to the pinnacle of the Spirit Lord realm." Is that so? Jian Yang's gaze remained fixed on Qi Yuan. With a slight smile, Qi Yuan suggested, "Since you have traveled such a distance, why not stay with us for a few days?" Jian Yang declined, stating, "Since there is no pressing matter, I must return to report to my master. However, in addition to this inquiry, there is a personal matter I need to attend to." A personal matter? Several elders and peak masters cast puzzled looks in his direction. Jian Yang's gaze returned to Hong Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I have searched for you for so long, only to find you hiding in the Shenin sect. If it weren't for my master sensing your aura through the Xintian mirror, how much longer did you think you could evade me?" Hong Yu rose, retorting, "My affairs are of no concern to you." Jian Yang scoffed, "As your senior brother, do you not think I should be concerned?" His expression darkened as he continued, "My master has stated that if you return with me now, he will overlook past grievances. Otherwise, no force here will dare to shelter you. And the disciple you brought with you? Her physique is crucial for my master's breakthrough to the Spirit Lord realm. Where have you hidden her? Qi Yuan and the others were taken aback. The chief disciple of the Xintian sword sect, Jian Yang, was actually Hong Yu's senior brother. Did this imply that Hong Yu had once been affiliated with the Xintian sword sect? The scene shifted to the back mountain of the main peak. It's the summit. The cold wind howled. Jian Yang's garments fluttered violently in the gale as he turned to glance at Hong Yu, who leaned against a willow tree. His gaze settled on her slender, graceful figure as he spoke calmly. Junior sister, you should know that if you do not return with me, next time it will be my master himself who comes to plead with you. And even then, I cannot guarantee your safety. Hong Yu brushed a loose strand of hair from her forehead, a cold smile gracing her lips. You know well what kind of person your master is. Jian Yang frowned. Hand over Feng Qingling, and then return with me. I will protect you from now on. Hong Yu laughed derisively. You should be the one to protect yourself. Jian Yang turned to gaze at the distant clouds beneath the mountain. Sighing heavily, I never imagined you would choose the path of evil cultivation. You should know that I have deep feelings for you, willing to do anything for you. Yet, you want to even grant me the chance to protect you? Leaning against the willow tree, Hong Yu tilted her head back slightly and reached out to catch a falling willow leaf, holding it to the sunlight to examine its veins. With a flick of her lips, she dismissed him. Leaved, in an instant, the willow leaf transformed into a razor-sharp weapon, slicing across Jian Yang's face and leaving a deep gash. Jian Yang's expression darkened. You wish to fight me? If you do not leave, then you shall perish here, Hong Yu stated, her eyes glinting with a faint crimson murderous intent. Jian Yang gritted his teeth, his hands forming tight fists. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally spoke in a deep voice. I do not wish to fight you. I know where you are now. I will return to report to my master for the time being. When I have the opportunity, I shall seek you out again. He cast one last lingering glance at Hong Yu before his spiritual energy surged, transforming into a stream of light as he departed. Hong Yu watched his retreating figure, her murderous intent unwavering. The next moment, her expression shifted slightly as she turned to look behind her. A long hand reached out, wrapping around her slender waist and pulling her into an embrace, pinning her against the tree. Hong Yu was initially taken aback, but upon sensing the familiar aura of the man, the coldness in her eyes melted away, replaced by a sweet smile. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck, asking, "When did you arrive?" Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Hong Yu as he lifted her chin with a finger. I arrived when someone was serving you tea. Is there nothing you wish to share with me? Hong Yu pondered for a moment, then smiled dreamily. You saw everything. What is there to explain? Su Ming lightly tapped her forehead. Who was that man just now? Hong Yu pouted. Just an old senior brother. Just a senior brother? Is there something wrong with that? Do you not trust me? Hong Yu bit his hand playfully, gazing at him sulkily. Su Ming diverted his gaze, observing the red bite marks on his hand, unable to suppress a smile. You used to be like a little puppy, now you resemble a little wild cat. Hong Yu poked his chest. Were you jealous just now? A pang of delight surged within her. It turned out this rogue could indeed feel jealousy. In the past, he had often ignored her, causing her great anxiety, fearing he did not harbor feelings for her. Yet now, it seemed this man was not as indifferent as he appeared. Su Ming shook his head, denying it. Hong Yu raised her eyes to look at him. I don't believe you. Su Ming covered her eyes with his hand, relishing the sensation of her long lashes brushing against his palm. He then leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss. A few minutes later, Hong Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she lightly pounded his chest, breathlessly exclaiming, I can't breathe. Su Ming released her, wiping away a droplet of moisture from the corner of her mouth. He turned to gaze at the distant horizon, speaking softly. Does he know about your cultivation? Only a little. His master covets Feng Qingling's physique, intending to use it as a vessel for his breakthrough to the Spirit Lord realm. However, since I've taken her away, he can only watch helplessly. As the two shared intimate conversation, they remained unaware that not far away, behind a cluster of grass, a disciple of the Shenin sect stared in shock at the scene before him. He gazed at Su Ming and Hong Yu, oblivious to the world around them, his mind reeling in disbelief. The revered Master Su Ming of the Seven Peaks, alongside the goddess-like figure in the hearts of countless disciples, Elder Hongyu. They were actually. The disciple trembled in shock, witnessing the usually aloof and noble Elder Hongyu blushing in Su Ming's embrace. His eyes were not only filled with astonishment, but also deep envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Su Ming cast a discreet glance at the grass. With a smirk, he wrapped his arm around Hongyu's delicate shoulders and turned to leave. "Are we not going to deal with him?" Hongyu inquired, puzzled. "No need. No one would believe him anyway. I'm openly with you. Why shouldn't I let others know?" Hongyu pouted, feeling aggrieved. Su Ming gently ruffled her hair. "There is still someone who hasn't arrived. If we reveal our identities now, it wouldn't be any fun." Meanwhile, beyond the divine sect of Xinyanzong, on the edge of the northern wilderness mountains, Jinyang was swiftly soaring through the skies. Just moments ago, within the grand hall, he had sensed the frail and feeble aura of Du Songhai. The leader of Xinyanzong was evidently gravely injured, and that old rogue Qi Yuan had deceived him into believing he was in seclusion. What a farce! Did he truly think Jinyang could be easily fooled? At present, with Du Songhai severely wounded, Xinyanzong had suffered a significant reduction in its elite combat strength. The precious spirit stone vein that the Xuanqiansword sect, had been vying for against Xinyanzong, he was now eager to see how Qi Yuan would contest with them. As long as he reported this matter to his master, that spirit stone vein at the border of the north and south would undoubtedly fall into the hands of Xuanqiansword sect starting today. As for Hongyu and Fenkingaling, he was resolute in bringing both of them back when he next visited Xinyanzong. He would not be so soft-hearted then. Jinyang hurried along, oblivious to the shadow of a figure in black perched casually on a large tree below, waiting leisurely for his arrival. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light shot up into the heavens, exploding violently before Jinyang, forcing him to halt. With a grave expression, Jinyang glanced downward. "I am the chief disciple of Xuanqiansword sect. May I inquire who you are and why you obstruct my path?" His countenance darkened as he realized he could not discern the cultivation level of the individual below at all. As his words fell, the black-clad man slowly rose from the massive ancient tree, cracking his neck, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "I shall take your head, Jinyang." Bang! In the next instant, the figure in black vanished mysteriously, leaving Jinyang only to witness a shadow darting upwards like lightning, followed by a hand imbued with violent thunder, pressing down upon his head. At that moment, death loomed over him. Before this black-clad man, Jinyang found himself devoid of the courage to even draw his sword. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he gazed at the thunderous hand mere inches away, his body stiffening in terror, paralyzed with fear. "Who exactly are you?" Finally, summoning every ounce of strength, Jinyang trembled as he uttered this question. He was utterly bewildered as to when the northern wilderness had acquired such a formidable young powerhouse. This person was a complete stranger, not affiliated with any of the other four major sects, and he could not comprehend why this individual had targeted him. Upon hearing Jinyang's question, the black-clad man flashed a sardonic smile. "Did you not just mention the Xuanqianjing? Such a treasured artifact piques my interest." Jinyang's eyes widened in realization. "You are one of those mysterious powerhouses sensed by the Xuanqianjing. Astute, but regrettably, you have offended someone you should not have." The man clenched his palm, gathering the thunder within, which surged violently into Jinyang's mind, wreaking havoc upon his consciousness. Jinyang writhed in agony, pleading, "Do not kill me. Whom have I offended? I can apologize. I can make amends." In that moment, his mind raced as he recalled everyone he had ever crossed, dismissing them one by one until only Hongyu remained. "I said her?" Jinyang finally grasped the truth. It was no wonder Hongyu had been so fearless when threatening him. She had concealed such a terrifying powerhouse behind her. He felt a surge of unwillingness. Hiss! His eyes were now filled to the brim with thunder, his consciousness dissipating amidst the endless pain, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. At last, he ceased all struggle. The black-clad man relaxed his grip, and the thunder within Jinyang swiftly expanded, seizing complete control of his consciousness. Jinyang stared blankly at the figure before him. Return to the sect? Bring the Xuantianjing to Xinyanzong and state that Qi Yuan sent you. Anyone who obstructs you shall be killed, commanded the black-clad man. Jinyang responded in a daze, understood. Upon finishing his reply, he felt a surge of spiritual power coursing through him as he sped towards Xuantiansward sect. Once Jinyang's figure vanished from sight, Yi Wuyun exhaled softly, casting his gaze towards the direction of Xinyanzong. I wonder how long the boss intends to play. That ancestor from the ancient demon sect in the central continent has come to seek him multiple times, wanting to propose to that demoness from their sect. Yes, not like we can refuse on his behalf. He stroked his chin, pondering whether the boss would find her appealing, given that the demoness was said to possess quite the talent. Never mind, I'll leave this matter to Sister Long to handle. She is likely to refuse anyway, Yi Wuyun muttered to himself before gradually fading into the void. Not far from the edge of the northern wilderness, amidst a desolate mountain path, under the scorching sun, a gray-clad youth, bearing a massive black sword upon his back, lifted the hood of his cloak, revealing a handsome young face. This must be Xinyantian, where my master mentioned that item resides within Xinyanzong. No matter what, I must acquire it, cultivate, and grow stronger to avenge my entire Lin family. The youth's eyes were filled with determination, beneath which simmered boundless hatred. Yet soon, he sighed, recalling how his father had said before his passing that his mother's family resided beyond the northern wilderness, in a place called the Central Continent. His mother's family was among the top forces there, and they had taken her away 10 years ago, causing his family to be torn apart for a decade. Father, you can rest easy in the heavens. Once I join Xinyanzong and make a name for myself at the Wanqing festival in the desolate city, those people will surely notice me. I will find my mother and bring her back. Buzz! The black sword behind the youth flickered, and a phantasmal figure coalesced behind him, its ethereal voice echoing in his ears. This time can be considered a blessing in disguise. Had it not been for that individual's pursuit, we would not have fallen into the ruins of a divine emperor, and you would not have obtained the lifelong legacy of that emperor. This ethereal figure was an elderly man with flowing white hair, who gently stroked his beard, his murky eyes filled with pride as he gazed at the youth. My disciple is truly a prodigy of this world. Now that you possess a divine emperor's legacy, breaking through to nirvana and ascending to spiritual sovereign shall be a matter of time. Ha ha! A spiritual sovereign at just 19 years of age. Even in the talent-rich central continent, you would be considered a top-tier genius. My luck this time is indeed quite good, master. The youth frowned. What exactly is the central continent? The elder pondered for a moment before calmly replying, it is a realm hundreds or thousands of times larger than the northern wilderness. Referred to as the central domain within the northern spirit realm. It is the most pivotal territory within the entire northern spirit realm, and any force drawn from it could effortlessly crush the so-called 5 major sects of the northern wilderness. To put it simply, it is the heart of the northern spirit realm. Upon hearing this, the youth's gaze sparkled with aspiration. If I can trample such top-tier sects beneath my feet, that would truly signify reaching the pinnacle of this world. At that time, I will naturally avenge my father and counter my mother's family to bring her back. However, to reach that level, you still have a long way to go at the very least. You must first break through to divine emperor status, the elder chuckled, shaking his head. I have no doubt about your talent, but I fear that the mysterious individual who targeted your family may come looking for you again. The youth's eyes turned icy, his face contorted with hatred. I do not care who that person is or which force they hail from. When I grow strong enough, I will kill him, and I will not spare any of his backing forces. Sigh, prodigies are not to be feared. What is truly alarming is a prodigy with ample time to grow. My greatest concern right now is that he may not allow you the opportunity to grow. And it is quite possible that he is someone sent by your mother's family to eliminate you. The youth's expression darkened at this. The elder reassured him, thus, your priority now is to enhance your strength. First, join Xinyanzong, cultivate the pure yang body, ascend to spiritual sovereign, and find a way to access that heavenly peak to seize the treasures within. That shall be your greatest opportunity for advancement to divine emperor status. And it is absolutely not to be missed. The youth nodded solemnly, lifting his gaze towards the towering mountains that pierced the clouds. Determination, aspiration, and deep-seated hatred reflected in his eyes. By the way, I sensed several powerful auras above Shenyanzong not long ago. They likely do not belong to the northern wilderness. I wonder why they have appeared here. Once you enter the sect, it is best to act cautiously and discreetly. I have a premonition that this period may not be peaceful. Rest assured, Master, I understand the principle of standing out in the forest attracting the wind. I am not a foolish youth who cannot discern what actions to take. I know what should be done and what should not. The elder nodded with satisfaction. Then I shall rest easy. Chapter 33. As long as he cares. First update, Senior Brother, Master has summoned you to the Seven Peaks main hall. A male disciple called out softly from outside the forest. His voice resonated within, catching the attention of Feng Qingling, who paused her work with the spiritual pattern brush and lifted her gaze. The male disciple, upon noticing the petite figure of Feng Qingling, furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled the words of the sect leader, who had mentioned that this girl possessed a body of demonic qualities, stating that unless she practiced a sinister technique, she would never be able to awaken her spiritual veins in her lifetime. To have such a person lingering beside the senior brother was undoubtedly a danger to him. After all, the senior brother was the first among their sect's younger generation to enter the Nirvana realm. And the master surely had high hopes for him. It must be that this little enchantress had bewitched the senior brother. As Feng Qingling's bright, dark eyes turned towards him, he conceded that the enchantress was indeed quite alluring, even comparable to his most beautiful junior sister, Mu Qingyi. And in that moment, inexplicably, as he beheld Feng Qingling's delicate demeanor, a faint sense of protectiveness arose within him, causing his gaze to linger on her. Momentarily entranced, so it turned out that this enchantress was endowed with such captivating beauty. Regaining his composure, the male disciple quickly cleared his throat and feigned indifference, inquiring, "Is the senior brother not here? Why are you all alone?" Feng Qingling glanced at this senior brother and gently shook her head. The male disciple's expression darkened. "I am speaking to you. Are you mute?" Feng Qingling looked at him with confusion and replied in a clear voice, "I do not know you, so why should I speak to you?" The male disciple was momentarily speechless. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he introduced himself. "I am Feng Qi, also a disciple of Qi Feng. You may call me Senior Brother Feng." Feng Qingling pondered for a moment before calmly shaking her head. "I have only one senior brother, and it is not you." Although she consistently exuded a fragile aura, her demeanor remained composed in the presence of anyone other than Su Ming. Feng Qi narrowed his eyes, fixating on Feng Qingling's pure yet subtly enchanting visage. He took a couple of steps forward into the forest, demanding, "What is your name?" Feng Qingling ignored him, putting away her brush and turning to enter the house. Feng Qi clenched his teeth in frustration. "I do not understand why you are near the senior brother, but the sect leader has stated that you are not of the righteous path. The senior brother is destined to inherit the sect leader's position, and your presence beside him can only bring calamity." As his words hung in the air, Feng Qingling paused, her gaze fixed on the ground, her teeth biting down on her lip, and her hand gripping the brush grew tense, turning pale from the pressure. Feng Qi smirked. "You and the senior brother belong to two different worlds. If you had any self-awareness, I would advise you to distance yourself from him. Otherwise, should you bring any negative influence to the sect, we will not let you off easily." Feng Qingling's indifferent demeanor ignited a flicker of rage within Feng Qi, prompting him to threaten her coldly. Despite not being able to rival the senior brother, he was still among the most noteworthy disciples of Qi Feng, and he believed that showing her some leniency was a sign of respect. Yet this little enchantress showed him no gratitude whatsoever. Meanwhile, Feng Qingling inhaled a breath of cold air. Beneath her soft and fragile exterior, a surge of crimson killing intent began to bubble forth. An ancient mark, shrouded in thick, dark energy, flickered ominously on her brow. Suddenly, a gentle hand landed on her shoulder, a warm force laced with soft, spiritual energy flowing into her body, restoring clarity to her eyes. Turning to see Su Ming's kind face adorned with a gentle smile, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. All she desired was to remain by her senior brother's side. She had never intended to harm him. Why did others refuse to accept her? In the entire sect, aside from Su Ming, no one showed her kindness. Now, All she wished for was his care and protection. She did not want even this small solace taken from her. Senior brother. Feng Qingling called out softly. Yu Ming chuckled. After cultivating all morning, you must be hungry. Here are some of the best dishes from the Spirit Meal Hall, specially bought for you. Do let me know if you like them. He offered her a food box still emitting a rich aroma and gently ruffled her hair. For reasons unknown, Su Ming found an unusual comfort in touching her head, a sensation that made him reluctant to withdraw his hand. Feng Qingling gazed at him, absorbing his tender voice and the warmth of his caring smile, and at that moment, it felt as if her heart was filled with something profound. In her world, it seemed as though only his shadow remained. Yu Ming playfully tapped her head. Why are you daydreaming? Hurry inside and eat. You've just begun your cultivation, and proper nutrition is vital. You must not neglect your meals. For cultivators, true fasting only commenced after entering the return to origin realm, where they could sustain themselves on their inner spiritual power. However, before reaching that stage, sustenance remained essential. Feng Qingling obediently nodded and entered the house. Su Ming glanced back at Feng Qi, who stood a short distance away, before walking over to a nearby stone platform to sit down. He casually began to adjust a half-finished spiritual array pattern on the stone. His calm voice floated over, Junior Brother Feng, since you've come to visit, why not join me in discussing this spiritual array? Feng Qi awkwardly rubbed his nose. He knew nothing of spiritual arrays, but he couldn't help but admire Su Ming even more. The path of spiritual arrays was far more complex than cultivation, and he had no talent for it, unable even to comprehend the most basic structures. Senior brother, the master has summoned you, Feng Qi reminded, not forgetting his purpose. Yu Ming smiled lightly. No worries, let her wait. Feng Qi mused, indeed, the familiar senior brother doesn't even regard the master, that stunning beauty, with any concern. With a sigh, he quietly added, the master mentioned that there are important matters to discuss with you. With a deft flick of his finger, Su Ming conjured a complex and intricate spiritual array pattern on the stone platform. Then, scanning the surroundings, he found a short wooden stick and placed it on the platform. Instantly, a dazzling and blinding light erupted forth. Feng Qi stood there, utterly stunned. He gazed at the chaotic energy emanating from the spiritual array before Su Ming. Feeling a chill of terror, he sensed that if that array were unleashed upon him, his mid-level return to origin cultivation would be obliterated in an instant. The most astonishing part was that Su Ming had constructed such a formidable array using merely a short wooden stick. If word got out that others had failed to create an array despite using countless precious materials, how would they feel? Suddenly, Feng Qi realized that his senior brother was becoming increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. While their sect had a spiritual array master who occasionally taught at the Pure Yuan Hall, that individual was not even remotely comparable to his own senior brother. Casting a glance towards the houses behind him, the image of Feng Qingling surfaced in his mind. He could not allow this enchantress to bring disaster upon his senior brother. After a moment of contemplation, he could not restrain himself from advising. Senior brother. Yet before he could finish, a bright voice rang out from behind Feng Qi. Recognizing the familiar sound, he turned to see a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. Junior sister? What is she doing here? Does she not despise the senior brother the most? How could she possibly come to seek him out? After regaining his composure, Feng Qi quickly greeted her with a smile. Junior sister. The visitor was none other than Mu Qingyan, the junior sister whom Su Ming had found exceedingly annoying in the past. Today, she donned a simple yet pristine white gauze dress, the hem adorned with an intricately embroidered emerald phoenix that seemed to come alive. Her hands were clasped behind her back as if she were secretly holding something, standing there with a charming innocence. Feng Qi's gaze was instantly transfixed. He was aware that his junior sister possessed beauty, yet he had never anticipated that she would appear so breathtakingly radiant today. A strand of lustrous hair danced gently in the breeze, her delicate willow-like brows framing a pair of dark, sparkling eyes that held a hint of sweet mirth. Her exquisite nose, slightly flushed cheeks, and luscious lips, combined with skin as smooth and white as jade, seemed almost ethereal, a beauty beyond compare. Her small face glistened like fine jade, rosy cheeks adding a touch of delicate charm, transforming her from the previously aloof figure into one that invited admiration. Fang Qi could scarcely believe that in this moment, his junior sister resembled the vivacious and endearing girl she had been upon entering the sect. He murmured her name softly once more. However, Mu Qingyan did not spare him even a glance, her clear and bright eyes reflecting only the image of Su Ming. Her beautifully shaped lips curved into a sweet smile, enchanting like a flower sprite. Beneath her white gauze dress, her slender waist accentuated a perfect silhouette as she gracefully approached Su Ming, her long hair cascading over her chest, the hem of her dress fluttering in the wind. Upon reaching Su Ming, she slightly bent forward, moving closer to him with a radiant smile, and softly declared in a determined tone, "I have made up my mind, and no matter how many times you reject me, senior brother, I shall unwaveringly draw near to you." The faint, alluring fragrance that surrounded her, mingled with the drifting petals, seeped into Su Ming's heart. He could distinctly see that as she uttered these words, her cheeks, along with her long, fair neck, blushed a deep crimson, a sight so lovely it was almost stunning. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback then. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, he cast a casual glance at Mu Qingyan and replied coolly, "Is it appropriate for you to come here alone, junior sister? It would be best to refrain from such visits in the future. After all, we are not particularly familiar with each other." His tone remained as frosty as ever. Mu Qingyan's heart sank. She gently bit her lip, resolute in her decision regardless of his words. She would not leave. From now on, she would come every day, be it for cultivation or anything else. She merely wished to be by his side. Fang Qi stood by, dumbfounded. He seriously doubted whether he was witnessing things correctly. The roles of the junior sister and senior brother had seemingly reversed. In the past, it was always the senior brother who clung to and bullied the junior sister, while she would avoid him at all costs. How was it possible that she now willingly sought him out? Mu Qingyan gazed intently at Su Ming as she revealed what she had been concealing behind her, a bowl of medicinal porridge which she had painstakingly prepared for him. This marked the first time she had ever cooked for a man. Ignoring Su Ming's indifferent gaze, she placed the porridge on the stone table, tidied the space beside him, and gracefully sat down, rolling up her skirt as she cleared away any clutter around the stone table. Finally, she lifted the lid of the porridge, releasing a rich and inviting aroma. "Senior brother, this porridge is nourishing for the body. My mother taught me how to make it back home, and it was quite difficult to learn. I practiced for a long time before mastering it. She said that once I learned it, I should make it for the person I care about most." Su Ming lightly shook his head, interrupting her, and deliberately stated, "I believe you have mistaken someone." Mu Qingyan's hands froze momentarily, but disregarding Su Ming's cold demeanor, she scooped a small bowl of porridge, gently blew on it, and extended it towards him. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation. "Just one taste, please? Or if you'd prefer not to move, I can feed you." Su Ming cast a glance downward. Lacking appetite, Mu Qingyan's small hand trembled slightly. She had long prepared herself for rejection. Yet the disappointment and sadness were unavoidable. "Then shall I leave it here?" "No need," Su Ming replied nonchalantly, rising to his feet and glancing at Fang Qi, who was staring at them in disbelief. A slight smirk played at the corner of his mouth. "Fang, didn't you mention that the master was looking for me?" Fang Qi nodded in a daze, saying, "Senior brother, the master said she is waiting for you at the Seven Peaks main hall." Su Ming nodded. "Then we shall leave now." He turned to depart without casting a single glance at Mu Qingyan, causing her bright eyes to dim instantly. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, a hint of red appeared at the corners of Mu Qingyan's eyes. Her heart heavy with a feeling akin to suffocation, nearly on the verge of tears. Did her senior brother truly dislike her so much now that he wouldn't even spare her a moment longer? It wasn't until Su Ming's silhouette vanished completely from her sight that Fang Qi turned back, smiling at her as he spoke again. "Junior sister, the master is looking for senior brother. You should return for now." Mu Qingyan lifted her gaze coldly, her eyes locking onto Fang Qi with an icy glare. "I am not going anywhere. I will wait here for him to return." Fang Qi tentatively ventured, "Did senior brother do something to you again?" Before he could finish, a chill surged through him as he met Mu Qingyan's frigid gaze. Though her beauty remained, the coldness in her eyes sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hurriedly fall silent. He feared that if he spoke another word, she might not hesitate to retaliate against him. Chapter 35. Aunt Qin? The Unusual by Qing Xian. First update. Upon arriving at the main hall, Su Ming encountered several female disciples exiting. As soon as they saw him, they hurriedly stepped aside, greeting him with respect. Su Ming glanced at them, pondering how these junior sisters had matured. Each one appeared far more voluptuous than one would expect of young women aged 17 or 18. The female disciples, feeling the weight of Su Ming's discerning gaze, sensed the mischief in his eyes and felt a subtle chill, realizing that he had not changed in the slightest, having previously bullied Mu Qingyan. Would he now turn his sights on them? They seemed somewhat resistant. Taking a few steps back from Su Ming, he stroked his chin, chuckling, "Rest assured, I don't eat people," as if they did not believe him in the slightest. Su Ming stepped forward, a grin tugging at his lips. "Ladies, how about joining me for a musical evening? I hear several top musicians have come down from the mountain. What do you say to enjoying some tunes? Sharing a drink and discussing life? Senior brother, we need to cultivate." The girls firmly declined. Su Ming pouted, "But we can't all cultivate together. Besides, we need a balance. I can help you with that. With your senior brother's care, your efforts will surely yield greater results." The naive young girls, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of Su Ming's words, assumed he intended to pursue them, and after exchanging pleasantries, they hastily departed. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. Ding! The host's actions align with the villain's setting. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 500 villain points. It was that simple. 500 villain points were now his .at times. Su Ming wished to be a good person, yet the system would not allow it. Moreover, having lived 5 lives as a virtuous individual only to meet unfortunate ends, he shrugged off such notions. Retracting his gaze, he was about to step into the hall when a teasing voice interrupted him. "What a delightful evening for music and romance. If they want to accompany you, I just might have a bit of time tonight." He looked up to see Qin Roa's voluptuous figure before him, enveloped in a purple gown that accentuated her long, snow-white legs, adorned with a purple bell at her ankle that chimed with each step. She approached him, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Her captivating gaze fixed on him, her lips curling into a playful smile. "What do you think, little brother? Will you let your sister join you for the music? You must promise me one thing in return." As Su Ming inhaled her alluring fragrance, his eyes drifted behind her, where he spotted Bai Qing Xian emerging with an icy demeanor. "Master," he greeted with a slight smile. Qin Ro turned around. "Why the hurry to come out? Afraid I might take him away from you?" Bai Qing Xian, slightly annoyed, retorted, "By our hierarchy, he should address you as aunt. Can you please maintain some decorum? None of this sister and little brother nonsense." Su Ming, ever the dutiful disciple, complied with a grin. "Qin aunt." Qin Ro shot him a glare, exasperated. "Don't call me Qin aunt. Call me sister." She then turned to Bai Qing Xian, adding, "You may admit to being an old woman, but don't drag me into it. I am still quite young." Su Ming silently estimated that, given the time, Qin Ro should be around 29 years of age. Indeed, she could hardly be considered old, and it is precisely this kind of mature woman who possesses the most allure and truly knows how to care for others. He shook his head, realizing that he had strayed in thought. After all, Qin Ro was a close friend of Bai Qing Xian. If he were to take action against her as part of his villainous mission and Bai Qing Xian found out, she would undoubtedly be genuinely enraged. Having had no family since childhood, Su Ming was brought back and raised by Bai Qing Xian, who had found him in a desolate graveyard. Thus, one could say that it was this master who had provided him with a chance to survive. Even now, he still harbored deep respect and gratitude for her. Previously, when he had clashed with Bai Qing Xian, it had been an unavoidable necessity for his villainous tasks. Yet, in his heart, he always regarded her as an elder. Were it not for Bai Qing Xuan's timely intervention, he would have perished in that graveyard, with no prospect of reincarnation. Bai Qing Xian cast a glance at Su Ming, noticing that he was fixated on Qin Ro. Instantly, a surge of irritation welled up within her, and she reached out to give his ear a sharp twist. "What are you staring at?" Su Ming winced slightly. "I wasn't looking. Oh, you think I'm blind? She is your Aunt Qin. You should know better. It's one thing to gaze at those little junior sisters, but now you're being so indiscreet. Oh, you wish to be grounded? Those junior sisters are quite boring." Bai Qing Xuan's face flushed with anger. Shut your mouth. Amused, Su Ming observed the flustered expression of his beautiful master and gently took her hand, patting the back of it. Master, please don't be angry. Your disciple will heed your words. Qinro, standing nearby, teased, Xin, look how obedient your disciple is. He is not as arrogant as you claim. I think he is quite good. Handsome, cultured, and polite if you don't want him. Why not give him to me? Bai Qingxian shot her a fierce glare. What a ridiculous notion. Qinro pouted, her gaze fixed on Su Ming. Little brother, don't mind her. Your master is getting old and has her moods. You nearly 20 this year, aren't you? Do you have someone special in mind? Su Ming cast her a strange look. Qinro raised an eyebrow. What do you say I introduce someone to you? Bai Qingxian seized Su Ming's arm and pulled him toward the main hall, shooting Qinro a sharp look. I've told you before, I won't agree to that matter. Qinro glared at her retreating figure. Fuming, you are just envious and jealous that my disciple is younger and more suitable for him than you? You, old woman, have no self-awareness at all. Su Ming turned to Bai Qingxian, who was within arm's reach. Master, Bai Qingxuan's cheeks were slightly flushed as she snapped. No asking questions. What does a child like you need to know so much for? Child, he thought, feeling peculiar, for he was hardly a child anymore. I ask you, do you truly have feelings for Mu Qingyan? Bai Qingxian gazed at him with serious eyes. Su Ming shook his head. Not at all. Then what about back then? He shrugged. It was merely a game. I've grown tired of it now, so naturally, I have no interest. Bai Qingxuan's chest heaved slightly, and she pinched his arm sharply. Did I teach you to be this way? As a man, you should possess at least a modicum of responsibility. After all these years, how could I end up with such a fickle disciple? Su Ming was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as a child. His master seemed a bit off today. By the way, that girl you were with today, she is a disciple of Hongyu. Isn't she? Seems so. How did you end up with her? I was teaching her to cultivate. Bai Qingxian scoffed. Can't Hongyu teach her herself? Does she really need your help? Do you not realize that she could bring you trouble later on? Su Ming smiled faintly. It's of no concern to me. Bai Qingxian's face flushed with anger. This mischievous boy only knows how to vex me. In the main hall, Bai Qingxian handed Su Ming a white token. Qinro persisted from behind. I've said it before. Just lend him to me for 2 months. It's not like I want to return him. Absolutely not. Bai Qingxian shot her a cold glance as she placed the token in Su Ming's hands. Su Ming weighed the token. This is the family token of your master, isn't it? Bai Qingxian nodded. The Bai family's white dragon token. The bearer may become a member of the Bai family's dragon riders. If you do not wish to cultivate in the Xinyanzong, I can recommend you to join the dragon riders. This would allow him to distance himself from Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling, granting her some peace of mind. Dragon riders? Su Ming shook his head, returning the token to her. It holds no interest for me. Bai Qingxian gritted her teeth. Are you disregarding your master's words? That's a different matter. Su Ming adjusted his posture, settling comfortably in Bai Qingxuan's seat. I'm simply too tired lately. I don't wish to go anywhere. I just want to stay in the sect and take it easy for a while. Focusing on restoring my health, Bai Qingxian fell silent for a moment. Becoming a white dragon rider was a coveted status that many envied. It signified a lifetime of glory and endless riches. She had only one recommendation to offer and had intended to give it to Su Ming, only to have it refused. The reason? Being too tired? After so long, Bai Qingxian was at a loss for words. Qinro, from the side, teased. Why not come and have some fun with me at the Xiling sect? The junior sisters there are very friendly, and after all that cultivation, you could use some relaxation. Su Ming looked up at Qinro. Was this relaxation sincere? Bai Qingxian glared at Qinro. For the next 2 months, he is not allowed to go anywhere. Qinro rolled her eyes. Double standards. Didn't you just say you wanted him to join the White Dragon Riders? What's wrong with him visiting my Xiling sect? You're just being stingy. You want to even lend him for 2 months after all these years of sisterhood. Stingy or not, can I allow you to lead my disciple astray? Am I leading him astray? I'm simply finding him a sweet and obedient wife. You don't want that. You just can't bear to see me happy and want to keep him for yourself. Calling him your disciple while at night, I can only imagine how sweetly you call him. Su Ming coughed lightly. Apologies. I don't understand anything. Bai Qingxian's cheeks gradually turned crimson, her body trembling slightly as she shot a furious glare at Qin Ro. Normally, it would be one thing to talk about it privately, but to say such things in front of Su Ming was mortifying. She turned her head, only to find Su Ming looking at her with a peculiar expression. Dante listened to her nonsense. She attempted to clarify. Su Ming nodded nonchalantly. Rest assured, master, I'm still young and know nothing. By Qingxian. Qin Ro covered her mouth, laughing gaily. Is Su Ming truly oblivious or just pretending? If he genuinely doesn't understand, I can teach him, you know. Your master lacks experience in this regard and probably can't guide you well. Enough, Qin Ro. What do you mean I lack experience? You've been single for 30 years. Do you think you're an expert? Su Ming hadn't anticipated that the conversation would take such a strange turn. He glanced at the white dragon token that Bai Qingxian had set down. Reaching for it, it felt cold to the touch. The Bai family dragon riders were renowned as one of the most famous forces in the northern wilderness, representing the true strength of the Bai family. Soon, the three major families of the ruined city would vie for supremacy, and once the Bai family dragon riders emerged, they would instantly intimidate countless powerful beings. However, according to the original storyline, this white dragon token was supposed to be given to the male protagonist, Lin Chongfeng. This was a pivotal moment for him to shine. Joining the dragon riders would lead to constant ridicule from the Bai family, yet during missions, he would rescue countless dragon riders from peril, earning their admiration. Eventually, in the struggle for dominance among the three families, he would lead the dragon riders to help the Bai family defeat the other two families, shocking the entire northern wilderness. From then on, he would rise to fame, showcasing extraordinary talent at the Wanling Festival in the ruined city, defeating all the young talents from the other four families and competing fiercely with the elders of the four major sections. He would then slay several elders from other sects, solidifying Shenyanzong's position as the foremost among the five major sects, becoming the ideal prince of the white dragon in the hearts of countless young girls in the northern wilderness. In the previous 5 lifetimes, compared to the male protagonist Lin Chongfeng, Su Ming, as the senior brother, had long faded into obscurity, appearing rather ordinary. Even though he had risked his life to protect the sect during its most perilous times. Ultimately, when the crisis was resolved, the protagonist's name would overshadow his. Gently holding the white dragon token, Su Ming gazed at Bai Qingxian. Master, I'll keep this token for now. Bai Qingxian furrowed her brow. Didn't you say you didn't want to go? Perhaps I'll change my mind, he replied. He certainly wouldn't join the dragon riders, but he was curious to see how Lin Chongfeng would flaunt himself before him. Is the protagonist really that impressive? Ha! Who says that villains can only serve as stepping stones for the protagonists? Bai Qingxian hesitated momentarily, then nodded slightly, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity for growth. If she attended, it would also help hone her character, which would prove beneficial in the future. Su Ming pursed his lips, acknowledging, I understand. After leaving the main hall, Su Ming's figure flickered and he appeared atop a side peak. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood resolute against the howling winds, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. Buzz! There, the fabric of space tore apart, and a massive spatial vortex took shape, as if linking to another realm. Within that eerie, dark vortex, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped him. The vortex churned, countless specks of light mingling with the low roars of dragon and beast reverberated through the air, and soon, thousands of dragons. Their bodies shimmering silver and entwined with violent thunder, with wings of lightning sprouting from their backs, emerged through the spatial vortex, silently hovering in place. This moment, it became clear that upon the backs of these thousands of dragon beasts sat knights clad in silver armor, wielding god-slaying dragon spears. Though they remained silent, an aura of lethal intent radiated from them, instantly dispersing the spiritual energies of the surrounding heavens and earth. Before all the silver-armored knights stood a white-haired maiden with dragon horns, her silver armor accentuating her exquisite and delicate curves. She stood upon a snow dragon, wielding a dragon spear, her snowflake-like eyes quietly gazing at Su Ming, exuding a cold and transcendent aura, her breathtaking beauty captivating all who beheld her. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The frost in the maiden's eyes swiftly melted, and she respectfully clasped her fists towards Su Ming. The dragon riders of the heavens, long she presents herself. To report to the esteemed one, the imperial capital of the Tianwu dynasty has been breached. I have slain the martial emperor and captured the Tianwu empress, imprisoning her within the imperial palace. Awaiting your decree, before Su Ming could respond, a notification resounded in his mind. Ding! The host has founded the Yutian Palace, annihilated the Tianwu dynasty, and imprisoned the Tianwu empress and her children, Xinlong Domain's destined son Wu Luo and destined daughter Wu Yao, gaining 99 resentment points. Congratulations, host, for completing the villainous task. Your name as a villain shall be known throughout the Xinlong domain, rewarding you with 10,000 villain points and 1 epic sign-in opportunity. Chapter 37. Lord of the Heavens, Dragon Maiden Long, she the Dragon Riders of the Heavens, a terrifying army that had risen to fame in the Xinlong domain just months prior, along with the Yutian Palace, became a forbidden existence throughout the entire realm. Merely uttering these 3 words instilled profound fear and trepidation in the hearts of all factions in the Xinlong domain. In a span of 3 months, they had annihilated the 9 great sects of the Xinlong domain, capturing countless top-tier prodigies, and even the Tianwu dynasty, which had dominated the Xinlong domain for centuries, fell overnight to the onslaught of the Dragon Riders of the Heavens. The martial emperor was slain, the empress captured. The entire Xinlong domain trembled, and panic gripped every soul. Now, the Yutian Palace had established its supremacy over the Xinlong domain, and under the command of the Dragon Riders of the Heavens, no one dared to harbor even a flicker of rebellion. The Xinlong domain, akin to the Northern Wasteland domain, was one of the territories within the vast Northern Spirit Realm. However, the Xinlong domain lay at the abyss of the Xian Sea, mere seas apart from the central continent, boasting resources and strength incomparably superior to the Northern Wasteland domain. The factions within it were far beyond what the Northern Wasteland could contend against. As the Yutian Palace ascended, a name became well known among all powerful figures in the Xinlong domain and even the central continent: the enigmatic lord of the Yutian Palace, the Demon Lord of the Heavens. It was said that this mysterious figure had only appeared once in the Xinlong domain, during which the revered divine ancestor who safeguarded the 9 great sects was ruthlessly slain in this era where saints seldom emerged. A divine emperor was regarded as the pinnacle of strength. To think that even a divine emperor could be slain was unfathomable, leaving the powerful figures of the Xinlong domain in sheer shock. The name of the Demon Lord of the Heavens had deeply rooted itself in the hearts of all, suffocating the powerful of the Xinlong domain. Now, with the Tianwu dynasty's fall, the Xinlong domain was firmly under the control of the Yutian Palace, and all factions were hastily aligning themselves, knowing that refusal would only lead to death. While the Yutian Palace waged war against various factions, it also sought to gather the top prodigies among them. Some reclusive families even voluntarily sent their talented disciples to the Yutian Palace in hopes of self-preservation. The ancient Emperor clan, a dominant force in the central continent, once dispatched a divine emperor to investigate the Xinlong domain. However, after a single night, that divine emperor departed, and soon the ancient Emperor clan announced to the entire central continent that the Xinlong domain now fell under the dominion of the Yutian Palace. Just as the spirit sect had risen in the central continent, the ancient Emperor clan's divine emperor had once ascended to the spirit sect, but shortly thereafter declared that the spirit sect would govern its territory independently. Even the ancient Emperor clan chose to retreat. One can only imagine the terrifying background that supported powers like the Yutian Palace and the spirit sect. Strangely, these 2 forces rose almost simultaneously, one in the central continent, the other dominating the Xinlong domain. Moreover, neither the leader of the spirit sect nor the lord of the Yutian Palace had their true faces seen by anyone, becoming the greatest taboos in the hearts of all powerful figures due to their excessively brutal and ruthless methods. Regarded as 2 formidable tyrants that none dared provoke, above the firmament, thunderclouds gathered. Within the spatial vortex, countless dragon riders of the heavens, their faces etched with an air of slaughter, emanated an aura so potent that the weakest among them was at the early stage of the spirit's sovereign realm, with many having already reached the threshold of the divine emperor. Should this dragon cavalry launch an assault, even genuine divine emperors would have to evade their onslaught. When the dragon riders of the heavens materialized, Su Ming had already employed means to sever the space around them, rendering them undetectable to the outside world. Esteemed one, How shall we deal with the Tianwu Empress and her offspring? Shall we slay them? Long Shi's figure appeared before Su Ming, her eyes filled with reverence as she gazed upon him. Those summoned by the system were bound by absolute loyalty to their host. When Long Shi was summoned, she possessed only half-step divine emperor cultivation. Su Ming had secretly provided her with numerous heavenly spirit materials and ample top-tier spiritual stones, enabling her ascension to the divine emperor realm. Once an ancient dragon guard, she bore the purest dragon bloodline and possessed an immensely powerful physique. Now summoned by Su Ming and elevated to the divine emperor realm, her strength surpassed her former self. Su Ming gazed at the pair of silver dragon horns adorning her forehead, instinctively reaching out to touch them, finding them surprisingly smooth to the touch. A flush crept onto Long Shi's previously expressionless face. Her typically icy heart fluttered softly, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze, fearing to meet Su Ming's eyes. Had it been anyone else, she would have already impaled them with her sword. You've worked hard. Su Ming retracted his hand, patting her shoulder gently. You incurred some injuries when slaying the martial emperor. For the time being, guard the Yutian Palace diligently and focus on recuperating. Understood, Long Shi replied, then hesitantly raised her gaze to Su Ming, her voice wavering slightly. Will you not return with me, esteemed one? Su Ming shook his head. I still have matters to attend to here. As for the Tianwu Empress and her children, confine them within the imperial palace for now. I shall deal with them upon my return. Understood. Long Shi clasped her fists in salute, then recalled something and quickly added, the Empress of the ancient Emperor clan has sent word. She wishes to meet with you. Fu Qingwan? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This woman was no pushover. Having managed to govern the entire ancient Emperor clan by her own strength, countless lives had perished at her hands. Her desire to meet me is likely rooted in her perceived threat to her status posed by the Yutian Palace. Seeking to compel the palace to submit. Will you meet with her, esteemed one? Now is not the time, Su Ming replied with a tranquil smile. There will be opportunities in the future. Indeed, opportunities would arise. But by then, who would be subservient to whom would be uncertain. With a wave of his hand, the thunderclouds above dispersed, and the spatial vortex gradually faded away. The figures of the dragon riders of the heavens transformed into specks of light. Vanishing from sight, Long Shi remained before Su Ming. He smiled softly, casting a glance at her breathtaking visage. Why so cold towards everyone? Long Shi's cheeks flushed. I am not. Return now. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. The northern wasteland posed no real threat, so there was no need for concern. As for the individuals within the imperial palace of the Tianwu dynasty who had previously offended the Yutian Palace, they would all be dealt with. The remaining individuals would be assigned to the sect, relegated to menial roles. Understood. Long Shi bowed respectfully before turning to leave, her figure alighting upon the back of the massive snow dragon. Guiding it into the spatial vortex above, Su Ming stroked his chin, a peculiar thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Previously, he had only known that girls with twin ponytails could have their hair tugged like reins. He wondered if there were now girls capable of grasping dragon horns, taming dragon maidens. Perhaps he could personally test this out another day. The process might prove somewhat exhilarating. Chapter 38. Celestial Spirit Cauldron. Hidden Incense Courtesan, first update, at the foot of Shunyin Mountain, Song City. In the intoxicated atmosphere of the Zui Huafang and Kangxianglu, the melodious strains of music, laced with a tinge of melancholy, wafted through the ears of every patron within the establishment. On the second floor, in a secluded corner, a youth clad in gray removed the black longsword from his back, placing it upon the table, and raised his gaze to scrutinize the figure seated opposite him, a woman cradling a pipa. Exuding an enchanting allure, at that moment, nearly every soul in the tavern appeared entranced by the captivating melody, each holding their goblet yet refraining from imbibing, instead fixated on the lady's presence. Interwoven within the music was a peculiar spiritual energy capable of inducing illusions and hypnosis. It was evident that the woman harbored secrets. The gray-clad youth murmured to himself. This gray-clad youth was none other than Lin Chongfeng, who had narrowly escaped the pursuit of a mysterious and formidable adversary. He had arrived at Songqing, situated at the foot of Shenyanshan, with the intention of swiftly joining a sect. However, his master informed him that an opportunity might lie within the Kangxianglu. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the establishment's celebrated courtesan, known among the locals as the Huakue, was not as simple as he had imagined. Most patrons were ordinary folk, surviving under the protection of the Xinyanzong, engaging in trade while annually remitting a portion of spirit stones to the sect. While the city housed numerous enterprises belonging to the Xinyanzong, Lin Chongfeng learned that the Kangxianglu was an exception, never surrendering spirit stones to the sect. The woman before him radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Though subtle, Lin Chongfeng was certain she was no ordinary individual. "Young master, this is a complimentary drink from our proprietor. For your first visit, please enjoy," a beguiling woman said as she approached, holding a goblet. Lin Chongfeng expressed his gratitude softly. The woman regarded him with curiosity. "Did you come alone, young master?" He nodded in response. The enchanting woman smiled alluringly. "Many are first-time visitors here. To be candid, even the celestial beings from Xinyantian occasionally sneak in for a drink." "Xinyanzong," she gestured towards a figure at the forefront and continued. "That is one of the celestial beings from Xinyantian. We often have beasts causing havoc here, and only these celestial beings can protect us, so we generally do not charge them spirit stones." Lin Chongfeng followed her gaze, catching sight of a solitary figure, a cool and aloof man, who bowed his head while sipping tea. This man emanated an aura so profound that even Lin Chongfeng could not fathom its depth. It was peculiar that one would choose tea over wine in such a place of revelry. Shaking his head, Lin Chongfeng thanked the woman once more. With a playful glance, she swayed her hips and departed to serve other patrons. As he withdrew his gaze, an odd image of the woman's beguiling figure resurfaced in his mind. He shook his head and drank deeply from his goblet. "Master, could it be that you sensed incorrectly? What opportunity could exist in such a place?" An aged voice echoed in his mind. "My senses do not deceive me. Pay attention to the old man in the black robe to your left. Does he not have a filthy little beggar by his side?" Lin Chongfeng turned to look. Indeed, as his master had indicated, there sat an elderly man cloaked in black, accompanied by a scruffy young beggar of around 15 or 16 years. That is correct. The old man possesses at least peak nirvana realm cultivation, while the beggar beside him, though her spiritual meridians are not yet revealed, is of a naturally celestial physique, the most coveted physique for any cultivator. If my intuition is correct, she has likely been abducted. Should you rescue her and bring her to Xinyanzong, cultivating her could yield significant benefits for you in the future. Lin Chongfeng was taken aback. A celestial physique? Indeed. Have you forgotten the forbidden technique within the legacy of that divine emperor? It involves collecting 10 unique physiques from this world to be offered as a sacrifice when you ascend to the divine emperor level. This could grant you unparalleled cultivation power, perhaps even allowing you to surpass the divine emperor and avenge your Lin family. Mention of vengeance rendered Lin Chongfeng silent for a moment before he slowly nodded. "Yet, I am still concerned. I am merely at the late stage of nirvana realm, and if that old man truly is at peak nirvana, he may prove difficult to confront. Do not worry. I will handle everything. When the time comes, relinquish control of your body to me. Even if a spirit lord descends, they will not be able to contend with us." Reassured by these words, Lin Chongfeng resumed his gaze towards the corner, where the old man in black had noticed him. The elder downed his drink and shot a fierce glance in Lin Chongfeng's direction. Lin Chongfeng discreetly averted his gaze. The old man grinned wickedly, removing his hood to reveal a face marred with ghastly scars, which only amplified his terrifying visage. With a loud thud, he slammed another goblet filled with liquor onto the table, splashing its contents onto his robe. The little beggar beside him looked alarmed, shaking her head as she timidly said, "I won't drink." With a resounding slap, the old man's hand struck her delicate face, leaving a crimson mark upon her muddy visage. The young beggar covered her face in pain, her small frame trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. "Damn it, don't ruin my mood. Drink it all. Leave not a drop." The old man glared at her, his voice dripping with menace. Tears glistening in her eyes, the little beggar quivered as she grasped the goblet before her. The acrid scent of the liquor stung her eyes, and under the old man's cruel gaze, she hesitantly took a sip. Coughing violently, she quickly set the goblet down, turning away to suppress her coughs. Ha ha ha! The old man laughed heartily, pouring himself another cup. I didn't expect to find such a novel little chick who can't even drink. From now on, Grandpa will teach you not only how to drink but also other things. Ha! His laughter echoed unabashedly. This moment, the music in the tavern ceased, drawing the attention of many patrons who curiously observed the scene unfolding beside the old man. Lin Chongfeng's grip tightened around his long sword, his icy gaze directed at the black-robed elder. Master, it's time to act. After a brief silence, a voice resonated in his mind. Patience. The time is not yet ripe. Meanwhile, at the most conspicuous table, a man clad in white lightly tapped his fingers against the purple wood table, his deep, dark eyes unreservedly fixed upon the courtesan before him, amidst the astonished gazes of the tavern's patrons. The woman, cradling her pipa, gracefully rose and approached the white-clad man, taking a seat beside him. In the next moment, the eyes of every individual in the establishment widened in disbelief. The revered courtesan, who had always been regarded as untouchable, was now tenderly pouring wine for the white-clad man, lifting the goblet to his lips with her delicate hand. Chapter 39. The Enchanting Woman, second update. Even Lin Chongfeng found himself captivated by the white-clad man. Given his composed demeanor, he had naturally inquired about the Kangxianglu before entering. The courtesan, known as Tang Qingyun, was an alluring beauty with an enchanting presence, skilled in music. Her melodies captivated not only the entire Cangqing but also disciples from surrounding sections. With a visage that could rival the heavens, she had entranced countless men. Yet she was not from Cangqing. Her origins remained a mystery. Despite her title as the courtesan, no man had ever succeeded in winning her affections. Many wealthy young masters had offered exorbitant sums, yet none had captured her attention. Such a stunning beauty had certainly caught the eye of cultivators, but Lin Chongfeng had heard tales that any who attempted to force her would mysteriously disappear within the Kangxianglu, with not even a trace of their bodies left behind. This eerie phenomenon had dissuaded many from daring to entertain ulterior motives towards her. Yet now, this very woman had willingly settled beside the white-clad man, shedding her usual aloof demeanor to serve him wine with grace. Lin Chongfeng was momentarily taken aback. Even with his steadfast character, the sight of Tang Qingyun's celestial beauty and her captivating aura stirred images of passion within his mind. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her porcelain-like skin, marveling at her delicate hands and exquisite features. Be cautious. This woman is excessively alluring and could easily sway your judgment, an aged voice admonished Lin Chongfeng. He nodded in response. Though a sense of caution had begun to stir within him, it was impossible for a young man brimming with vitality to claim he felt no inclination upon encountering such a breathtakingly beautiful woman with skin as pure as snow. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself. Presently, Lin Chongfeng found himself equally intrigued by the identity of the man in white. That a woman like Tang Qingyun would willingly pour wine for him indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Master, what do you think would happen if I asked that courtesan to pour me a drink as well? Lin Chongfeng remarked with a smile. While it was merely a jest, as a man himself, he could not truthfully claim to have no thoughts on the matter. At the very least, feelings of envy and rivalry would inevitably surface. Do not provoke trouble. That man in white is formidable. Even your master finds it difficult to discern his true strength. If he is not concealing his aura with some treasured artifact, then his power may well surpass that of your master. Lin Chongfeng took a sip of his wine, shaking his head with a chuckle. How could that be? He appears to be of a similar age to mine. His cultivation could not possibly exceed that of my master. It must be that he possesses some treasure that obscures his aura. This, too, suggested that his background was not simple, and it would be wise to avoid offending him for the time being. At the very least, you should focus on advancing to the spirit sovereign level first. Lin Chongfeng gently nodded. I understand. His gaze flickered slightly, his dark eyes still fixed on the retreating figures of the man in white and Tang Qingyun. On the other side, with a captivating beauty at his side, the wine glass had already been set down by her. She delicately lifted her slender hand to gently wipe away a drop of wine from the corner of Su Ming's lips. Then, raising her eyes, she gazed at his handsome face, her starry eyes sparkling as she softly inquired, "What brings you here to accompany me today?" An alluring fragrance wafted from her, enveloping him in its enticing embrace. However, Su Ming calmly replied, "I did not come to accompany you." Tang Qingyun's clear eyes glimmered with a hint of reproach as she cast him a sidelong glance. "It's been so long since you last visited. And you choose to speak such hurtful words upon your arrival. You irresponsible scoundrel." Su Ming comfortably leaned back in his soft chair, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, before turning his gaze upon her with a smile. "You are even more beautiful than the last time we met." Tang Qingyun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she leaned in closer, playfully pinching his thigh with her delicate hand. "I won't fall for your flattery." Su Ming set down his glass and caressed her silky hair. "To be honest, you would not believe me anyway. Then stay with me tonight, and I shall believe you." She proposed. "Stay?" Su Ming shook his head. "Not today." Tang Qingyun playfully struck him with her small hand. "You bad man." Su Ming chuckled. "I can be much worse. Just don't cry out in pain when that time comes." Realizing the implications, Tang Qingyun's cheeks turned a deep crimson as she glared at him in feigned anger. "You must not say such things." Su Ming nodded in agreement. "I won't speak of it." "I shall only act." Tang Qingyun's face was flushed with shyness, her pretty visage nearly dripping with embarrassment. This rascal had no qualms about saying anything. He was just as mischievous as ever. The two exchanged flirtatious banter, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, this scene did not go unnoticed by those in the back of the tavern, who gaped in astonishment. The previously subtle din of the establishment had quieted down, and many glared at Su Ming's retreating figure with clenched teeth. Who among them did not know that although Tang Qingyun was the courtesan of the Zhangxiang Tower, her identity was shrouded in mystery? Despite her unparalleled beauty, she carried herself with a regal pride that resembled a phoenix, difficult to tame. Yet now, they witnessed this proud phoenix engaging in such intimate camaraderie with a man. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. And within them, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy began to swell. Who was this fellow, and by what right did he earn Tang Qingyun's favor? The gazes directed at him were as though they sought to murder him. Among them was an old man in a black robe seated in a corner, whose eyes had been drawn to Tang Qingyun from the moment he laid eyes on her. He was merely passing through Tsang City, visiting the Zhangxiang Tower for the first time. Upon seeing Tang Qingyun, the heat in his heart became nearly unbearable. Initially, he had intended to wait until she finished her performance, inviting her to sit on his lap for a drink or two. But who could have anticipated that a pale-faced youth would snatch her away first? That lad appeared feeble and pitifully low in cultivation. He was likely a frivolous rich heir seeking amusement. A pretty boy whom a single slap could easily dispatch. The old man grinned, calling over a sultry woman who was serving drinks to other patrons, despite the terrified gaze of a nearby little beggar. As the woman poured him more wine, he pointed at Tang Qingyun, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Go over there and summon that woman. Pour me some wine." Upon hearing this, the sultry woman paused for a moment. Her eyes filled with a strange expression. "What? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" The black-robed elder's expression shifted to one of anger as he scrutinized her alluring figure, laughing menacingly. "Not only should you call her over, but you should also join me for a drink." The woman pointed to herself, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "I can join you for a drink, but I wouldn't dare summon her. Why not go call her yourself?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. This old fool truly did not understand the gravity of his situation. Countless had met their demise at the hands of Tang Qingyun. Did he truly believe that the infamous title of the Heavenly Demoness was merely a fade? The intelligence network of the Heavenly Demon sect encompassed nearly all powerful figures in the northern spirit realm. A person of his caliber could be crushed with a single finger. It was fortunate that the northern wilderness was too small. Beyond its borders, the name of the Heavenly Demoness instilled terror in the hearts of many strong individuals. The elder's eyes narrowed, and the peak of his Nirvana realm aura surged forth, locking onto the graceful figure of Tang Qingyun ahead. With a sneer as everyone stared in astonishment, he called out to her, "Just tell me how many spirit stones you want. I'll take you for the night." In an instant, the entire tavern fell silent. Lin Chongfeng, who had been observing from the rear, was equally astonished. He could scarcely believe that this black-robed elder would brazenly utter such words in front of everyone. He shook his head in secret, casting a wary glance at the little beggar beside the elder, preparing to act at a moment's notice to rescue Tang Qingyun. The tavern erupted into a clamor, many eyes turning toward Tang Qingyun and the man in white, who was leisurely sipping his drink. Most patrons were aware that Tang Qingyun exuded an enchanting and aloof allure that no man could easily tame. Yet, the more elusive she became, the more they were drawn to her. However, when it came to expressing their desires as openly as the black-robed elder, none dared to do so. What was more intriguing was that this woman, known for her wild spirit, was so compliant in pouring wine for the white-clad man and exchanging sweet nothings with him. Though many present were ordinary folk, they were not fools. A moment's contemplation revealed that the identity of the man in white was surely extraordinary. Even if he were not the heir of a top-tier family, he must be a disciple of a top-tier sect. Even though the violent aura emanating from the black-robed elder intimidated many, their curiosity was piqued as to whether the white-clad man would relinquish Tang Qingyun. The truth was that such a woman was not easily given away. It was merely a question of who possessed the greater means. In a place like Tsang City, Nirvana realm experts were a rarity. One could say they were nearly non-existent. Whenever a tide of demons erupted, it was always the elders of the Xinyan sect who came to guard the city. Tsang City itself lacked a resident Nirvana expert. Thus, when the black-robed elder unleashed his peak Nirvana aura, it naturally shocked many. However, despite the astonishment directed at the black-robed elder's strength, at the foremost table, Su Ming placed his wine glass down. Too disinterested to acknowledge the elder behind him, he merely turned slightly, meeting Tang Qingyun's affectionate gaze, and softly said, "Your injuries are healing. After tonight, we shall leave the northern wilderness." Tang Qingyun gazed at him with tender eyes. Upon hearing his words, she reached out a small hand to grasp his, pouting playfully, "You're sending me away again. Can't I stay here with you once I'm healed? Are you secretly seeing other women and afraid I'll find out? Hence wanting to send me away?" One must admit that a woman's intuition is remarkably keen. Su Ming remained composed, shaking his head nonchalantly, "Absolutely not." "Really?" Tang Qingyun doubted him, leaning closer to sniff his neck. Su Ming carried a faint scent of another woman, distinct from her own fragrance, making her suspicious. "You're a liar." She playfully glared at him. Su Ming ruffled her hair. "I've been teaching a junior sister to cultivate. Don't you think too much of it?" Tang Qingyun pouted. "You're so kind to your junior sister. Why don't you spend more time with me?" Su Ming offered a faint smile and retorted. "Why was I unaware of your clinginess before? Well, now you know. You were the one who first provoked me. I intend to cling to you for a lifetime, the kind from which you cannot escape." Tang Qingyun replied, entwining her arms around his and gazing at him with earnest, flirtatious eyes. She was not jesting. In the past, she had been cold and ruthless, a fearsome figure who instilled terror in others. But after encountering Su Ming, the struggles for supremacy and sect conflicts no longer mattered to her. All she desired was him, cherishing him above all else. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then turned to gently kiss her silky hair. Whispering tenderly, "I will also accompany you for a lifetime." "Then why are you trying to send me away?" "I am not sending you away. You should have received word regarding the affairs of the Shenlong domain. The Tiankue sect needs to take control of the Imperial Palace's intelligence network, consolidating all forces. The realities of the ancient imperial clans require your investigation as well. Otherwise, if those forces from the central continent strike against us, we will find ourselves in a passive position." Tang Qingyun furrowed her delicate brows, gazing up at Su Ming's sharply defined face. She nodded gently, "But I can't bear to part with you." This was her nature. She appeared domineering and fierce before others, yet only with Su Ming could she reveal her tender side, feeling aggrieved and sorrowful at the thought of separation. Su Ming chuckled. "It's not as if we won't see each other. You still dare to laugh." "I am not laughing." "Humph." Their hushed exchanges went unnoticed by the crowd behind them, but the intimate nature of their interaction unmistakably conveyed that their relationship was extraordinary, likely the most intimate kind between a man and a woman. Many were consumed with jealousy, stealing glances at the elder in black robes left behind, only to be met with the terrifying killing intent emanating from his eyes. A chill ran through their hearts. Was the old man about to act? Indeed. As this thought crossed their minds, the elder's hand suddenly clenched, striking the table before him with a crushing force, causing it to splinter. And then he rose abruptly, his aura menacing, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "You little brat, you think you can disregard me? I have encountered many wealthy young masters like you, and many have perished at my hands. Today, I do not lack for your demise." As his voice fell, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, appearing strangely behind Su Ming and Tang Qingyun, his gnarled hand reaching for Tang Qingyun's delicate shoulder. For him, killing was a mere routine, yet he did not wish to harm such a beauty in the process. After all, such a captivating figure was rare. He intended to savor the moment first. Chapter 41. The one with a fate of calamity. Ning Xiaoxiao the elder's strike was as swift as lightning. The onlookers widened their eyes, and Lin Chongfeng furrowed his brow. Noticing that Su Ming and Tang Qingyun showed no intention of intervening, he tightened his grip on the sword resting on the table as the elder's hand approached Tang Qingyun's shoulder. In an instant, he summoned his spiritual energy, preparing to rescue the little beggar huddled in the corner. However, a sudden change occurred. Lin Chongfeng seemed to sense something, raising his head only to see the black-robed elder's hand frozen midair, his body trembling slightly, his murky eyes filled with overwhelming fear and shock, rendering him motionless. What is happening? Everyone was momentarily stunned, their gazes involuntarily shifting toward the white-clad man ahead. Half a second later, the black-robed elder, in a daze, looked down at the gruesome scars crisscrossing his body. Unable to believe that the enchanting woman had merely plucked the strings of a pipa, unleashing a wave of lethal spiritual sound energy that had left him in such a state. His spiritual veins were nearly severed into countless fragments, and in an instant, all his spiritual energy dissipated. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, blood pooling beneath him, cold sweat pouring down his ghastly face. The entire tavern erupted into an uproar. The black-robed elder was a peak Nirvana realm cultivator, yet they had not even witnessed the white-clad man's strike, and the old man was already defeated? Lin Chongfeng's breath caught in his throat. While others failed to see the truth, he, endowed with a special ocular technique, could faintly discern that the assailant was not the white-clad man but rather the alluring woman beside him. She wielded a terrifying sound wave of spiritual energy, rendering the black-robed elder's spiritual veins useless in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Lin Chongfeng was profoundly shaken, his gaze fixed on Tang Qingyun's exquisitely perfect profile. He had long suspected that this woman was extraordinary, yet he had never anticipated her to be so fearsome. What a formidable woman! Lin Chongfeng silently marveled, a hint of astonishment flickering across his eyes as he regarded Tang Qingyun. In this world, to master Soundwave's spiritual energy to such an exquisite degree, it seemed that this woman, regardless of whether she was a disciple of the Holy Abyss or the Tiankue sect, must undoubtedly have intricate connections to them. An aged voice echoed in Lin Chongfeng's mind. Lin Chongfeng, do not inquire too much for now. You have yet to step into the Spirit Master realm, and forces like the Holy Abyss or the Tiankue sect are not within your reach at present. In due time, I will reveal everything to you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chongfeng nodded slowly. First, take that little beggar away. This is a place rife with peril. We should not linger here. Understood? Lin Chongfeng grasped his master's intention, recognizing the need to prioritize his own safety and development. For many prodigies met untimely ends along their journeys. He picked up his long sword, concealing his face with his gray robe, and discreetly moved to the corner where the little beggar sat. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on the black-robed elder, he focused on the girl curled up in the corner, noting the slight redness on her small face, and extended a hand towards her. Speaking calmly, "If you trust me, come with me. I will take you away from here." This little beggar appeared to be around 15, her hair tied up with a ragged cloth, her large, clear eyes weakly scrutinizing Lin Chongfeng. Although her face was dirty, her features were remarkably delicate, exuding an air of innocence. Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but think that if this little girl were to wash her face, she would likely be a beauty in her own right. This was not a loss, it was a gain. The girl gazed at him, and he returned her gaze. They exchanged looks for several seconds, and Lin Chongfeng displayed remarkable patience. Beneath the gray robe, only the girl could see his face, which radiated warmth as he feared frightening her. "Trust me, come with me," he urged gently, adopting the demeanor of a friendly older brother. Perhaps his smile had a soothing effect. The little girl relaxed her guard slightly, though she was still not entirely convinced. After a moment of contemplation, she cast her gaze toward the black-robed elder ahead, her soft eyes flashing with a subtle glimmer of bloodlust that no one could detect. Gathering her courage, she whispered, "If you help me kill that person, I will go with you. Otherwise, I will not go anywhere." Lin Chongfeng was taken aback at the little girl. "Speaking of murder," he rubbed his nose, clearing his throat. "Rest assured, that old fellow won't last much longer. If you come with me, no one will bully you again." The little girl fixed her serious gaze on him. The next moment, she seemed to sense something, her eyes blankly staring ahead. The white-clad man, who had been seated at the table, now rose nonchalantly, turning to face them, his tall and elegant figure exuding an ethereal aura. With a calm demeanor, he gently lifted his cup, tilting it to pour the remaining wine over the black-robed elder's grotesque wounds. "Ah!" The black-robed elder howled in pain, his vision darkening as he nearly collapsed. Tremors coursed through his body, his legs quaking uncontrollably. As the agony felt akin to having his flesh ripped away alive, countless spectators swallowed hard. Ning Xiaoxiao, too, was momentarily stunned, her watery eyes fixated on the white-clad man. Lin Chongfeng frowned, his voice rising involuntarily. "This is not a safe place for you to stay. Come with me. I will find you a new place and teach you how to cultivate that." As he spoke, he reached out his palm towards Ning Xiaoxiao. Her eyes widened in terror, and her petite frame instinctively recoiled slightly, refusing his touch. Lin Chongfeng's expression darkened. Why did this girl refuse to trust him? Did he truly seem akin to a villain? Must he resort to coercive methods to gain her belief? Unbeknownst to him, at the back, Su Ming slowly raised his head, his deep, obsidian eyes casually observing their exchange. A slight smirk graced his lips as a sharp dagger was subtly thrust behind the cloaked elder. Su Ming's indifferent voice echoed in Ning Xiaoxiao's ear. "Do you wish to use this knife to extract his heart?" Chapter 42. The male protagonist's jealousy. Su Ming's voice seemed to carry a certain allure, drawing Ning Xiaoxiao into its seductive undertow, awakening a surge of murderous intent within her. Gradually lowering her head, she recalled the harrowing image of her grandfather, who had always been her sole companion, cruelly slain by the elder before her. Her eyes instantly turned crimson, her breath quickened, and her still-developing chest heaved in agitation. Lin Chongfeng felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. He glanced at Su Ming, subtly surveying Tang Qingyun beside him, taking in her voluptuous and enchanting figure before withdrawing his gaze and addressing Ning Xiaoxiao. "At your tender age, you must not stray into the path of evil. Even if that elder has committed wrongs, he has faced his punishment. You should not harbor only hatred in your heart. Come with me. I can teach you the ways of cultivation and the art of living." The exquisite physique of a celestial spirit furnace was indeed a rarity. If he wished to ascend rapidly to the rank of divine sovereign, he would need to gather 10 such unique physiques as sacrifices. Ning Xiaoxiao was someone he absolutely had to take. Such extraordinary traits were seldom found, perhaps 1 in 100,000, and he could not let her slip away easily. Upon hearing Lin Chongfeng's words, the entire tavern fell silent, all eyes turning towards the corner where the small, silent girl sat with her head bowed. The richly dressed young nobleman, fanning himself gently with a folding fan, fixed his gaze upon the girl and remarked to his companions, "One cannot urge others towards goodness without having endured their suffering. This little girl, I noticed her earlier. She seems pitiable and likely has no family left. If she does not dare to pick up the knife to resist, she may forever live under the protection of others, and should that protector harbor ill intentions, she would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter." Sensing the peculiar looks from his companions, the young nobleman hastily waved his hand. "Please, do not misunderstand. It is merely a fleeting thought. Consider it a jest." His words reached Lin Chongfeng's ears, causing his expression to darken slightly. However, at that moment, in the corner. Ning Xiaoxiao, who had been curled up against the wall, slowly rose to her feet. She lifted her small head, her serene eyes fixating on the dagger embedded in the ground, before glancing at Lin Chongfeng. "I will do it myself," she declared through gritted teeth, her gaze already filled with a fierce bloodlust. The image of her grandfather, the one who cherished her most, lying lifeless in a pool of blood, haunted her. She could never forget the look of love and tenderness on his face as he gazed at her. Even in his final moments, his greatest regret was leaving her behind. How she longed for him. This man deserved to die. She rushed forward, her small hands gripping the dagger with fervor, her heart brimming with uncontrollable rage. With her right hand grasping the dagger and her left brushing her tousled hair behind her ear, she approached the cloaked elder, towering over him. In that instant, her petite and delicate frame appeared to the elder as a cold-blooded demon, her eyes devoid of anything but murderous intent. Thud. The elder, terrified by the icy malice in her gaze, coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring at her as he bellowed, "You dare to kill me? I will slap you to death." Ning Xiaoxiao shot him a cold glance before raising her gaze slightly to look at the man in white before her. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and she was captivated by the depth and mystery in his gaze, causing her arm, which held the dagger, to tremble slightly. Tang Qingyun took the empty wine cup from Su Ming's hand and placed it on the jade platter held by a mesmerizing woman behind her. Then, she surveyed Ning Xiaoxiao with a smile. This little girl has likely never killed before. The first time one takes a life is always accompanied by some anxiety. She recalled her own first experience of taking a life during her family's trials, feeling perhaps even more fear than Ning Xiaoxiao did now, especially since she was merely 6 years old at the time. With time, she had grown accustomed to it. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost in the hidden incense pavilion. Su Ming, intrigued, glanced at Lin Chongfeng, who was fixated on Ning Xiaoxiao, and then took a step closer, softly asking her, "Have you never killed before?" Ning Xiaoxiao stared blankly at him, her eyes somewhat dazed. She had never encountered a man so strikingly handsome. Realizing her lapse, she quickly nodded. Su Ming took her right hand, adjusting her grip on the dagger, then placed his palm over hers, guiding the dagger's tip to the elder's heart. From here, a gentle slice, and he will no longer be able to resist. Ning Xiaoxiao inhaled the pleasant scent of masculinity emanating from him, feeling the warmth of his hand enveloping her small hand. Deep within her innocent heart, something unknown was suddenly stirred. Though not be nervous, Su Ming soothed beside her. Lin Chongfeng, unable to bear the sight, raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual power, sending the dagger flying from Ning Xiaoxiao's grasp. He then turned to Su Ming, his tone edged with disapproval. "Have you considered the impact this may have on her future? Setting aside whether that elder has allies seeking vengeance, teaching her to kill can only lead her down a dark path of malevolence." His words were righteous, yet deep inside, he had not intended to intervene. However, the thought of relinquishing such an extraordinary celestial spirit furnace physique as Ning Xiaoxiao was unbearable. Moreover, facing Su Ming and the enchanting Tang Qingyun beside him, Lin Chongfeng felt an inexplicable urge to compete. Everyone adored beautiful, talented women, and it was only natural for him to feel envy. Wanting to impress her, Su Ming had long sensed Lin Chongfeng's unusual scrutiny. He sneered inwardly. This foolish male protagonist was cautious, yet merely a hot-blooded youth. It was normal to be drawn to beauty. In his past 5 lives, he lacked a system, no golden finger, and was consistently suppressed by Lin Chongfeng due to his villainous identity. All female protagonists only had eyes for Lin Chongfeng. This time, he was eager to see if this foolish male lead could still turn the tables against him. What did it matter if he had the protection of a powerful figure from the divine realm? Once he stripped away Lin Chongfeng's destined fortune and seized control of the northern spirit realm, even the divine realm would be his. Chapter 43. Her master as the dagger was sent flying. Ning Xiaoxiao frowned at Lin Chongfeng. The elder, kneeling on the ground, seemed to have grasped a lifeline. He struggled to lift his head, his murky eyes filled with desperate hope as he pleaded with Lin Chongfeng. "Save me. If you rescue me, all my possessions, my techniques, my spiritual stones, I will give them all to you. Just please spare my life." He was overwhelmed by a paralyzing fear of death. having realized just how formidable Su Ming and Tang Qingyun truly were. Though he had lived a perilous life, he was not ready to die yet. His frantic cries drew the attention of the tavern's patrons, who stared in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that a peak Nirvana realm expert, usually an unapproachable figure, was now begging for mercy before them. That man in white must be from the Divine Yin sect. I wonder which peak he hails from. Tio earned the favor of the goddess of the hidden incense pavilion. He must be a person of considerable standing within the sect, a voice murmured. The aura surrounding him set him apart from them, and though jealousy flickered within, they could not help but admire him. Many present had previously participated in the Divine Yin sect's entrance examination, but had been rejected due to their lack of talent. Lin Chongfeng, hearing the elder's pleas, cast him a cold glance, ignoring him while gathering from the whispers around him that Su Ming was likely affiliated with the Divine Yin sect. His eyes flickered slightly. The Divine Yin sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Northern Wilderness, a righteous sect with a history spanning centuries. Yet, to Lin Chongfeng, Su Ming exuded a distinctly sinister aura, especially as he taught Ning Xiaoxiao, a young girl, to kill. He hardly seemed like a good person. "May I inquire if you are from the Divine Yin sect?" Lin Chongfeng fixed his gaze on Su Ming, inquiring with an air of indifference. Su Ming, dismissively patting his sleeve, couldn't be bothered to spare even a glance at Lin Chongfeng. Casting a fleeting look at the old man in the black robe on the ground, and then gestured towards the alluring woman standing nearby, instructing her to deal with the old fellow as he was dampening his spirits. The enchanting woman smiled and nodded in obedience. With a graceful wave of her long sleeve, the black-robed elder's body mysteriously vanished from the ground, drawing astonished gazes from a multitude of patrons in the tavern. Ning Xiaoxiao glanced at the ground, then covertly studied the enchanting woman. Su Ming flashed a smile at her, saying, "I've taken care of the old man for you. Thereafter, you may go wherever you please." Lin Chongfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He directly approached Ning Xiaoxiao and said, "Would you like to cultivate? If so, come with me, I will take you to join the Xinyanzong. In the future, you will surpass most here." Ning Xiaoxiao cast him a hesitant glance, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Su Ming turned around, leisurely returning to his seat, enjoying the performance of 3 women in snowy attire playing the qin opposite him. "Ninger, could you fetch me the jar of spirit wine I brewed?" Tang Qingyun said to the enchanting woman before snuggling back to Su Ming's side. Noticing Su Ming's attention on the 3 women, she extended her delicate, fair hand to cover his eyes, playfully chastising. No peeking. Su Ming grasped her smooth hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, then leaned closer to whisper teasingly in her crystalline ear, "Is it forbidden to look?" Tang Qingyun's cheeks flushed as she playfully shot him a glance. "You may only look at me, not at anyone else," Su Ming chuckled, casting a glance at the crowd in the tavern with their complex expressions. He wrapped an arm around Tang Qingyun's slender waist, saying, "Little enchantress, those people behind us must be wishing to do me harm." Tang Qingyun nestled closer to him, twirling a strand of her hair with her fingers. Teasingly brushing it against Su Ming's face, she giggled, "It's simple. I can just eliminate them all to spare you any distress." Su Ming shook his head, reminding her to exercise restraint. Tang Qingyun pouted, "Since being with you, I've hardly harmed anyone, afraid it would displease you." "Well, that's commendable. I shall reward you by ensuring you can't get out of bed tomorrow morning," Su Ming said, playfully pinching her chin with a mischievous grin. Tang Qingyun's face flushed, her legs feeling a bit weak, then she teasingly caressed his firm abdomen, whispering, "You always talk without action. It's the most annoying." Her voice was gentle yet tantalizing. A faint warmth began to stir within Su Ming. Meanwhile, Lin Chongfeng observed the intimate figure of Su Ming and Tang Qingyun, his palm clenched tightly. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of intense disdain suddenly washed over him. Deep down, a voice seemed to tell him that Su Ming had usurped what rightfully belonged to him. Subsequently, he took a deep breath. If Su Ming were indeed a member of Xinyanzong, regardless of whether he was an elder or disciple, should the matter of inciting Ning Xiaoxiao to commit murder today come to light? Given Xinyanzong's esteemed reputation over the past centuries, he would certainly face severe repercussions. Lin Chongfeng resolved to uncover Su Ming's identity after joining Xinyanzong and to discreetly expose today's incident, ensuring that his reputation would be tarnished. He had always despised such arrogant and reckless individuals who looked down upon everyone. Anyone could pretend to be a fool, but he was merely biding his time. With his innate talent, coupled with the ancient divine emperor's lifelong legacy, who in the northern wasteland could possibly surpass him? However, the next moment, as he approached Ning Xiaoxiao, intending to inquire about the girl's name, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He witnessed the little girl stubbornly clenching her teeth, bypassing him to stand behind Su Ming, standing there obediently, silent yet fixated on him. Lin Chongfeng was momentarily taken aback, a surge of anger bubbling within him. He had initially intended to persuade her kindly, not wanting the little girl to stray from the right path, yet her lack of appreciation was one thing. She had audaciously slapped his face in front of so many people. Everyone has their limits. And he was now somewhat irate. To abandon such a remarkable physique of an immortal furnace was unbearable. But this little girl refused to follow him. Did that mean he had to resort to force? Lin Chongfeng pondered internally on the other side. Tang Qingyun was gently blowing into Su Ming's ear. That little girl is getting attached to you. And that person behind has unclean intentions. I wish to pluck out his eyes. Su Ming comforted her by patting her fragrant shoulder. At this moment, the woman named Ninger returned, bringing a pot of fragrant spirit wine, respectfully pouring a cup for both Su Ming and Tang Qingyun. Then quietly standing by, refraining from serving others, as another young maiden in green took over that task. Su Ming lifted his cup, glancing at the apprehensive little face of Ning Xiaoxiao standing behind, casually asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Ning Xiaoxiao." "How old are you?" 15. Su Ming feigned a frown. "Only 15? Typically, women coming to Zhangxiang Tower must be at least 16. Ning Xiaoxiao felt a pang of anxiety. I didn't want to come here. Although she was still young, she had traveled extensively with her grandfather and was well aware that the women at Zhangxiang Tower were not of good character. She did not wish to be one of them. Su Ming smiled faintly. "What are you not?" Ning Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, summoning her courage, biting her lip resolutely, and declared, "I want to cultivate. I want to follow you." Su Ming was taken aback. "I have no need for a maid, especially not one for warming my bed." Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed, lowering her head in silence, yet she did not leave, merely standing there. Su Ming shook his wine cup, placing it in front of her. "Can you drink?" Ning Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Drink this cup of wine, and I will take you into the cultivation sect, then I can teach you." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, and without a second thought, she snatched the cup from Su Ming's hand and tilted her head back, gulping it down. Cough, cough. She drank hastily, and having never tasted wine before. The fiery spirit wine caused her to choke, covering her mouth and coughing violently. Lin Chongfeng had already taken a seat elsewhere, watching Ning Xiaoxiao in distress as she coughed. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "That little girl clearly lacks any talent for cultivation. If you do not wish to teach her, just say so. Why make things difficult for a young girl? If someone like her truly came from Xinyanzong, it would indeed be a disgrace to the name." His words were overheard by several patrons nearby, who looked over at Su Ming in surprise, witnessing Ning Xiaoxiao cough painfully before continuing to drink, only to cough again, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the poor girl. Besides Su Ming, Tang Qingyun gently pinched his arm, giving him a playful glare. "Why bully the little girl? If you don't want her, I can take her away." Su Ming shook his head. "She cannot leave here for now." Tang Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "What, afraid I might mistreat her?" "Not quite." Su Ming offered a faint smile. She was not concerned about Tang Qingyun mistreating Ning Xiaoxiao. Rather, she feared what Ning Xiaoxiao might become in the future and how she might turn against them. Do not be deceived by the delicate appearance of this girl. She is, in fact, a true harbinger of calamity. Her life is fraught with 99 tribulations, and from the moment she embarks on the path of cultivation, she must begin to face these trials. With each challenge she overcomes, a segment of the memories sealed within her will awaken, causing her temperament to grow increasingly ferocious. Once all 99 tribulations have been surmounted, she will fully awaken the memories of the ancient era, transforming into a merciless fiend who knows nothing but slaughter. As far as Su Ming knows, this Ning Xiaoxiao seems to be the greatest adversary of the male protagonist, Lin Chongfeng, in the future. and she represents another ultimate boss in this world apart from him. According to certain revelations from the system regarding the plot that unfolds after his demise, Ning Xiaoxiao will be betrayed by the male protagonist when he ascends to the rank of Divine Emperor. It is then that she will awaken her ancient memories, unifying the realms of demons and monsters beyond the domain, becoming a sworn enemy of the divine realm guarded by Lin Chongfeng. At that time, she will indeed be truly ruthless, forcing the destined child of heaven, the male protagonist, into a desperate plight. Xu Ming does not know what the ultimate outcome will be, as by that point in the narrative, he will have perished. He is also unclear whether Ning Xiaoxiao ends up with Lin Chongfeng, nor has the system revealed whether the divine realm falls. However, he understands that the fragile and pitiful girl before him will eventually become a figure that instills fear and trepidation throughout the world beyond the North Spirit realm. He is contemplating whether he should take Ning Xiaoxiao to the Shenyinzong or allow her to apprentice under the Seven Peaks, becoming his little junior sister, thereby denying Lin Chongfeng any opportunity to approach her. In this way, she would not have to endure the betrayal of the male protagonist in the future, and even if she awakens her ancient memories, she would not metamorphose into the bloodthirsty female demon. This is certainly feasible in this lifetime. He has already altered many things, and perhaps he could try to change Ning Xiaoxiao as well. Once his thoughts returned to the present, Su Ming observed Ning Xiaoxiao, who was still coughing incessantly, and reached out to take the empty wine cup from her hand. This girl truly had a bold spirit when it came to drinking. Cough, cough. Ning Xiaoxiao suppressed the fiery irritation in her throat, her sparkling eyes glistening with tears as she gazed intently at Su Ming. Su Ming flipped the wine cup upside down on the table, just as he was about to speak. Oh, his surprise. The young girl wiped her dirty little face with her sleeve and resolutely knelt down before him, bowing her head 3 times with great fervor, leaving her delicate forehead reddened from the impact. Disciple Ning Xiaoxiao pays respects to master. Her voice, reminiscent of a fledgling bird's first chirp, rang in Su Ming's ears, imbued with unwavering determination and resolve. Su Ming, is this a misunderstanding? Please rise, he said in a calm tone. If master does not accept me, then Ning Xiaoxiao would rather die here kneeling. Su Ming found this somewhat amusing. He had meant to take Ning Xiaoxiao to the Shenyinzong to study, not to accept her as his disciple. He wondered whether this girl was doing this intentionally, even threatening him. I told you to get up first. I promised to bring you into the cultivation sect, but I did not say I would take you as my disciple. Ning Xiaoxiao glared at him defiantly, but master just said that if I finished my drink, you would teach me cultivation. Su Ming. Chapter 44. I cherish my husband the most. In Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes, there was a hint of stubbornness. She was determined to take this person before her as her master. She wished to cultivate alongside him and no longer wanted to be bullied by anyone. Su Ming remained silent. In a position further back, Lin Chongfeng took a sip of his wine, his gaze sweeping over Ning Xiaoxiao's frail figure, and he scoffed coldly, Master, it seems we have no opportunity regarding that immortal spirit cauldron. He felt a pang of unwillingness. Had it not been for the appearance of that man in white today, he was confident he could have rescued Ning Xiaoxiao from the clutches of the old man in black robes. No rush. Our purpose here is to reach the Shenyinzong. If that man in white is indeed from the Shenyinzong, you will encounter him again sooner or later, and there will still be an opportunity to seize the immortal spirit cauldron. Lin Chongfeng nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of his master's words. His gaze drifted past Ning Xiaoxiao to linger on Tang Qingyun beside Su Ming, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He wondered if she might also be a member of the Shenyinzong. A warning echoed in Lin Chongfeng's mind. This woman is not to be trifled with. Even my master cannot discern her true nature, and her relationship with that man in white is evidently extraordinary. For the time being, it would be best not to harbor any ulterior motives. Lin Chongfeng smirked playfully, the courtesan of Zhangxiang Tower, possessing formidable sonic powers and an enigmatic identity. Who wouldn't have a little curiosity about such a woman? Perhaps next time I come here, I could invite her to share a drink. Regardless, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy towards Su Ming. Tang Qingyun was the type of woman whose beauty penetrated to the very bone. Her eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, captivated everyone around her when she cast a gentle smile at Su Ming. Alas, such allure was exclusive to Su Ming alone. Lin Chongfeng gently squeezed his wine cup and addressed the young girl in green who was passing by with a jug of wine. Pour me a drink. The girl glanced at him and poured a cup of wine from the jade platter, smiling softly. Young master, this is our Tsangxiang Tower's 100-flower brew, 50 spirit stones per cup. I will fill it to the brim for you. Lin Chongfeng's hand froze suddenly. He looked at the girl in disbelief. 50 spirit stones for a cup? How exorbitant! After fleeing, I hardly have any spirit stones left. And now, I barely have 100, with most of that reserved for cultivation. He felt awkward as he scratched his nose. The wine had been poured. It was too embarrassing to ask her to pour it back. That would be utterly humiliating. The girl maintained her smile as she returned the wine jug to the jade platter, casting a curious glance at him. Lin Chongfeng lowered his head to take a sip of the wine. He was pleasantly surprised. The 100-flower brew was indeed far more fragrant than the previous wine. Moreover, it even provided a slight enhancement to his spiritual power. There was a reason for its high price. He raised his hand, revealing a storage spirit pouch, and reluctantly paid 50 spirit stones. The girl accepted the spirit stones, smiling brightly at him, before she walked away with the jade platter. Lin Chongfeng stared at the crystalline liquid in his cup, shaking his head in exasperation. It was indeed outrageously expensive. He downed it in one gulp, feeling warmth spread through his body. The wine was truly exceptional. He couldn't help but desire more, but alas, it was too costly. He simply could not afford it. It was likely that only a select few in the entire tavern could afford to indulge in the 100-flower brew, given that 50 spirit stones could sustain an ordinary family for a decade in the mundane world. Even for his cultivation, it would suffice for 1 or 2 months. With that single gulp, he had depleted his funds. What a pity! On the other side, Ning Xiaoxiao remained kneeling on the ground, her small hands clutching the edges of her clothing. Her little chest puffed out as she gazed at Su Ming with unwavering determination. At that moment, the music from the zither abruptly ceased. The girl in green approached their table, casting a curious glance at Ning Xiaoxiao before placing a jug of even more precious spirit wine than the 100-flower brew on the purple wooden table. Tang Qingyun's eyes, filled with autumnal brilliance, turned to Su Ming as she smiled and inquired, "Would you like another drink? I won't charge you any spirit stones, and there are complimentary services." Su Ming looked at her with a smile. "Is it the kind of service I have in mind?" As he spoke, he leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Tang Qingyun's cheeks flushed crimson instantaneously, and she hurriedly pushed him away, shooting him an indignant glare. "You wish I would never agree to that." Su Ming chuckled. "No worries. I could do it myself." He poured himself a drink, took a delicate sip, and beckoned Ning Xiaoxiao with a flick of his finger. "Come here." Ning Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly rose to her feet and obediently approached Su Ming, sweetly calling out, "Master." Calling him master was one thing, but she did so with such sweetness. He observed the girl's dirty little face, noting the clear imprint of a palm on her delicate cheek, a remnant of the earlier strike from the old man in black robes. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired softly, fixating on the vivid red mark. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt." Su Ming raised his hand, gesturing for her to lean closer. Ning Xiaoxiao fidgeted nervously, lowering her head slightly. Ah! The next moment, she let out a small gasp, hastily covering her head with her hands. Su Ming had playfully flicked her forehead, causing her to wince in pain. "Does it hurt?" Su Ming asked her. This time, her eyes reddened as she weakly nodded. "It hurts." Su Ming smiled gently. "Why cry? If you can't endure this little pain, there will be far worse to come." "What?" Ning Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Su Ming turned to the girl waiting nearby and signaled, "Ninger, take her to the back courtyard to wash up, then find her some clean clothes. Let her rest well for the night. I will take her with me tomorrow." The girl nodded lightly, smiling warmly at Ning Xiaoxiao. "Come on, I will take you inside." Ning Xiaoxiao is quite obedient. One could say that she currently listens intently to Su Ming. Thus, after receiving a glance from him, she dutifully follows the young girl away from this place. Observing the retreating figures of the two women, Tang Qingyun's beautiful eyes glimmer as she turns to Su Ming and asks, "Are you not leaving tonight?" Su Ming sighs, "I wish to leave, but will you permit me to do so?" Tang Qingyun firmly declares, "Absolutely not." Su Ming shrugs. Let us agree on moderation. My health has not been well of late, and I cannot engage in prolonged activity. Tang Qingyun beams as she wraps her arms around his, planting a kiss on his left cheek. Rest assured, I care for my husband above all. Given that I am soon to depart, tonight I shall only require Tian. Su Ming? He shoots a glare at Tang Qingyun. Are you attempting to murder your own husband? Tang Qingyun tilts her alluringly pale neck, snorting haughtily. Regardless, my wounds have healed, and I cannot afford to skip even one. Su Ming. He feels a twinge of melancholy, while the group behind them, having witnessed Tang Qingyun's affectionate gesture, is undoubtedly consumed with jealousy. Chapter 45. The Shura imperial clan above the heavens, dark clouds loom ominously. Within the Zhangxiang Tower, the atmosphere is alive with song and dance. An elderly man in a coarse robe, holding a wine gourd, appears before Lin Chongfeng. He had been observing Lin Chongfeng from within the crowd and now takes a seat across from him. Placing the wine gourd on the table, Lin Chongfeng glances at him. The old man chuckles, his gaze fixated on the black long sword resting on the table. This item is no ordinary creation. As he speaks, the old man reaches out to touch it. Lin Chongfeng's eyes turn icy as he swiftly picks up the sword and stows it behind him. The old man sighs with regret. To merely graze such a divine weapon would be worth a few years of my life. Lin Chongfeng frowns. Old sir, this is merely a common long sword, not the divine treasure you speak of. The old man smiles mysteriously. Whether it is or not, you naturally understand it better than I. Suddenly, he extends his palm, gripping Lin Chongfeng's arm. Meeting you is a stroke of fortune. Today, I bestow upon you an opportunity. An opportunity? Lin Chongfeng blinks in confusion. Suddenly, he feels an intense heat radiating from his arm. As if it were being scorched by some unseen force, he stares at the old man in shock. Such profound cultivation. The old man smiles slightly and releases his grip. Lin Chongfeng hurriedly checks, discovering a fiery red mark on his arm. An eerie imprint that begins to siphon his inner spiritual energy. Within the mark, two luminous points flicker, resembling the fierce gaze of an ancient beast awakening. Sensing the overwhelming and domineering power within that mark, Lin Chongfeng is taken aback. The old man takes a swig from his gourd and muses. To perfectly resonate with the ancient fierce spirit mark is truly a testament to your exceptional constitution. Master, what is this? Lin Chongfeng queries in his mind, somewhat perplexed. Oddly, his master remains silent this time, offering no guidance. The old man shakes his head and chuckles. Do not worry. I have no intention of harming you. I have observed the celestial signs and discerned that a purple dragon aura will soon rise in the northern wasteland. This marks someone destined for greatness, with the faint presence of 10 ancient celestial demons looming nearby. Chaos is inevitable here, and the mark I have given you will enable you to contract an ancient celestial demon. In due time, you shall restore order to the turmoil of the northern wasteland. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng is momentarily stunned. He brushes the red mark through his clothing, murmuring, "Ancient celestial demons? If I could truly contract such beings, who would still covet ordinary spirit beasts?" He quickly clasps his hands in salute to the old man, sincerely inquiring, "I am Lin Chongfeng. May I ask what esteemed name I should address you by?" The old man points to himself, laughing heartily. "Me? My name is of little importance. Once you venture beyond the northern wasteland, you shall surely learn of my identity." After speaking, he takes another sip of wine. His murky eyes drifting towards Su Ming, and then he furrows his brow slightly, perplexed. "Old sir, what troubles you?" Lin Chongfeng asks, puzzled. The old man shakes his head, remaining silent while feeling a profound disturbance within. The aura emanating from that individual, black and white, gold and purple, red and dark, is far more enigmatic than the fortune surrounding Lin Chongfeng. Such an aura is exceedingly rare, even beyond his comprehension. What an extraordinary young man. The old man fixates his gaze on Su Ming, realizing that encountering one like Lin Chongfeng is already a rarity. Yet this individual possesses an aura even more terrifying. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he notices Su Ming casually glance over, a smile dancing in his eyes, shrouded in an air of mystery, making him seem impossible to decipher. I cannot perceive his cultivation. The old man, utilizing a special ocular technique, finds himself unable to penetrate the aura surrounding Su Ming, let alone discern his true strength. Something is amiss. This individual harbors imperial essence and is undoubtedly not from the northern wasteland. He lifts the wine gourd, casting a glance at Lin Chongfeng before swaying unsteadily towards Su Ming. "Old sir," Lin Chongfeng calls out from behind. The old man gestures dismissively, turning his back to the table. Su Ming is playfully grasping Tang Qingyun's delicate hand when he senses the old man's presence. He chuckles softly and turns his head, his eyes shimmering with an enchanting purple light, transforming his previously dark and profound gaze into a shadowy violet. Buzz! The space behind him suddenly freezes. The old man halts mid-step, turning to observe that the surrounding space has become stagnant. Everyone stands motionless, as if caught in time. He then raises his gaze to Su Ming, his pupils constricting. Behind Su Ming, an array of terrifying auras begin to surge, each one seemingly accompanied by a chilling phantom that evokes dread. These phantoms are imposing to the point of astonishment, causing the old man's heart to race as he fixates on them, feeling as if he might suffocate. Those phantoms, those with purple eyes, they exude the essence of the Shura imperial clan. Millions of Shura imperial soldiers. This young man in white is, in fact, a descendant of the ancient Shura imperial clan. Is this why his protective measures have been triggered when I approached him? The Shura imperial clan is an ancient lineage beyond the northern spirit realm, said to have commanded the allegiance of all ancient imperial clans of the central continent. However, for reasons unknown, they withdrew from the world thousands of years ago, leaving behind mere legends. Their most notable feature is their imperial eyes, which dominate the ages. No wonder he possesses such a profound imperial essence. Could it be that this young man is the prince of the Shura imperial clan, here to hone his skills in our northern spirit realm? The old man dares not take another step forward. Though his cultivation is among the highest in the northern spirit realm, he senses that if he advances further, he might not survive the encounter with those terrifying phantoms behind Su Ming. With a long exhale, the old man enters a momentary daze. The previously frozen space shifts once more, and the flow of spiritual energy resumes, restoring everyone to normalcy in the next instant. Yet not a soul perceives the terrifying spectacle that just transpired. Only he can see the phantoms behind Su Ming. The old man's eyes flicker with uncertainty, and upon meeting Su Ming's gaze, he raises his wine gourd and bows slightly. Old man has been rude. Su Ming smiles faintly and replies, "Are you here to beg for wine, elder?" The old man finds himself somewhat embarrassed. Such a title is too grand for him. Su Ming gestures to a nearby girl in green attire, instructing her to bring 2 jars of spirit wine for the elder. The old man feels a bit awkward, but while he may not regard the wine here highly, receiving it from Su Ming is another matter. He softly replies, "Thank you, young master." Su Ming dismissively turns his gaze away. No need for thanks. Chapter 46. The divine weapon acknowledges its master beneath the inky heavens. The old man with the wine gourd materializes once more. He surveys the brightly lit Zhangxiang Tower below, his expression complex. Ultimately, he lets out a deep sigh. Whether true or false, he must report the matter of the Shura imperial clan to the ancient imperial clan. If Su Ming is indeed the prince of the Shura imperial clan come to train here, then the northern spirit realm must not treat him lightly. Lin Chongfeng's matters are secondary. Resolute in his decision, he sweeps his hand, transforming his body into a scattering of light, vanishing completely from the sky. Shortly after the old man's departure, a distressed streak of light races from the distant, shadowy Xinyin mountain towards this direction, closely followed by several powerful auras. Rebellious disciple, you dare to attack your master and seize the sect's treasures? Surrender at once, or I shall strike you down and bury you alive. A colossal roar reverberated through the heavens. A formidable aura of spiritual power enveloped the area, causing the once somnolent Zhangxiang, shrouded in darkness, to erupt into a cacophony of activity. Within the Zhangxiang Tower, countless individuals abruptly lifted their heads to gaze out the windows, where they beheld a bloodied figure in disarray, clutching a jade-like mystical mirror, hurtling towards them with reckless abandon. Who could this person be? It appeared as though he was being pursued by several others behind him. Lin Changfeng also quietly raised his head, his tranquil gaze beneath the gray robe fixated on that figure, his eyes flickering with intrigue. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. Tonight, fortune favors you. Have you noticed the mystical mirror in that person's hand? If my senses do not deceive me, it is a fragment left behind after the ancient celestial mirror was shattered. Also known as the Xintian mirror, a genuine low-tier divine weapon. Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng was taken aback. A low-tier divine weapon, and merely a fragment. What level of treasure could the complete version of the ancient celestial mirror possess? To his knowledge, weapons and treasures in this world were classified into 5 tiers: Xian weapons, spirit weapons, divine weapons, emperor weapons, and immortal emperor weapons. Even a low-tier spirit weapon could fetch thousands of spirit stones. And high-tier spirit weapons were so rare that they were often unobtainable even with spirit stones. Most of those who ascended to the Spirit Lord realm wielded ordinary spirit weapons, while even a low-tier divine weapon could become the treasured possession of a top-tier sect. His eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Initially feeling somewhat disheartened due to Ning Xiaoxiao's affairs, he now not only obtained a trace of the ancient fierce spirit's legacy, but was also on the verge of encountering a low-tier divine weapon. This divine weapon was vastly different from the sealed sword in his possession. Once acquired, he could channel spiritual power through it after forming a blood bond. At that point, his Nirvana realm cultivation would allow him to stand toe-to-toe with early-stage spirit lords. And once he advanced to the Spirit Lord realm, he could unleash the weapon's true might. Even if he faced off against peak spirit lords, overcoming 2 minor levels would pose no challenge. What truly captivated his master was not the Xintian mirror itself, but rather the ancient celestial mirror. During the ancient Dark Age, the celestial mirror was wielded by an emperor to combat the forces of the outer dark races. Unfortunately, it shattered into 9 pieces during the battle, with the Xintian mirror being one of them. He never anticipated encountering it today. It seemed this was indeed a stroke of fate meant for him. In the ancient world, there existed 10 emperor weapons, and the ancient celestial mirror was one of them. If he aspired to ascend to the emperor realm in the future, this emperor weapon was merely the first ticket. Soon, his master would control his body to help him seize it, and they would later devise a plan to locate the remaining 8 fragments and restore it. Lin Changfeng's breath quickened as he nodded emphatically. Ancient emperor weapons. What treasures of the heavens they were, coveted even by numerous holy emperors. If he wished to rise swiftly and join the ranks of the world's apex powers, the ancient celestial mirror could not be relinquished to another. In the blink of an eye, that disheveled figure had dashed above the Zhangxiang Tower. However, at that moment, several beams of light suddenly surged forth from the Shenyang Mountain, encircling him in mid-air. As the spiritual light dissipated, it revealed several elders from the Shenyang sect, with the Grand Elder Qi Yuan forming a massive spiritual array that sealed off the space before him, his gaze darting restlessly over the figure suspended in the air. Fixated on the Xintian mirror. Yet upon seeing the person's face, Qi Yuan gasped in astonishment. Jianyang, why are you here? He had sensed a powerful aura racing directly towards Shenyang Mountain from within the sect, prompting him to investigate with several elders. Who would have thought it would be the chief disciple of the Xintian sword sect? Had he infiltrated their sect today only to be pursued here at night? Moreover, could that object in his hand truly be the Xintian mirror of the Xintian sword sect? Whoosh! As Qi Yuan's words fell, the figures pursuing Jianyang surged forward, sealing off his escape route. Wu Zongming. Qi Yuan turned his attention to the eldest among them, a peculiar expression crossing his face. As the first steward of the Xintian sword sect, what brings you to Shenyang Mountain at this hour? Surely you do not intend to declare war on us? Behind them, for figures hovered in midair, their expressions grim. Among them, the elder known as Wu Zongming glared at Jianyang, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You old bastard! He spat. Don't give me that nonsense. This wayward disciple has seized my sect's treasure and is fleeing towards your Shenyang sect. Are you claiming this has nothing to do with you? I warn you, the Xintian mirror is the treasure that has guarded my sect for a century. Should you harbor any nefarious intentions, do not blame my sword sect for turning against you. Qi Yuan smirked, a hint of skepticism in his smile. The Xintian mirror? If it is indeed your sect's treasure, how could it have found its way into our Xinyang sect's territory? This must be your conspiracy. Allow me to seize it and examine it. If it is genuine, I will return it another day. As he spoke, he unleashed a swift palm strike towards the Xintian mirror in Jianyang's hand. Wu Zongming's fury ignited. You seek death? He flashed forward, clashing his palm against Qi Yuan's, their spiritual energies colliding with a thunderous blast that reverberated through the sky. Both men staggered back 2 steps. Wu Zongming snorted coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Jianyang as he bellowed, "Hand over the Xintian mirror." At that moment, many spectators had emerged from the Zhangxiang Tower, realizing that the object in Jianyang's possession was likely the divine treasure of the Xintian sword sect. The Xintian mirror. Instantly, the gazes of nearly all present turned fervent, their eyes gleaming with avarice, fixated on Jianyang. Among the crowd, Lin Chongfeng inhaled sharply. "Master, there are 3 spirit lords in the sky, one from the Xintian sword sect and one from the Xinyang sect. The man who seized the Xintian mirror is also a spirit lord. How do we plan to take it?" After a moment's contemplation, he heard a response in his mind. "Surrender your body to my control. My current primordial spirit should also be able to forcibly wield the power of a spirit lord, though time is of the essence. After we seize the divine weapon, we must retreat into the northern wilderness mountain range. Once you establish a bond with the divine weapon, we can return to the Xinyang sect." As the words left his master's lips, before Lin Chongfeng could react, an inexplicable surge of power emanated from the sword behind him, enveloping his body in an instant. His eyes gradually shifted from a youthful demeanor to a profound and serene depth. Lin Chongfeng slowly extended his hand, pulling the gray robe back over his head to obscure his face, then gazed indifferently upwards, his dark, profound eyes locked onto Jianyang. He meticulously calculated the escape route after seizing the divine weapon in his mind, ensuring there were no miscalculations before he cracked his neck and remarked with a faint smile. "Who would have thought that after traversing the continent for thousands of years, I would find myself reduced to a state where I must cower before a group of spirit lords to vie for treasures? How rather amusing that I end the next moment." His gaze turned frigid. Just as he was about to step forward, his eyes suddenly widened, and he hastily looked up high in the air. The Xintian mirror unexpectedly erupted with a terrifying wave of spiritual energy, propelling Jianyang's bloodied form away. It transformed into a swirl of spiritual light, soaring across the dark sky before gently landing in a slender hand. Lin Chongfeng's heart raced with shock. The divine weapon recognized its master? How could this be possible? It is well known that divine weapons possess spirits. For an ordinary person to not be devoured by a divine weapon is already an extreme rarity, let alone compelling one to acknowledge its master. Only those with truly extraordinary talent or overwhelming cultivation could instill fear in a divine weapon's intelligence, prompting it to willingly acknowledge them. Yet now, Lin Chongfeng furrowed his brow, staring at the figure in white. Lazily tossing the Xintian mirror in his hand atop the Zhangxiang Tower, his heart racing with disbelief. Could this individual's talent surpass even Lin Chongfeng's? Impossible. His disciple Lin Chongfeng was the most gifted he had ever encountered among the younger generation. As Lin Chongfeng's master stood in shock, atop the Zhangxiang Tower, Su Ming glanced up at Qi Yuan and Wu Zongming hovering in the air, then shrugged nonchalantly, a lazy smile on his face. "You all saw it. It simply fell into my hands, Qi Yuan." Wu Zongming stared in disbelief for a full half-minute before nearly spitting blood, his eyes filled with murderous intent suddenly fixed on Su Ming. Chapter 47. The frenzied Jianyang. The Xintian mirror recognized Su Ming as its master and fell into his hands. Wu Zongming was nearly driven to the brink of madness, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 stewards of the sword sect erupted with formidable spiritual power, encircling Su Ming from a distance. 3 Peak Nirvana realm experts. The aura that erupted was unfathomable, leaving countless individuals below in shock. These were the elite forces of the Xintian sword sect. With a third of their top combatants present, it was evident that the sect was left vulnerable. Should an enemy invade at this moment, the sword sect would likely find itself in dire straits. Qi Yuan, refusing to be outdone, stood resolutely in front of Su Ming alongside several elders from the Xinyang sect. "This individual is the foremost disciple of our Xinyang sect. and should anyone dare to harm him, I shall be the first to exact vengeance. As the two factions faced off, Qi Yuan was flanked by 4 elders, each at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Although his own strength was somewhat inferior to Wu Zongming's, the additional elder provided a slight edge against their adversaries, Qi Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Wu Zongming bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qi Yuan. With a subtle smile, Qi Yuan replied, "The meaning is quite literal." Wu Zongming's gaze turned to Su Ming, his voice dripping with malice. "You, hand over the Xintian mirror." Qi Yuan shook his head with a chuckle. "You old fool, before a divine weapon recognizes its master, it remains unclaimed. If your Xintian sword sect has failed to establish dominance over it for centuries, that is a reflection of your own inadequacies. Now that it acknowledges a disciple of my Xinyang sect as its master, do not begrudge us." Turning his attention back to Su Ming, he continued, "Su Ming is a disciple of the Xinyang sect. And since the divine weapon recognizes him as its master, it effectively recognizes my sect as its rightful owner. Thus, the Xintian mirror is now the treasure of my Xinyang sect. You, old man, dare to invade my Xinyang mountain under cover of night? And yet you still harbor intentions of seizing our sect's treasure? Such insidious motives. If you do not depart at once, do not blame me for being ungracious." Wu Zongming's face flushed crimson with rage, his fingers cracking ominously. The audacity of Qi Yuan's words, turning the Xintian mirror into a treasure of the Xinyang sect, was simply intolerable. "You seek death." His murderous gaze fixed firmly on Su Ming. His palm clenched tightly, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy directed at him. The overwhelming pressure of a spirit sovereign poured forth, enveloping Su Ming. The crowd below turned pale, their faces drained of color. Was this the terrifying power of a spirit sovereign? Merely a fraction of his released pressure instilled profound shock and fear within them, rendering them incapable of fathoming the burden the white-clad man would endure in the face of such might. Lin Chongfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering uneasily towards Su Ming. Boom. Suddenly, another formidable aura erupted before Su Ming, as Qi Yuan stood protectively in front of him, absorbing Wu Zongming's onslaught. The two spirit sovereigns, undoubtedly the most formidable forces present, locked eyes, their murderous intent palpable. The few stewards of the Xintian sword sect found themselves obstructed by the 4 elders of the Xinyang sect, their faces darkened with fury. Wishing to devour the Xinyang disciples before them, on the Zhangxiang Tower, Su Ming toyed with the Xintian mirror, casting a leisurely glance at the 2 factions in midair, before turning his attention to Jianyang, who had been flung into the air by the mirror's impact. Upon sensing Su Ming's gaze, Jianyang's previously dazed eyes suddenly gleamed with a purple light. Clenching his fists, his eyes turned crimson as he lunged downward. Seizing the head of a steward from the Xintian sword sect and crashing it into the ground with tremendous force, bang! Debris scattered as the crowd around him gasped in shock, hastily retreating to avoid the chaos. Jianyang, already a spirit sovereign, found no threat from the remaining elders at the pinnacle of Nirvana, as Wu Zongming was occupied by Qi Yuan. Thus began Jianyang's vicious counterattack, a spectacle orchestrated entirely by Su Ming. In midair, Wu Zongming trembled with rage, bewildered as to why Jianyang had suddenly betrayed the sect. The chief disciple of the Xintian sword sect had transformed into a brutal adversary. It had to be the Xinyang sect's interference. Jianyang had just visited them and returned as if possessed. Witnessing one of their stewards have his head crushed sent the other 2 stewards' hearts racing, instinctively retreating a few steps. Without Wu Zongming, they stood no chance against Jianyang. "Unworthy disciple, I shall not spare you." Wu Zongming's face contorted with murderous intent as he glared at Jianyang, his fury threatening to erupt. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. With Qi Yuan present, reclaiming the Xintian mirror by brute force seemed increasingly improbable. Even Du Songhai had yet to make an appearance. Should he arrive, their very lives would be in jeopardy tonight. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zongming pondered the significance of the Xintian mirror. It was essential. Yet so was his life. Following the events of the day, a great conflict between the 2 sects was inevitable. If Qi Yuan were to react and join forces with Du Songhai against him, the consequences would be dire. Casting a cold gaze upon Su Ming, he committed the young man's visage to memory. When the opportunity arose, he would capture this individual and reclaim the Xintian mirror, simultaneously eliminating a promising talent of the Xinyang sect, two birds with one stone. Wu Zongming understood all too well that for a divine weapon to recognize its master, Su Ming's talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Such a person, if not from their own sect, would surely be an enemy, especially since he was a disciple of the Xinyang sect. He must be quashed before he could fully mature. Retreat. He waved his hand. Retreating swiftly, the two stewards, feeling an immense sense of relief, hurriedly followed behind him, fearing Wu Zongming's wrath might lead to their demise. Jian Yang flung the lifeless body of the steward aside, whether intentionally or not, landing it at Lin Chongfeng's feet. He then looked up, grinning maliciously, blood covering his face, creating an unsettling visage that momentarily stunned Lin Chongfeng. Qi Yuan regarded Jian Yang with a perplexed expression. Wasn't this individual the chief disciple of the Xintian sword sect? Had he undergone some trauma, turning against his own master and seizing the Xintian mirror? What kind of provocation could drive a man to such madness? Or perhaps, had he been betrayed by his own master? A peculiar thought crossed Qi Yuan's mind as he glanced at Wu Zongming, who seemed equally baffled. Had Du Songhai not been grievously injured, he might have entertained the notion of eliminating Wu Zongming right then and there. Chapter 48. The corpse puppet. Boom. Jian Yang, his expression frenzied, shattered the ground beneath him with a single step. Lin Chongfeng's heart raced. Master. Before he could finish, Jian Yang shot forward like lightning, his bloodied fist aimed directly at Lin Chongfeng's head. Bang! Lin Chongfeng drew his sword, striking downward. The blade left a long gash on Jian Yang's shoulder, yet Jian Yang's fist collided with Lin Chongfeng, sending him flying several meters. The explosion of spiritual energy reverberated through the air. Lin Chongfeng steadied himself, questioning Jian Yang's sanity. Why attack indiscriminately? He was not mad. He was a corpse puppet. The sudden realization from his master sent Lin Chongfeng's lips twitching. A corpse puppet. A spirit sovereign-level corpse puppet? In the North Wilderness, a spirit sovereign was a rare and formidable force, the pinnacle of any sect strength. The fact that such a being had been turned into a puppet was astounding. This implied there was someone nearby controlling the puppet. Lin Chongfeng, no fool, quickly deduced the implications. His heart raced at the thought of a mysterious powerhouse manipulating events from the shadows. Could it be that the chaos tonight was orchestrated by this unseen figure? What were their intentions? Did they wish for the Xinyang sect and the Xintian sword sect to annihilate one another? If they could truly control a spirit sovereign-level corpse puppet, one could only wonder what their own strength must be. Master, why is he attacking me? I do not know. My disciple. I in the North Wilderness, there are no known individuals capable of controlling a spirit sovereign-level corpse puppet. It seems these two sects have crossed paths with someone they should not have. Lin Chongfeng frowned, surprised that even his master could not identify the culprit. In his eyes, his master was an enigma, powerful beyond measure. To find themselves unable to discern the identity of the one controlling the puppet was disconcerting. He did not think it was a failure on his master's part. Rather, it indicated that the hidden figure was exceedingly formidable. Casting his gaze around the darkened sky, Lin Chongfeng found no trace of any mysterious presence. As he sighed in relief, a fresh wave of uncertainty washed over him. Turning his attention back to Su Ming on the Zhangxiang Tower, he hastily shook his head, dismissing any unrealistic thoughts. Although the white-clad man was undeniably extraordinary, he clearly lacked the ability to control a spirit sovereign-level corpse puppet. There must be another behind it. Returning his focus to the motionless Jian Yang before him, Lin Chongfeng coldly stated, I bear no enmity toward you. Why do you attack me? Jian Yang stiffly turned, his face bloodied and eyes crimson. With a cruel smile, he struck down, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into the ground, careening toward Lin Chongfeng with savage intent. Boom! Blood-red energy erupted from the earth, enveloping Lin Chongfeng's body, as the terrifying force pressed down, causing his bones to crack under the immense pressure. Lin Chongfeng's gaze was frigid, as all of his spiritual energy surged into his right arm, transforming it into a vivid crimson hue. Beneath the skin, grotesque scales began to emerge, and then, clenching his hand into a fist, he struck down with tremendous force. Sword Abyss Forbidden Technique, Blood Scale Arm. with a resounding crash. The blood-red spiritual energy before him shattered, scattering into countless luminous particles that gradually dissipated into the air. Behind the shimmering remnants of spiritual energy, Lin Chongfeng's exceptionally calm visage was illuminated in midair. Wu Zongming and two other sword sect stewards exchanged complex glances with Lin Chongfeng, their eyes eventually filled with disdain and murderous intent directed at Jinyang. Wu Zongming then cupped his fists towards Lin Chongfeng, saying, "Young hero, your skills are commendable. This man is a traitor to our Xintian sword sect. His demise would be of no consequence. If you could slay him, it would indeed be a commendable act for our sect." Lin Chongfeng retorted, "Slay your grandmother. If it weren't for his master being present, he would have long since fallen to Jinyang's hands. These scoundrels are merely a pack of old foxes, attempting to use others to achieve their ends. As if I were an ignorant young fool. Too polite," Lin Chongfeng said, sheathing his sword and retreating behind the crowd after a raspy utterance. Wu Zongming's lips twitched. "You little rascal, do continue." At this moment, Jianyang also ceased his pursuit of Lin Chongfeng. He raised his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Qiyuan, filled with madness. Qiyuan exclaimed, "Why me?" Boom! Jianyang's body flickered and charged upwards. With a darkened expression, Qiyuan couldn't help but complain. "Is this kid out of his mind? He goes after anyone, as if I were the one who wronged him." However, complaints aside, he delivered a powerful strike, his violent spiritual energy mingling with immense force, halting Jianyang's reckless advance. Subsequently, every time Jianyang charged, Qiyuan suppressed him with all his might. After several exchanges, Qiyuan felt overwhelmed, his face flushed with exertion. This lunatic, despite being injured all over, kept charging forward. Did he not tire? He was simply insane. Qiyuan bellowed, "Everyone, strike together and slay him." Several elders clenched their fists, but before they could act, Jianyang suddenly halted, his body hovering in midair, his crimson eyes quietly fixed on Qiyuan. Qiyuan furrowed his brows. Jianyang grinned widely, raised his hand, and displayed a middle finger before turning away, his blood-red spiritual energy surging forth as he shot towards the pitch-black horizon beyond Xinyanshan. Qiyuan addressed the crowd below. "Elder, should we pursue?" Qiyuan took a deep breath, watching Wu Zongming and others chase after Jianyang. He clasped his hands behind his back and descended, muttering, "What a futile endeavor." An elder awkwardly scratched his nose, offering a sheepish smile. Qiyuan landed before Su Ming, his gaze burning with intensity as he suppressed his inner turmoil and calmly inquired, "As the eldest brother of the Seven Peaks, you should focus on your cultivation within the sect, serving as a role model for the disciples. How could you wander into such frivolous places? Had I not appeared today, do you realize the danger you would have faced? That madman Jianyang alone could have harmed you." Su Ming glanced at him, chuckling lightly. "I came here to enjoy a drink, listen to music, and partake in some delightful games. It's a rare occasion to unwind. Would you like to join me, elder? My treat?" Qiyuan abruptly coughed, feeling the peculiar stares from those below. His face turned slightly red, and he discreetly eyed the Xintian mirror in Su Ming's hand before responding nonchalantly, "That item isn't very safe in your possession. Perhaps the sect could take care of it for you." "Not a problem, it's just a freebie. Losing it wouldn't matter," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. "Besides, if I sell it, it might fetch a few spirit stones." Qiyuan nearly spat blood in disbelief. "Sell it? This is a divine weapon. Do you even comprehend its value?" When Qiyuan looked up again, he saw Su Ming turning away, embracing an extraordinarily beautiful and gentle woman. Descending the stairs, "My dear, this mirror is splendid. It will serve you well while you groom yourself." Tang Qingyun, nestled in his embrace, blushed and gently raised her eyes, her gaze as gentle as water as she said, "Thank you, young master, that you're welcome. As long as you like it." Silence enveloped the air for half a minute. Qiyuan. He was on the verge of spitting blood. Outside the Zhangxiang building, a throng of people stood dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of complexity and shock, internally exclaiming, "Wow! Look at how he woos women. No wonder he can attract such a goddess. He casually gives away a divine weapon. Who else could be so extravagant?" Lin Chongfeng, too, was stunned among the crowd. his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 49. Do you think I dare not bully you? Su Ming, accompanied by Tang Qingyun, left in a carefree manner, while the crowd outside the Zhangxiang building erupted in excitement. The Xintian mirror was indeed a genuine divine weapon, coveted by countless strong individuals in the northern wilderness. Previously, protected within the Xintian sword sect, no one dared to entertain any notions. Now that it had fallen into Su Ming's hands, one could only wonder if those lurking in the shadows, eyeing the divine weapon, would come seeking trouble. Although they coveted the divine weapon, none present dared to vie with Su Ming and their eyes. This eldest brother of the 7 peaks from the Xinyuan sect was stylish and unrestrained, exuding an extraordinary aura, truly a figure of hidden depth. Only Lin Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with intent. He had now recognized that the man in white was indeed the eldest brother of the 7 peaks from the Xinyuan sect. As for his background, that remained unclear for the time being. However, tomorrow, he would enter the Xinyuan sect, at that time. He could seek out Ning Xiaoxiao, attempting to win the young lady over to his side. If the opportunity arose, he might even snatch the Xintian mirror from Su Ming. After all, it was one of the fragments of the ancient heavenly mirror and could not be easily relinquished to others. Tonight presented him with 3 opportunities. In the end, he had only obtained the ancient fierce spirit seal from the old man with the gourd, while the immortal spirit furnace and the Xintian mirror had fallen into Su Ming's possession. This left Lin Chongfeng feeling somewhat disgruntled. Had it not been for Su Ming's arrival, all 3 opportunities should have belonged to him. In midair, Qiyuan gazed at Su Ming's departing figure, letting out a bitter smile. He had long heard that Bai Qingxian was quite strict with her disciples. Now, Su Ming had ventured into such a place seeking pleasure. If Bai Qingxian were to find out, he would most likely face severe reprimands. You all listen closely. Once we return to the sect, do not mention Su Ming's visit to the Zhangxiang building to Master Bai. He is currently the foremost figure among our sect's younger generation, and now he has recognized the divine weapon as his own. He is destined to be the pillar of our sect in the future. It is imperative that we establish his image as the eldest brother of the 7 peaks. Serving as a role model for all disciples, his past misdeeds must not be brought up again, and tonight's events at the Zhangxiang building must remain confidential. Anyone who dares to speak of his escapades will have to face my wrath. Qi Yuan cast a cold glare at the elders behind him, quietly issuing a warning in the present state of the Shenyinzong. With Du Songhai gravely injured and unable to recover, all matters of the sect were under his dominion. He declared that Su Ming should serve as a paragon for all disciples. Henceforth, Su Ming would not merely be the elder brother of the 7 peaks, but also the exemplar for all disciples within the sect. Past transgressions could no longer be mentioned. Qi Yuan understood. Youth is often accompanied by folly. Especially at Su Ming's age, it is entirely natural to have certain inclinations. Reflecting on his own youth, had he been as carefree and unrestrained as Su Ming, he would not have found himself in the regrettable position of having no progeny in his twilight years. Back then, he was solely focused on cultivation, and now, in hindsight, he felt a profound sense of regret. Though it was too late to change his fate, Qi Yuan stroked his beard, shaking his head with a smile, as his spiritual energy surged. Amidst the myriad of respectful and complex gazes outside the Zhangxiang building, he transformed into a streak of light and swept into the Xinyanshan. The elders exchanged glances, hastily departing. They were well aware that Du Songhai had once aspired to take Su Ming as his direct disciple. But unfortunately, before any further developments could occur, the sect leader had been incapacitated. Su Ming's talent was now considered unparalleled within the sect. Even divine weapons acknowledged him as their master. It was evident how extraordinary he must be. Which sect would not desire such a prodigy? Not only Du Songhai, but they too wished to recruit Su Ming as their disciple, though it seemed that Su Ming likely held little regard for them. Bai Qingxian had indeed benefited from this situation, and the elders felt a twinge of envy, especially when they recalled that Bai Qingxian hailed from the illustrious Bai family of the Wild City. Many young elders within the sect, along with several peak leaders, had once vied for Bai Qingxuan's affection, drawn not only by her beauty but also by her prestigious lineage. Yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. Now, knowing that Su Ming was a disciple raised by Bai Qingxian since childhood, they resolved to treat Su Ming with greater kindness and impart more knowledge to him, hoping that through him, they might also find a way to connect with Bai Qingxian. The elders of Xinyanzong departed, while the crowd outside the Zhangxiang building dispersed, though each individual remained enveloped in a thick haze of complexity and astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the inky sky, a graceful figure descended unnoticed. It was a girl, as ethereal as a blue lotus, clad in a flowing lavender gown that accentuated her curvaceous form. She wore delicate shoes and quietly landed behind the crowd. Hands clasped behind her back, her enchanting gaze fixated on the Zhangxiang building. Just as Lin Changfeng was about to leave, he felt an inexplicable sensation and turned to look at the crowd behind him. Instantly spotting the girl in the lavender dress, his gaze momentarily froze. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her features rivaling those of Tang Qingyun. Moreover, she emanated an aura of spiritual elegance that easily endeared her to others. What a refreshing beauty! Lin Changfeng marveled inwardly. At that moment, the girl seemed to sense his gaze, frowning slightly as she glanced his way. Lin Changfeng offered a faint smile, glanced at the Zhangxiang building, and gently inquired, "Are you here for a drink as well, miss?" Mu Qingyan's delicate face turned cold upon seeing Lin Changfeng's gentle smile. For reasons she could not fathom, an intense impulse surged within her, compelling her to punch him squarely in the face. Although she had never met him, she felt an inexplicable aversion toward him, distinct from the disdain she had once harbored for her elder brother. This loathing arose from the depths of her heart. She shot Lin Changfeng a frosty glance before withdrawing her gaze, hesitating for a moment before striding toward the Zhangxiang building. Lin Changfeng felt a twinge of awkwardness and, after some contemplation, offered a reminder to Mu Qingyan. The tavern ahead has already closed its doors for the night and is no longer serving guests. If you lack accommodations, you are welcome to accompany me. The inn I stay at still has many vacant rooms. He recognized his own impulsiveness, but could not quell the desire to strike up a conversation with this girl upon their first meeting. Furthermore, a sudden reminder from his master echoed in his mind, suggesting that this girl might possess a unique constitution, which thrilled Lin Changfeng. Initially tasked with gathering 10 unique constitutions, he had thought that Ning Xiaoxiao's chances had vanished. Yet suddenly, here emerged another girl with a special constitution. This opportunity must not be missed. Mu Qingyan felt a flicker of anger within her, but before she could react, the heavy door of the Zhangxiang building creaked open, revealing a figure draped in white like freshly fallen snow, arms crossed and gazing quietly at her. "Elder brother," Mu Qingyan exclaimed, momentarily stunned, her icy demeanor melting into a smile as she murmured Su Ming's name. Lin Changfeng halted, frowning deeply as he turned his attention to Su Ming. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Su Ming beckoned Mu Qingyan to come closer with a casual gesture. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she obediently approached him. Su Ming smirked, questioning, "Did you think that I would not be able to manage you at this hour?" A chilling aura enveloped Mu Qingyan's heart, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her heart raced, and with a tremor in her gaze, she looked at Su Ming's face, which was so near. Her delicate features, tinted pink from both shyness and joy, appeared irresistibly charming. At that moment, her large, glistening eyes sparkled with a lustrous sheen. And emboldened by a sudden surge of courage, she wrapped her arms around Su Ming's neck, offering him a kiss that no one had ever tasted before. Su Ming. Chapter 50. Will you still ignore me in the future? First update, the moonlight was gentle, casting a hazy glow as the two figures gradually drew together. When Mu Qingyan's lips brushed against Su Ming's, her body trembled violently. The warmth of his lips sent waves of both intoxication and disbelief through her. Had she truly kissed her elder brother? With her face slightly tilted upward, her warm, clear eyes nervously met Su Ming's, her cheeks aflame with a captivating blush. Her big eyes blinked repeatedly, filled with nothing but Su Ming's image. Su Ming, too, was taken aback by her audacity. Though he maintained a calm expression, he gently pried Mu Qingyan's hands from around his neck. Gripping her wrists, he pinned her against the wall, trapping her exquisite figure in his embrace. To his surprise, Mu Qingyan made no effort to resist. Instead, she surrendered sweetly, not even trying to struggle. Su Ming gazed at her, fully aware that this little junior sister of his was destined to dominate in the future, becoming a ruthless and decisive empress. Regrettably, she would ultimately fall victim to the foolish male protagonist, becoming a mere pawn in his journey of cultivation. In the past 5 lifetimes, he had merely existed as an unyielding admirer in Mu Qingyan's heart. Even though he had no ulterior motives at the time, only the desire to fulfill the duties of an elder brother by protecting and caring for her, who could have known that he would be branded a foolish admirer due to the male protagonist's manipulation. It was truly laughable now, gazing at the bashful girl before him, with her slender brows, delicate nose, and slightly flushed cheeks, her skin as pure as snow and her youthful figure, though somewhat petite, exuded an extraordinary beauty. Su Ming released one of her hands, grasping her chin instead, his gaze calm and indifferent as he stated, "I have already told you, I am not interested in you now, nor will I ever be." As his words fell, Mu Qingyan's face paled abruptly, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at him, as if a dagger had pierced her heart, causing her immense pain. "I don't believe it," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she forcefully broke free from Su Ming's grip. Trying once more to kiss him, Su Ming turned his head away, avoiding her lips, then released her hand, gently shaking his head. "You should return. This place is not suitable for you." Mu Qingyan froze, her heart aching unbearably. Su Ming's rejection plunged her into despair, leaving her feeling cold and hopeless. "I won't leave," she declared, gritting her teeth as she glared at him. Su Ming chuckled lightly. "As you wish." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving her with nothing but the cold indifference of his retreating figure. Mu Qingyan stood rooted to the spot. In the next moment, she dashed forward without a second thought, tightly embracing Su Ming from behind, her arms clinging to him as if her life depended on it. Su Ming turned back, his eyes cold. "Let go." Mu Qingyan clutched him even tighter, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, stirring a flicker of emotion within Su Ming's heart. "If I let go, you will never want me again." Su Ming. Beside them, Lin Chongfeng could no longer bear to watch. The sight of Mu Qingyan's pitiful demeanor tugged at his heartstrings. How could anyone bear to reject such a beautiful girl? That fellow must be devoid of humanity. What made it worse was that the girl had just kissed him, only for him to turn his back and act irresponsibly. It was infuriatingly enviable and jealousy-inducing. If it were him, he would have embraced the girl and comforted her tenderly, unable to let her suffer such sorrow. In that moment, Lin Chongfeng felt a deep disdain for Su Ming. This guy not only snatched away Ning Xiaoxiao and took the Xintian mirror, but now, just when he finally wanted to strike up a conversation with a girl, she turned out to be connected to him. What bad luck! From their earlier conversation, it was likely that the girl was Su Ming's junior sister, presumably also from the Xinyan zone. As for Su Ming, having Tang Qingyun was one thing, but to not spare even his junior sister and treat her so poorly was utterly hypocritical. One day, when he joined Xinyan zone, he would expose this guy's true colors in front of everyone. On the other side, Su Ming halted his steps, gently tugging at Mu Qingyan's small hand. Turning around, he found her eyes shimmering with tears. Before he could speak, she leaped into his embrace, burying her face against his chest and refusing to leave. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking his clothing. Su Ming remained silent, quietly savoring the exquisite softness of her body and the warmth emanating from her. Finally, he placed his hand on her head. "You're grown up now. Why are you crying?" Mu Qingyan felt a mix of grievance and discomfort. Having already shown such initiative earlier, anyone could understand her intentions. Yet, she was met with Su Ming's heartless rejection. All the accumulated sorrow and pain erupted within her, causing the usually strong-willed girl to burst into tears. Su Ming found it amusing. This girl was far too easy to tease. He feigned a cold tone. "Crying like this, if others see, they'll think I bullied you. Quickly wipe your tears, otherwise I might really leave." Obediently, Mu Qingyan wiped her tears, but the more she tried, the more they flowed, her eyes growing slightly red and swollen. She realized that from this moment on, her senior brother would truly abandon her, and she would lose him forever. How could she possibly hold back her tears? Su Ming sighed, personally reaching out to brush away the tears from her eyes. "I told you not to cry. Are you listening?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyan indeed stopped crying, lifting her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes, red and puffy, were filled with grievance, fear, and despair. Yet there was also a glimmer of distant hope. Su Ming exhaled softly, casting a glance at the sullen Lin Chongfeng standing not far away. A slight smile graced his lips as he gently stroked Mu Qingyan's head, his fingers deftly loosening the ribbon that bound her silky hair, allowing her dark tresses to cascade down, some strands falling between her delicate snow peaks. Today is already late. You should head back. We can talk about everything tomorrow, he said softly. Mu Qingyan stared at him in a daze. His gentle tone nearly melted her heart. Then, she softly breathed, "Senior brother, I want to stay with you." Su Ming shook his head, releasing her. "Be obedient. Will you ignore me in the future?" Mu Qingyan asked nervously. Su Ming smiled faintly. "It depends on my mood." Clenching her small hands, Mu Qingyan understood that Su Ming had not fully forgiven her. She realized that his current tenderness stemmed from pity, not love. For he was the type to be tough on the outside yet soft-hearted. He had always cared for her deeply, even if he harbored resentment. How could she not love such a senior brother? However, she also recognized that she had wounded his heart deeply. Yet, she would not give up. She believed he still cared for her, and she would have the chance to win him back. Chapter 51. Mu Qingyan's killing intent determined. Mu Qingyan resolved to treat her senior brother with 100-fold, 1,000-fold of kindness from now on, to be obedient to his wishes, and to fulfill whatever he desired, no matter how demanding it might be. "When will you only come to me to cry?" Su Ming teased, as he playfully lifted her silky hair, wrapping the ribbon around a few strands. Mu Qingyan, not wanting to lie, replied directly, "I'm afraid you won't want me anymore." And I couldn't help myself. Due to his indifference and distance, tears would well up uncontrollably. She didn't want to cry. It made her look unappealing, and surely, her senior brother would think less of her. Su Ming ruffled her hair, his tone turning stern. "It's getting late. Hurry back." Mu Qingyan's eyes brimmed with reluctance. How she longed to stay by his side, yet, having just begun to mend their relationship, she dared not act spoiled, merely nodding softly. Su Ming watched her leave. Mu Qingyan, knowing well what the Zhongxiang Tower was and why Su Ming was there, felt a pang of melancholy, realizing she had no right to stop him. "Senior brother, what time will you be back tomorrow? I'll prepare breakfast and wait for you." As she was about to leave, she gazed at Su Ming with hopeful eyes, filled with anticipation. Su Ming shook his head. "No need. Mu Qingyan lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The hope in her eyes instantly morphed into disappointment. On the other side, witnessing the entire scene, Lin Chongfeng could hardly bear it any longer. Watching the despondent Mu Qingyan leave, he frowned slightly, his cold voice echoing in the night air. "This is a private matter between you and the lady, and I shouldn't interfere. However, I must express my concern for your character. I feel it is unfair to this young lady. If you only wish to toy with her emotions, you ought to clarify that sooner. Hurting a girl like this is something no one can overlook." He stepped forward to speak on Mu Qingyan's behalf, hoping to establish his presence before her, for she was a disciple of Xinyanzong, and he was soon to join the same sect, potentially opening up more opportunities for interaction. He fantasized about taking revenge on Su Ming for the chance he had lost tonight. Upon Lin Chongfeng's words, Su Ming cast a dismissive glance in his direction. Remaining silent, Mu Qingyan, however, was taken aback, her icy gaze locking onto Lin Chongfeng, her face etched with frost as she angrily retorted, "Who are you? What business is it of yours regarding me and my senior brother?" In front of Su Ming, she was the obedient girl, yet in front of others, she remained cold and distant. Lin Chongfeng felt a bit awkward, forced a smile, and introduced himself. "I am Lin Chongfeng, soon to join Xinyanzong. Sharing the same sect as you. As for my previous remarks, they were merely for your benefit. Perhaps you are unaware, but your senior brother was just now." Swish, before he could finish, a chilling wave of spiritual energy, laden with intense killing intent, surged towards him. Lin Chongfeng reacted swiftly, crossing his arms defensively. Boom! The violent spiritual force swept through the area, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Chongfeng, under the onslaught, was forced back several dozen steps before he finally steadied himself. Looking up in astonishment, he locked his gaze onto Mu Qingyan's delicate yet striking face, utterly shocked. Peak Nirvana realm? How is that possible? He never imagined that this girl, appearing merely 16 or 17, would possess such formidable power. After all, he himself was a prodigy, and at 19, he had only just reached the peak of Nirvana realm. The comparison was stark. This girl was undoubtedly exceptional. Indeed, she was extraordinary. Even his master had nearly overlooked her. Wow, you truly are fortunate. First, a girl with a celestial furnace physique, and now one with an imperial body. Her imperial body has even begun to awaken, making her talent almost unparalleled. If you wish to grow stronger quickly, you must find a way to secure this young lady and that girl with the celestial furnace physique in time. They will serve as invaluable offerings for your cultivation, and your talent will astonish the world. Lin Chongfeng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Even if my master doesn't say so, I will find a way to bring them into my fold. Then, Lin Chongfeng grimaced, shaking his reddened arms, and gazed at the coldly furious Mu Qingyan. Taking a deep breath and speaking solemnly, "Let me finish what I have to say. Perhaps you wish to kill me afterward." Mu Qingyan raised her delicate hand, and a torrent of surging, violent purple spiritual energy erupted from the ground, enveloping Lin Chongfeng's body. "What right do you have to speak of my senior brother? You seek death?" Lin Chongfeng fell silent, then, with a hint of anger, replied, "Can't you see how your senior brother treats you? With so many women around him, he is merely playing with you. Am I being kind by warning you, and you refuse to appreciate it?" Mu Qingyan gently bit her lip, her delicate hand swiftly forming a profound and enigmatic spiritual seal, eye in the air. The purple spiritual energy began to coalesce instantaneously, the moment the seal took shape. All the purple spiritual energy around Lin Chongfeng converged into numerous purple nether flowers, each blooming with a tilted heart aimed directly at him. The dense spiritual energy within the flower hearts generated waves of shock. Sensing the extraordinarily violent aura emanating from the nether flowers, Lin Chongfeng's expression darkened. Such a level of spiritual seal had likely surpassed the heavenly tier in a place like the Shenyenzong. There was certainly no spiritual seal that transcended the heavenly tier, indicating that this young lady must have a tremendously powerful backing. "I do not wish to engage you in combat," Lin Chongfeng declared with a grim expression. Had he known Mu Qingyan would be so protective of Su Ming, he would have refrained from speaking out earlier. He should have waited until he had joined the Shenyenzong and then sought ways to sow discord between them, making this young lady dislike Su Ming, thus creating an opportunity for himself. He had indeed acted a bit impulsively. Mu Qingyan furrowed her delicate brows, too exasperated to waste words on Lin Chongfeng. This fellow dared to slander her esteemed senior brother, which was an invitation to death. Boom! The next moment, the nether flowers unfurled magnificently, and hundreds of terrifying beams of spiritual energy surged forth, illuminating the sky with a dazzling purple radiance, hurtling towards Lin Chongfeng with astonishing speed. The ground shattered, and debris flew in all directions. Lin Chongfeng once again unleashed his blood-scale arm, his entire arm sprouting menacing scales. With all his might, he struck out at the oncoming purple beams. In the next instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the blood-scale arm managed to block Mu Qingyan's attack, the scales shattered into countless fragments, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. Finally releasing the force within him, his face flushed, blood surging within. Lin Chongfeng's gaze turned icy. In his confrontation with this young girl, he had actually found himself at a disadvantage. His blood-scale arm could barely withstand the attacks of an initial stage spiritual sovereign. Yet now he was left in such a disheveled state before this young lady. How utterly humiliating! After delivering a lesson to Lin Chongfeng, Mu Qingyan did not pursue him further. Her spiritual energy slightly retracted, and as she turned her head, she caught sight of Su Ming, whose eyes were filled with amusement. Suddenly flustered, Mu Qingyan hurriedly lowered her head and weakly explained, "Senior brother, I did not mean to hide anything from you. The fourth imperial vein was forcefully awakened by me last night, allowing me to break through." Su Ming waved his hand, interrupting her words. Casting a glance at the rather disheveled Lin Chongfeng, he smiled faintly and approached. Under Lin Chongfeng's wary gaze, he reached out and patted his shoulder, asking, "Do you think my temper is quite pleasant?" Lin Chongfeng frowned. "I was merely speaking the truth." Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor. looking at Lin Chongfeng, who was slightly shorter than him, then mysteriously smiled. Remember, don't die too soon, or else who will I have to play with in the future? Lin Chongfeng? Su Ming chuckled. Behind Lin Chongfeng lay the entirety of the divine realm, and what he aimed to do was to bring down those who considered themselves divine and claimed to control the rules of heaven and earth, slaughtering immortals and gods alike. He then released his hand, turned, and walked over to Mu Qingyin, gently ruffling her hair. The young girl looked at him with soft eyes, her spiritual energy surging as her delicate figure soared, returning to Shenyinzong. Only then did Su Ming smile as he departed. Entering the Zhongxiang building, the moment Su Ming's figure completely vanished into the darkness, Lin Chongfeng's face turned pale. He could not control his body, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. The bones in his shoulders cracked ominously as he broke into a cold sweat, bracing himself on the ground, and looked up in shock at the place where Su Ming had just left. His eyes were filled with tumultuous astonishment and disbelief. Who on earth was he? Chapter 52. Heavenly Abyss, soared immortal pavilion as night deepened. In a room illuminated by flickering candlelight, the slightly ajar door was pushed open from the outside. Standing by the bath filled with flower petals was a young girl in a green dress. Upon hearing the door open, she quickly turned around, only to behold a figure clad in snowy white. The girl's cheeks flushed instantly, and she dared not gaze at Su Ming any longer. After scattering the petals from her hands, she lowered her head and respectfully retreated. In the pristine white bath floated colorful bubbles, and a gentle mist of spiritual energy rose from the water. A stunningly beautiful woman, exuding a hint of languor, lay quietly in the bath, her hair elegantly gathered. The water in the bath was composed of the purest spiritual liquid, beneath which lay a captivating, delicate body resembling exquisite white jade. Upon seeing Su Ming, she gathered her hair, allowing droplets of spiritual liquid to cascade down her flawless skin, creating ripples in the water. Although most of her enchanting figure was submerged, Su Ming could still discern her perfect contours, enough to dazzle any man. Remaining relatively composed, he stood quietly by, savoring the beauty that was exclusively his to behold. Tang Qingyun tilted her exquisitely beautiful face upward, releasing a fragrant breath. Her skin, pale as jade, glowed with a faint blush at that moment. Her enchanting eyes flickered over Su Ming, revealing an unmistakable tenderness, laced with an intoxicating allure. "Where is your little junior sister?" she inquired, as she picked up delicate petals from the water, letting them slide down her fragrant shoulders along her exquisitely enticing collarbone. Casting a somewhat mournful glance at Su Ming crossed his arms, leaning against a pillar, his gaze fixed on her snowy, glistening form, and remarked with a light smile, "I sent her back." Tang Qingyun shot him a sidelong glance and then ignored him. Lifting her smooth, white leg, her hand dipped in bubbles as she began to wash herself gently. Bathing amidst the foam, she resembled a flawless snow lotus, beautiful and captivating, stirring a heat within Su Ming's heart. Su Ming sat at the edge of the bath, his gaze locked onto her eyes as he teasingly asked, "Are you jealous?" Tang Qingyun shot him a glare. "Even a fool can see how your little junior sister feels about you." "How could you be so cruel to that little girl?" Su Ming smirked, pinching Tang Qingyun's rosy cheek. "Your jealous expression is quite adorable." Tang Qingyun swatted his hand away. "Don't touch me." Su Ming narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flickering in them. "Are you sure?" Tang Qingyun's face clouded with resentment. Every time this rascal displayed such an expression, it meant he was up to no good. "Isn't it enough for you to have me?" "How wicked of you." Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she submerged her body in the bath, exposing only her head, gazing at him with a playful smile. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come down now, and if you can catch me, I'll grant you anything you desire tonight." Su Ming eyed Tang Qingyun's exquisite face, the corners of his mouth curling up. "You're both inexperienced and playful." Tang Qingyun stared at him, her eyes fluttering seductively, and then she smiled sweetly. "I don't care. If you dare to bully me, I'll bite you, ensuring you'll never find another woman for the rest of your life." Su Ming sighed. "Control yourself a little." Tang Qingyun glared at him. "I've been very restrained." Su Ming replied, "Forget it. Let us not dwell on it." 2 hours later, the room fell silent. On the soft bed, Two figures nestled closely together, whispering secrets that no one else could comprehend. Xu Ming slowly lowered his head, finding Tang Qingyun curled up against him, her head resting on his chest, gently nudging his chin. Her eyes slightly red, with the corners glistening as if she had just wept. Xu Ming tenderly caressed her silky hair. Don't think too much. It won't be long before I come to find you. Tang Qingyun dully nodded. Then, tilting her head back in his embrace, she gazed at him with longing eyes. I just can't bear to part with you. I want to see you every day. To be by your side every moment. After returning, dealing with the forces in the central continent, while not seeing you is utterly exhausting. Xu Ming chuckled softly. Weren't you the one who wanted to expand the Tiankue sect into the central continent? Why this sudden loss of interest? That's not like you. Tang Qingyun pressed her lips against his forehead, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. It's all because of you. How could I focus on anything else when you, this wicked man, occupy my heart? Mentioning the Tiankue sect, Xu Ming looked up at the ceiling, his hand gently stroking the smooth back of the beautiful woman beside him, and spoke softly. The one who injured you was that ancestor from the Holy Hall in the central continent. A seventh-tier divine emperor. A chill of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Tang Qingyun's eyes. That old man still wants our Tiankue sect to merge with their holy hall. What a foolish dream. The next time I see him, I will definitely kill him. Xu Ming shook his head, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her. The holy hall has already fallen. That old man has fled to the South Abyss Sea tribe. His seventh-tier divine emperor cultivation has now diminished to the first tier, rendering him a mere cripple. Tang Qingyun blinked, gazing at Xu Ming with adoring eyes. I still wish to take revenge myself. Xu Ming gently rubbed her delicate nose, imparting a minor lesson to that old fellow. In time, he would meet a most dreadful end. Moreover, the factions within the central continent would no longer dare to covet the Tiankue sect. Upon your return, you might pay a visit to the Sword Immortal Pavilion and borrow their Sword Immortal Stone, allowing your cultivation to reach new heights once more. The Sword Immortal Pavilion? Tang Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, recalling that it was indeed the same establishment that expelled the Sea Demon clan from the Tian Yuan Sea. The Sea Demon clan had dominated that domain for thousands of years. Yet in a single night, they were driven away by the Sword Immortal Pavilion. It is said that the pavilion's leader, clad in white, wields a sword that exclusively slays evil spirits, and is now revered by myriad races across the Tian Yuan Sea. Their power is likely far superior to that of my Tiankue sect. As this thought crossed her mind, Tang Qingyun frowned. But I do not know anyone from the Sword Immortal Pavilion. How could I simply approach them and expect them to lend me their treasured item? Xu Ming smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Will they lend it to you? Tang Qingyun shook her head. They certainly will not. Xu Ming gazed at her alluringly flushed face, leaning closer to her. If I say they will, then they shall. Should they refuse, I shall annihilate them. Tang Qingyun struggled slightly, playfully hitting him and chiding. How can you be so domineering? The Sword Immortal Pavilion is the foremost righteous force in the Tian Yuan, and countless sects have benefited from their grace. To offend them is to offend the entire Tian Yuan. Xu Ming planted a kiss on her lips, chuckling nonchalantly. Once you arrive at the Sword Immortal Pavilion, there will naturally be someone who will personally present the Sword Immortal Stone to you. Do you know their leader? Tang Qingyun inquired, her curiosity piqued as Xu Ming gently caressed her glistening lips. In a sense, yes, I know myself, and that is a form of acquaintance. As for the Tian Yuan and the Sword Immortal Pavilion, they are likely now the second most formidable force under my command. The mention of the Sword Immortal Pavilion reminded Xu Ming that he had an important matter to attend to the following morning. Lin Chongfeng's mother was the former saintess of a superpower within the Tian Yuan, and it was time he made her acquaintance. Chapter 53. The White-Clad Sword Immortal within the Tian Yuan Sea. A region of great renown on the central continent, vast landmasses and endless oceans coalesce into a magnificent realm, dotted with innumerable factions like stars in the night sky. Among the most notable are the three great divine sects and the two prominent families, overshadowed only by the Sea Demon clan, which had held dominion over the waters for millennia. However, just months ago, a force known as the Sword Immortal Pavilion descended upon the Tian Yuan Sea. The elegantly robed Sword Immortal, leading thousands of disciples, nearly obliterated the Sea Demon clan's formidable members. That single night sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tianyuan. Since then, no trace of the Sea Demon clan has been seen, and the name of the white-clad sword immortal has been forever etched in the hearts of countless individuals, earning their reverence. Subsequently, the Sword Immortal Pavilion established a Sword Immortal Tower atop the Tianyuan Sacred Mountain, serving as the gateway to their entire establishment. The elders of the three great divine sects and the two prominent families waited outside the sacred mountain for an audience with the white-clad Sword Immortal, enduring an entire night of anticipation. Alas, they were ultimately informed by the disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion that the Sword Immortal was in seclusion, and after several more days of waiting, they regrettably departed without ever laying eyes on him. Even the ancestors of these superpowers humbled themselves before the white-clad Sword Immortal, a testament to his incredible strength. The Li family, a descendant of the sacred clan of Tianyuan and one of the two most powerful families, housed an ancient seventh-tier divine emperor within their ranks. Following the expulsion of the Sea Demon clan, the Li family emerged as the dominant force in the Tianyuan Sea. Yet at this moment, despair enveloped their floating island, created by the Li family. Towering peaks were ensconced in a brilliant protective dome, while within, dark energy swirled ominously. Rare aerial beasts plummeted from the sky, staining the waters below with crimson. The stench of blood rose skyward on the floating island. Every disciple of the Li family trembled under the oppressive weight of the encroaching black mist, their eyes aflame with terror as they gazed upward. The Li family's elder and two divine emperor-level warriors were currently suppressed beneath a massive obsidian tower, their furious glares directed at the dark mist above. The elder's face was ashen as he bellowed, "Imo Wui, the Sea Demon clan was meant to be exterminated by the Sword Immortal. Who could have foreseen that you would evade destruction? I warn you, our Li family bears no grudge against you or your clan. Should you dare to spill the blood of my kin, I shall risk my life to see you destroyed." From within the dense black fog, a figure, grotesque and formidable like a demon god, descended. Its sullen visage bore a long scar from forehead to chin, exuding an aura of terror. Pointing at its scar, it cackled malevolently. This scar was left by that person. I nearly lost my life to escape from him, hiding in your Li family's ancestral land to avoid death. Who would have thought your kin's flesh would be so fresh and delectable? How fortunate for me. With a sinister grin, it clenched its hand. Boom! In an instant, the bodies of numerous Li family disciples below swelled violently, culminating in a thunderous explosion as they were reduced to a mist of blood, consumed by the creature. Truly exquisite. The elder of the Li family and the two divine emperor warriors erupted with rage as they beheld the brutal slaughter of their kin, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, as the three of them attempted to retaliate, they were forcefully suppressed by the towering black structure above, their spiritual power nearly siphoned away. Stop this at once. They roared in unison. Wui laughed maniacally, his hand reaching out to ensnare a terrified young girl, whom he grasped with a cruel grip. She screamed in agony as her delicate form was crushed in his grasp. Exploding in a gory display, he relished the thrill of carnage, recalling how, during the reign of the Sea Demon clan over the Tianyuan Sea, they would periodically annihilate an entire race. The Li family had been cautious due to their divine emperor's presence. But now, with the majority of the Sea Demon clan's might eliminated by the Sword Immortal, he felt emboldened to use the Li family as a scapegoat. Wui's sinister smile widened as he surveyed the trembling disciples below, finally spotting a young girl in purple. She was the most gifted among the Li family's disciples, her essence far more tantalizing than the others. Below, sensing the chilling gaze fixed upon her, the purple-clad girl turned pale. Her teeth clenched in defiance, her eyes icy. Behind her stood a mature woman, who summoned a radiant white spiritual seal, dispersing the encroaching black mist before her. The woman stood resolutely before the girl, her gaze cold as she faced Wui above. "Auntie!" The purple-clad girl gasped in alarm. The woman turned her head, casting a deep glance at her, and spoke slowly. "Zishan, this is all I can do for you. I will use my life force to procure you a chance to escape. Remember, once you leave Tianyuan, seek a place called the Northern Wilderness. Your future husband, Lin Changfeng, resides there. He is the son of Enanti and possesses the purest sacred bloodline of our Li family. Upon finding him, protect him well as he grows. Enanti has raised you to be his wife in hopes that one day you will care for him in my stead. He will surely avenge our family, and I can rest easy knowing you are with him." Upon hearing this, Li Zishan fell into a deep silence, staring blankly at the woman before her, her teeth gritted. "Enanti, I will not leave. I wish to stand with my family in this battle." The revelation that she was to be wed to an unknown man sent Li Zishan into a state of panic. How could she marry someone she had never even met? Even if he were the son of Enanti, it was unacceptable. If it came to that, she would rather perish alongside her fellow disciples than abandon her family. Seeing the determination in the girl's eyes, Li Xuan sighed deeply, her expression filled with emotion. "If you do not leave, we shall all perish. Changfeng is a good boy. He will treat you well. I am not afraid," Li Zishan declared, her delicate hands clenched. In the sky above, a terrifying wave of dark energy surged forth. Mo Wui grinned wickedly, spotting a half-step divine emperor woman. "Ah, a delightful morsel. Let's feast together." With a sweeping motion of his hand, the horrifying black mist threatened to envelop the girl and her protector. Li Zishan's face drained of color, despair filling her eyes as the anguished cries of the Li family disciples echoed in her ears. Mo Wui's sinister smile grew ever more pronounced as he extended his hand toward the two women. Yet in the very next moment, in the eyes of Li Zishan, Li Xuan, and all the disciples of the Li family, they beheld a radiant sword light, akin to daylight, gracefully descending from the heavens. As this brilliance traversed the sky, the dark mists that had cloaked the firmament dissipated instantaneously, leaving only a vast expanse of white. As the luminous glow gradually faded, the maniacal laughter of Mo Wui had long ceased. There, amidst the celestial backdrop, stood a young man in white robes, as pure as snow and as gentle as jade, quietly gazing downwards with eyes that sparkled like stars. Li Zishan stared in a daze at that figure, her eyes reflecting the soft, warm smile upon his face. At that moment, she could not fathom why her gaze remained firmly fixed upon him, her heart inexplicably racing. The sword that had vanquished the darkness was known to all within the Tianyuan Sea. It was the technique wielded by the white-clad sword immortal of the Sword Immortal Pavilion when he had slain the most formidable of the Sea Demon clan. That night, the entire sea was enveloped in white light, which, to all, signified hope. Behind that light stood him, the white-clad sword immortal, Su Bai. Chapter 54. Exorcising Demons. Li Xuan's thoughts. The entire realm fell into a profound silence. Upon the floating island, the disciples of the Li family were visibly shaken, their faces reflecting a mixture of astonishment and awe as they looked up. When their eyes met the white-clad figure in the sky, the fear that had gripped them transformed into overwhelming joy and reverence almost instantaneously. Their gazes burned with fervor, fixated on the figure that seemed to descend like a celestial deity. After a brief moment of stunned silence, their hearts felt as if they had been filled with something miraculous, liberating them from the threat of death. Many disciples felt their eyes welling with tears. Once, they had endured the tyranny of the Sea Demon clan, and even their ancestral god emperors dared not confront those formidable foes. Countless brothers and sisters had been tormented and slain by the Sea Demon clan, yet they had gritted their teeth and refrained from resistance. But now, the emergence of the Sword Immortal Pavilion represented hope for all races within the Tianyuan Sea. It could be said that at a mere command from the Sword Immortal Pavilion, all races would heed his call. For the man in the sky possessed the authority to lead Tianyuan. The three god emperors of the Li family exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, each revealing a glimmer of astonished delight. They had never anticipated that the white-clad sword immortal would appear here. In the hearts of all powerful beings within the Tianyuan Sea, this sword immortal was a true legendary figure, and even their wish to behold him was fraught with difficulty. The dark mists in the sky were completely dispelled. Mo Wui's grotesque visage turned ashen, a cold sweat pouring from him as he trembled and gazed up at the heavens, his eyes filled with terror. Who on earth is this monster? For how many years has the Sea Demon clan ruled the Tianyuan Sea? Even the ancient imperial clans of the central continent dare not act rashly against them. Yet, Suddenly, this individual appeared, slaughtering countless of their top-tier warriors overnight. Why does he not perish? Mo Wui's heart raged with madness. Then, he met the gaze of the white-clad man, whose eyes were as calm as an abyssal pool. The man stood there quietly, exuding no overwhelming aura, yet Mo Wui's body trembled uncontrollably. He deeply understood the terrifying prowess of that individual. He could not even muster the courage to flee. The air around them grew oppressively silent, and large beads of cold sweat formed on Mo Wui's forehead. He suddenly regretted having left the Li family's ancestral grounds so soon. He should have stayed hidden for a few more months. Sword Immortal! The three god emperors of the Li family bowed respectfully towards Su Ming, not allowing his youthful appearance to incite any disrespect. As the words left their lips, Mo Wui gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Ming. You intend to eradicate me completely, forcing this emperor to perish alongside you, don't you? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression remained serene and composed. He gazed upward at the clear, cloudless sky, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were a celestial being floating high above. A faint smile graced his lips as he looked down at Mo Wui. You have but one chance, he said with a smile. Mo Wui's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, he summoned all his spiritual energy, tearing open a rift in space behind him, black energy surging forth as he desperately tried to plunge into it. However, the very fabric of space suddenly froze. Mo Wui's body became immobilized, and he stared helplessly at the rift, so close yet so unattainable. You promised me a chance, he exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he turned to rebuke Su Ming. With the fervent gazes of all the Li family disciples fixed upon him as if he were a deity, Su Ming shook his head gently. I meant to offer you a chance for repentance. You deceived me! Mo Wui roared in fury. Su Ming glanced toward the towering black tower that suppressed the three god emperors of the Li family. He waved his hand, and all the dark energy enveloping the black tower receded. The immense structure then turned in midair, descending upon Mo Wui with the intent to crush him. Boom! Mo Wui's eyes were filled with horror as he could only watch helplessly as the black tower engulfed him, ultimately crashing down and imprisoning him within a chasm on the floating island. Su Ming smiled slightly. Killing you would be easy, but I desire you to spend a millennium in repentance here. Each day, the Xianin Tower will consume your primordial spirit, channeling your spiritual energy back into Tianyuan. After a millennium, your primordial spirit shall be utterly destroyed. This is merely a minor punishment. Beneath the massive black tower, the anguished cries of Mo Wui echoed as Su Ming waved his hand, causing the black tower to plummet, finally disappearing into the abyss, and Mo Wui's voice gradually faded away. Witnessing this scene, the three god emperors of the Li family swallowed hard. They gazed at the enormous black tower slowly vanishing into the abyss, their hearts shaken once more. To casually suppress an 8th-tier god emperor like this was a feat that indicated the white-clad sword immortal was, if not the legendary Saint Realm powerhouse, then certainly infinitely close to it. The most astonishing part was that he appeared so youthful. However, in their hearts, they would never truly regard this sword immortal as merely a youth. Among the disciples of the Li family, Li Xuan felt her heart racing intensely as she gazed at Su Ming's youthful face. She found herself inexplicably reminded of her son, Lin Chongfeng. If he had grown up safely, he would be of similar age now, and possessing the purest sacred vein of the Li family, he would eventually reach the realm of this sword immortal, or even higher. Beside Li Xuan, Li Zishan watched as Su Ming descended from the sky, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the three god emperors of the Li family. She placed a hand over her heart, exhaling deeply, and, lost in thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. Her beautiful eyes remained fixated on that white-clad figure, the hero who had saved all races in Tianyuan, a being in their hearts akin to an untouchable celestial. Countless women throughout Tianyuan would undoubtedly be moved by him, and she was no exception. That gentle, serene smile, so charming and alluring, left her heart racing, lingering in her memory, making it difficult to forget. Li Xuan gently patted Li Zishan's small hand, her mature and beautiful face relaxing with a hint of relief. She smiled at Li Zishan and said softly, "What I spoke of earlier was no jest. The cultivation method you have practiced since childhood is perfectly attuned to Chongfeng's constitution. If he were to cultivate by your side in the future, he would achieve twice the results with half the effort. Marrying him and nurturing his growth is also my wish for you." Upon hearing this, Li Zishan furrowed her brow slightly. "Aunt Yin, I have never met him. Moreover, I do not wish to leave my family at this time, so please do not mention this matter again." Li Shuan smiled and nodded. "Very well, I shall not bring it up again. However, I believe you will meet him soon, and when that time comes, you will surely come to like him." Chapter 55. A remarkable underestimation. Old fool, Li Yun, pays his respects to the sword immortal. The revered elder of the Li family gazed at the white-clad figure before him. His demeanor calm yet dignified, he chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he lamented, "Had it not been for the timely arrival of the sword immortal, the Li family would have surely perished at the hands of that demon." Beside Li Yun, the other two god emperors of the Li family shared the same look of gratitude. They were merely fifth-tier god emperors, and even the venerable Li Yun was only a seventh-tier god emperor. Against the peak of the eighth-tier god emperor, Imo Wui, the three of them would stand no chance, even if they combined their strengths. Moreover, with the Xianin Tower in Imo Wui's possession, capable of suppressing their spiritual power, it would have been nearly impossible for them to resist, even at their utmost effort. If Su Ming had not intervened, the disciples of the Li family would undoubtedly have faced total annihilation at Imo Wui's hands. They felt both relieved and grateful, and smiles crept onto their faces as they clasped their fists toward Su Ming, saying, "With the sword immortal presiding over Tianyuan, we shall naturally not fear the evil demons. Allow us to extend our humble hospitality. We invite the sword immortal to visit our clan." The voices of the three venerable ancestors resonated from the nearby hilltop, drawing the fervent gazes of countless disciples of the Li clan below. Regardless of gender, their faces were alight with fervent anticipation, with some male disciples exhibiting overt enthusiasm, in their youthful fervor. Each disciple harbored dreams of becoming a heroic figure akin to the white-clad sword immortal. Many secretly pondered the thrill of attaining such a lofty realm, envisioning the regret of those who had previously spurned them. Presently, an opportunity to engage with the sword immortal lay before them. A chance to be favored and perhaps even gain entry to the sword immortal pavilion for cultivation. This was the true allure. As they contemplated this, their eyes sparkled with eagerness and hope. The sword immortal tower within the sword immortal pavilion was a high-tier divine weapon wielded by the white-clad sword immortal. Rumored to be an ultimate treasure, it was said that the sword immortal stone within could enable individuals to transcend their potential and enhance their innate talents. Even powerful beings at the spirit sovereign level, or lower-tier divine emperors, could achieve enlightenment simply by touching the sword immortal stone, potentially elevating their realms. It is well known that in the path of cultivation, as one progresses, the difficulty of advancing becomes increasingly formidable. Even a minor breakthrough could have thwarted many powerful individuals' aspirations. Among the three divine emperor ancestors of the Li clan, two had been stagnant at the fifth tier for centuries, yearning for the chance to enter the sword immortal tower. However, access to the sword immortal tower was exclusively reserved for disciples of the sword immortal pavilion. Outsiders could only make use of the sword immortal stone if they possessed the sword order from the pavilion. Otherwise, no one dared to forcibly intrude into this realm. Regrettably, the sword order was exceedingly precious. Since its establishment in Tianyuan, only 3 sword orders had ever been issued, each granted to the 3 major sects of Tianyuan. Their Li clan, to this day, had yet to receive even a single order. The 2 elders beside Li Yun were already brimming with impatience, yet they dared not speak without Su Ming's prompting. Su Ming smiled at Li Yun and the others before turning to regard the fervent gazes below. He shook his head inwardly, reflecting on the naivety of these youthful souls, oblivious to the world's treachery. "There is no need to take a seat," Su Ming said softly, his cool gaze scanning the crowd until it settled upon 2 women among them, causing him to frown slightly. Noticing Su Ming's furrowed brow, the 3 immediately felt a wave of apprehension. Li Yun glanced at the 2 women and introduced them to Su Ming. "Sword immortal, that is our clan's former saintess, Li Xuan, and the current saintess." Su Ming raised a hand to interrupt. "Do not be anxious, I merely find the physiques of these 2, rather unique. One of them appears particularly suited for sword cultivation. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback, and then a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. If one of his clan's disciples caught the Sword Immortal's attention and gained entry to the Sword Immortal Pavilion, it could potentially secure them a sword order. A tremendous honor and opportunity. He realized he had not experienced that exhilarating sensation of breakthrough in ages. At their current level, the accumulation of spiritual power was secondary. The primary factor was insight into cultivation. A moment of clarity could lead to advancement. Otherwise, one would remain forever stagnant. The two divine emperors behind Li Yun exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of delight in their eyes. However, just as they were about to introduce the current saintess, Su Ming sighed lightly. It is a pity that she seems a bit too old and likely has a family, thus not meeting the requirements for disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned. Too old? Already has a family? That must refer to Li Xuan. They had initially thought Su Ming was speaking of Li Zishan, only to discover it was indeed Li Xuan. Li Yun chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Sword Immortal, you jest. Li Xuan was our clan's former saintess. Although she possessed exceptional talent, she has long since relinquished her title. Moreover, she sustained many injuries during her earlier travels, leaving her with numerous hidden ailments, and no matter how she cultivates in the future, she has little hope of breaking through to the divine emperor level. On the other hand, the current saintess, Li Zishan, is the foremost among the younger generation of our clan, possessing extraordinary talent and practicing a technique derived from our ancestral grounds. Her innate gifts would undoubtedly rank among the top in the entire Tianyuan Sea. Upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head with a smile. This old fellow was truly underestimating himself by not engaging in promotion. Chapter 56. The Dual Scrolls of Yin and Yang. Sometimes it seems talent alone cannot dictate everything. Su Ming smiled gently, raising his gaze towards the ethereal floating palace shrouded in mist ahead, as if his sight pierced through space to some ancient place within. The ancestral grounds of the Li clan. He lifted his hand, and with a swift motion of his fingertip, a beam of white light slashed through the air. A spatial rift tore open above the ancestral grounds, from which a radiant spectrum of mysterious energy cascaded down, enveloping Li Zishan in its embrace. The three divine emperor ancestors of the Li clan were utterly stunned. Is that the essence of our ancestral grounds? What does the Sword Immortal intend to do? The essence of the ancestral grounds represents our family's fortune. Even we cannot manipulate it. Otherwise, we would have long sought to draw this essence into ourselves to assist in our breakthroughs. Su Ming smiled indifferently as the spatial rift above the ancestral grounds gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Li Xuan looked on in astonishment at Li Zishan, sensing the dense essence of the ancestral power emanating from her. Her charming face displayed a mix of surprise. So this is the essence of the ancestral grounds. That Sword Immortal can manipulate the essence of the Li clan's ancestral grounds. Who exactly is he? If I could draw this essence into my body, would my injuries not be completely healed? If I recover, I could seek out Changfeng. Li Xuan's thoughts became inexplicably complex as she gazed at Li Zishan. Bathed in the essence of the ancestral power, she drew a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture, and her gaze subtly shifted towards Su Ming, on the other side, sensing Li Xuan's attention. Su Ming's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. This sudden turn of events also rendered Li Zishan momentarily dazed, her heart racing and her mind in disarray. Just then, a soothing and harmonious voice resonated in her ear, imbued with a certain magic that gradually calmed her frantic heart. Do not be anxious. Your talent is commendable, yet there are still some flaws. This essence will mend those flaws and enhance your innate abilities. Li Zishan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Su Ming, only then realizing it was the Sword Immortal himself speaking to her. His voice was not only warm and gentle, but also profoundly enchanting, causing her to feel an irresistible enchantment. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she hurriedly lowered her head, her heart a mix of shyness and delight. Behind Su Ming, the three divine emperor ancestors of the Li clan watched Li Zishan with envy. Unable to suppress their admiration, the Sword Immortal truly possesses extraordinary abilities. This essence is something we cannot even summon ourselves, and we desire it as well. They wondered if the sword immortal could possibly grant them another opportunity. However, before they could muster the courage to speak, Su Ming's form gradually transformed into shimmering light, vanishing from view. In the crowd, Li Zishan suddenly felt her surroundings shift dramatically. Her heart raced, and when the scene before her finally stabilized, a chilling wind swept through, tousling her long, dark hair. She found herself atop a snow-capped peak, where a figure of icy demeanor stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Li Zishan blinked her captivating eyes, momentarily entranced. She quickly suppressed her racing heartbeat and respectfully bowed. I am Li Zishan, a disciple of the Li clan. Honored to meet the sword immortal. Su Ming turned, offering a slight smile. How old are you? Li Zishan hesitated, her cheeks flushing as she quickly replied, I am 18 this year. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed upon her. Li Zishan's heart trembled as she felt the cool aura emanating from the sword immortal. She instinctively lowered her head, unable to muster the courage to meet his gaze, fearing that a mere glance would ensnare her in his charm. A smile played on Su Ming's lips as he observed the enchanting beauty before him. And he spoke slowly, let me ask you a question. From whom did you acquire your cultivation technique? Hearing this, Li Zishan's eyes reflected confusion as she earnestly answered, it was imparted to me by an elder of my clan since childhood. Su Ming shook his head. The technique is commendable, yet it seems your elder harbors ulterior motives. Li Zishan regarded him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sword immortal's meaning. She had learned the technique from Aunt Een, who had treated her like a daughter ever since her parents were slain by the Sea Demon clan. Aunt Een had shared her cherished techniques with her. How could the sword immortal suggest that Aunt Een had ulterior motives? If I am not mistaken, the technique you learned is the Een scroll from the Taishang method. Are you aware that the Taishang method has another scroll, the Yang scroll? Li Zishan shook her head in a daze. Knowing only that Aunt Een had taught her the Taishang Qingyun Ju, completely unaware of the existence of any Yang scroll or Een scroll, Su Ming chuckled softly, explaining that while the Een scroll serves as a supplement, the Yang scroll is paramount. The Een scroll you are cultivating can only elevate you to the pinnacle of Spirit Sovereign, and you shall never ascend to the realm of Divine Emperor. Moreover, when you encounter someone practicing the Yang scroll, all your spiritual power will be consumed as sustenance for their advancement. Su Ming reached out, gently brushing away the snowflakes from Li Zishan's head. Remarking that she was intelligent enough to grasp his meaning, Li Zishan stood utterly stunned, her eyes reddening as her mind replayed Aunt Yin's earlier words. Had it not been for those words, she might not have reacted so swiftly. Aunt Yin had spoken of seeking out her son and marrying him. It was all for this reason. The Taishang Ju was bestowed upon her by Aunt Yin, and if she were indeed cultivating the Yin scroll, it was evident that the Yang scroll was meant for Aunt Yin's son. Consequently, the respect she had harbored for Aunt Yin for over a decade felt like a betrayal. From the very beginning, Aunt Yin had been planning for her son's benefit. What was she to Aunt Yin? A mere tool, or merely nourishment for her son? After toiling for over a decade, only to realize she was crafting a wedding garment for another. How could she possibly accept this? Li Zishan's heart was in turmoil. Su Ming casually remarked that such a cultivation technique was exceedingly rare. Those who practiced the Yin scroll, even with exceptional talent, could never break through to the Divine Emperor level, for they feared that excessive cultivation would backfire upon the Yang scroll. Your elder is indeed interesting. Li Zishan's eyes brimmed with tears, her delicate hands clenched tightly, fingers digging into her flesh, blood trickling forth, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, her gaze turning chillingly cold. Sword immortal, she bit her silver teeth, suddenly raising her eyes to Su Ming. I refuse to be a tool for another's cultivation. You have brought me here. Surely you possess a method to aid me. I implore you to help me break free from this binding technique, and in the future, I shall serve you as a maid. Forever indebted to your great benevolence. Chapter 57. Entering demonic path, Taishang demonic way serve as a maid. Su Ming shook his head with a faint smile. I have just deduced the situation. It appears that the one cultivating the Yang scroll is endowed with the fortune of the heavenly Tao. If you wish to break free from the constraints of the technique, you must first destroy his fortune. However, Such an act would contravene the heavenly Tao, and we, as cultivators, must not engage in such malevolent practices. Li Zishan's eyes turned crimson. She understood that the Sword Immortal was the righteous leader of Tingyuan, inherently opposed to those who engaged in demonic practices. Yet, she could not restrain herself from speaking through gritted teeth. If destroying another's fortune is malevolent, what of them? They have plotted against me since childhood, forcing me to cultivate this technique, ultimately leading me to become a mere wedding garment. Are they not demonic practitioners? The thought that all of Aunt Yin's kindness had been for another's sake felt like a dagger piercing her heart, unbearable pain coursing through her. Just moments ago, when faced with life and death, Aunt Yin had urged her to seek Lin Chongfeng, mentioning nothing of the technique. With this realization, the chill in her eyes deepened, a flash of crimson flickering within. This was the harbinger of her descent into madness. Su Ming flicked his fingers, causing a snowflake to dissolve into droplets, landing on Li Zishan's brow, dispersing into motes of spiritual energy that temporarily suppressed the hostility within her. I brought you here merely to confirm the nature of the technique. Should you succumb to madness here, I shall be compelled to eradicate you, Su Ming said with a smile. Li Zishan regained her composure, gazing deeply at Su Ming before kneeling in reverence. I understand. Esteemed elder, thank you for your great kindness. Su Ming turned away nonchalantly, waving his hand as the frigid landscape around them transformed dramatically. When Li Zishan finally came to her senses, she was startled to find numerous disciples of the Li family staring at her with peculiar expressions. She blinked in confusion, glancing down at herself. There were no snowflakes on her. She had been standing still the entire time. Sister Shanshan, what happened to you? You were staring at the ground in a daze. We called out to you, but you couldn't hear us? A female disciple inquired with concern. Li Zishan shot her a glance, shaking her head lightly. Is it that you're unwell? Or did something go awry during cultivation? At that moment, Li Xuan approached, her face filled with worry, gently asking her. Upon hearing that familiar tone of concern, Li Zishan clenched her hands, taking a deep breath before replying, expressionless, thank you for your concern. Aunt Yin and I am fine. Li Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Li Zishan's sudden cold demeanor left her perplexed. Gazing at the girl's impassive visage, a sense of unease welled up within her. Did this girl perhaps know something? Impossible! She had never disclosed any details about the technique to anyone, so there was no way anyone could know. Li Zishan raised her head, scanning the surroundings for that figure in white, finally spotting him against the backdrop of the sky. A gentle smile directed her way. The earlier incident felt like a secret understood only between her and the Sword Immortal. Thank you, esteemed elder, she murmured, offering a soft smile before turning to leave. In the heavens above, Su Ming observed Li Zishan's delicate silhouette, his expression tranquil. Should Li Zishan descend into madness, her cultivation would regress, ultimately leading her down the path of the Taishang demonic way. Becoming a demoness, his actions merely added another female demon to this world. Yet this was a predicament of Li Xuan's own making. He had simply spoken the truth. What transpired thereafter was of no concern to him. He pondered whether Li Zishan's path would diminish the fortune of the foolish male protagonist. It seemed that in her heart, Li Zishan had already deemed both Li Xuan and the yet-to-be-met Lin Chongfeng as her greatest adversaries. In the next moment, sensing Li Xuan's gaze upon him, Su Ming looked down. Thank you, Sword Immortal, for bringing the source power for my disciple. If you do not mind, please stay a while longer. Our Li family will certainly extend a warm welcome. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with hope, excited at the thought that the source power of the ancestral land could heal her afflictions. Yet, even the combined efforts of the three divine emperor ancestors of the Li family could not summon a fraction of this power. How astonishing that the Sword Immortal could effortlessly invoke such energy. Her heart raced with anticipation at the prospect of Su Ming staying longer, as it would grant her an opportunity to alleviate her despair while cultivating. Su Ming shook his head indifferently, contemplating for a moment before flicking his fingers again. A beam of white, spiritual light soared forth, landing in Li Yun's hands below. As the light faded, it revealed an exquisitely crafted sword-shaped token. Li Yun's old eyes widened in shock. Sword token? The Sword Immortal Pavilion sword token. His heart raced with excitement, his trembling hands grasping the token. realizing its immense value in Tianyuan. Today, he finally obtained one, igniting hope for a breakthrough in his current realm. "Thank you, Sword Immortal." Li Yun hastily bowed in gratitude. However, before he could finish his words, Su Ming gently interrupted, "Since you are here, it is fate with your Li family. Consider this a chance for the younger generation. Ultimately, it will be up to you to decide who holds the token. If they possess commendable talent, consider admitting them to the Sword Immortal Pavilion." Li Yun's face flushed with excitement. Although the Sword Immortal's words were incredibly tempting, why was it designated for the younger generation? He desired it too. But of course, such a shameful request would never escape his lips in front of the younger disciples. He hastily clenched his hands, quickly stowing the token away, then nodded vigorously at Su Ming. "I understand." Li Xuan bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes following Su Ming's figure as it transformed into motes of spiritual light. Vanishing from sight, a sense of regret and yearning washed over her. Should she have mentioned something to the Sword Immortal? But if she did, would he refuse her? After Su Ming left, Li Yun stared at the sky for several minutes before turning away, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept over the eager-eyed disciples of the Li family before he coldly declared, "Send the word down. Convene a clan competition. All disciples under 20 years of age may participate." His voice resonated throughout the floating island. Li Xuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The clan competition was about to commence. This implied that the reward for the champion would likely be that coveted sword decree. Only by obtaining the sword decree could she hope to meet Su Ming again. Given her age, she was certainly ineligible to participate in this clan competition, but Li Zishan could. Li Zishan was her disciple, who, despite always addressing her as Aunt Yin, had trained under her since childhood. Naturally, she could be considered her disciple, and she had always been obedient to her guidance. When the time came, how could she possibly refuse her a favor with the sword decree? Li Xuan bit her lip in frustration, chastising herself for her earlier hesitation. When she next encountered the Sword Immortal, she would certainly reveal the matter concerning her primordial power. With the Sword Immortal's gentle and calm demeanor, he would undoubtedly assist her. Meanwhile, beyond the central continent, in the distant northern wasteland, a young man with a black sword strapped to his back stepped into the gates of the Shenyanzong sect. Basking in the sunlight in a certain maple grove on the 7th peak, a young girl knelt softly on the grass, carefully perusing a spiritual map. However, as she continued to read, her gaze grew distant, her bright, watery eyes dimming slightly. She then bit her lip and murmured to herself, "Has my senior brother not returned all night? Does he perhaps dislike Linger?" Chapter 58. Elder Gue, the Tianyin vertical pupil before the gates of the Shenyanzong. Lin Chongfeng lifted his gaze to the imposing stone tablet ahead, which bore the powerful characters of Shenyan. The inscription appeared vigorous and robust, clearly crafted by someone of formidable cultivation. Prior to his arrival, he had done his research. The Shenyanzong had been established for hundreds of years, and since the passing of the last sect master decades ago, the sect had been led by a master surnamed Du. It was said that this Du sect master was at the mid-level of the spirit master realm, surpassing the elder who had appeared in Songqing the previous night by a minor realm. He was confident that even a slight display of talent would compel Du Songhai to take notice of him. After all, in this world, those with exceptional cultivation talents were coveted by all factions. And in the northern wasteland, where 5 major sects vied for dominance, conflicts among the older generation were rare. Unless it involved divine weapons like the Xintian mirror, disputes over resources such as spirit stone mines were typically handled by the younger generation or junior elders. Top-tier powerhouses seldom intervened. This was the moment to assess the quality of disciples. With his current cultivation, he believed that even if he restrained himself slightly and only exhibited the strength of the early Nirvana realm, Du Songhai would certainly take notice. Moreover, this was the only way he could choose to go to the 7th peak, the very place where that enigmatic man in white had been. He understood that the identity of the man in white was shrouded in mystery. Yet he had greater faith in his own abilities. Since this opportunity could aid his growth, he was determined to seize it. With powerful strength, he would naturally fear nothing. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and everything depended on one's capabilities. Lin Chongfeng's gaze was resolute. Just as he was about to touch the spiritual array barrier at the gates of the Xinyanzong, the barrier unexpectedly opened on its own. An elderly man in gray, his eyes covered by a black cloth, emerged from the barrier, leisurely sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. Lin Chongfeng stepped forward and smiled, clasping his fists in greeting. "Esteemed elder, I am Lin Chongfeng, hailing from Beicheng." The elder rested his broom on the ground and lifted his head, his sight seemingly directed at Lin Chongfeng despite the blindfold. He spoke flatly, "Beicheng is hundreds of miles away. You have ventured far. What brings you here?" Lin Chongfeng quickly replied, "I have come specifically to join the sect." The elder nodded slightly and resumed sweeping. Lin Chongfeng stood awkwardly to the side, feeling perplexed by the elder's nonchalance. He thought, "I've declared my intention to join the sect. Why is he not engaging with me? Does he look down on me? What a joke." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the elder coldly remarked, "Do you not see that I am busy? If you wish to join the sect, wait until I finish sweeping." Lin Chongfeng thought to himself, "This old man has quite the temper." He scratched his nose and waited patiently to tea that moment. A voice from his master echoed in his mind. "The old man before you is no ordinary person." Lin Chongfeng was taken aback. Puzzled, "Master, that cannot be. I sense no formidable aura from him. He appears to be merely a peak Nirvana realm elder." "Your master cannot misjudge. Look closely at his eyes." Lin Chongfeng raised his gaze, and his expression turned peculiar. The elder's eyes were covered, rendering him blind. However, in the next moment, a mysterious energy surged from within the elder and flowed into Lin Chongfeng's eyes. Instantly, his dark pupils shimmered with a glimmer of white light, transforming the world before him. The once vibrant colors morphed into shades of gray and white. Lin Chongfeng marveled, "Indeed, my master's abilities are extraordinary." He then looked up again, and the scene before him had indeed changed. Before him, everything appeared almost white, but the elder's blindfolded eyes were enveloped in thick gray mist, within which were two inverted vertical pupils emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to arise from chaos itself. Lin Chongfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized those bizarre vertical pupils were fixated on him, causing his body to stiffen slightly. As expected, my master did not err. Those are the legendary Tianyin pupils, capable of seeing through all illusions and the weaknesses of foes, a pinnacle ocular technique. Yet, the Tianyin pupils had vanished from the central continent for hundreds of years. How could they possibly appear in a place like the Xinyanzong? Could this person be from the central continent? Yet, his aura was distinctly not that of someone from there. How peculiar! Lin Chongfeng scratched his head and chuckled. Since my master holds him in such high regard, this elder must be quite remarkable. I am currently in need of a powerful ocular technique and would very much like the opportunity to learn from him. Mastering the Tianyin pupils would undoubtedly be exceptional. After joining the Xinyanzong, I could interact with this old fellow more frequently. Lin Chongfeng nodded, his gaze somewhat fervent. To possess an ocular technique that could pierce through all illusions was something he yearned to master. Moreover, he understood that since his master had spoken so highly of this elder, he was likely a hidden powerhouse of the Xinyanzong, someone who rarely revealed his strength, but whose power might even surpass that of Du Songhai. If he could receive guidance from him, it would surely be worth it. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Chongfeng looked at the elder with a hint of respect. Seeing the elder leisurely sweeping the leaves, he took the initiative to speak. "May I ask your name, esteemed elder? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me." Establishing a rapport was essential. Without fostering a good relationship, how could he expect the elder to teach him the ocular technique? Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled softly and shook his head. "I sweep leaves and clear hearts. I have been sweeping the ground for decades." Finding joy in wandering about, Lin Chongfeng paused for a moment before replying with a smile. "Esteemed elder, such leisurely pursuits are indeed the ultimate path to cultivation. I fear there are few in the entire northern wasteland who could reach your level of enlightenment." The elder laughed. "You certainly have a way with words. I merely speak the truth," Lin Chongfeng replied. The elder's lips curved into a mysterious smile as he slowly said, "My surname is Gu A. You may call me Elder Gu A." Lin Chongfeng respectfully clasped his fists. "Elder Gu A, I wish to join the sect. Might you take me to meet the sect master? You wish to see Du Songhai? Lin Chongfeng nodded. The name of sect master Du is known throughout the northern wasteland. If I wish to join the sect, I must seek his approval. The elder shook his head. Then you shall not meet him. Lin Chongfeng? However, before he could ponder further, several streaks of light suddenly streaked through the distant sky, ultimately landing outside the Shenyanzong's gate. As the light dissipated, the figures descended. Lin Chongfeng turned to look, his eyes widening in shock. He fixed his gaze on the girl in green standing among the group. His heart racing with suppressed anger, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What is she doing here? I have yet to settle the humiliation she brought upon my Lin family. My father nearly spat blood because of her." He would never forget that humiliation. The scene when her subordinates came to his Lin family, arrogantly demanding to annul the engagement. It was the greatest disgrace he had ever faced. All of that humiliation stemmed from the very woman before him. At that moment, he vowed that one day he would slap her face hard and make her witness how the so-called waste boy she once looked down upon had now risen to heights she could never aspire to reach. Chapter 59. Taishin Sect, Jiang Mingxian. I haven't sought you out yet here you are, running right into my path. If only you knew my true cultivation now. I wonder if your proud heart would regret the annulment of our engagement. I truly look forward to that moment. Lin Chongfeng licked the corner of his lips, skillfully suppressing the fury that burned within his eyes, and cast a calm and indifferent gaze upon the individuals before him. His expression serene and unruffled. Yet, deep within his gaze, a flicker of coldness and mockery shimmered. He was a man of stature, yet he had once been publicly humiliated by the woman's family when they audaciously called off their engagement. At that time, the Lin family had become the subject of ridicule among many, and thus he swore to reclaim every ounce of humiliation she had inflicted upon him, piece by piece. Lin Chongfeng turned his attention towards the group. The individuals across from him had evidently noticed him as well. The girl in the green attire, standing at the center, initially failed to react, but upon meeting Lin Chongfeng's unwavering stare, memories of the young man she had once discarded flooded her mind. Their features intertwining, though the Lin Chongfeng before her had shed much of his youthful innocence, nearly rendering her unable to recognize him. Jiang Mingxuan's fair visage momentarily dulled, but she quickly regained her composure. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chongfeng, her eyes were frigid, and she promptly diverted her gaze from him to the elder in gray behind her, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. She spoke, "I am Jiang Mingxian, a disciple of the Taishin sect, here on my father's orders to visit sect master Du." The Taishin sect, a first-rate power ranked among the 5 great sects of the northern wilderness, boasted a formidable spirit master as its guardian, who happened to be Jiang Mingxuan's father. They were a branch of the Jiang family from the Wild City, sharing some blood ties with them. Du Songhai had once trained in the Wild City and was an old friend of Jiang Beicheng, Jiang Mingxuan's father. After Du Songhai encountered trouble, he had immediately sent for assistance from the Taishin sect, informing Jiang Beicheng, as he feared that the enemies of the Shenyanzong would target them while he was incapacitated. With the support of the Taishin sect, at least one more spirit master would be present, deterring those forces from acting recklessly. After Jiang Mingxian finished speaking, the ghost elder glanced at them and nodded, confirming that Du Songhai had indeed informed him. With that, he flicked his finger, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that soared into the air, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Moments later, the peak master Jiang Ting arrived, accompanied by several elders, a broad smile adorning his face as he greeted Jiang Mingxian. "My dear niece Mingxian has arrived. I trust your journey was devoid of peril?" Jiang Mingxian returned his smile lightly. "Thank you for your concern, uncle. The journey was quite safe." "That is good to hear, good to hear." Jiang Ting nodded, then cast a sidelong glance at the several female disciples beside Jiang Mingxian. Furrowing his brow, "Where is your father?" "There are matters at the sect requiring my father's presence, so he sent me to pay a visit," Jiang Mingxian replied. Jiang Ting gazed at the youthful beauty before him, marveling, "It has been quite some time. My niece Mingxian has matured and grown even more beautiful. Come, let us proceed to the sect together." "As you wish." Jiang Mingxian led her fellow female disciples past Lin Chongfeng without so much as a glance, for in her world, he was merely a stranger. Even though they had once been engaged as children, that arrangement had been made without her consent, and she had never agreed to it. Even had Lin Changfeng not been a waste of potential back then, she would have still sought to annul the engagement, as she would never marry a man she did not love. To her, true happiness lay in choosing a partner with whom she shared mutual affection, not in submitting to familial arrangements and marrying a stranger, which would lead to a lifetime of regret at that moment. Jiang Ting also noticed Lin Changfeng and inquired with curiosity, "Is this person also a disciple of your sect? Why is he the only male disciple present?" Jiang Mingxian shook her head. "He is not a disciple of the Taishan sect, and I do not know him, uncle. Please, let us go see sect master Du to reassure my father." Jiang Ting nodded, addressing the ghost elder who was nearby with a broom. "Please continue your duties. I shall escort them inside." The ghost elder nodded, gesturing towards Lin Changfeng. He spoke indifferently. "This young man wishes to see Du Songhai as well. If you can allow him an audience, do so. If not, kindly escort him out of the sect." Jiang Ting was taken aback, but as he turned to look, he found Lin Changfeng's dark, icy gaze fixated on Jiang Mingxian, a mocking smile playing at his lips as he coldly remarked, "What a pretense of ignorance, Jiang Mingxian. Do you truly believe that pretending not to know me will erase the humiliation you once inflicted upon me? I tell you, I have vowed that one day, I shall place you beneath my feet, making you regret all your past actions." At that moment, he would fully conquer her. Conquer this haughty woman. Jiang Mingxian frowned, turning to cast a cold glare at Lin Changfeng. Jiang Ting, perplexed, asked, "Who is he?" Lin Changfeng quickly clasped his hands in respect. "I am Lin Changfeng, a junior wishing to join the sect for cultivation. I kindly request permission to meet the sect master. It was not the time for the Shenyanzong to recruit disciples. He needed the consent of sect master Du Songhai to join." Lin Changfeng? Jiang Ting exchanged glances with the elders behind him, then sensed that he could not discern the young man's cultivation level. Realization echoed among the other elders as well. This left them all feeling rather perplexed. Could it be that this young man possessed a treasure for protection? Jiang Mingxian inhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Changfeng as she coldly retorted, "I have stated before that regardless of who it was, I would have acted the same way. I have already compensated the Lin family. We were never acquainted to begin with. Is it wrong to say I do not know you?" Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth inwardly while maintaining a scoff on the surface. "That was your decision alone. The Jiang family did not agree, nor did I. So do you truly believe our relationship remains that of strangers?" Jiang Mingxuan's expression remained impassive, but her gaze grew even colder. She had not anticipated that Lin Changfeng would be so shameless. She had assumed they would never meet again after the annulment, yet here he was in the Shenyanzong today. Observing Jiang Mingxuan's icy demeanor, Lin Changfeng chuckled derisively, eagerly anticipating the moment he would reveal his hidden cultivation, stripping away the chill and arrogance from her expression. That would surely bring him immense satisfaction. At that moment, one of the elders behind Jiang Ting interjected, "Since he is a friend of Miss Jiang, why not allow him to enter the sect as well?" Lin Changfeng nodded with a smile. "That sounds agreeable." Jiang Mingxian thought to herself, "This shameless fellow." However, in the next moment, the ghost elder, who had been silently observing from the back, seemed to sense something. He subtly directed his blindfolded eyes towards the path leading out of the mountain gate. And within his vertical pupils, two figures gradually came into focus. A dashing young man clad in white was accompanied by a delicate girl, who obediently followed him while holding a wine jug. Chapter 60. Hidden Affections. Dappled sunlight fell upon the path. The ghost elder met the deep gaze of the white-clad young man, momentarily stunned, before quietly stepping aside, his demeanor revealing an air of solemnity unnoticed by Jiang Ting and the others. Jiang Ting observed the ghost elder's grave expression before turning his attention to the approaching white-clad young man, his smile broadening. "Ah, Su Ming has returned. The Grand Elder mentioned he wanted you to visit the main peak hall upon your return." Upon hearing Jiang Ting's words, Lin Changfeng and the female disciples of the Taishan sect looked up, the former's expression momentarily frozen, before a shadow of darkness crossed his features. He had yet to settle the score with this person for the humiliation suffered the previous night. Sooner or later, he would repay the debt. "Su Ming, is it? I now know your name, and you need not worry about escaping." As for the female disciples of the Taishan sect, They gazed at the ethereal and dignified Su Ming, their eyes alight with admiration. Such an extraordinary figure was rarely seen within the sect. Jiang Mingxian too noticed Su Ming, finding him strikingly handsome at first glance. As he drew nearer, she could sense the refined and mysterious aura that enveloped him. Such a man, could he truly be a disciple of the Xinyanzong? One might mistake him for a scion of an esteemed hidden family. Jiang Ting recalled the Grand Elder's instructions from the previous night and, not daring to neglect Su Ming, hurriedly introduced him. Niece Mingxian, this is Su Ming, the top disciple of our Xinyanzong's 7 peaks. He has also been appointed as the chief disciple of the sect. Last night, there was a disturbance caused by demonic beasts in Songqing. He was sent down the mountain by the Grand Elder to quell the chaos, and now he has returned, so the turmoil in Songqing should have been resolved. The chief disciple of the Xinyanzong, quelling the turmoil caused by demonic beasts, Jiang Mingxian understood that the Xinyanzong comprised 9 peaks. Tio, ascend to the position of chief disciple among all the disciples of the 9 peaks. And to have quelled the ferocious demonic beast disturbance, this individual's cultivation must be unfathomably profound, and she could not perceive it at all, now 18 years old and newly come of age. She considered the friendship between her father and Du Songhai, as well as the ties between their 2 sections. Thus, when Su Ming and Ning Xiaoxiao arrived at the mountain gate, she promptly clasped her hands in respect and spoke clearly. I am Jiang Mingxian, a disciple of the Jiang family, honored to meet you, senior brother Su. The ties between their sects were significant. Her addressing him as senior brother was indeed fitting. Honored to meet you, senior brother Su. As Jiang Mingxuan's words fell, the few female disciples beside her hurriedly bowed in deference, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Soon, they could no longer contain their curiosity and stole glances at Su Ming. This senior brother Su truly possessed remarkable handsomeness. Su Ming halted his steps, while Ning Xiaoxiao, standing behind him, felt the weight of the many gazes directed her way. The realization that these were once the exalted cultivators she could only dream of made her face flush crimson with embarrassment, causing her to hide half of her petite figure behind Su Ming. He turned to glance at her, and in her large, innocent eyes, she murmured, mastered. Su Ming thought to himself, who would have imagined that the one destined to face a calamity in the future would be such a delicate and gentle girl? Moreover, her pitiful expression could rival that of Feng Qingling, and when she was fierce, she was truly formidable. The 2 future female powerhouses might not even know if they could coexist peacefully. Su Ming affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to smile at Jiang Ting, saying, I shall not be attending the main peak hall. If the Grand Elder wishes to see me, he may come find me himself. Jiang Ting responded. While the elders looked on, Lin Chongfeng sneered inwardly. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant, demanding that a spirit sovereign elder seek him out personally. Did he truly believe that having recognized a divine weapon made him above all others? Was he unaware of the vast chasm between the spirit sovereign and nirvana realms? How laughable! In Lin Chongfeng's eyes, despite Su Ming's mysterious identity and background, his age suggested that he could not possibly possess strength beyond the pinnacle of nirvana, at most just a minor realm higher than himself. Currently, with the assistance of his master, he could easily fight above his level, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. It had merely been a moment of carelessness the previous night, resulting in Su Ming's slap bringing him to his knees. He reassured himself that Su Ming was not as powerful as he seemed, nor did he possess an exceptionally profound cultivation level or background. He was simply an ordinary disciple of the Xinyanzong. All of it was merely a fade. Given another chance, he was certain he could bring this Su fellow to his knees with a single slap. Upon noticing Ning Xiaoxiao trailing behind Su Ming, Lin Chongfeng's hands slowly clenched. The girl's celestial spiritual furnace physique should have been his opportunity, yet it was handed over to Su Ming, a fact he could not accept. Meanwhile, Su Ming's gaze swept past Lin Chongfeng, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he looked towards Jiang Mingxian. Observing the girl's porcelain-like skin, he nodded slightly at the female disciples with a faint smile before leading Ning Xiaoxiao directly into the sect. Jiang Mingxian momentarily froze, only to react as she watched Su Ming walk by with the girl, who glanced at them with her dark, sparkling eyes, filled with tension, anticipation, and a hint of admiration. What struck Jiang Mingxian as peculiar was that after she withdrew her gaze, The girl's eyes remained fixed on Su Ming, and in that moment, Jiang Mingxian could clearly see Su Ming's reflection in the girl's eyes, where a flicker of emotions not befitting her age resided. Initially, she thought the girl might be Su Ming's sister, but seeing Ning Xiaoxiao now, she feared that even Su Ming himself was unaware of the feelings the girl harbored towards him. Gazing at Su Ming's distant, cold figure, Jiang Mingxian found herself filled with an intense curiosity about this senior brother Su. This scene was fortuitously observed by Lin Chongfeng, who felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Just then, a bony hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, and the voice of the ghost elder echoed in his ear. I just remembered, we are in need of a servant disciple at Tianfeng. If you are willing, I can take you to try out. No need to meet Du Songhai as he spoke. The ghost elder's lips curled into a sinister smile. Lin Chongfeng, unaware, assumed the ghost elder had taken a liking to him and wished to personally guide him into the sect. Moreover, it would be to Tianfeng, a place he had long heard about from his master before joining Xinyanzong. It was as if he had stumbled upon an opportunity he had been searching for. Perhaps he could even learn the Tianyinai there. With this thought, he cast a cold smile at Jiang Mingxian before turning back to the ghost elder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Jiang Mingxian frowned. Lin Chongfeng's gaze made her uncomfortable. If he dared to mention their previous engagement again, she would not hesitate to eliminate him herself. Chapter 61. Cultivating by Hand. First update, system. Check the rewards for signing in at the Li family's ancestral land. Ding. Check successful. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Li family's ancestral land and receiving the following rewards. Innate Dao Source Body, non-activated physique. Upon acquisition, it will be automatically used. Enhancing heavenly luck and improving the spiritual energy environment within 100 meters of the host. Anyone cultivating within 100 meters of the host will gain 1,000 comprehension, 1,000 cultivation speed, 1,000 insight, and 1,000 breakthrough opportunity. Reward obtained. Dragon Soul Bell, Advanced Divine Weapon of Extreme Path. It condenses the spiritual power within 100 miles into dragon souls, as long as spiritual power is abundant. It can condense millions of dragon souls upon the bell, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak, sacred realm expert and rebounding, causing them to suffer 100 backlash of their own spiritual power. As the Dragon Soul Bell evolves, the 100 backlash will increase to 200, 300, and can reach up to 1,000. Having signed in at the Li family's ancestral land, he received these two items, both appearing quite useful. Su Ming placed greater emphasis on the latter. A 100 rebound against even peak, sacred realm experts would likely overwhelm them with their own attacks. Ahead lay the 7th peak. Su Ming pondered for a moment before activating the innate Dao source body to test its effects. Upon activation, he felt no significant change himself, but Ning Xiaoxiao, standing behind him, gazed at him with particularly bright eyes, her little legs moving of their own accord. Inching closer to him, Su Ming halted, turning to look at Ning Xiaoxiao. The little girl's face flushed for a moment before she hurriedly lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Su Ming asked, Xiaoxiao, do you feel anything? He was quite curious. Ning Xiaoxiao, blushing, thought for a moment before gently nodding and whispering. Being with Master makes Xiaoxiao feel very safe and happy. I don't want to leave Master's side in the future, Su Ming? The way she called him Master was both sweet and endearing, leaving him somewhat helpless. The key was that he never intended to take on a disciple. The little girl was simply too stubborn. Furthermore, their conversation seemed to be on different wavelengths. He chose not to dwell on it. Observing that Ning Xiaoxiao's delicate, youthful face was indeed a far cry from the dirty girl he had encountered the previous night. Now, she appeared younger than Feng Qingling, yet possessed a beauty that could rival her. Had she not sullied herself the night before, she might have been abducted by someone long ago. Su Ming stroked his chin, initially planning to take Ning Xiaoxiao back to Xinyanzong and have her train under the ghost elder like Zhou Yaoyao. However, he suddenly changed his mind, deciding instead to have Ning Xiaoxiao stay by his side to cultivate alongside Feng Qingling. He would provide neither of them the opportunity to interact with the foolish male protagonist, thereby ensuring they would have no reason to confront him in the future. Moreover, by nurturing them himself, he believed he could cultivate a bond with them. Both girls were still at an age of innocence, easily influenced by their surroundings. If he raised them well, they would at least show him some respect as an elder, as they approached the 7th peak. a towering mountain loomed before Ning Xiaoxiao. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity, yet holding a subtle nostalgia that even Su Ming could not perceive. With a smile, Su Ming said, "From now on, you will cultivate with me at the 7th peak, where there is another girl around your age also training with me. Perhaps you two can keep each other company." Ning Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, as Su Ming smiled. Such a well-behaved and agreeable girl was truly endearing. Meanwhile, at the 7th peak, the disciples practicing in the dojo were uncertain if it was their imagination, but they suddenly felt the richness of spiritual energy surrounding them had significantly increased compared to before. Many disciples looked up in confusion, for although the 7th peak was already abundant in spiritual energy, they had never experienced such a phenomenon before. It felt as if some heavenly spiritual entity had approached them, drawing the spiritual energy from the surrounding peaks to enhance their environment. Seated at the center of the dojo, Lu Xiaolin suddenly opened his eyes, disbelief flashing across his face before it transformed into ecstatic joy. He quickly formed 2 seals with his hands, unleashing powerful spiritual energy like a wild horse galloping forth, aimed at a massive stone before him. With a resounding explosion, the stone shattered, sending several female disciples training nearby flying through the air. Lu Xiaolin. He hurriedly got up, rushing over to apologize. The female disciples, rising from the dust, glared at him with gritted teeth, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Lu Xiaolin wore a face full of embarrassment, exclaiming, "I am not ill. I merely became overly excited." A female disciple, her eyes reddened with anger, glared at him and retorted, "What are you so excited about? You've torn your clothing. Do you not realize that we expend spirit stones to purchase our cultivation garments?" Lu Xiaolin hastily acknowledged his mistake, offering to compensate them for their clothes. However, upon noticing that several of the female disciples also bore tattered garments beneath their cultivation robes, he quickly corrected himself. "I shall compensate for those as well." The female disciples shouted in unison, "Go to hell." One of them dealt Lu Xiaolin a forceful blow before they all fled, their faces flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Amidst the peculiar gazes of their fellow disciples, Lu Xiaolin sighed deeply. The female disciples were all at the mid-stage of the returning origin realm, and their attacks barely registered on him. Yet, to his surprise, just moments ago, the bottleneck that had plagued him for so long seemed to have shattered, allowing him to suddenly advance to the condensation pill realm, where a harmonious spirit pill began to rotate slowly within him. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Not only did the disciples in this dojo sense the change, but even the elders of the 7 peaks, who were engaged in their own practices, could faintly perceive the intensifying spiritual energy in the surroundings. Their cultivation speed had inexplicably accelerated, leaving many elders astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, their understanding of cultivation deepened exponentially, with several elders stuck at their own bottlenecks managing to break through on the spot. Could this be an extraordinary opportunity for our 7 peaks? One elder gazed skyward, his voice filled with excitement. "Thank you, heavens. I never imagined I would have another chance to break through." Unfortunately, this extraordinary phenomenon lasted only a brief quarter of an hour. Soon, everyone at the 7 peaks distinctly felt the invigorating state of cultivation, akin to being charged with energy, vanish without a trace in the dojo, including Lu Xiaolin. All the disciples wore expressions of regret, yearning to recapture that invigorating state of cultivation. If they could persist in such a state, even ordinary disciples like them would surely cultivate at a pace surpassing that of some core disciples of the sect. Ordinary disciples could transform into exceptional geniuses. Lu Xiaolin clicked his tongue. That exhilarating sensation was truly delightful. He wished for more opportunities like it, yet all were left puzzled and filled with profound disappointment. Chapter 62. Something awry with the beautiful master. Second update. Su Ming returned to the 7 Peaks Maple Forest with Ning Xiaoxiao, only to be confronted by a strikingly cold figure blocking his path. Bai Qingxuan's exquisitely beautiful and noble visage captured his attention as she stood silently at the forest's edge, her mesmerizing eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. Su Ming smiled faintly. "Master." Bai Qingxian pressed her lips together, diverting her gaze from Su Ming to Ning Xiaoxiao behind him. Then, with a delicate gesture, she addressed Su Ming. "Where did you run off to last night?" Su Ming replied lazily. Does my master also concern herself with my private affairs? Noticing Su Ming's unusual expression, Bai Qingxian felt a rare flurry of panic within her. A faint blush colored her alabaster cheeks as she quickly retorted, the sect leader has been injured, and the sect is currently unstable. It would be wise for you to remain at the Seven Peaks. The outside world is fraught with danger, Su Ming suddenly comprehended, chuckling. So, my master is worried about me, Bai Qingxian scoffed. I warned you about the incident with the Hongyu disciple last time. Where have you brought another one from? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Ning Xiaoxiao. Su Ming shrugged, gesturing towards the wooden cabin nestled within the maple forest, instructing Ning Xiaoxiao to enter first. The young girl glanced at Bai Qingxian, then, clutching her wine jug, dashed into the woods. Bai Qingxian scrutinized her petite figure, biting her silver teeth slightly. This little girl couldn't possibly be of age yet. Could she? Su Ming nodded. Not just her. The disciple of Elder Hongyu is also underage. They are merely two young girls. Bai Qingxian approached Su Ming, her subtle, alluring fragrance wafting into his nostrils. She reached out a delicate hand to adjust his collar, softly saying, I understand that at your age, certain matters are indeed difficult to bear and may not be convenient to discuss with me. However, they are still so young, not even of age. What you are doing is hurting them. Su Ming hurt them. He had never harbored such intentions toward those two young girls. After all, they were so young, and he was not a beast. The crux of the matter was that Bai Qingxian had misinterpreted the situation. Surely, she couldn't think that he had brought the two girls here with ulterior motives. Bai Qingxian finished adjusting his collar, then stood before him, her beautiful eyes locked on his, her rosy lips parting as she softly spoke. You used to often accompany me for meals. Since your return, you have not visited in quite some time. Tonight, come to my residence. I shall cook for you, and I have some matters to discuss. Su Ming, why does this feel so off? He asked softly. Just the two of us, master. Bai Qingxian nodded, gazing at Su Ming's strikingly handsome face. She smiled gently. It has been a long time since I have looked at you like this. You have been by my side for your cultivation since childhood. How could I not know your character? However, your previous actions have saddened me greatly. Su Ming frowned, master. Are you all right? For some reason, he felt that Bai Qingxian seemed different from before. Bai Qingxian shook her head. Under Su Ming's astonished gaze, she extended her jade-like fingers to gently caress his face, her enchanting smile blooming on her cheeks as she murmured, I never expected my little Su Ming to have grown so much. Sometimes, I still see you as a child and am stricter with you than I am with other disciples. But regardless, you will always hold a special place in my heart, Su Ming. This narrative feels rather disordered. In his previous 5 lives, Bai Qingxian had never spoken to him in such a manner. He furrowed his brows again. Have you been drinking? He caught a faint scent of alcohol in the air, mingling with her fragrance, almost overlooked. I have not been drinking, Bai Qingxian denied. Su Ming gently removed her hand from his face, but to his surprise, Bai Qingxian clasped his hand instead. Su Ming's expression turned perplexed. Was she really intoxicated? I am not drunk, Bai Qingxian maintained, holding his hand while tenderly scratching his palm. She then gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of longing. The 99 thunder tribulations must have been painful for you. Her eyes reflected Su Ming's image. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Bai Qingxian tightened her grip, refusing to let go. The warmth of her touch rendered him speechless. Throughout, he had regarded Bai Qingxian as a mentor. Yet this sudden intimacy felt decidedly unsettling. Fortunately, Bai Qingxian did not prolong the contact, releasing his hand with a smile as she turned to leave, reminding him, Tonight, I have something very important to discuss with you. Remember to come. Without waiting for Su Ming's response, her graceful figure vanished down the path. Su Ming remained silent, his gaze complex as he stared at the spot where Bai Qingxian had disappeared. Should he go tonight? It was a pertinent question. Previously, he had defied the beautiful master only to fulfill the role of an antagonist, but now that such trivial tasks were no longer necessary, Bai Qingxian seemed to be acting oddly. He was not foolish. This was hardly an invitation for a simple meal. Senior brother. Before Su Ming could ponder further, a young man dashed towards him from behind, his face alight with excitement. I have broken through to the condensation pill realm, just like you did at 17. Now, If I encounter that crimson Fong wolf, I will surely be able to form a contract by myself. It was evident that the young man was thrilled, eager to share his joy with Su Ming, a sign of the genuine respect he held for him. Su Ming glanced at him, nodding slightly. Lu Xiaolin continued to smile broadly, scratching his head as he added, "During my breakthrough, I accidentally injured several senior sisters and got beaten up by them." Su Ming gazed reverently at Lu Xiaolin, initially intending to say something, but suddenly found himself struck dumb, his expression blank. For in that moment, as he approached his senior brother, the sensation he had experienced during their recent practice in the Taoist temple inexplicably surged forth from the depths of his heart. And with far greater intensity than before, in the next instant, Lu Xiaolin abruptly lifted his head, his face awash with astonishment as he looked at his senior brother. Chapter 63. Reverence for the teacher and the Tao. Seeking 5 stars, Su Ming's expression remained placid as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaolin and proceeded to walk deeper into the maple grove. Lu Xiaolin hurriedly followed, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, you possess such." However, his voice was too loud, awakening the languid Mo Huang, who was napping not far away in the woods. Mo Huang raised her head, her phoenix eyes icy, and with a flicker of purple flames, a whirlwind erupted, sending Lu Xiaolin's body flying into a stone pit with a crash, bang, with an expression of utter disbelief. Lu Xiaolin scrambled to his feet from the pit, brushing off the dust from his face. Upon meeting Su Ming's gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Those who cultivate must maintain serenity. Even when the heavens collapse before them, they should remain unperturbed. No chaos shall be tolerated in this forest. Speak again, and I shall cast you out. Lu Xiaolin quickly covered his mouth with both hands, nodding vigorously, unable to suppress his thoughts. Senior brother is indeed profound and unfathomable. Even a single word from him serves as a monumental lesson for me. Seeing that Mo Huang's eyes remained frosty, he dared not approach her, and while the earlier sensation still lingered, he hastily settled into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. Su Ming paid him no mind. Upon seeing Su Ming, Mo Huang's icy demeanor transformed into delight. She swiftly morphed into a miniature version of herself, landing on Su Ming's shoulder and nuzzling against his cheek. Su Ming chuckled inwardly, feigning disdain as he remarked, "Just one nuzzle will suffice." Mo Huang, feeling aggrieved, nuzzled a few more times. Meanwhile, before a wooden cabin blanketed in fallen leaves, 2 young girls exchanged glances. Leaves danced in the wind, swirling past Feng Qingling, who remained kneeling on the grass, deeply immersed in practicing the spirit rune imprint technique taught by her senior brother. Suddenly, a girl clad in azure, cradling a wine jug, dashed into her presence, her large, dark, sparkling eyes fixated on her. Feng Qingling frowned. "This is my senior brother's domain. Who are you?" Ning Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and gazed at Feng Qingling's charming and alluring face, softly replying, "I was sent here by my master." "Master?" Feng Qingling felt a wave of confusion wash over her, whispering, "There is no master of yours here." Ning Xiaoxiao blurted out, "My master's surname is Su." "Senior brother?" Feng Qingling's delicate face froze, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into her heart, tinged with a hint of jealousy. So, her senior brother had not returned last night because he was with this girl. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Where's my senior brother?" Ning Xiaoxiao turned around. Not far behind, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon Su Ming's figure as he playfully teased the Mo Huang perched on his shoulder while strolling toward them. Upon spotting him, Ning Xiaoxiao's face broke into a sweet smile. "Master," she called softly. Feng Qingling set aside the scroll before her, placing it and her spirit rune brush on a nearby stone table, and then rose, her eyes shimmering as she gazed intently at Su Ming. "Senior brother," she said gently. Hearing the tender voices of both girls, Su Ming dispatched the Mo Huang to play nearby and approached the stone table, settling comfortably before gesturing for the two to join him. The girls, obedient and endearing, sat on either side of him, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at him, sharing a silence that spoke volumes. The contrasting fragrances of their youthful essences filled the air as Su Ming glanced at them and smiled faintly. "Have you two become acquainted?" Feng Qingling shook her head. Ning Xiaoxiao followed suit. Also shaking her head, Yu Ming affectionately ruffled their hair. No matter, you shall become familiar with each other in due time. Though Feng Qingling relished this intimate moment with her senior brother, the presence of another cast a shadow over her delight. She yearned for him to bestow his affections solely upon her. In the next moment, she took hold of Su Ming's arm, drawing it into her embrace, and gently kneaded it with her delicate, soft hand. Observing this, Ning Xiaoxiao felt compelled to mimic her actions. Yu Ming withdrew his hand from Ning Xiaoxiao's grasp, playfully tapping her head. Since you will be following me in cultivation, allow me to impart the first lesson today. Ning Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Yu Ming retrieved the wine jug, poured himself a cup, and savored a sip before leisurely stating, the first lesson. Reverence for the teacher and the Tao. Feng Qingling tilted her head, curiosity evident on her face. Senior brother, are you truly going to accept her as your disciple? Su Ming nodded subtly. Feng Qingling blurted out, I want to as well. Su Ming shot her a stern look. What are you thinking? Do you wish to incur the wrath of your master? At the mention of Hongyu, Feng Qingling felt a pang of anxiety and fell silent, lowering her head in a display of slight distress. Amused, Su Ming turned to Ning Xiaoxiao. Do you know what the most crucial aspect of reverence for the teacher and the Tao is? Ning Xiaoxiao nodded. To respect the master. The master must occupy the most important place in my heart. The master is everything to me, my entire world, Su Ming remarked. That sounds a bit awkward. It doesn't quite resemble the words of a disciple to a master. He waved his hand, correcting her. What you said is merely a small part of it. Remember, the most important prerequisite for reverence is that no matter how powerful you become in the future, you must never oppose your master for the sake of others. In your heart, you must regard your master as your closest elder and honor them. Do you understand? He fixed his gaze on Ning Xiaoxiao. Can you achieve this? Ning Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. I can do it. She added in her heart, the first point, I can achieve. Feng Qingling softly exhaled. I can do it too, Yu Ming continued. At your age, you have not undergone systematic training and are still unfamiliar with many aspects of the cultivation world. Today's second lesson will introduce you to the world we inhabit. The two girls listened intently, inhaling the cool, intoxicating scent emanating from Su Ming as they rested their chins on their hands, tilting their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on him. The place where the Shan Yin sect resides is called the Northern Wasteland region. Beyond the Northern Wasteland lies a far greater world, referred to by outsiders as the Northern Spirit Realm. Su Ming shifted his gaze away from the girls, speaking softly. The Northern Spirit Realm is divided into hundreds of thousands of domains, and our Northern Wasteland is but a humble corner among them. Sects like the Shan Yin sect are merely grains of sand within the vast Northern Spirit Realm, unable to stir any significant waves. Ning Xiaoxiao could not help but ask, what about the master me? Su Ming shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I too am but a grain of sand. Chapter 64. She likes me. First update, the most powerful force in the Northern Wasteland, when calculated by the top-tier experts, is the Arid City, followed by the 5 major sections. Of course, Arid City is further governed by 3 prominent families, whose combined top-tier experts number no more than a mere few dozen spirit lords. As for the 5 major sects, they are the Xintian Sword Sect, the Xingu Sect, the Jinni Sect, the Feishue Sect, and our Shan Yin Sect. Each of the 5 major sects possesses at least 2 spirit lords. Yet our sect leader Du sustained unexpected injuries yesterday, having his arms severed by an unknown mysterious expert, and is no longer considered a spirit lord. Thus, the safety of the entire sect now relies entirely on Elder Qi Yuan and Elder Hongyu. Compounded by the events of last night concerning the Xintian Mirror, ensuring that the sect will not experience tranquility in the days to come, Yu Ming took another sip of wine. Feng Qingling, her small face etched with confusion, remarked, but senior brother, that night, my master clearly could not defeat you. She had witnessed Su Ming rescuing her that fateful night. She saw how afraid Hongyu was of her senior brother and how she dared not confront him. Otherwise, why would she have entrusted her to Su Ming? Su Ming replied with nonchalance, your master was merely allowing me to win. He mused that if they had engaged in a battle on the bed, Hongyu would indeed be quite formidable, at least able to contend with him evenly, even though they would ultimately end up in a pitiful state, begging for mercy. though that was a normal occurrence. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Feng Qingling nodded her small head in understanding. Oh, she harbored a profound disbelief within her heart. She was acutely aware of her master's true nature. Clearly, her senior brother was concealing something from her. However, even if Su Ming remained silent, she would not dare to inquire further. For now, her only wish was to remain by her senior brother's side, which brought her immense satisfaction. Just as Su Ming intended to enlighten the two young ladies about the levels of cultivation and certain precautions to take during their progression, a sudden flurry of radiant light descended from the heavens beyond the forest. Elders from several other peaks. Upon sensing their presence, the playful phoenix monarch's eyes turned icy in an instant. Su Ming shook his head and gazed indifferently toward them. The elders, upon noticing him leisurely drinking by the stone platform alongside the two delicate maidens, felt their faces twitch involuntarily. They had long heard tales of this senior brother from the Seven Peaks, an idle, irresponsible figure who spent his days teasing junior sisters and mocking junior brothers. Little did they expect him to be so brazen as to bring two young girls to his dwelling, and to do so simultaneously. This young man was indeed an audacious flirt. Recalling the cautionary words of Qi Yuan from the previous night, an elder of slightly advanced years, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nirvana realm, spoke in a measured tone. Su Ming, Elder Qi Yuan mentioned that you gained the allegiance of the Xintian mirror of the Xintian sword sect last night. After a thorough discussion among us elders, we have unanimously decided that such a divine weapon is not safe in your possession. You would attract the attention of those lurking outside. For the time being, it is far more secure in the hands of the sect. Upon finishing his words, the other elders nodded in agreement, speaking earnestly. We act in your best interest. Given your current cultivation level, if word of you possessing a divine weapon were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite envy, rendering you perpetually in peril, no matter where you go. Hearing their words, Su Ming spoke softly. Did Qi Yuan send you here? The elders chuckled. We reached this decision independently. Once we secure the Xintian mirror, we will duly report to the Grand Elder. Su Ming shook his head. You are too late. I have already given it away. The elders' expressions darkened, disbelief etched upon their faces. Su Ming, we offer you this counsel for your own good. It would be wise to consider your words carefully. Regardless of the time, we prioritize the interests of the sect above all else. And we do not covet that divine weapon. Su Ming shrugged. It seems there is a dog beneath the prison peak. Perhaps you should inquire whether it believes me. After a brief silence, a slightly younger elder from the third peak, named Zhao Ke, spoke solemnly. I have insider information. The Xintian sword sect has already executed that traitor, and several of their spiritual lords, along with those from 3 other sects, are keeping a close watch on you. Even if you disregard the sect's welfare, you must consider your OWN. Su Ming laughed, finding their reasoning refreshingly unconventional. The elders exchanged glances, ultimately sighing. The Grand Elder warned us last night. Since you are adamant about not relinquishing the Xintian mirror to the sect, we shall not press you further. However, your identity has changed significantly from before. Today, someone from the Taishian sect wishes to visit the sect master. Both you and your master should be present. Elder Bai Qingxian has already dispatched someone to inform her. Please accompany us to the main hall of the main peak. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then poured the last drop of spiritual wine from his flask, leisurely consuming it before glancing at the 2 maidens beside him, Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao. Stay here and do not wander. I shall return. The 2 maidens nodded obediently. Yet beneath their compliance, a flicker of resentment brewed in their hearts toward the elders who had intruded upon their time with Su Ming. Feng Qingling, her fingers gripping a spiritual pin beside the stone platform, felt a chill as she recalled how Su Ming had not returned the night before. Finally reunited with her senior brother, they had scarcely spent any time together before these individuals arrived to disrupt them. A subtle coldness glinted in her soft eyes. Though she expertly concealed its for Ning Xiaoxiao, she turned to glance at the elders. Her mind a swirl of thoughts, yet her dark, expressive eyes betrayed a hint of fierce determination. As Su Ming departed with the elders, Zhao Ke, the younger elder from the third peak, trailed closely by his side, gently patting his shoulder and sharing a reflective remark. Your current status is no longer that of the previous senior brother of the 7 peaks. As a young man, we can understand certain needs, but moderation is key. Moreover, some actions carry responsibilities. How do you intend to handle those two young ladies? Su Ming replied. Why is it that anyone who sees Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao automatically assumes such things about me? I am not that sort of person. I am quite innocent. He brushed aside Zhao Kei's hand with a light touch and smiled mildly. I intend to keep them around. They shall provide me with companionship in my later years. Zhao Kei responded, companionship? What nonsense. They are not your daughters. Chuckling awkwardly, he continued, to be honest, witnessing young people in love stirs a sense of envy within me. Not to hide anything, I am only a few years older than you and have yet to find a woman. I am currently preparing to pursue Elder Hongyu. I heard she has a disciple who is quite familiar with you. Perhaps you could inquire about her preferences, whether she favors spiritual treasures or jewelry, so I can be prepared. At this revelation, Su Ming's expression turned peculiar. No wonder this fellow was trying to get close. He had ulterior motives and sought to woo Hongyu. With a serious gaze, he fixed his eyes on Zhao Kei and said, You have indeed asked the right person. I happen to know what Elder Hongyu likes. Zhao Kei's face brightened with excitement as he eagerly inquired, What does she like? Su Ming smirked, She likes me. Zhao Kei, realizing the jest, felt a surge of irritation and retorted, You cannot joke like that. If Elder Hongyu hears this, you will be finished. Do not think your master can shield you from the consequences of such words. Su Ming shrugged, It is merely the truth. Otherwise, go and ask her. Zhao Kei snapped, Ask what? This brat has truly become overconfident. He, a mere youth, dares to jest about Elder Hongyu. If she finds out, not even Bai Qingxian can save him. Chapter 65. The Ghostly Sword Cultivator, second update, at noon. Under the blazing sun, beneath the peak of the heavens, Lin Chongfeng found himself before a square cloaked in a black, spiritual formation. The square was incredibly noisy, filled with half-demons clad in tattered garments, their bodies bound by iron chains. With human heads and serpent bodies, they were grotesque figures, their coarse forms spewing crimson tongues. Then, above the immense black spiritual formation, Lin Chongfeng spotted an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in red. Her hair, casually tied up, framed a face of exquisite beauty, though her expression was indifferent. With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power cascaded from the sky, silencing all the raucous creatures within the formation. Instantly, the world fell silent. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Chongfeng's eyes as he observed the red-clad woman descending gracefully toward him and the ghost elder. Beneath her flowing red skirt, her long, shapely legs moved with elegance, igniting a fervor within him. This woman was enchantingly beguiling. Lin Chongfeng marveled internally, but in the next moment, a flash of crimson light swept past him before he could react, leaving a deep gash across his face, blood streaming forth. Realizing the intensity of the pain, Lin Chongfeng quickly focused his gaze, discovering that it was a crimson whip. He promptly clasped his fists and addressed the red-clad woman. Your beauty is truly breathtaking. I meant no offense. The ghost elder chuckled inwardly, amused by the audacity of this young man. Even he dared not provoke the likes of Hongyu. Sensing a cold gaze directed toward them, he smiled lightly, Elder Hongyu, I can handle matters here. You may proceed to the main hall. It seems Du Songhai has business with you. Upon hearing the ghost elder's words, Hongyu cast a fleeting glance toward Lin Chongfeng, her expression impassive yet tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Lin Chongfeng utilized his spiritual energy to staunch the blood flowing from his face. To him, Hongyu appeared as an alluring yet frigid gem, her demeanor distant. Nevertheless, her figure and beauty rivaled that of Tang Qingyun, whom he had encountered the previous night, equally captivating and enchanting. Just a single glance left him entranced. So, this woman is named Hongyu. He smiled inwardly, suppressing the pain on his face, and addressed her once more. I am Lin Chongfeng, here today to join the sect under the auspices of Ghost Elder. It is an honor to meet you. Elder Hongyu. Upon hearing his introduction, Hongyu did not acknowledge him, merely casting a cursory glance at the Ghost Elder. Her lips parted slightly as she coldly replied, I am aware. The elder ghost nodded with a smile. Hongyu retracted her long whip, only to find Lin Chongfeng still gazing at her, Her beautiful eyes narrowed suddenly, a cold and fierce glint flashing within. The elder ghost clapped a hand on Lin Chongfeng's shoulder, pulling him aside. Lin Chongfeng stood there, momentarily stunned. With an expressionless face, Hong Yu turned to leave. Fixated on her graceful and enchanting silhouette, Lin Chongfeng clicked his tongue. Throughout his flight, he had encountered many beautiful women, but he had never seen beauties like Hong Yu and Tang Qingyun before. Even his fiancée Jiang Mengxian was a rare and stunning beauty. Yet when compared to women like Hong Yu, she seemed to lack a certain charm. Indeed, if Jiang Mengxian still carried a hint of youthful innocence, then Hong Yu and Tang Qingyun embodied a transition from youthful charm to mature allure, evoking an irresistible longing with just a single glance. Suddenly, the elder ghost delivered a resounding slap to Lin Chongfeng's head, nearly sending him flying. Wincing in pain, Lin Chongfeng wore a puzzled expression. The elder ghost scoffed. "What are you staring at, kid?" Lin Chongfeng rubbed his head and chuckled. "Senior, they say youth is meant for romance. This Hong Yu is quite the beauty. Is it wrong for me to take a longer look?" The elder ghost laughed derisively. "At least you're honest." Lin Chongfeng chuckled as well, his gaze drawn to the immense black spirit formation ahead, along with the half-demon figures with human heads and serpent bodies below it. He couldn't help but remark, "This is the demon soul fusion formation. Could it be that a powerful demon clan expert is suppressed atop Tianfeng? Otherwise, there would be no need to use the formation to extract their demon souls, would there?" The elder ghost nodded and swiftly tore off the fabric from Lin Chongfeng's right arm. Revealing the murky vertical pupil beneath, he focused on the ancient fierce spirit seal on Lin Chongfeng's arm, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is remarkable. The seal, infused into your blood, is quite suitable for today's situation. Boy, do you know what the miscellaneous disciples at the base of Tianfeng are needed for?" Lin Chongfeng clasped his fists, requesting the elder to enlighten him. The elder ghost smiled mysteriously, pointing to the massive stone tablet at the center of the black spirit formation. Beside the stone tablet, a figure draped in a black robe flickered into view, a youth with several long swords slung across his back. Only half of his face was visible, the other half concealed behind a ghostly mask. With a dark red eye that seemed capable of penetrating space, gazing at them beyond the formation. Upon seeing the youth, Lin Chongfeng's heart trembled inexplicably, a shiver running deep within him. The aura emanating from the youth was so potent that it startled even him. It was not merely a matter of strength or cultivation, but rather a resonance from the depths of the soul. "Senior, who is that?" Lin Chongfeng inquired, confusion etched on his face. The elder ghost replied with a smile. "No need to be nervous. His name is Guamia, a ghostly sword cultivator, once my most esteemed disciple. He consumes the souls of demons here daily, and most of those half-demons were captured by him, contributing significantly to our Shenyanzong. However, he is now suffering from the backlash of demon souls, transformed into a half-human, half-demon creature, and is confined within. Currently, he practices the ghost sword technique and only heeds the commands of one person. I see potential in you and wish for you to take his place as the next generation of ghost cultivators. What do you think?" Lin Chongfeng felt a jolt of shock at the prospect of replacing that youth. The elder ghost harbored a cruel smile, knowing that those who practiced ghost cultivation are haunted by ghostly nightmares for life. With the backlash from the ancient fierce spirit seal, this young man would end up either dead or crippled. And he would remain oblivious to it until the backlash occurred. Chapter 66. Don't mess around. I am still young. The path of sword cultivation is far more intricate than that of spirit cultivation. I have practiced the sword path for 3,000 years, yet I have never even heard of this ghost sword technique. You might as well agree to it. It could very well be a fateful opportunity for you. A voice resonated in Lin Chongfeng's mind, and he was astounded. Even Master had not heard of it? No, then I must learn it. Lin Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark red long sword, exuding an eerie aura, descended and embedded itself before him. Use this sword to enter the formation, commanded the elder ghost. Although Lin Chongfeng felt some doubts, he firmly believed that encountering the elder ghost was a stroke of fortune. He unsheathed the black sword from his back and grasped the dark red long sword, channeling his spiritual energy as he charged into the depths of the black formation. Buzz! The ghost-faced youth before the stone tablet suddenly lifted his head. His dark red eyes sweeping over Lin Chongfeng, a grin spread across his face, revealing half of his menacing fangs, and he grasped the sword hilt behind him. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and instead of an earth-shattering surge of spiritual energy, only two streams of sword energy sliced through the air, striking Lin Chongfeng. Pfft! Lin Chongfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, the two streams of sword energy arriving so swiftly that he had no time to react. His clothes shredded, he was sent hurtling from the formation, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Damn, that was powerful. His face was a picture of shock. The elder ghost shook his head. You can't even withstand a single strike. You're far too weak, kid. How can you be my ghost sword successor? Lin Chongfeng's face flushed, feeling a twinge of indignation. At that moment, the ghost-faced youth slowly rose, carrying two dark red swords, stepping out from the formation. He approached Lin Chongfeng and scoffed. You call yourself a swordsman? I've never seen anyone more useless than you. Lin Chongfeng retorted. That was merely carelessness. How about we go again? The youth shook his head. You're too pathetic. I won't waste my time on you. Turning to the elder ghost, he added, my master just commanded that the spiritual lords of the 4 major sects have gathered at the main peak. He wants me to handle a matter. The elder ghost smiled. Ah, they're here for the divine weapon of the Xintian sword sect, I presume. I'm not sure, the youth replied, shaking his head. I only carry out my master's orders. Without question, in an instant, a torrent of sword energy swirled around him, and his figure gradually disappeared within the chaotic winds. Lin Chongfeng, bewildered, asked the elder ghost, who did he mean by master? The sword technique wielded by that ghost-faced youth was astonishingly powerful, leaving Lin Chongfeng incredulous. The person he referred to as his master must be extraordinarily formidable. How could such a powerful being exist in a small place like the North Wilderness? The elder ghost sighed. He is a being capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. If he wished, he could toy with the entire North Spirit Realm, not just the trivial North Wilderness. Such a person is far beyond our reach. Lin Chongfeng's face fell. Why would such a figure come to the North Wilderness? In his mind, the sword master wore a grave expression as well. The elder ghost glanced at him. How would I know? I haven't even seen him myself. All I know is that he seems to be here for the 10 ancient heavenly demons. Ancient heavenly demons? Lin Chongfeng found it rather strange. Wasn't that precisely his goal? He felt compelled to meet such a person. Perhaps they could even become friends, providing him with some support once he left the North Wilderness. I have calculated that today, the main peak's Great Hall will be quite lively. As the second-generation successor of my ghost sword technique, do you wish to join in the festivities? The elder ghost smiled mysteriously. Is that red-clad woman going to be there? Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but ask. The elder ghost nodded, and a grin spread across Lin Chongfeng's face as he recalled Hong Yu's enchanting and ethereal silhouette. Then I would certainly like to go. With the spiritual lords of the 5 major sects all gathered here. This is a rare opportunity to witness the divine weapon, the Xintian mirror. It is a chance one might only encounter once in a lifetime. The elder ghost feigned a warning. You can only watch, not intervene, and certainly not speak. Lin Chongfeng scoffed inwardly. If given the chance, he would naturally allow the sword master to act and seize the Xintian mirror. Until then, it was wisest to play the part of the underdog. And if he was not mistaken, Zhang Mingxian would undoubtedly be at the main peak's Great Hall, providing an excellent opportunity to make her regret her actions. My master, just use the heavenly mechanism to deduce that there are numerous opportunities for you within this sect. On a certain mountain peak to the south, there exist 2 individuals with unique physiques. To the east, there is a girl possessing an ancient fierce beast. These are all fortunes that you can seize. SK. Once you obtain these opportunities, your cultivation and strength will soar. I can devise a plan for you to refine the ancient fierce beast from that girl, and perhaps even turn the tables on the mysterious powerful individual pursuing you. Lin Chongfeng smiled. Coming to the Xinyanzong had indeed been the right choice. He would not let any opportunity slip by. This was bound to be a substantial profit. The main peak's Great Hall, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, was enveloped by a layer of mysterious barriers. Outside the barriers, several overwhelming presences hovered in the air. These were the spiritual lords of the other four major sects. A total of 4 individuals, each occupying a cardinal direction. Among them, the chief steward of the Xintian sword sect, Wu Zongming, stood prominently, his face clouded with anger as he glared at the grand hall below. Qi Yuan, I know you're inside. If you don't hand over the Xintian mirror today, don't blame me for showing no mercy to the Xinyanzong. He indeed expended a considerable cost to enlist the assistance of 3 other spiritual sovereigns. However, if he could reclaim the Xintian mirror, it would be deemed worthwhile. The 4 exuded a terrifying aura, causing the faces of all disciples of the Xinyanzong to turn pale in an instant. Many of them gazing upwards with shock in their eyes. Those are the powerful spiritual sovereigns of the 4 great sects. What is the situation? Why have they come to the Xinyanzong? Goodness, even the esteemed elder Qiyuan cannot withstand 4 spiritual sovereigns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air resonated as dozens of elders and various peak masters of the Xinyanzong soared into the sky, all of them gazing at the 4 spiritual sovereigns with complex expressions. Even Qiyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the old rogue Wu Zongming would be so willing to spend extravagantly in order to retrieve the Xintian mirror, shamelessly recruiting 3 spiritual sovereigns. His face darkened as he looked at the feeble Du Songhai lying on the bed, urgently shouting at a disciple before him. Where is Elder Hongyu? The disciple responded timidly, We have already sent someone to notify Elder Hongyu. Qiyuan clenched his fists, now only hoping that Jiang Mingshuan's father would arrive in time. If he did, along with Hongyu, the Xinyanzong would have 3 spiritual sovereigns, and the 3 summoned by Wu Zongming would undoubtedly think twice before acting recklessly. Meanwhile, at the Peak Hall, on a certain mountaintop, Hu Ming watched as Zhao Ke and the others rushed into the sky in a flurry, his gaze calm. Quietly turning around, he discovered a curvaceous and alluring figure standing behind him. Enveloped in a red dress, her tall and enticing figure momentarily leaving him stunned. Regaining his composure, Su Ming smiled and said, Do not tempt me. Hongyu's bright and playful eyes fixed on him. Her fair and tender cheeks exuding a mature allure, her cascading hair resting on her softly contoured shoulders, emanating an enticing fragrance. She gazed at Su Ming with a smile, playfully poking his chest, and suddenly declared, Bad boy, I am pregnant, Su Ming. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Stop joking around. Hongyu pouted, Are you scared? Su Ming, it's not fear, sister. I am still young. A radiant smile blossomed on Hongyu's face as she lightly hummed. Just teasing you. I will have children for you in the future. Hu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This sister is far too intimidating. Chapter 67. Lin Changfeng. Master, take action. Countless disciples of the Xinyanzong rushed out from their places of cultivation, hundreds gathering at the main peak, all gazing up at the sky in shock. Among the throng of disciples, a tall figure quietly stepped forward. He was strikingly handsome, with 2 long swords slung over his back, one a dark red, the other pitch black. This was Lin Changfeng, who had come to join the fray. He maintained a cold demeanor throughout, his expression indifferent. Unlike the surrounding disciples of the Xinyanzong, he bore an air of calm confidence. Weaving past many disciples to a position slightly ahead, silent, yet exuding an aura of haughty pride. This demeanor was quintessentially that of a protagonist. Lin Changfeng looked up at the 4 spiritual sovereigns in the sky, a smirk curling his lips as he murmured, 3 at the initial stage of spiritual sovereignty, 1 at the mid-stage. If I had not come here today, the foundation of the Xinyanzong built over hundreds of years would likely be destroyed. But alas, this sect possesses so many opportunities for me, and the elder Gue has been quite kind to me. Should the situation turn dire, I shall call upon my master to repel those 4 spiritual sovereigns. Lin Changfeng cast his gaze upward and spotted Jiang Mingxian standing among numerous female disciples at the peak, his eyes narrowing slightly as he swept his gaze over her graceful figure. Then smirked coldly. Regarding his fiancée, he admired her beauty but despised her arrogance. Should an opportunity arise today, he would shatter the pride within her heart, forcing her to see that the youth she once looked down upon has now undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Changfeng's eyes widened slightly as he discreetly glanced toward a nearby location not far from Jiang Mingxian, where many female disciples of the Xinyanzong had gathered. Among them, only one exceptionally beautiful figure captured all his attention. Is it her? Lin Chongfeng's heart leaped with joy. It was the stunning girl with the unique constitution he had encountered outside the Zhangxiang Tower last night. He marveled at her beauty, which surpassed even Jiang Mingxuan's, ranking among the top 3 most beautiful women he had ever seen. A smile crept onto his face. Apart from opportunities, the female disciples of the Xinyanzong were truly more enchanting than one another. As the thoughts settled, a voice echoed in his mind from the Sword Sovereign. She is indeed enchanting, but unfortunately, this maiden is already taken. Do not forget that white-clad young man from last night. They are quite close as siblings. Mentioning Su Ming, Lin Chongfeng scoffed inwardly. Master, since time immemorial, beauties have favored heroes. Do you truly believe your disciple pales in comparison to that fellow? Besides, this girl possesses a unique constitution, which is precisely our target. If I can employ a bit of strategy to win her heart and divert her affections, our goals will be achieved. He felt confident in his chances with Mu Qingyan, for he now possessed the capital for such confidence. The Sword Sovereign cautioned, exercise caution. For some reason, I sense something amiss today. Lin Chongfeng nodded. Having expended a considerable amount of spiritual resources to replenish his master's soul power last night, with his master present, for mere spiritual sovereigns were hardly a cause for fear. With that, he raised his gaze to the sky, a grin spreading across his lips. I want the divine weapon. And I want the girl too. On the other side, at the mountaintop where Su Ming was located, not many paid attention. Only a certain elder, a woman in her 30s, noticed Hongyu and Su Ming conversing softly at the mountaintop. She furrowed her brow, wondering how Hongyu could be with that disciple from the 7 Peaks, who was not by Qingshuan's apprentice. Were they quite familiar? However, before this elder could ponder further, a thunderous roar erupted above, shaking the entire main peak violently, prompting everyone to hastily look up, revealing that an elder at the peak of the Nirvana realm had been ruthlessly struck into the mountainside by Wu Zongming. Stirring up clouds of dust, Wu Zongming has made his move. The female elder was alarmed, neglecting everything else, and quickly harnessed her spiritual power to ascend into the air, joining the other elders to form a defensive line. Qiyuan, I give you one last chance. Hand over that disciple from last night, and after I cripple his cultivation and retrieve the Xintian mirror, I shall not trouble the Xinyanzong. Wu Zongming's eyes were filled with cruelty as he scanned the disciples of the Xinyanzong below, searching for Su Ming, yet after a thorough search, he found nothing. He could not fathom why he could not sense that boy's presence, nor the aura of the Xintian mirror. This caused Wu Zongming to feel anxious, fearing that Su Ming might abscond with the Xintian mirror, rendering his costly summons of 3 spiritual sovereigns a futile effort. That brat is truly a detestable creature. How dare a mere child covet the Xintian mirror? It is simply courting death. Boom. The 3 other spiritual sovereigns bore cold, indifferent expressions. Merely the pressure emanating from them caused the faces of all elders of the Xinyanzong to turn pale. Qiyuan stepped forward, his gaze dark. Wu old dog, what a grand display. You truly hold me in high regard, Wu Zongming sneered. Do not force my hand. If you do, none of the disciples of the Xinyanzong will survive. Qiyuan's face was icy as he retorted fiercely. Then do give it a try. Wu Zongming wasted no breath. With a wave of his hand, the 4 spiritual sovereigns swiftly surrounded Qiyuan. Qiyuan exclaimed, Elder Hongyu has deceived me. How can I fight against 4 alone? Qiyuan cursed inwardly. This Wu old dog is utterly unscrupulous. Faced with a 4-on-1 situation, the elders and disciples wore anxious expressions, their eyes brimming with fear. They knew that sect master Du Songhai was gravely injured. And with Elder Hongyu absent, only Elder Qiyuan could hold the fort, and it was evident what the outcome would be. However, just as the 4 spiritual sovereigns prepared to strike at Qiyuan, Wu Zongming's eyes suddenly widened. He finally spotted the white-clad youth atop a certain mountaintop below. He was the one who had snatched away the Xintian mirror last night. Immediately, he shifted his target from Qiyuan. The other 3 noticed his movement and subtly nodded. Then in an instant, the 4 appeared directly in front of Su Ming and Hongyu. The overwhelming aura surrounding them sealed off the space entirely. Damn it! Return the Xintian mirror to me. Wu Zongming raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice laced with cruelty. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock as the disciples turned to witness a figure clad in white as snow, surrounded by Wu Zongming and 3 other esteemed spiritual lords. The overwhelming aura emanating from them created a palpable sense of suffocation in the surrounding space. Among the crowd, Lin Chongfeng quietly stepped forward. A faint sword intent radiated from him as a cold smile graced his lips. Surely, the individual encircled by the 4 spiritual lords must be terrified. If he chose to act at this moment, he would not only become a hero in saving the Xinyanzong, but also be forever remembered by its disciples. Especially Mu Qingyan, Jiang Mingxian, and that woman in red. He could hardly wait to behold the admiration in their eyes. Master, strike. Chapter 68. Initially thought to be a mysterious powerhouse, but ultimately, Master, strike? Lin Chongfeng's lips curled into a confident smile. A shadow of darkness flickered in his eyes, his aura shifting dramatically as he gazed down with a condescending glare, his body radiating an overwhelming sword energy. Subsequently, he pulled up the black cloak behind him, deliberately obscuring his face. True masters often reveal themselves last. He intended to unveil himself only after defeating the 4 spiritual lords, at a moment when all would be astonished. With a swish, Lin Chongfeng transformed into a phantom, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear before Su Ming, standing with one hand casually behind his back, partially deflecting the oppressive aura of the 4 spiritual lords, exuding an air of mastery. Beneath the cloak, a raspy voice reached Su Ming. These 4 have come for the divine weapon, the Xintian mirror. You may temporarily entrust it to me. With the divine weapon in my possession, they will not dare to seize it. Without waiting for Su Ming to respond, he continued, of course, if you trust me, I will ensure the safety of Xinyanzong today, as well as your own life. In midair, Qi Yuan wore a complex expression. Wasn't this cloaked figure the mysterious individual who fought Jian Yang the previous night? When had he arrived at Xinyanzong without his knowledge? Never mind. An additional ally was certainly welcome. The other disciples of Xinyanzong gazed at Lin Chongfeng with curiosity. Upon hearing his words to Su Ming, they quickly cast astonished glances at him. Their senior brother possessed a divine weapon. Jiang Mingxian stared at Su Ming's remarkably handsome visage, an unusual glimmer flickering in her beautiful eyes. She felt a twinge of anticipation, wondering just how formidable the senior brother of the 7 Peaks truly was. If he could reach the mid-stage of nirvana at his age, he would indeed be a prodigious talent. Jiang Mingxian mused that divine weapons have spirits and recognize their masters autonomously. The fact that the Xintian mirror acknowledged Su Ming as its master implied that he was undoubtedly a peerless genius. In contrast, the 4 spiritual lords, being ancient beings who had lived for decades or even centuries, bullying Su Ming was clearly an act of cowardice. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained composed, unfazed by the encirclement of 4 spiritual lords. Such composure suggested that with a few more years, surpassing these old monsters would pose no challenge for him. Below, atop the mountain, Su Ming wore a calm expression as he glanced at Lin Chongfeng's cloaked figure. Suppressing a smile, this fool truly knew how to put on a show. Indeed, in every fantastical realm, the male lead was often a master of pretentiousness. Beside him, Hong Yu also cast a glance at Lin Chongfeng. Smirking, why meddle in affairs that don't concern you? With these 4 ruffians daring to threaten my Su Gu, I could easily dispatch them with a single whip. Su Ming caught her words and smiled placidly. When a woman became fierce, she truly transformed. Yet, what was this Su Gu nonsense? Shaking his head, he addressed Lin Chongfeng with indifference. Perhaps you should hide for now. I fear you might be struck down by them. And then your family would come seeking me for retribution, demanding compensation. That would leave me at a loss. Lin Chongfeng turned to glare at Su Ming. Boy, you doubt my capabilities? In my eyes, they are but trifles. However, if all 4 of them strike together, Xinyanzong would be doomed. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement as he nodded. Very well, you may engage them, but remember, if you perish, do not place the blame on me. Lin Chongfeng clenched his fist, feeling a surge of indignation. Just how much did this fellow doubt him? Did he not see the looks of surprise and expectation on the faces of the other disciples of Xinyanzong? He, the mysterious powerhouse, was now their hope. Opposite them, Wu Zongming's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Chongfeng, fully aware that this was the mysterious figure who had appeared in Songqing the night before. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare oppose the Xintian sword sect. This was tantamount to courting death. Boom. In the next moment, the four lords' eyes turned cold, their terrifying aura locking onto Lin Chongfeng. Yet, Lin Chongfeng remained unfazed, drawing the black long sword from his back with a single hand, pointing the sword's tip toward the four before him as he raspily declared, "Under this sword, all demons shall bow. Retreat now, and I may spare your lives." Point one of the spiritual lords scoffed, utterly arrogant. Even if the lord of the wild city were here, he wouldn't dare speak to us in such a manner. What do you think you are? Lin Chongfeng shook his head with a sigh. Shenyanzong, I shall protect it. Upon uttering these words, his status elevated significantly. The disciples of Shenyanzong gazed at him with fervent anticipation, hoping this mysterious powerhouse could single-handedly defeat the four spiritual lords and expel them from Shenyanzong. Amidst the disciples' eager gazes and Jiang Mengshuan's complex expression, Lin Chongfeng felt a surge of pride within. Maintaining an outward demeanor of nonchalance, he lightly sliced the air with his long sword, the atmosphere before him tearing apart under the force of the sword intent. Wu Zongming frowned. This individual possessed some strength. He needed to be cautious, eliminate him. The four swiftly moved to surround Lin Chongfeng, their auras converging on him. Without hesitation, Wu Zongming unleashed a powerful palm strike, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. Aiming to defeat Lin Chongfeng in a single blow, Lin Chongfeng panicked. Wait, hold on, bang! In the next instant, a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy erupted, sending a figure tumbling from the smoke, crashing down the mountainside and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Wu Zongming stood firm, glancing at the pitiful figure struggling amidst the dust, then at his own palm, his face twitching slightly. What a weakling! Was I worried for nothing? Observing Lin Chongfeng's disheveled form amidst the dust, Qi Yuan and the disciples of Shenyanzong exchanged incredulous glances, while Jiang Mengxian and Mu Qingyan wore expressions of disbelief. Chapter 69. Your mother? Please don't come looking for me to settle the score. The mysterious powerhouse met an unexpected downfall. A profound silence enveloped the arena for half a minute. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all present, Lin Chongfeng's expression was one of utter mortification. He leveraged his long sword to rise. Just as a fierce gust of wind blew past, dislodging the black robe from atop his head, in that instant, a youthful visage was unveiled. Lin Chongfeng's face turned ashen, feeling a level of embarrassment he had never experienced before. Amidst his discomfort, he sensed the oppressive auras of four spiritual sovereigns approaching, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Qi Yuan's expression was rather intriguing. He had initially believed Lin Chongfeng to be a master, only to discover he was a fool. This young man had a knack for posturing, yet lacked the requisite strength. The other disciples wore expressions of bemusement. Jiang Mengxian, upon catching sight of the face beneath the black robe, was taken aback. This individual was indeed Lin Chongfeng, a true simpleton. Facing four spiritual sovereigns, his meager cultivation was tantamount to courting death. She felt fortunate for having ended their engagement early. Associating with such a person was a source of embarrassment for her. Master, you have doomed me, Lin Chongfeng lamented inwardly, acutely aware of the derisive glances from the disciples of the Shenyanzong, particularly the mocking gaze from Jiang Mengxian, which struck a deep blow to his pride. Before his former fiancée, being swatted aside, left him eager to slap this woman in retaliation, yet now, he found himself further ridiculed. Wu Zongming cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Lin Chongfeng. Reproaching, you insolent wretch, thinking you can flaunt your bravado before me, truly unaware of your own mortality. Lin Chongfeng called out desperately, wait, give me a minute. Wu Zongming's face contorted with irritation. I wait for your mother. If it weren't for this fool's antics, the Xintian mirror might have already been retrieved, and he wouldn't have wasted so much time on this suicidal wretch. Whoosh! With that, Wu Zongming vanished from sight, leaving Lin Chongfeng's complexion blanched. His true cultivation was merely at the late stage of nirvana, and without the aid of a sword sovereign, even if he unleashed his trump cards, he stood no chance against a spiritual sovereign. Wu Zongming's speed was so astonishing that Lin Chongfeng had no time to react before a hand grasped his head. He hastily channeled all his spiritual energy, slashing down with his longsword. Clang! The sharp blade struck Wu Zongming's shoulder, producing a jarring metallic sound. However, this full-force attack failed to breach Wu Zongming's defenses. Subsequently, Wu Zongming pressed down hard on his head. Boom! Lin Chongfeng's skull collided with the ground, causing him to release his grip on both long swords, which clattered to the ground. After enduring a brutal beating from Wu Zongming, he was flung aside, a surge of spiritual power following to send him hurtling into the midst of the Xinyanzong disciples. The gathered disciples swallowed hard and discreetly moved away from him, it must be said. To survive such a beating from a spiritual sovereign and yet remain alive, this individual possessed some merit, albeit limited. The once exalted and enigmatic figure now appeared as a jester in the eyes of all. Anger surged within Lin Chongfeng, his vital energy roiling, and he spat a mouthful of blood. His aura growing weak and despondent. Wu Zongming, too, was somewhat astonished. Though this lad's cultivation was lacking, his physique was remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding his assault without succumbing, marking him as a unique talent. He gestured to a spiritual sovereign behind him, instructing, "Eliminate him." The sovereign nodded and vanished in a flash. Lin Chongfeng panicked. "Master, save me, Buzz." Perhaps his inner plea stirred something, as the dark red longsword erupted with a wave of sword energy, subsequently shooting forth to embed itself before him, emanating a subtle energy that halted the advancing sovereign. Lin Chongfeng instantly felt a wave of relief, grasping the sword's hilt, yet he still sensed no voice from the sword's sovereign in his mind. Moreover, the sword before him appeared frozen in place, and he found himself unable to lift it. Wu Zongming's eyes darkened, coldly stating, "Forget him. Focus on acquiring the Xintian mirror." This lad was somewhat peculiar, and he did not wish to risk failure. Securing the Xintian mirror was of utmost importance, as he spoke, for cold, piercing gazes silently locked onto the figure in white atop the mountain. Qi Yuan descended, halting before Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He merely lifted his gaze slightly, unnoticed by all, and glimpsed at the heavens. There, a powerful and ethereal presence lay concealed amidst the vast white clouds, only revealing a hint of its spiritual energy when it intervened to assist Lin Chongfeng. Indeed, the Son of Fortune was exceptional. This hidden presence likely possessed at least initial stage holy realm cultivation, having sensed the waning fortune of Lin Chongfeng, prompting its appearance to offer aid. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Su Ming's eyes. In the next moment, the holy realm aura brazenly began to scrutinize him. Su Ming smiled faintly. Finally, a protector for Lin Chongfeng had emerged. This individual was likely a hidden powerhouse from a top-tier force in the central continent. While those from the divine realm were probably still observing from the shadows, as long as Lin Chongfeng did not face mortal peril and merely suffered a decline in fortune, the divine realm experts would not reveal themselves. Contemplating this, Su Ming nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, releasing Hong Yu's delicate hand. Qi Yuan glanced back at him, offering a wry smile. "I can only do my best. If we ultimately fail, whether we can secure the Xintian mirror will depend on your own capabilities. I must also consider the sect's interests." As he spoke, he looked at Hong Yu beside Su Ming, his expression one of surprise. "Elder Hong Yu, since you are here, why do you not join me in confronting the enemy?" Hong Yu, with a flick of her crimson lips, casually tucked a few loose strands of her slightly curled hair behind her ear and replied flatly, "Not in the mood." Qi Yuan pondered. Why can't he be as carefree as Hong Yu? Just then, Wu Zongming and his companions soared toward them, their auras firmly locking onto Su Ming as they launched a lightning-fast assault, intent on capturing him. Qi Yuan was caught off guard. By the time he realized, it was already too late. However, a crimson whip suddenly streaked through the air, cleaving the atmosphere and erupting with terrifying spiritual power, sending Wu Zongming and his companions flying. Besides Su Ming, Hong Yu's previously calm demeanor now radiated a chilling ferocity. As a practitioner of dark arts, she was no stranger to bloodshed. Anyone who dared to threaten her man was courting death. Su Ming stepped forward, casting a glance at Lin Chongfeng, who was staring at him with an unpleasant expression. He shrugged and said, "See? I told you to hide, but you didn't listen. Now look at the state you're in. Just out of curiosity, your mother isn't coming to settle the score with me, is she?" Lin Chongfeng. His face darkened, and as he staggered, blood spewed forth, nearly causing him to collapse. He hastily braced himself with his knees to avoid falling, yet he appeared utterly wretched. Chapter 70. As sword practitioners. We shall fear nothing. Su Ming subtly glanced at the heavens. That gaze continued to scrutinize him. He shook his head, stepping forward to retrieve the dark red longsword that Lin Chongfeng had dropped. Rubbing the blade, he turned to Wu Zongming and his companions, gently smiling. "You are all spiritual sovereigns, yet you can't even kill a single person. How useless, Lin Chongfeng. What does this guy mean? Is he implying that the person he refers to is me? I was only taking a stand for your Xinyanzong and got beaten for it. It's one thing not to sympathize with me, but to gloat about it. You're not that different. You might end up dead from a single punch from Wu Zongming." Lin Chongfeng cursed Su Ming inwardly. Qi Yuan and the other Xinyanzong disciples regarded Su Ming's calm and charming demeanor with a mix of odd expressions. Did this senior brother of the Seven Peaks intend to intervene personally? Wasn't it said that he had just reached the nirvana stage? Even with divine weapons, how could he possibly contend with 4 spiritual sovereigns? Qi Yuan sighed. "Su Ming, with Elder Hong you and me joining forces, we need not fear them. You need not overextend yourself. I understand your righteous nature and desire not to implicate the sect. However, since you are a disciple of Xinyanzong, this elder shall not stand idly by." Su Ming tilted his head, regarding Qi Yuan with curiosity. "You think too much. I merely wish to return the sword to that young hero. After all, did he not say he would protect our Xinyanzong? Qi Yuan, that foolish lad? Protect my foot. As long as he doesn't get himself killed, that's good enough." Whoosh! The dark red longsword shot forth, landing squarely before Lin Chongfeng, who stared at Su Ming in astonishment. Just then, Su Ming's voice, laced with encouragement, resonated. "We must not underestimate the youth. How can one easily concede? Stand tall, wager your family's honor, and you shall surely defeat those 4 fellows. I believe in you, Lin Chongfeng." It was clearly an encouraging remark. Yet why did I sense a heavy sarcasm in it? Furthermore, why does this guy incessantly mention his mother? Does he have some obsession with her? This scoundrel? Lin Chongfeng gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Wu Zongming and his 3 companions cast wary glances at Hong Yu. Observing her alluring and provocative figure, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. What a stunning woman! Why had they never heard of such a spiritual sovereign in Xinyanzong before? Wu Zongming spoke sternly. "As the steward, I have no desire to escalate matters beyond repair. Between our 2 sects, we have always kept to our own affairs. Simply hand over the Xintian mirror, and I shall take my leave immediately." Su Ming replied with a faint smile. "I'm sorry, but it has already been given away." Qi Yuan interjected, and Wu Zongming, filled with rage, retorted with a mocking laugh, "Wait until I grasp your head. We shall see if you can maintain such bravado then." Su Ming shook his head. "You may find that you will not have the opportunity," with a gleam of mockery in his eyes. Wu Zongming waved his hand, and the terrifying auras of the 4 spirit venerates began to bear down on Su Ming, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble slightly. The faces of all disciples turned pale. Their sect, Xinyanzong, possessed only 2 spirit venerates. How could they contend against 4? Even if Elder Qi Yuan exerted all his strength to hold one back, it would only result in a 1-for-1 exchange. While Elder Hong Yu had only just ascended to the spirit venerate rank, how could he possibly stand against 2? Among the 4, if even one could free their hands, it would spell catastrophic doom for the disciples, who had no means of resistance. After Lin Chongfeng's intervening remarks, a chill crept into the hearts of the disciples. If only their sect leader, Du Songhai, were present, perhaps those 4 would show some caution. However, the current situation seemed nearly insurmountable. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Mengxian began to channel her spiritual energy, descending alongside Mu Qingyin, both standing guard before Su Ming, their expressions vigilant. Jiang Mengxian turned to Su Ming and said softly, "Brother Su, my father is about to arrive. Once he brings the elders from our sect, we need not fear these 4." Mu Qingyin remained silent, but the unwavering determination in her beautiful eyes conveyed a strong message. Should anyone dare to harm her senior brother, she would not hesitate to risk everything, even the destruction of her own lineage, to exact vengeance. Yu Ming glanced at Jiang Mingxian, noting the fierce beauty of her countenance, and recalled that she had once been Lin Chongfeng's fiancée. Although she had called off the engagement, Lin Chongfeng had yet to acknowledge it. Turning his gaze, he indeed found Lin Chongfeng wearing an expression that suggested he wished to devour someone, which caused Su Ming to stifle a laugh. Then, with a flick of his finger, a disciple's sword in the distance trembled violently before soaring into the air, hovering before him. Yu Ming smiled gently at Jiang Mingxian. As sword cultivators, we must be fearless and undaunted. What is there to fear, even in the face of force spirit venerates? His demeanor remained calm and composed, clad in white, resembling a paragon of grace emerging from a painting. Even in the presence of force spirit venerates, he maintained an air of nonchalance that captivated Jiang Mingxian, causing her heart to inexplicably quicken. Regardless of Su Ming's current cultivation level, his gentle and serene disposition far surpassed that of countless peers. The other disciples of Xinyanzong appeared pale and fearful, but this brother Su exuded an unflappable composure that naturally inspired admiration. Jiang Mingxian bit her lip, fervently wishing for her father to arrive swiftly. Although Su Ming was extraordinary, he was still too young to contend with force spirit venerates. She felt an inexplicable reluctance to witness him suffer harm, or to see his noble aura tarnished. Su Ming advanced slowly, drawing the attention of all disciples. Qi Yuan fell silent, momentarily taken aback by the extraordinary aura emanating from Su Ming. How could such a demeanor belong to the same individual who had once brazenly bullied his junior disciples? This transcendent quality seemed to eclipse even those scions of hidden families. Qi Yuan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that if only Su Ming had a few more years to cultivate, he would undoubtedly stand unafraid before the force spirit venerates. Alas, he was still under 20. Lin Chongfeng glared at Su Ming's back, his expression dark and filled with scorn. He sensed that Su Ming's aura was not significantly different from his own. What did it matter if he possessed an exceptional demeanor? Without strength, it was merely an act. He scoffed inwardly, eager to witness Su Ming's eventual failure, to see him brought low by Wu Zongming and his companions, reduced to a pitiful state. Ideally, he would like to see that envious face of his utterly ruined. Chapter 71. Su Qingning. I want him. Lin Chongfeng wore a mocking grin. He propped himself up with his sword, pulling down his black robe to obscure his face, amidst the curious gazes of surrounding disciples. He shook his sword vigorously and gritted his teeth, saying, "Who would so foolishly betray their own disciple? You've really put me in a dire situation. How will I stand in Xinyanzong from now on?" Suddenly, he spotted Elder Gue accompanied by a girl in a green dress standing beneath a tree. Lin Chongfeng rushed over, seeking assistance, only to be struck by the girl's stunning beauty. She was indeed another exquisite gem. Lin Chongfeng sighed and clasped his fists. "Senior." Elder Gue ignored him. Lin Chongfeng felt awkward, glancing at the girl beside him. "Hello, junior sister." The girl appeared younger, prompting him to assert himself as a senior. Zhou Yaoyao thought, "This guy has no shame." She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chongfeng before raising her gaze to the striking figure in white above. Lin Chongfeng followed her gaze and scoffed. "Across from us are four spirit venerates. Even true spirit venerate masters cannot face four at once. That fool is simply courting death. He might as well surrender the divine weapon and save his life." Zhou Yaoyao frowned. Lin Chongfeng, reading her expression, chuckled. "He seems to be the senior brother of Qifeng. Junior sister, are you also from Qifeng?" Zhou Yaoyao suppressed her irritation. "They say the senior brother of Qifeng is incompetent. I see he is not only that but a fool as well. Does he think those four spirit venerates are easy to deal with? Just wait for the inevitable disaster." Unable to contain herself, Zhou Yaoyao scolded, "Can you please be quiet? My senior brother is cultured and kind. When has he ever been incompetent? If you say another word, I'll slap you." Lin Chongfeng was taken aback. Wow, what a fiery little beauty. Yet, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. There was something about Zhou Yaoyao that seemed remarkably captivating. This girl was undoubtedly extraordinary. If only his master were reachable, he could seek advice. While Lin Chongfeng's thoughts swirled, in the air above, Wu Zongming and his three companions fixed their gazes on Su Ming. Cold laughter escaping their lips. Brash little brat, truly unaware of your own mortality. Su Ming smiled faintly as the sword before him hummed. Boom. Wu Zongming's spiritual energy surged violently. He hesitated no longer. Intent on seizing the Xintian mirrored eye in an instant, he appeared directly above Su Ming, transforming his palm into a claw to grasp at his head with ferocity. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. They observed Su Ming with one hand behind his back, the other forming a seal, as the sword intent before him tore through space. Just as they thought Su Ming was about to strike, a piercing phoenix cry resonated from the heavens. Caw! A chilling wave of spiritual energy descended, violently forcing Wu Zongming's body back. All present stood in stunned silence, quickly looking up. To their astonishment, they beheld a phoenix, ablaze with 9 flames, gracefully descending from the azure sky. Upon its back stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her figure captivating all who laid eyes upon her.